Chapter 63, A Happy Reunion. Are you sure you know where you are going, Shizuka? I ask as I keep following an excessively happy school nurse. Of course the group is by the big ship with all the planes, she answers gingerly as she turns to glance at me with a wide smile. Following her answer, I turn to look towards the aircraft carrier that was near the main airport field. Said carrier slowly moving across the sea. You know the big ship has been slowly moving towards the right side of the airport for some time now, right? I asked as I pointed behind us with my hand, then traced a line towards the carrier that was now adjacent to us. Shizuka glanced at the ship, then at me. It has. She asks as she turns to look at the ship again. Yes. I respond flatly. Oh. Then that explains why I didn't find anybody when I returned the first time. She exclaims in surprise. I was so worried that they might have left me behind. She adds as she drops her shoulders. Knowing her, I bet she didn't even realize what sort of jab that was at me, seeing as they did leave me behind. Is something wrong? Shizuka asks with an innocent, questioning look as she tilts her head. I'm just wondering how you didn't get lost in your own house. I responded. Well, hee. Shizuka fidgets about before scratching her cheek. Wait, she has? I shouldn't be surprised, should I? So, this way then. I point behind me, and Shizuka nods. -10 minutes later. You know, I never realized how big this airport really is. Up until now that I had to walk it, that is. There they are. And Shizuka speaks up as she points ahead, towards a group of people in the distance. She then started running towards said group as she waved her arm in the air. Hey! She shouted as she kept running, causing the group to turn to her. A group that consisted of Soichiro, his wife, and his daughter. And Nair, a chubby guy with a rifle, who shouted right after as he spotted me. I raised my arm in response as I kept walking. The chubby guy, aka Kota, breaks off from the group and trots up to me. You're alive! He exclaims as he stops right next to me, Asami following behind him. Yet, partly thanks to the fact we found more info on more extraction points posted on the elementary school. I responded as I patted his shoulder. Man, I knew you'd survive. But it's good to actually see you again. He adds with a wide smile. With that, we turned to head towards the rest of the group. And as we closed in, Mr. Overlow. Bark. Yet before Alice could finish her sentence, Zeke jumped off her hands, and latched onto my sleeve. Waving his tail so fast to the point that he was almost swaying around as he hanged. Breaking disguise again, minion. I sigh as I lift my arm, turning it to look at the small pup. Which just growled as it shifted its eye to look at me. And then felt a sudden impact right under my chest. Turning to look down, I found Alice with her face essentially plastered on my shirt. That's new. Are you going to turn evil now? I ask as I pat Alice on the head. And no. But. Alice answered with a muffled voice as she still had her face shoved against my shirt. Relax, after all, everything so far was all actually part of my plan. I respond as I glance towards Takashi, who just kept silent. I then lean slightly towards Alice, and put my hand next to my mouth, as to whisper a secret. Because in truth I had my minion here to keep an eye on you. I whisper as I shake the arm that had Zeke on. Said dog letting a disapproving growl because of the shaking. Alice lifts her head to look at me with almost puffy eyes. Geez sports, don't start crying on me now. Now, do take the minion before he ruins my cover. I chuckle as I tap Alice's head. She nods and turns at Zeke, who she effortlessly detached from my sleeve. And then, I turned to Takashi again. Hey! Was all he said to me as he motioned with his head. Hey! Was all I responded with. Okay be civil. At least as long as Saya's parents are here. The ones left were Rei, and her mother. Both of whom didn't even turn towards me. The reason? Thank you, Soichiro. I mean it. Her mother was speaking with Saya's dad. And Rei was focused on the man himself as well, with a rather grim expression. Don't thank me yet, Kiriko. We'll see if we can send a chopper over the location where he was last seen and hope for the best. You know he was also a friend of mine. Shao Kairo continued. Hey, first name basis? Then again, some official images did show Rei and Saya together, while wearing makeup, or dressing up, or something. Guess this verifies that the image was before the outbreak. And that their parents were at least acquaintances. I'll do anything I can. Just please, the soonest we can send something, anything. Rei adds as she lowers her head slightly. You don't have to tell me that, Miyamoto. I will do what I can. Now, Kiriko, if you please come with me. Soichiro responds as he looks at Rei's mother. Then turns towards me. We have arranged rooms next to the ones you're already staying in. Would you show them to their rooms if you please? He adds. I just nod at him. And with that, the grown UPS turned to leave, leaving the rest of us to silently look at each other, for a few awkward minutes. Well, no point staring at each other. I motion with my head as I turn to leave. And after a few seconds of walking. Can we walk a bit slower? I hear a meek voice ask. I stop, and turn around. Why are you limping? I ask as I look at Takashi and point at his leg. Well. Takashi then glanced at Saya. I showed him exactly what I thought about his choice of leaving me behind. Saya huffed as she folded her arms. Wait, Saya's kicks can make people limp? I never found them to be that strong whenever she kicked me. Or she was actually holding herself back. Hey, I wonder what Psycho'll think of your choice. I shrug slightly as I turn to look back at the road ahead. Actually, speaking of her. Where is she? Takashi asks. Not losing a moment, are you, hey? Speaking with her father. I responded as I turned to glance behind Takashi to go wide-eyed. Rei also whispered something to herself, her expression seeming rather spiteful. Her dad is here. Takashi asks right after. Really, dude? No, he's in Canada, she flew over there for a small chat and hot tea. I answer with a sarcastic tone. And after a few seconds of silence. Yes, he's here, Takashi. I add. I was just asking. You don't need to act so hostile. Takashi responds. Hostile? Oh, I apologize, I mistook you for the guy that left me, Saya, and Psycho for dead. Personal opinion here, but I think you should be glad that ain't waving a flag that it was you that nearly got the daughters of two rather influential people here killed. So consider this to be my friendly attitude. I respond as I turn to look at him, obvious sarcasm in my voice. Please don't fight. Shizuka then added with an almost whimpering tone. And now Shizuka is going to guilt trip me because I'm pissed at the guy that left me to rot? Fun times ahead. Look, Nai. How long will you keep acting like you were the only one that had to deal with hardships? And Rei silently opens her mouth. Rei. Takashi quickly turns to look at her with a hushed tone. No. You're acting as we owe you for what happened. We don't owe you a thing, you're responsible for your own damn decisions. Rei retorts as she throws a glare at Takashi, then at me. Rei. Takashi finally raises his voice as he then pulls Rei's arm. Really? I was going to try to not fly off the handle. But it seems you just want to turn this to 100 anyway. So fine, let's turn this to 100. I stop walking, causing the group to also come to an abrupt stop. Look, neither she's use. Actually, now that I think about it. Takashi did not nearly get me killed, your bitching did. Is that all you got to say to me? Rei. I ask without turning around. You think you're the only one that had it bad? Rei shouts back. Rei, that's enough. Takashi shouts right after. Enough. My father's gone, Takashi. He's gone, and if he's not dead, he's stranded somewhere in that hellhole. She points towards the city as she screams. So why do I have to listen to his whining while at the same time I also have to deal with the fact that my father might be dead? She shouts. I take a deep breath, and turn around. Quickly closing up to Rei. What? Are you going to hit him? Listen up, you stupid orange twat. I loudly cut her off as I pointed my finger at her nose. You want to compare who has done fucking what here? Fine. Take out a fucking notebook then. Because I was the reason we managed to meet up again after your stupid ass jumped off the bus. I was the reason Takaji's house didn't burn to the ground. I was the reason Shido didn't manage to fuck us all sideways. I was the reason our Humvee was filled with supplies so you could munch on strawberry kike nuggets. And you can bet your sorry fucking ass that I am the reason you're getting special treatment right now. Had I not cleared this fucking airport with another bunch of weirdos and taken a whole frigging cinema by myself, you'd be sitting inside a fucking tent. So don't go telling me about responsibilities when all you did was shake your tits at Takashi and throw me off a fucking cliff. Your father's stranded in the city. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. But you wanna know something? So was I. Thanks to you. After some point, I just stopped caring for the fact that half the camp had stopped whatever they were going and were just looking at me. As for the rest of the group, Saya, Kota, and Asami just stared at me wide-eyed. Takashi also kept staring at me while still holding Rei's hand. Rei herself was just glaring at me. And Alice and Shizuka looked like they were about to cry. Zeke was probably startled by the shouting as he was also frozen stiff. Ah boy, this must be the very first time I've heard you shout this much. But, I must digress. I'm not a weirdo, thank you very much. And as if you just deflate the whole situation. A certain purple-haired sniper walked up to us. Shizuka, who looked like a toddler who just got scolded for the very first time, turned towards the woman. Rika. She cried out as she quickly ran up to her and essentially solved her face into Rika's chest. I don't know if it was because she was surprised to see her, or because she got scared, or a mix of the two. I took a deep breath as I kept looking at Rei, who was essentially glared back at me with her mouth zipped shut. So if you want to know, you do owe me. You owe me way more than you can ever repay. And, here's a free tip. If you want people to give a shit about your problems, leave to give a damn about somebody who's not yourself. Rei. I hiss her name as I finish my sentence, and turn around to walk away. Only to stop and turn around again a few steps later. Your rooms are on the 3rd floor before the top floor. Your keys have numbers, the doors have numbers. Do the math. I add before turning around again, this time actually walking away. Can I ask what happened here? I hear Rika ask. Ugh, my neck hurts now, I barely shout, much less yell like this. I walked for about 20 seconds or so. Nair, wait. Until a female voice shouted from behind me. Now what? I stop and turn around to find Saya running after me. Yes. I ask with a calm tone. Are you alright? She asks as she looks at me with a worried expression. What sort of question is that? I respond as I fold my arms. I have never seen you react like that before. And I'm just. Saya glances around as she fiddles with her fingers. I'm fine. I just managed to use the wrong type of words at the wrong moment. I respond as I shrug. Now do stay with them, because I give them a 60% chance that they will get lost. I added as I motioned my head towards the group. Who, other than Shizuka, who was still with her face stuffed in Rika's chest, was looking toward us. Oh, okay. Saya responded with a slight nod. And with that, I turned to leave again, as Saya returned to our group. After that, I crossed the bridge and went back to the main building, then started going up the stairs. I knew Rei was self-centered. But holy shit. I understand that she's distraught because her dad's gone. But she crossed one too many lines. Besides, if she can't bring herself to give a single fuck about others, why should others give a fuck about her? Because I really can't bring myself to feel sorry for her right now. I'm more worried about Hitomi rather than her. After reaching the floor with my room, I head straight to it and enter it. Well this went as smoothly as a half-filled sack of potatoes rolling down a gravel road. I groan as I let out a deep sigh and close my door. Then head towards the window. And I'm pretty sure I heard Soichiro say my group. Which means he'll expect me to work with them. I stop talking as I close my eyes. Much fun. I groan as I lean against the window's stool. Well okay, to be fair. I got nothing against most of the group, plus Kota could be actually helpful here, especially if you consider that most if not all operations have armed personnel sent. So he'll fit right in. Until he has to run, that is. I take a deep breath as I open my eyes. Still, Rei's dad's gone? In the manga they never really managed to meet him, as the story came to a halt probably 1 or 2 chapters before that. But he was at the evacuation center. I scratch my chin as I sigh. Welp, not my problem. As I said, I'm not going to go out of my way to help her when she's acting like a tool. I sigh as I backstep towards my bed, sit on it, and then let myself fall back. I then stayed like that, for, I don't know how long. But I must have drifted in and out of sleep a couple of times. Until, the door knocked. Did somebody just knock on my door? And another knock. Yep, not hearing things. It's open. I respond as I get to a sitting position, and end up looking towards the window once again. Hey Nair. Can we talk? A male voice asks. And from looking through the glass's reflection, I found the voice belonged to Takashi. I don't think we got a lot to say, but sure. Let's talk. I respond as I shrug, not bothering to turn around. Look, I understand that you're mad both for what happened at the river and for what Rei just said. But remember that I offered to go down with the car first. And, Rei has been struggling to deal with the fact that her father might be shuffling in the city as one of them. Takashi responds as he takes a few steps into my room, closing the door behind him. Nice set of excuses, Takashi. So if I end up ripping her arm off and Pepsiing you with it, I'll just say that I warned you about it, and that I was distraught because my guinea pig died. I just don't want our group to be at odds. We have to be able to work together without. Before Takashi could finish his sentence, I chuckled, and then, I started laughing as I lowered my head. Nair? Takashi asks as he tilts his head questionably. I took a deep breath and finally turned to look at him. I'm sorry to hear about Rei's dad, I really am. But what makes you think I intend to follow you around again? I respond as I stop laughing. Nair, you said it yourself back then, there was no other choice, and REI is just. You missed the point, Takashi. What I'm talking about right now has nothing to do with REI. It has to do with you. And how you caved in under her. Let me put it plainly. What if we end up in a similar situation? How can I know that you won't cave in again and get somebody killed for real this time? Being a leader means you need to make decisions without letting your personal feelings get the better of you. And if you think that sounds fucked up, well, it is. Being a group leader is not a fun position. I cut Takashi off. Who just stayed quiet. We might work together, we might live next door, we might even share the same damn table, but I'm no longer part of your group. Don't take it personally, but I don't like the idea of having my life be dependent on a girl's mood swings. I add. Of course, I'm only speaking for myself here. If Saya and Saiko do want to return, I'm not going to stop them. I shrug as I finish speaking. You know very well that they will follow you, not me. Saiko and Saya already proved that by following you into that car. They won't return if you won't return as well. Takashi answers. Really? I wonder now. Is that why you want me back in the group so badly? Because Saya and Saiko won't come along otherwise. I ask as I fold my arms. What? No. Takashi's eyes go wide as he stares at me, yet, does not finish his sentence. He just turned to look away. Figured as much. The more you can't have her, the more you want her, hey. Look. I don't intend to burn down a bridge because of what happened. And I will come along if need be. But I won't be taking orders from you. Think of it as an independent mercenary tagging along. That's all I can offer you. If you want me to follow your orders, then prove that I trust your decisions. I say with a slight sigh. Takashi keeps looking at me, before finally nodding. Fair enough. He answers. Or, you could just go straight to Saiko and talk to her. She's free to decide who she wants to follow around, I ain't her pimp. I add as I shrug. Now you're just messing with me. Takashi responds with a slight sigh. Maybe I am, I shrug yet once more. Well, maybe I'll go. He shrugs back as he turns to leave. Have fun dealing with Silver Fang then. Though I don't think he will be very happy to find out that you nearly got his daughter killed. Or he'll count that as training too. And with that, Takashi left my room. I groan and let myself fall back on the bed again. Do the problems ever fucking stop? Chapter 64, Wake Up Call. I was on the top of a square 3-story building that was made of wood and stone. Greenery surrounding the building for as far as the eye could see. A small yard around the building, followed by a 1.5 meter tall wall, and a 2 meter wide, and 5 meter deep moat with concrete walls right after. Inside the moat, wheels embedded in the walls in a line, and on the rim of these wheels, a circular cap. Between the cap and the rim, several long, bloody blades extending like propellers. 7th day. I whisper as I grip my sniper. Hope it'll be enough to hold them off. I add as I glance towards the sun, which was slowly disappearing behind the mountains in the distance. And, as the sun abandoned me and the night started to take over. Shrieks. Loud shrieks echoed as the darkness of the night took over. A deep red fog slowly surrounding the building I was in. Why did I agree to this? I tapped a button on a pole next to me, and with the crackling sound of electricity, several floodlights flared up around the house. Revealing that the house was now essentially surrounded. Surrounded by humanoid-looking creatures, their eyes reflecting the light emitted from the floodlight, creating a sea of little, glistening gems. Gems that, with another loud shriek, started to run straight towards the moat that surrounded the house. The batteries better hold. I whisper as I press another button next to me, and the wheels in the moat start to rotate, causing the blades to start spinning. And as the first group of creatures tried to enter the moat, they all got greeted by spinning metal. Legs, hands, heads, all flying off in different directions. The wet sound of metal ripping through flesh echoing from all around. I turned to glance behind me. A Black Hawk helicopter parked on the other side of the building. If all goes south, I can just bail. It'd be a shame to lose this place. But it's not worth dying over. And as I turned towards the carnage below, I spotted one of these things that somehow managed to pass over the moat and wall, and was now stumbling inside the house's yard. Both its arms were missing, yet it seemed to not even care about it as it just kept stumbling towards the staircase that led to me. How the fuck did you get in? I groan as I lift my sniper and aim at the thing's snarling, lipless face. And with a single shot, send it plummeting down to the ground. Now stay out of M. Crash. Before I could even finish my sentence, a loud noise echoed from the moat. Turning to glance at it, I find that one of the wheel blades was now on fire, one of its blades bent towards the wall, creating a makeshift bridge over the death trap. A bridge that the creatures quickly used as they started to flood the house's yard. Oh fuck me. I quickly get up and turn to run towards the helicopter. It must have taken me less than 10 seconds to reach it, yet, that time was enough for the things to reach the roof. Now screaming like madmen as they dashed towards me. I quickly entered the Black Hawk while making sure the back doors were closed, then I started the engines. I had barely managed to turn the ignition, when one of these things crashed headfirst on the glass part of the heli's door with a loud thud, creating a large crack at the point of impact. And then, more thuds as the helicopter started to slowly slide towards the edge. "Leave my Blackbird alone, you fucking swappies!" I shout as I pull a heavy pistol, aim with one hand at the glass door, and fire at the thing's head as it kept banging its head on it. The thing gets sent flying back, only to be replaced by another one a second later. All the while the helicopter was still sliding towards a wiggling sea below me. "God, just, fly already!" I shout as I grab the flying stick with both hands. Yet, the helicopter tilted to the left as one of its wheels went over the edge, making the whole helicopter slowly slide off the roof. And taking off almost horizontally. Shit. The Blackbird quickly picked up speed as it flew adjusted to the ground, quickly closing in towards it. And as I tried to align the helicopter to face the direction it was flying off to, it went over the moat, and straight towards the unending horde. "Fly like a normal helicopter, goddammit!" I shouted as the helicopter finally turned while reaching a point so low to the ground, that its blades started to rip the front lines of the horde apart, causing the helicopter to quickly lose speed. For fuck's sake! I violently pulled the flight stick back, and went from staring at a sea of eyes to a dark red sky as the helicopter started to fly backwards. I then quickly pushed the stick forward. This time only enough to stabilize the giant metal bird as it started to finally get some height. And not before long, I was away from the ground, flying safely inside a dark red sky. God, this went south pretty fast. I groaned as I turned to look out the cracked window, the ground not even visible from where I was. Just a mixture of a red and black void. Hope the DIP's hits don't trample over my supercorn. It was a real pain to get, and I need the glue. I add as I turn to look at the horizon again. I then take a deep breath and... Hey? Why am I smelling flowers? I glance around me with a frown as I take another deep breath. But in the helicopter, it was only me, no flowers whatsoever. Weird. I sigh as I turn to look ahead. And now, my seatbelt was starting to feel too tight. I pulled said seatbelt as I tried to keep flying, only for the seatbelt to quickly snap back on me even tighter than before. The hell? The force of the belt shoved me back on my seat until my head touched the headrest, which felt oddly soft. The crap is this crap? I groan as I keep flying, letting out a huge sigh as I close my eyes. Whatever, as long as it keeps flying, I don't care. I add as I slowly open my eyes. Just got to find a place to land. I keep speaking as my eyelids slowly start to weigh down on me. I didn't refill her before taking off. And as I finish speaking, I close my eyes. The sound of the spinning rotor and the engine slowly dissipating, to the point that they all but vanished. By the next time I opened my eyes, I got greeted by a white ceiling. Where's my Blackbird? What's going on here? Did I bleed out or something? I groan as I turn my head to my right, and end up inches away from a black ribbon. I slowly slid my head away from said ribbon, only to realize that my head was actually on a leg. The fuck is going on here? I followed the foreign object next to me, to find two arms around my waist, along with a head that was resting a little under my chest. A head with long purple hair. A purple-haired head on my chest, a chest next to my head, and a leg under my head. I'm not even gonna bother asking how Psycho ended up in my room. But how the fuck did she end up in a position like that? I blink a couple of times as I turn to look at Psycho's sleeping face, before looking back up the ceiling. Well, this explains the flowery smell. I then turn to look at her again, and poke her cheek. Oi! I whisper. No response, not even a moan. You dead? I ask as I put my hand on her head and start ruffling her hair. Psycho smiled slightly as she tightened her arms around me, grinding her cheek against me, before becoming motionless again. You know you'll be sore all over if you keep sleeping like that. I chuckle and pass one hand under her head. And, as I get to a sitting position, I pass my other hand around her back, right under her chest, then pull her in front of me, ending with Psycho sleeping on my leg. She's really out cold, hey? I pat her head as she shuffles about, before she finally turned to face the ceiling, slowly opening her eyes. Good morning. I whisper as I run my finger on her cheek. Psycho just kept staring at me absent-mindedly with a half-asleep face. I then turned to glance out of the window. The sky a dark shade of cyan. Or evening. I whisper as I turn to look at my watch. -6:30. Or really early in the morning. I add as I turn to look at Psycho, who had by now closed her eyes again. Oi! I poke her cheek again. She just smiled and moaned softly as she turned to sleep on her side. And she's out cold again. I tilt my head as I place my hand on her head. Then again, I don't know when she popped up here. For all I know, she could have been asleep for an hour. I take a deep breath as I look at the rest of Psycho. Hey, other than her boots. She's actually still fully dressed. I then glance at the rest of the room. Her sword was placed against the chair next to the desk with the laptop. Her boots next to the exit door of my room. Well, I'm not complaining. Free Psycho on wake up is good. I chuckle under my breath as I turn my focus on the sleeping girl on my leg. I silently run my hand over the spine. Psycho responds by softly moaning as she arches her back, pushing her chest even more against my leg. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. I clean my throat as I place my hand on her shoulder. Focus, I wonder if Takashi tried to speak to her. Not that I'm having any fears of her deciding to go full cannon on me now. I mean, she is sleeping on my leg right now. I put my fingers just over her ear and slide them behind it, moving any strands of hair away from her face and neck. I just realized that she tends to curl up when she sleeps. And now, the urge to poke the sleeping samurai is re-rising at an alarming rate. I then slowly move her head off my leg, and finally get up. So, better I get up. Lest I get sued for assaulting a sleeping girl. With that thought, I head to the wardrobe, pick a new set of clothes, then to the bathroom to wash my face and change. 5 minutes later. I was leaning over the sink, looking at my reflection. Look at you bub, waking up with one of the hottest hot characters purring on your legs. I chuckle, and then sigh. Wonder if this thing with me and Psycho Saya will last though. I sigh again as I look towards the closed door. Of course I'm not complaining about it. This is the best outcome I could have hoped for. But, this ain't mindless harem visual novel. Both Psycho and Saya have their own thoughts. They can get bored, jealous, or decide that what I'm doing is unfair to them and demand that I make a choice. Or just plainly get up and leave if somebody else manages to fill up a gap that I can't. I lower my head for a few seconds, before raising it to look at myself again. Well, not much I can do about it. I'll do my best to keep them both happy. But if that won't be enough, I spring myself away from the sink counter. I'll just let them move on. It's not like I have the right to get angry if that happens. I turn to look at the door as I fold my arms. Hey, my brain really likes to torture me when it has time to wonder. Hey. I shake my head as I take a deep breath. I mean, come on now. Am I really thinking about this crap while waking up with Psycho all over me? I groan as I walk towards the door. Plus, it's not like these two are that easy to approach. And as I open the door, I find Psycho sitting on the bed, motionless and staring out the window. Did I wake you up? I ask as I walk up to the bed. Psycho turns to look at me, a warm smile on her lips as she shakes her head. And I suddenly feel stupid for even thinking about all that crap. I walk up next to her, then sit on the bed. Psycho, without speaking, slides a bit closer to me and leans herself on my arm, before resting her head on my shoulder. Okay, I have to ask. I speak up as I keep looking out the window. How did you end up sleeping with your legs under my head and your head on my chest? I ask. Psycho shuffled about as she hummed silently. She stayed quiet for a few seconds, before taking a deep breath. When I returned from my father, I found your door open. She speaks up. I wanted to just close your door, but... She shifts her posture to turn her body towards me as she folded her legs. It was already late, and Saya was nowhere to be seen inside. So though, to spend some time with you. She adds. And then you couldn't leave. I chuckle. I apologize for sleeping on your bed with my clothes. She responds right after. It's fine. I answer back. Had I found you wrapped around me in your underwear, I'd have other problems. You're not sore? I ask. Not really. She chuckles as she wraps both her arms around mine. And, a few minutes passed in silence. If you don't mind me asking. I heard things got a bit heated between you, Takashi and Miyamoto. Until Psycho spoke up again. Kinda. I responded. How come? You seemed rather calm about the whole situation so far. She asks back. I guess, I got ticked off at how nonchalant Takashi was about the whole thing. I know we agreed to this. But I don't know. I suppose I half expected him to at least show some regret for leaving us behind. Yet the first thing he asked me. I turn my head slightly as I shift my sight towards Psycho's legs. Was where you are at. I add flatly. So you got jealous? She asks, a small smirk appearing on her lips. Let's call it, ticked off. Admitting that I got jealous over something like that while I'm double timing, is I stop mid-sentence as I glance away. Nair, both me and Saya agreed to this by our own free will. Or at least, I am not forcing myself to do this. You don't have to feel guilty about anything. She responds as she places her hand on my leg. Though I must admit, I do occasionally feel left out. She adds. And you seamlessly went from comforting me to guilt-tripping me. I chuckle. Well, I am just a girl, I do feel jealous. Psycho responds with a small giggle. And what about Miyamoto? She adds right after. She managed to say the wrong things at the wrong time. I answer. Must have been quite the bad timing then. Since I was told that you really went at her. She retorts. Told? I ask back. Yes, from Takashi. She answers. And he didn't miss a beat, did he? He also informed me that you don't intend to return to the group. She continues. Yet, not as a normal member at least. I will go along with them if need be. But not in a way where they'll be able to short straw me into jumping into another river. I answer. Why? Did he ask you to return? I ask right after. No, he did not. Psycho answers flatly. Do you want to return? I asked again. Do I really have to answer such a foolish question? You can't get rid of me this easily, Nair. She chuckles. Oh yes, woe is me. I chuckle back as I put my hand on her leg. Psycho puts her own hand on mine and rests her head on my shoulder again. Then turns to look out the window. We stayed like that for some time, the dark sky outside slowly starting to brighten up. Want to go to the roof? Psycho then asked without moving her head. Sure, why not? I answer as I glance towards her. Very well. In that case, give me a few minutes. She responds as she gets up. Then heads to the exit. Wait for me by the stairs. She asks as she opens the door and turns to glance at me. Oh and, no mask, she adds as she leaves my room with a giggle. So the balaclava is okay. I responded towards the now closed door. And so, after a few seconds, I also get up and exit my room. Then head towards the staircase to wait for our purple-haired samurai. -5 minutes later. I was sitting on the stairs, twiddling my thumbs. The hallway illuminated by the dim sky that was leaking through the windows. Wonder how many generators they'd need to power the whole building. I whisper as I keep looking out the big window panes that overlooked the bridge that led to the airport. I then glanced towards the doors to my left. Other than me and Psycho, everybody else is probably still asleep. Hey. I add as I take a deep breath, then look back out the window. Which would make it the perfect moment to keep true to my word and break into Saya's room. I chuckle as I shake my head. If I want to wake up naked in the middle of a corpse-infested road, that is. Sorry to keep you waiting. And just as I finished that thought, Psycho, who had silently exited her room, walked up to me. Don't mention it. I respond as I get up and turn to look at her. She was wearing a black unzipped jacket that had 2 white lines running from the shoulder to the sleeves, a dark purple shoulderless shirt underneath. Tight-fitting black jeans that went all the way to the tall boots she always wore, minus the leg guards. Her hair up in a ponytail. Do I look funny? She asks as she slightly turns herself so I can see her from her sides. There was not a lot to choose from. She adds as she turns to face me again. You're really asking me about fashion sense right now? I'm the guy walking around with a balaclava, ski mask, and Kevlar helmet. I respond as I chuckle. And I think you must realize what I think about black by now. I add as I show the clothes I was wearing. Yes, I suspected something. She giggled as she brought her hand to her lips. But, this must be the first time I see you wearing actual pants. I added as I extended my hand towards her. Well, I do admit I find skirts easier to move around. She responds as she takes my hand. But as I said, not a lot to choose from. She adds. And while holding Psycho's hand, we went up the 3 last floors, until we reached a metallic door at the end of the last staircase. You said this was unlocked, right? I ask as I grab the handle. Yes, just be aware, it gets a bit windy up here. Psycho responds with a nod. And sure enough, the first thing that greeted me after opening the door, was a gust of cold wind. OSH. Okay, I'm as awake as I can be now. Upon exiting to the roof I glanced around us. Hey, this place is as empty as it gets. Also, I feel I'll start sliding around with how smooth the floor looks. I keep looking around as we walk towards the center. Want to sit by the fence? Psycho asks as she now completely wraps her arms around mine, essentially hugging it. Sure, why not? I nod as we turn to head towards the chest-height chain-link fence that surrounded the roof. After reaching the side that overlooked the bridge and airport, I lean slightly over the fence. Damn, that's high. I whisper as I lean back, then proceed to sit down with the chain link to my back. Psycho sitting next to me sees a style. I look up towards the sky as I narrow my eyes. This is officially our first date, is it not? I ask as I turn to her. Psycho, much to my surprise, stares at me wide-eyed a few seconds as her cheeks started to flush. What? I ask as I tilt my head. Nothing. I just didn't expect you to say something like that. You caught me off guard. She responds as she glances away with a smile. Really? I ask again as I fold my arms. You usually do not express yourself like that. Psycho responds as she turns to look at me. You are right. Which gives me an idea. I answer as I make a one-sided smirk. Something on your mind? She asks as she tilts her head. Yes. I nod as I put my hands on her shoulders, and turn her to the side. Then push her down on my legs. She just giggled as she turned herself round to face the sky, then shuffled about a little bit to get comfortable, passing her ponytail over her shoulder and on her chest. She then folded her arms and bent her knees so her feet were actually touching the ground. I leaned my back against the fence and turned to look at the dark sky. We then stared at the sky in silence. Hey, Nair. Psycho spoke up. I lower my head to look at her. Did you have anybody you liked before? Well, us. She asked. Not really. Which makes it all the more retarded that I somehow managed to get you and Saya to agree to this. I chuckle. Did you? I ask back. Well, I already know the answer to that. But whatever. Yes. She answers flatly. And to be honest, I am glad I never managed to convince myself to tell him so. She continues. Because, had he accepted me, and was I still with him today, this moment would have never happened. She adds as her smile fades slightly. Well, you never know. You might have been happier. I respond as I shrug. Do not sell yourself short, Nair. You really do not realize how much more vibrant my life feels now that you are by my side. She answers as she lifts her hand, placing it on my cheek. You sure you're not exaggerating a little bit? I mean, from my point of view, I didn't do that much. I respond with a chuckle as I fondle her hair. Being there for me when I needed somebody to lean on. Being worried about my well-being. Putting your faith in me even after learning about a side of me that I am not so proud of. Considering the circumstances we are in, I would say that I am not exaggerating at all. She answers as she smiles once again. Wait. When did you ever need somebody to lean on and I was there? I ask as I tilt my head. At the mall? Where I nearly chopped your head off. Where you insisted on trying to comfort me. She responds as she keeps looking at me. Yay, guess I'm just awesome then. I chuckle as I turn to look towards the sky. Psycho shuffles closer to me and nuzzles her nose against my shirt. More than you realize. She whispers. We then stayed quiet, the only sound being that of the wind, and the helicopters that echoed behind me. And as time passed, the dim sky started to steadily take a brighter blue color, the sun slowly rising behind the vast dead city that sprawled ahead of me. And one more day survived. Hey. Just as I thought that, a single helicopter flew over me, and towards the deeper parts of the city. Still, all this noise. It's like asking for trouble. I then lowered my head to look back at Psycho, who was nonchalantly staring at the sky. She glanced back at me, smiled, and then turned to look back towards the now starless sky. Chapter 65, Wake Up Call PT2. A man carrying a potted plant. Psycho speaks up as she keeps looking towards the sky, her head resting on my leg. I tilt my head while also looking towards the sky. 10. As Psycho starts counting. I narrow my eyes as I keep looking at the clouds in the sky. 5. Psycho continues to count down. A decapitated pterodactyl's head. I answer as I snap my fingers. Psycho lifts an eyebrow as she stops counting, focusing on the cloud. The part where you see the pot and plant is the blood splatter, the legs of the dude are the beak. I add as I point at the cloud. Well, you certainly have some imagination. Psycho chuckles right after. Very well. Your turn then. She continues with a smile as she turns to look at me. So. I nod as I scan the clouds in the sky. To the right and down. I add as I point at the sky. Psycho nods a few seconds later. A dancing ghost, arms stretched, with a long flowing train. I continue. Train. Psycho asks as she glances at me. The long back portion of a dress that drags along the ground is called like that. I answer as I turn to look at her. Really? Well, now I am interested to know how you came to know that. She responds with a chuckle. Good question. Why do I know that? I shrug slightly as I lift my head to look at the sky again. Nice try, but you ain't buying free time like that, psycho. 10. And I start counting. Serve. A closed sack, ripped open at the center. Psycho cuts me off. I stare at the cloud as I frown slightly. I guess. Yeah, okay. I nod as I fold my arms. Then, I lower my head and glance at the watch on my wrist. Hey? 10 already? We've been here for 3.5 hours. I add as I arch an eyebrow. You want to leave? Psycho asks right after. Not really. I respond as I turn to look at her, then slide my fingers around the side of her neck. Psycho closes her eyes as she smiles, tilting her head so my hand had more space to move around her neck. But what are the chances people will be looking for me? I whisper as I glance towards the door. I must admit that you are quite in high demand. So pretty high. Psycho answers as she opens one eye to look at me. Maybe I should have brought the radio with me. I answer with a slight shrug. Why did you not? She asked as she opened both her eyes. Because it's a date with you. Not you and half the camp. I answer. Psycho just chuckles as she gets off my leg to sit next to me. How thoughtful of you, she answers with a small smirk as she leans her head over my shoulder. Would you rather have Saya yelling through the mic? I ask as I turn to look at her. No, I think this is almost perfect. She responds as she smiles, slightly tilting her head. Almost. I ask again as I fold my arms. Well, there is one more thing I want right now. But I don't want to come off as rapacious. Psycho responds as she keeps staring straight at my eyes. I think we can let some extra greediness slide. As long as it doesn't involve you breaking my bones with a buchan. I answer as I tilt my head. Psycho momentarily held back a chuckle in her throat, lowering her face and glancing away. And after a few seconds. I really cannot even think anymore. What I would do without you. She whispers as she lifts her head again, this time bringing herself closer to my face, too close in fact. As her lips touched with mine. My response was wrapping my arms around her and tightly hugging her. Though the fact that we were sitting next to each other made the whole situation a bit uncomfortable. After a few seconds, she pulls her head back just slightly, and touches her forehead against mine, closing her eyes as she lets out a small sigh. No pressure. I chuckle. You can always tell me to leave if you do not want such a responsibility. Psycho responds as she keeps her eyes closed. Ha. Yeah, nice try Psycho, but you ain't getting rid of me this easy. I answer as I run my hand along her side. Good. Psycho chuckles as she moves to nuzzle her nose against my neck. Some time later. Psycho was still slowly nudging her nose against the side of my neck. I really need to get that radio. Because I don't see us moving from here. I whisper as I glance around me. As much as I would like to stay like this. I agree. We do have responsibilities that we cannot skim. Psycho adds as she finally detaches herself from me. We can agree on the staying like this part. With that, we get up and slowly start to walk towards the exit door. And just as we enter the building. Nair, wait a minute please. Psycho speaks up. I stop and turn to look at her, only for her to walk up next to me and take my hand, interlocking her fingers with mine. I glance at my hand, then at her. I then chuckle as I turn to walk down the stairs along with Psycho. It took a couple of minutes before we reached the floor with our rooms. And as we got off the stairs and turned towards the hallway with our doors. Oh, boy. A certain Pinkette was outside my door, arms folded, tapping her foot with an annoyed frown. Dressed in her mall attire, along with the white jacket she wore after leaving Rika's house. After a few seconds, she knocked on my door. Rather loudly at that too. Come on. Wake up already. She groaned. I glance at Psycho, who seemed to be holding back a smirk. And with a deep breath, I turned to walk towards Saya. Ugh, that's why I need to have your keys, you idiot. Saya whispers again as she brings her hand to knock on my door again. I don't trust you with my keys, Saya, you might steal my mask and impersonate me. I speak up as I stop right next to her. Saya lets out a small yelp as she lifts both her hands over her chest and jumps away, turning to face me mid-air. And the moment she touched the ground and realized it was me who scared her. She opened her mouth to speak with an annoyed frown, yet her eyes trailed from my face, to my hand. Which was still holding Psycho's hand. She closes her mouth and narrows her eyes as she folds her arms, staring at my face with a you little shit look. I have a really bad FE. Thank you for the date night, I had a wonderful time. I will be in my room if you need me. And Psycho speaks up as she finally lets go of my hand. Then slightly runs her fingers up my arm as she turns to leave. And of course she would do that. Leaving me with a visibly annoyed Piket. Oh, so you went on a date, HF. And Saya finally speaks up, her voice leaking sarcasm. Yeah, you want to go on one as well. I ask as I tilt my head. Saya just blinks at me a few times. We could go for a walk around the airport. Or do you want to go to the roof as well? Though that might seem cheap, since that's where Psycho wanted to go. I add as I fold my arms, turning to look towards the upper corner of the wall to my left. Saya takes a deep breath, before letting an audible sigh. Really now, idiot? Can't you at least show some regret that you left me to dry? She adds as she looks towards the ground and shakes her head, letting her arms hang. It was supposed to be my day, you know. She continues as she lifts her head to look at me again with a rather disappointed frown. And the flying spaghetti monster really didn't make it easy for you. What with your dad calling you, then finding our group? I respond as I shrug. The flying wah. And then your apparent aversion towards sleeping in the same room with me. I cut her off. Hey. Saya stops talking as she tilts her head in confusion. What are you talking about? She asks as she frowns even more. Well, you said it was your day. But Psycho told me that you probably slept in your room, since you were not in mine. So, she decided to just let herself in mine. Thus when I woke up, I woke her up, and we ended up going to the roof. I respond. Hey. It was late when I returned. Everybody was already asleep. So how could I know that Captain Retard here would leave his door unlocked for somebody to barge in? She asks as she folds her arms in an annoyed expression. Well. Yeah, okay, you're right. I respond as I lift my hands. Saya just huffs as she turns to glance away, seemingly a little less annoyed because I admitted that she was right and I was wrong. So. Since you're the one that got the wrong end of the stick. What if you are to decide what we will do for the rest of the day? I ask as I tilt my head. What? Saya turns to look at me with a confused expression once again. What? You decide what we do all day. Wanna go swimming under the bridge and probably get in trouble? Done. Wanna throw rotten bananas at people? Also done. Wanna hijack a stealth Blackbird helicopter and find a drug lord's island to steal his booze? Easy. Wanna see me dancing in a skimpy cop suit? Yeah, I'm not doing that. I glance away as I finish my sentence. So? What'll be boss? I ask as I turn to look at her. But Saya didn't respond, she just kept staring at me. A deep blush on her face, her eyes slightly wide. Please don't tell me you're imagining me in a skimpy cop suit now. I sigh as I drop my shoulders. Waha. Of course I'm not. I'm not a pervert, you pervert. Saya essentially flails her arms around as she starts to shake her head, the blush becoming even deeper. And now everybody heard you shout that you're a pervert. I add with a slight shrug. I said. I'm not. She adds as she stomps her foot on the floor. And, just as she stops shouting, the door behind me opens. And out comes a sleepy Shizuka, looking as out of it as humanly possible. Hair a mess, clothes a mess, her eyes still half closed. Holding her pillow with one hand. At least, she was actually dressed this time around. Shizuka. SOR. Yet, before Saya could finish her sentence, Shizuka turns towards Saya, and starts to unsteadily trot up to her, passing by me without even acknowledging my existence. And, then she stops right in front of Saya. Shizuka. Grobe. Shizuka casually lifts her hand. And gets a handful of Saya's chest. Causing the pink-ed to let out a small surprised yelp. She then pulls her hand back, before bringing it to Saya's shoulder. Then she starts tapping around until she reached Saya's flushed cheek. And Shizuka, with a soft moan, then brought her hand on the top of Saya's head. Before, raising it slightly. What are why? Bonk. And then brought it down on Saya's head. Ow. What are why? Bonk. And another bonk on Saya's head. Saya slightly bent her knees as she brought both her hands over her head at a loss, looking up at Shizuka who just looked like Shizuka. And, as a few seconds of silence passed. Hoo. Crappy alarm, I want to sleep more. She moaned as she turned to walk straight back into her room, closing the door behind her. Well, that just happened. After Shizuka left the hallway, I turned to stare at Saya in silence. And Saya just kept looking at me, hands on head, knees still slightly bent. KHH. I bring my knuckles to my mouth as try to stop myself from laughing. Saya pouts slightly as she quickly trots up to me, only to throw a quick kick to my shin. Pftug. Uah, that actually hurt. I chuckle under my breath as I do a few hops back with one leg. I'm surrounded by friggin' idiots. Saya grumbles as she folds her arms and turns to look away. Join us or be annihilated. I respond as I try to sound like a robot. Saya just shakes her head as she glances at me for a split second. It's you that should be joining me, idiot, not the other way around. She huffs. No can do, you lack tranquilizer darts and kibble. I respond as I also fold my arms. Kibble? Were you not a robot a few seconds ago, you dolt? Why would you need kibble? She asks as she turns to look at me. I'm a tech Rex. I casually answer. Rex? The best you could probably do is a dodo. Saya smirks. Dodorex. I respond flatly. What? Saya asks a slightly confused frown. Or dodo wyvern. Better dodo wyvern, sleeker, can fly, can barf 3 elements. Also can fly. I add. What the hell are you talking about? And you said fly twice. Saya asks again. I know, it's just that damn important, flyers are real crutch mounts. I answer as I stare at her with a serious expression. Saya just kept staring back at me with an eyebrow arched. Did that kick rattle your brain or something? She asks as she makes an annoyed frown. Who knows? I answer nonchalantly as I move my head from left to right. So, we gonna stand here for much longer or? I continue. Think for yourself. I'm still mad at you. And I expect you to make it up to me. She responds as she once again looks away with a huff. Suit yourself. I osner as I turn to head to my door. Once in front of it, I unlock it and open it. Hey. You're not going to leave me here, are you? Saya asks as she turns to stare at me, her face actually looking kinda worried. Geez Saya, if you can't handle the punishment, then don't do the crime. Though never even crossed my mind, but I can't open my door when my hands are full. I respond as I turn to walk up to her. But your hands are not few. And before she could finish, I pick her off the ground, princess style. What are you doing, Dot? She whines loudly, though she does not try to move, or resist. Since you don't want to walk. I shrug as I walk into my room with her in my arms. I can walk, you idiot. Saya grumbles as she looks away from me, not that she sounded all that displeased though. Too late for that now, I reckon. I chuckle. Saya, just kept quiet. I close my door with my leg, and walk up to my bed, towards the side that looked the window. Then, I sit on the bed and lean my back against the bed's headrest, with my legs still off the bed. Saya still motionless and now essentially on top of me. So, what now, princess? I ask as I ruffle her hair. Don't call me that, you stupid. She whines as she grabs my shirt with one hand, keeping her face lowered as she takes her shoes off her feet in order to pull her legs up. She then takes her glasses off and leaves them on the nightstand next to the bed. Okay then. What'd be, Capitan? I answer with a slight chuckle. Idiot. She responds with a whispering whine. Udl. She adds with an even weaker whisper. Djavu. Noodle. I ask back. I think I saw a noodle shop on my way back, I could probably. And before I could finish speaking, Saya threw a quick jab at my side. You know very well what I said, you nitwit. She pouts as she keeps jabbing my side, albeit very lightly. Did I? I mean, I'm just a dump dodo after all. I respond as I run my hand along her back. Stupid. She whined again. After a few seconds of silence, I finally took off my boots. Which was much harder than it needed to be, what with Saya not wanting to get off me. Also another thing I noticed was that Saya was looking rather. Why so grim? I ask. It's nothing. Saya responds as she keeps looking away. Saya. You sound as convincing as a junkie begging for a buck to fill his bicycle with gas so he can enter the metro because he's hungry. I respond as I pat her head. Saya lifts her head to look at me with a perplexed expression, before frowning slightly. It's just. She sighs as she lowers her head and places her cheek against my chest. Yet remains silent. It's nothing, it's stupid. She whispers. So you're going to say a stupid thing to a stupid guy? Matches pretty well, I'd say. I answer as I wrap my arms around her. I just had a bad dream, okay? She answers with a cranky tone. Must have been pretty bad if you're still thinking about it. I respond as I tighten my arms around her. Saya just turned to stare at the wall. You don't know how it feels. She whispers as she keeps looking away. Psycho is always out there with you. She can be near you, she can try to protect you if something happens. She continues as she lifts her head to look at me again. I can't do anything. I'm just sitting here like a rock, wishing that something doesn't happen. Because all I'll be able to do then is hope that I won't have to watch you die. Her eyes were started to puff up as she spoke. Wait, her nightmare was me getting killed. Saya. You know that what you do is not just sitting around, right? Ever played a video game? You should know how important a minimap is. I respond as I ruffle her hair. It's not the same. I still won't be able to do anything if something happens. And, Psycho will at least get the choice to die with you if that moment comes. While I'll have to somehow chalk it up and move on by myself. She answers as she lowers her head. Okay, that's actually a bit too dark. So you want to come out as well? I ask. Saya stayed quiet for a few seconds. I know I'm just going to cause problems, I'm not cut out for that. You asked me what bothered me. I told you. I was not expecting a solution. Saya answers as she places her cheek on my chest again, this time while still looking away from me. I want to tell her that I won't die. But she knows as much that would just be empty words with how things are now. So instead of speaking, I just kept stroking her back. I know that this outbreak is the only reason we are this close. She whispers as she half closes her eyes. But I want my normal life back. I want to worry about stupid stuff, like what color nail polish I should buy, or what time I would go out to the shops. Not if one day I'll wake up all alone, with everybody around me dead. Saya tightens her grip on my shirt as she closes her eyes. Well, I'll admit I don't have a good answer for all of this. I respond as I poke her cheek. But, I add as I take a deep breath. I can at least do this, I add as I quickly bring my hands to her sides and squeeze. Hi. Stop. It not the T, time for that nya ha ha ha. Saya quickly starts squirming on me as she tries to stop my hands, to no avail. I didn't respond, I just kept poking the moody pinkette. And honestly, with how she was sounding right now, I was half expecting somebody to barge into my room with the reasoning of sexual harassment. It must have taken a few seconds before Saya decided to try and retaliate, not that she could do much now, as I already had her in a corner, or so to speak. I give. Sta ha ha. I give up. Saya exclaims as she tries to curl up on me. Well, at least you're in. Yet the moment I let up, Saya quickly retaliates by jabbing my sides. Oi you cheeky fak. I quickly grab her hands, and force her off me, before climbing on top of her, holding her hands against the bed. Hey. No fair. You're bigger than me. She whines as she tries to break free, to no avail. That's what you get for sneak attacking. I answer as I raise an eyebrow. You started it. Saya grumbles as she pouts at me. Hey, better to have you annoyed than to have you depressed. I respond with a slight shrug. And this is the only way you thought you could take my mind off things? Stupid. Saya mumbles as she glances away. Got any other idea? I ask as I bring my face closer to hers. Stupid. She whines as she throws me a quick glance before looking away again. I lower my head a bit more, to the point that my nose touched her cheek. And, just as Saya started to slowly turn her face. Saya. The radio in her jacket's pocket goes live. Saya, this is your father. The radio continues. Really now? Saya. The radio speaks up again. And Saya, with what sounded like a whiny shout, starts slamming her feet on the bed, essentially throwing a tantrum under me. Oh come on. Again. She exhales loudly as she lets out a sigh, ending up with a very pronounced pout on her face. I'm starting to think that your dad really has cameras in here. I bring my hand to the back of my neck as I let go of her hands and sit on straight while still on top of her. Saya, with an expression that I can only name as disappointment, picks the radio from her pocket. Yes, Papa. She asks as she turns to glance away from me. Saya, I need you to gather your whole group. We have an update on the matter concerning Miyamoto's father. I need the whole group present at my office on the 3rd floor. The radio answers. Right now? Most of them are still asleep. Saya responds. Did I just get cock-blocked by REI's might be dead dad? Yes, wake them up. This operation's going under their name. So they need to all be present. Inform me when you'll be ready. Shao Cairo retorts. Yes Papa. And Saya responds with a sigh under her breath. And then, silence. Wait a minute. Whole group operation. Written under our name? Oh I don't like this. Welp, guess we better. I start to move to get off Saya as speak, only for her to grab my shirt with one hand. I glance at her hand, then at her. In a bit. She whispers as she glances away. He didn't say we need to be there right now, so, 10 minutes won't matter. She adds, though I get the feeling it was herself she was trying to convince. Saya. Are you skimping on work? I ask as I lean over her with a smirk. Shut up, stupid. She whines back as she keeps looking away. I then silently lower myself, until my nose grazed her neck. causing Saya to tense up as she caught her breath. Until she wrapped her arms around me. You're heavy. She whispers right after. Geez Saya. I chuckle as I move to lie next to her, passing one arm under her and pushing her against me as she turned to face me. Without speaking, Saya nuzzled her face against my shoulder as she wrapped her legs around one of mine. And any chance of getting up in 10 minutes just disappeared. I whisper with a chuckle. I'm not weak-willed. I can get up if I want to. Saya retorts, while she was essentially clawed on me. Really? I start to tilt my upper body back as I speak, only to get a soft disapproving groan from Saya, who tightened her arms and legs around me. Yes. She mumbles with a muffled tone as she presses her face against my chest. It sounds like somebody's embarrassed. I respond as I ruffle her hair. I'm not. Saya retorts, her face still shoved against my chest. Really? Shame, cute and shy usually makes for a smashing combination. I answer as I raise an eyebrow. Saya just raises her head to look at me with puffed cheeks as she sulked at me. I pull back one of my arms back, then bring my hand under her chin, and lightly scratch it. I'm not a cat stupid. Saya huffs, without really trying to stop me. Really? Because you seem this close to start purring. I answer as I smirk slightly. Shut up. She mumbles back as she glances away without moving her face. And while she was looking away, I took the chance to shut her up instead by locking her lips. An action that Saya didn't take too long to respond to, as she started pushing her face against me. We must have stayed like that for a few minutes. Until Saya actually backed off. So you can actually hold yourself back? I ask as I tilt my head. I told you I'm not weak-willed. Saya retorts with a heavy blush on her face. Really, so I guess you can resist everything. I chuckle as I slide my hand under her shirt and to the top of her back, before bringing it down as I lightly scratch her back. Heaas, stat. Why, you're not being fair. Saya whines as she keeps staring at me, pushing her upper body forward, or in other words, pushing her chest even more against me. But you're strong-willed, this is nothing. Right? I ask as I raise an eyebrow, giving her side a slight squeeze. I'm really going to bite you if you don't stop. She mumbles as she takes a few short breaths between her sentence. Well if you are being so serious to the point that you'll start to nom, then I can only yield. I answer as I pull my arm from under her shirt, then lift myself to sit on the bed. Nom? Really me? Saya just kept staring at me while lying on the bed. What's with that stare? Where you may be, hoping that I would continue instead. I ask as I lean towards her with a smirk. Shut up, da fuse. Saya quickly also gets to a sitting position and starts fixing her clothes. I just chuckle back at her. Yet instead of getting up, she just stared at the covers with an absent-minded look. Something wrong? I ask. No. Nothing. Saya shakes her head and gets off the bed and starts wearing her shoes. I shrug slightly as I also get up and start wearing my boots. Once we were done, we start heading towards the door, only for Saya to stop right in front of it. Saya? I ask as I stop next to her. Can we do this again later? She asks as she glances at me, then looks away again. Why are you asking me? I told you, you get to decide what we do with our free time today. I respond as I fold my arms. Or you think that I don't actually like doing this? I add as I ran my fingers along her spine. Hey. Saya wiggles her upper body as she turns to face me with a pouty face. You're right. I get to decide what we do. So you can't say no matter what I ask. She responds as she folds her arms, narrowing her eyes as she leaned towards me. Indeed, but who knows what I'll do tomorrow if you make me do something weird. I answer as I also lean towards her. I'm not a pervert like you. Saya retorts as she glances away. That's exactly what a pervert would say. I chuckle as I open the door, Saya throwing a quick jab at me as retaliation. And so, we got out of my room. So, how do we wake everybody up? I ask. I don't know. Knock on their doors. Saya essentially asks back. Alright. I'm not knocking on Shizuka's door though. I respond as I point at her door. Why, you're scared? Saya asks with a haughty smile. Fine, just don't blame me if she thinks I'm a pillow and drags me into the room or something. I answer as I turn to her. I'll wake up Shizuka. Saya retorts almost instantly. I'll go get Psycho then, she can help us wake up the rest. I add as I start to walk. And with that, I head to Psycho's door, and knock on it. Several seconds later, the door opens, Psycho behind it with her hair down, wearing her usual short skirt and stocking, along with the dark purple shirt she wore earlier, though it now looked more black than purple. Probably because the jacket she wore before was actually pitch black, which made the shirt stand out. Nair? Can I help you? She asks as she tilts her head. Yeah, Sayas D. H, hey. Way. And a surprised shriek/squeal cuts me off. Turning to the voice, I find a pair of pink twin tails disappearing inside Shizuka's room, the door to said room closing behind them. And I just kept staring at the hallway. Nair? Psycho asks again as she leans her head out of the door to look where I was looking. And Saya just became the first casualty of what we need to do. I respond flatly. Excuse me. Psycho asks back with a confused expression. Her father called. They want the whole team at his office. Something about Miyamoto's father. I continue. Oh. But I thought you said you were not part of that team anymore. Psycho responds as she straightens her posture, a small smirk on her lips. Yet, he didn't get the memo from the looks of it. Let's just go and see. I answer as I shrug. Psycho just nods and turns to walk into her room. She then takes her school shirt, which was on a neatly made bed, and wears it over the purple shirt. Wasn't that shirt ripped? I ask as I tilt my head. I sewed in a new button. Psycho answers casually as she ties a black ribbon over her chest. Alright, I'll go wake up Kota then. And I guess Asami. I respond. I will get Rei and Takashi. Psycho nods at me. I nod back, and turn to walk away. Only to stop a few feet later. Where is? Furthest room ahead. Psycho cuts me off with a small giggle. Thanks. I wave without looking at her and start walking again. And upon reaching the furthest door, I knocked on it. Then wait for a few seconds. Fat chance they'll wake up from one knock. I start knocking a second time, only for the door to actually open mid-knock. Asami behind the door, in her underwear. Do you always open your door dressed like that? I ask as I fold my arms. Asami just kept staring at me with a sleepy expression, and after blinking a couple of times, and probably processing what I just said, she looked down. And without making a sound, she slammed the door shut. I'm surprised she opened it so fast. Is that a cop thing? A few minutes later, the door finally opened again, this time both Kota and Asami showing up. Gee, good morning. Sorry you had to see Asami like that. Asami makes a slight bow as she speaks. Kota just looked like he was still asleep, while standing upright. Don't mention it. Once you and Kota are set, we are to go to Saya's dad. They have something to say about Miyamoto's father. I respond. Asami nods at me, and turns towards Kota as I turn to leave. Psycho was already talking to Takashi outside of their room, Rei next to him with her eyes wide open. 5 minutes later. We were in front of Shizuka's room. Since the two people inside were the only ones that were still missing. You said Saya went to get her? Takashi asked. Yes, but it looks like Shizuka got her instead. I respond. You want me to knock again? He asks. I just shrug. Takashi nods, and turn towards the door. Hey! Shizuka. Saya. Are you alright in there? He shouts as he knocks loudly on the door. Noth, oh wait, the knob is turning. He then takes a few steps back as he speaks, and the door finally opens. Saya appearing behind it, holding the door with one hand, slightly hunched over and looking like she was shoved in the same room with a very angry honey badger. Shizuka sitting on her bed with her eyes closed and a wide smile. Hey, are you alright? Asami asks as she keeps staring at Saya. I'm never waking up Shizuka up, ever again. Saya grumbles as she exits the room, and heads straight towards her room. 10 minutes later. We were finally all by the stairs, Shizuka and Saya included. Did your father tell you what he found? And Takashi asked what was everybody probably thinking. No, so we better get going. Saya responds as she starts going down the stairs, the rest following behind her shortly after. Feels weird to walk with the whole group again. Several minutes later, and without anybody saying a thing, we reached the door to Soichiro's office on the 3rd floor. Saya then knocked on the door before opening it. Inside, behind a wide desk filled with files and papers, sat Soichiro. His wife standing next to him. Along with Psycho's father and Rei's mother, both of who were also sitting around the desk. Why is Silver Fang here? The room itself had a big window to the left, and behind the desk, several tall, metal filing drawers. Some of them half open. You're here. Soichiro lifts his head to glance at us before looking back down at a file in front of him. Saya told us you had some new info concerning Rei's father. Takashi responds. Soichiro just nods plainly. Yes. Based on what the survivors in the school said. Tadashi and a few more people were to go on a run to find a more steady supply of food for the survivors in the school. By checking a grain storage facility relatively near to the school. Suichiro keeps looking at his papers as he speaks. And this is actually good leverage for us. The carrier might have brought equipment and a built-in water purifier. But it also brought a lot of starving survivors, and nothing in terms of food. This was actually the reason they docked here in the first place. Which essentially means that our food supplies are dwindling, fast. He continues. Now as I mentioned. That place is relatively near the school. And the school is to the west of here. The grain facility is supposed to be even further west from the school. And by the general's words. Too far to spare resources for. He adds as he lifts his head to look at us. So they won't do anything. Rei asks loudly as she leans forward towards Saya's dad. No. They will give us a helicopter. But, we will, in turn, have to give them half of whatever resources we find or mark there. Sushiro answers. Half? For a chopper? That guy should be renamed to Scalpimus Maximus. I whisper as I fold my arms. Pfft. And a muffled chortle right next to me. Glancing to my left I find Saya with her hand over her mouth. And? If we find nothing, or the amount of resources outweighs the resources needed to get it. Then he'll use your group for a single operation instead. Shao Cairo adds flatly. Wait what? Saya blurts out at the same time as me. A trade, or so to speak. Suichiro responds. So the fact I cleared a stinking cinema counts for nothing. I ask as I fold my arms. Causing Rei's mother to turn towards me. Not exactly, it was the reason we managed to get actual rooms instead of getting stuffed into tents like the rest of the refugees. She answers. Oh whoop tt fucking do. So you get rewarded for my work. And now I might also have to run missions for Captain NTR because of this. At least some parts of the team deserve the nice treatment. And now that I think of it, I had yet to thank you for it. She adds as gets off her chair and makes a deep bow. Right now I have nothing but my gratitude to offer you. But once I am able, I will return the favor. She continues. I just nod back. At least her mother does not have her head stuck up her ass. When do we leave? Koda asks right after. As soon as you're ready. Decide who will go and who will stay. The helicopter will have another team in, which means we can send only a team of 3. He adds as he folds his arms. So not only he walks half of our stuff, but he also gives us a helicopter that will be on another missions? The fuck? Also tell us what equipment you will need. Radios, guns, ammo. His wife continues. Guns. Koda whispers right after as his eyes go wide. Very well. I nod and turn towards Takashi, who also turns towards me after realizing I was looking at him. It's your rescue mission. You decide who goes. I add as I fold my arms. But what I told you still stands. I continue. I understand. And well, I'm going. Takashi nods. I want to come along as well. Koda adds. I'm going too. It's my father we're looking for after all. Rei speaks up right after. So it'll be us 3 then. Takashi nods. So the team looking for the guy is his daughter, her boyfriend, a guy that does not like to run? Am I the only one seeing how bad of a combination that is? Very well. In that case. Shao Cairo nods, and turns to look at me. And I suddenly have a very bad feeling about this. Nair, I would like you to join the team that is going with them. He adds. Blarg copters. I know you just returned. But this is not going to be hard. You will just stay in the helicopter and act as support fire. He adds. Salvageable Blarg copters. The sniper in that group did specifically ask for you. Something about making her life easier on last operation she went with you. He adds. And as if it was not obvious enough. Rika likes snipers. Shizuka adds while in deep though, finger over her mouth. And now somebody is glaring at me. So I'll just sit and shoot. I ask. Yes. Shao Cairo responds flatly. Way. And with an almost whimpering tone, Koda opens his mouth to stare at me. Looks like you volunteered for the wrong job, bud. I chuckle as I turn towards Koda. Who just let his shoulders drop with a long sigh. Just for future reference. Koda is a better shot than me. I add as I turn to Sushiro. You can inform them of that yourself. You will be on the same helicopter after all. Sushiro answers. True. But I really don't like the idea of switching places and ending alone with Takashi and Rei. But, Koda is too passive if conflict between them arrives, Takashi can end up simping under Rei's pressure. And Rei can go mental if she finds her dad's corpse walking around. And as I was about to start another fight with Rei. Actually. I think my daughter should stay behind. Ari's mother speaks up. Hey, so I'm not the only one that does think that this is a bad idea. What? And Ari's eyes go wide. Why? My father is. You father, is my husband. And that's exactly why you will not go. Her mother cuts her off. Would you let Takashi join along if you were looking for his lost, stranded mother? She continues. We're going to have a second showdown now? Also, was that a secret side jab towards Takashi because he let Rei come along? Rei, much to my surprise, just lowers her head. Hey, well color me surprised. Guess that's mom power for you. And after a few seconds of silence, Asami will go in her place. Asami speaks up. Can I ask something in that case? I add as I turn to the short cop girl. Asami, if Kota stays in the heli, will you still go with Takashi? I ask. Well. Asami, she turns to look at Kota, then at me, then at Kota again. She will do what she needs to. She answers as she turns to me. While Asami would prefer to stay by Kota's side, she knows she will be dead weight if she stayed in the helicopter with the others. She is not a very good shot, and never used any bigger gun compared to her standard issue handgun. She adds. Well, at least she understands. Very well then. I add as I nod. Shoichiro then turns to his daughter. You will head to the comms tower again? He asks. Yes. Saya answers flatly. And we will need new microphones. She adds as she glances at me. Here, make me a list of what all of you need. Saya's mother leaves a piece of paper and a pen on the desk. Saya nods, walks up to the table, and takes the paper and pen. We have some other matters to attend to, so once you're done, tell your mother via the radio. Sushiro adds as he gets off his chair. All right Papa. Saya nods, turns to glance at me, then starts to walk toward the exit of the room. So. Essentially Rika just dumped work on me. Great. Chapter 66, Flyby. A sniper Igano. Scratches his chin as he purses his lips. A small amount of grease painting his cheek. Yeah, I'll be on helicopter support soon. So I could use a weapon that can shoot straight after a 10-meter distance. I nod as I glance around the tent, the buzz of the people working on equipment ever so loud. Equipment that honestly varied from weapons, to actual machinery. Hey. I thought this tent was meant for weapon maintenance. I motion with my head at what seemed to be a stripped-down engine in the corner of the room, a couple of mechanics doing something on it. Oh. Now. Mechanics in overall use this tent. As most hardware tools are placed here. Igano shrugs as he also looks at the engine. But, back to your question. He adds as he turns to me. We don't have any snipers you could use. Not military-grade ones at least. We do have a couple of X-bolts. But I think it would be better if I just give you a barrel extension for your Scar H. Igano folds his arms as he tilts his head. And a better scope. I add as I nod. Sure thing. Give me the gun for a bit, I'll hook the parts on for you. Oh and the mags, or you refilled them yourself. Igano extends his arm towards me as he motions towards an empty table a few meters behind him. Just don't break it. I jokingly respond as I hand him my Scar H and mags. Igano just chuckles. Well, I won't be keeping you. Seems you got people in high places waiting for you. He adds as he leans to the side to glance behind me. I tilt my head before also turning to look behind me, only to find a certain piket waiting next to the tent's exit, arms folded and looking towards me. Saya. I arch an eyebrow as I turn around to walk towards her. Saya quickly turning to look away when she realized I was coming. And the moment I got close. Are the others set? I ask as I stop in front of her. Yet. Saya nods. So, here. She adds as she hands me a military-grade radio. Upsilon you know, the ones with the very long, flexible antenna. Hey, we went from earbuds to flipper-sized Nokias. I chuckle as I put he radio in my vest's chest pocket, half of it still sticking out. Then I bend the antenna and shove its top into the same pocket. You'll be going too far for the earbuds to reach you. I've already set the frequency, so don't go pressing any buttons like an idiot. Also, these radios are not push to talk. They're constantly open. So don't go off saying any stupid stuff either. Saya retorts as she folds her arms. I would make a joke now. But, she does seem worried. I mean, she did have actual nightmares about this stuff. So, let's not be too insensitive now. Don't worry, I'll be back before you know it. I respond as I pet her head. Saya mumbled something as she glanced away, but did not try to stop me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything. And a male voice speaks up from behind me. Saya quickly leaning away from my hand the moment she heard the voice. Turning to look over my head, I find Igano with my gun. Your girl's ready to go. He chuckles as he shows me the Scar H. A new, longer barrel attached to the front, along with a longer, bigger, actual sniper scope. Now, I don't know if it was because of how Igano called it, but Saya turned to stare at the gun with a slight frown as I took it and passed its sling over my shoulder. Don't tell me she'll start acting jealous because Igano called my Scar Aishi. If you are ready, we should get going. You need to be by the landing pad before the helicopter arrives. Saya calmly speaks up as she turns to leave the tent. To think I'd live to see the day where the boss's daughter would let somebody pet her head. Hell must have frozen over. Igano whispers as he turns to stare towards Saya, then gives me the mags. No frozen hells needed, just the end of the world. I respond as I chuckle, turning to leave right after. And so, I exited the tent to find Saya waiting for me a few meters down. After she saw me, she nodded and turned to walk again, her destination, the airport. I then quickened my pace to catch up to her. Do you think Ari's dad is still alive? And the moment I got next to her, she spoke up. No idea. But, he was a cop, right? I ask. Detective. Saya corrects me. So he should have some training at defending himself, and as a detective, he should also be able to think under pressure. On the other hand, he was gone for some time now, and all it takes is a bite. I continue. Just, be careful, okay? Saya responds as she glances at me. Don't worry, I got every intention to return. I say, lean slightly towards her. And continue from where we left off, I whisper as I poke at her side. Not here, you idiot. Saya quickly wiggles away from me as she throws a few quick slaps at my hand, then lifts her head to look at me with puffed cheeks. I just chuckle as I put my hands in my jacket's pocket. Stupid, now everybody is looking at us. She mumbled as she kept walking with her arms folded. They're probably jealous. I shrug as I keep walking. At least you understand how lucky you are. She adds with a huff. On that, I can't disagree. And so, we passed the bridge and went into the airport. Then, we went towards the left. Towards what I think were helipads, judging from how there were several docked helicopters scattered about. And in the distance, a group of people. I see a set of purple hair. Psycho and Rika are already over there. And a chubby guy with a short girl next to him, Kota and Asami? No, wait, there is another stocky dude there, but he is dressed in military gear. And Takashi, and a guy with a sniper in military gear, and one guy with a medic armband also in military gear. And, one guy that looks like a casual grunt, in military gear. And as we closed in. Oh come on Psycho, at least give me a chance, I swear you won't regret it. The stocky dude was speaking with Psycho. Really now? It is Busujima for you. Psycho calmly responds with her arms folded. And, you just got burned. I speak up as we close in, the group turning to look at me. Oh, Nair's here, we're all here. Takashi asks right after. Yeah, I think so. Rika responds. Nair? So that's the masked guy's name. The stocky guy asks as he turns to glance at me with an arched eyebrow. Yes. Psycho responds calmly. Oh. So you must have been the cute voice he was talking with then. The stocky dude exclaims as he points at Psycho. Wait, cute voice? Talking? When did? Wait, don't tell me this guy is the machine gun dude from the last time I was on a helicopter run with Rika. Was he always that short? Psycho was not the one using the radios, I was. Saya, who was a few steps behind me, walks up next to me and speaks up. A&D. Whistle. Hot damn, the stocky dude whistles as he eyes Saya from top to bottom. Oh great, he's that type of guy. Ugh, creep. Saya just groaned as she rolled her eyes with a dissatisfied look, slightly moving to hide behind me as she tugged my sleeve. Oi now, that's just mean. The stocky dude laughs. Not really in the mood to deal with this. Well commando, glad you could join us. Rika waves at me with a friendly tone as she smiles. I'm not late, am I? I ask. No, the helicopter is not here yet. Takashi responds. I then turned to glance at Kota and Asami. Asami just waved at me, while Kota was, avoiding to look at me. Hey? What's up with Kota? Hey Kota. I speak up as I fold my arms. Hey. Kota glanced at me before looking away again. Did I miss something here? I ask as I tilt my head. He thinks you are mad at him. Psycho responds casually, causing Kota to snap his face towards her, wide-eyed. What? I frown as I tilt my head even more. Well you know, from yesterday. Kota mumbled. He means when I went ballistic at REI? Oh come on, he can't be that meek to think I was actually going off at the whole group. Right. I'm not mad at anybody, REI included. Shit happened, now it's over. I respond. Well. Kota just kept mumbling. But hey, if you don't want to come over to my room once electricity is back for some video games, then I ain't gonna force you. I add as I shrug. The words, video games, instantly making Kota lock his face at me. Video games? He asked as he kept staring at me, his voice slightly cracking at the end. And nerd number 1 baited nerd number 2 successfully. Saya groans as she rolls her eyes. That makes you nerd number 3 then? I ask as I turn to glance at her from over my shoulder, causing her to slightly push me as she puffed her cheeks with a slight blush. Can I be nerd number 4 then? Psycho speaks up right after as she smiles while tilting her head, causing almost half of the group to turn towards her. I don't want to feel left out. She chuckles as she puts her hand over her lips, then walks up next to me. Oh. Make me number 5 then. The stocky dude raises his hand right after, starting to also walk towards me. Sorry, max party number is 4. I replied flatly, the stocky dude letting out a disheartened way. Oh, I think our ride is here. Rika then speaks up as she kept looking towards the sky in the distance. A helicopter seemingly making a beeline towards us. Well then. I should get going in that case. Try not to lose your radio this time. Saya throws me a quick smirk as she turns to leave. I guess I should go as well. Psycho adds right after, and right as she finishes, she leans towards me and touches her forehead on the side of my forehead, sliding her fingers under my balaclava and to my neck. I'll wait for you to return. She whispers before she also turns to leave. Leaving? Well. Everybody to stare at me. I want to buy your life. The stocky dude blurted out with a serious expression. Best I can sell you is uncracked pistachios. I respond as I fold my arms. Man, that's cold. Sharing is caring. The stocky dude chuckles. That type of sharing makes want to rip somebody's nervous system and knit them a sweater with it. I answer as I narrow my eyes. That just made my elbow nerves hurt. The stocky guy responds as he grimaces, massaging both his elbows with his hands. Hurt? Good. Oh wait, we're not in Murica. By the way, Nair. And my radio goes live. The cute voice is here. The stocky dude chuckles. He bounced back fast. I'm going to take my laptop to my room. Saya responds. Why? I ask back. Because if electricity returns, you'll fill it with stupid games. Saya answers flatly. Oh, you know me so well. You just wanted to play Sims in private, don't you? I chuckle as I look at the helicopter that Rika pointed at some time ago, now clearly heading towards us. No I don't. I need it for important stuff. Saya yells through the radio. Like playing Sims in private. I answer with a slight shrug. Saya just lets out an audible groan. Or you're using that as an excuse to make me break into your room at night. I ask again with a slight smirk. What are you saying, you ultimate buffoon? Saya yelps back. Ultimate buffoon? What's next? Mega retardman? Hat. You know, it's rather funny how her insults just keep flying over my head. I hold myself back from chuckling. For about 2 seconds. Before finally, I let out a dry laugh. You two sure get along. Rika, who was standing next to me, leaned slightly towards the radio. Better than the first time we met. I answer with a shrug. And, after a few minutes of silence, the Black Hawk helicopter finally landed in front of our group. Alright people, let's move. The sniper guy started walking first towards the helicopter as he shouted. I'm calling Gibbs on the machine gun. The stocky dude shouts as he quickly moved to follow after the sniper. And that seals the deal, this guy is the machine gun dude. One by one, we all got on the helicopter, with me sitting by the left door on the first row of 4 seats, Rika sitting next to me, the medic after her, followed by the stocky / aka machine gun dude, Takashi ahead of me, next to Kota and Asami, followed by the sniper. With the generic dude sitting on one of the 2 remaining seats that were back to back with the seats that Takashi and the others took. In front of the generic dude, several boxes filled with ammo, and then, the cockpit. Well, here we go again. I turned to glance outside as I leaned on my seat. Alright people, we'll be heading towards the cinema first as they asked for support, then, that grain silo. The pilot speaks up, and the helicopter starts to take off. We all stayed relatively quiet for some time, until... Hey, Commando. Want to have another match? Rika asks as she puts her hand on my shoulder and leans on me to look outside as well. You two seem close. You knew each other before the outbreak. Takashi tilts his head as he looks at me and Rika. Nope, we actually just met a couple of days ago. Rika answers casually. Speaking of it, that's Takashi, the group leader of the group I was with, next to him is Kota, and after him is Asami. I motion towards them with my head as I start speaking. And on a side note, Kota is actually a dead shot, he's much better than me. I add, Rika instantly raising an eyebrow. Really? She asks as she then leans towards Kota, causing the cleavage of her open suit to become even more visible towards the chubby guy, whose eyes started to trail. No. I mean yes, I'm okay. Kota mumbles, Asami glancing at Kota, then at Rika, then at where Kota was staring. Then, she looks at her own chest. And lets out a dejected sigh. Kota, you are making your girlfriend depressed. I speak up as I fold my arms. Kota darts his head to me and blinks a couple of times, before snapping out of whatever fantasy he was in. Sorry. He quickly turns towards Asami as he apologizes. If only Asami was bigger. Life is not fair. She mumbles. Speaking of girlfriend. I'm actually impressed to see that certain two girls are actually having a civil conversation between them. You must be really good at what you do. Rika smirks as she turns to me, causing Takashi to turn and stare at me even harder than before. Practically, I think he could see the wall behind me with how hard he was drilling holes in me. I got no idea what you're talking about. I shrug. Rika just chuckles again. So Kota right? If you don't mind me calling you that. Rika then turns towards Kota, who quickly shakes his head. If Commando says that you're a better shot than him, then I have to try you out, she adds as she leans towards him again. Try me out? Kota asks with a squeaky voice, his eyes trailing down again. Rika, please don't be so suggestive to our resident gun nut. He's still too pure. I chuckle as I keep looking out the open door. So you're telling me you're not pure? Rika smirks as she glances at me. Does this look pure to you? I ask as I turn to her and point at my face, or well, mask. No idea, maybe under that mask you have an innocent, pinchable baby face. Rika laughs back. You should know that innocent-looking faces are far worse than faces that scream be aware I'm up to no good. If they have twisted intentions, I mean. I respond as I let out a dry laugh through my nose. All the while, Takashi was staring at me and Rika with his mouth zipped tight. I don't mean to cut your little merry party, but we are closing into the cinema, and I'm seeing a lot of movement. Get your guns ready, people. The pilot shouts. Distant gunshots becoming louder by the second. Hey, well that was fast, coming by boat took almost 3 times the time. And soon after, we flew over the cinema, constant gunfire echoing from below, the road in front of the cinema blocked off by several rows of barricades on both sides, with enough space between to fit a couple of trucks. Corpses pushing up again both sides. With the side that was to our front, which led further away from the airport, having visibly a lot more corpses, both next to the barricade, and incoming towards that said barricade. This is Hawk 6. Did somebody asks for air support? The pilot speaks through his radio with a slight smirk on his face. Oh, am I glad to see you guys. The heli radio responds. Tell us where you need us. The pilot retorts. Our left. Too many for us to handle. If all these fuckers reach the barricade they'll get past it in no time. No way I'm losing this place when 2 damn kids managed to take it over by themselves. The radio responds. Hey, looks like I'm famous. Hat. Roger that. The pilot nods and starts moving the Black Hawk again. The sniper dude and the machine gun dude readying their guns and quickly opening fire the moment the corpses came into view. By the way, Kota. Rika glances at the chubby guy again. This AR-10. Is mine, right? She asks. She leans towards the gun. Well. Kota fidgets about as he looks away. I mean, it has the same modification. And mine, should also have a nudge. Right, here. She points at a small cut on the outside of the changing handle as she leans even more towards the chubby guy. Well, you know. It's, because. Kota just kept glancing around, his voice losing volume to the point that he probably just kept speaking in his head. Tell you what. Impress me now, and I'll let you keep it. She smiles as she leans back. Kota's eyes instantly flaring up. Really? He shouts excitedly as he darts his head towards the dark-skinned sniper. Don't get too excited though. I'm really hard to please. Rika chuckle as folds her arms. Kota didn't seem to even realize the innuendo this time though, as he was almost drolling over what might soon become his gun for real. Takashi. He then darts his head towards the shotgun-tooting hero. I need your seat. Kota exclaims as he points at Takashi's seat. Okay. Takashi nods slightly and starts to get up. Hold on to something, lest you go skydiving into a horde without a parachute. I speak up as I point outside. Yeah, you're right. Thanks. Takashi stops moving, only to grab the top of his seat as he got up, Kota quickly passing under Takashi's arm. Why are you thanking me? Common knowledge is common. Great. Now I'm being a dick in my head for no reason. Alright. Let's see. Kota then looks outside as his face turns serious. Well, this might be interesting. Rika puts her arm on my shoulder and leans on me as she keeps staring at Kota. All I need to do is keep them away from the barricades. So first I need to draw them away, then I can pick them off. Kota whispers as he looks through his scope. Maybe shoot a car gas tank? Still might not actually blow it up though. And Kota keeps mumbling. Do we have any more ammo types here? Kota asks as he looks away from the scope. Here. The generic dude from the other side slides a metal box, under Kota's seat. Sweet. Thanks. He exclaims as he takes one mag from his vest. Takashi. Please change the ammo in this to incendiary. Kota shoves the mag on a confused Takashi. Which? The ones with the blue tip. Kota cuts him off. I'm starting to wonder who's the boss between the two right now. All the while, on the other side of the heli. Ha. Eat lead motherfucker by hood my lie up. The stocky dude shouts. The sniper just glanced at the guy and shook his head, then turned back to shooting. Rika, I did a boo-boo, can you kiss it away? He adds as he turns to stare at Rika with a dramatically sad expression. You want me to change your diaper too? Rika chuckles, causing a couple of people, along with the stocky guy, to start laughing. Oh kink. Kaboom. And a loud explosion shuts the stocky guy up. Ha. I knew I could do it. Kota shouts as he lifts his head from the scope, staring at an SUV that was up in flames relatively near to us. How did you manage that? Rika asks as she turns to look at the burning car, the nearby corpses slowly surrounding it. I shot the tank a couple of times, then switched to indecency and shot the pool of fuel that was created underneath it. Kota responds as he switches magazines. Then looks through his scope again. Well, looks like I won't be doing anything this time around. And now I'm bored. Being bored makes me do stupid stuff. So, let's do something stupid. Hey Saya. I turn towards my radio. The radio responds. I'm bored. Tell me a joke. I answer with a lazy voice. What? Was all I got for a response. I am bored. I want you to tell me a joke. I say once again. Ugh. What are you saying, you idiot? Stay focused, you. Saya loudly grumbles back. Joke. Or no cuddles for you. I answer with a serious tone. Causing Saya to start choking. And Takashi to glance at me with a weird expression, before he turned to focus back on loading bullets in the mags Kota kept shoving at his face. The rest were too busy shooting stuff. Otherwise, I bet that Mr. Stocky on the other side would have something to say. Well, okay, Rika was staring at me with a smirk, but I guess I should be thankful she didn't actually speak. And after a few seconds of loud coughing. What are you saying, you dolt? She shouts. I'm haggling for jokes. I answer again with a flat tone as I look out the open door. Kota by now being completely in the zone and almost rapid-firing his AR-10. Then haggle using something else, you idiot. What if somebody hears you? Saya responds this time with a calmer, almost whiny tone. So what you want to tell me is that you feel the need to hide me from other people? My heart. I answered with a dramatic sigh. I didn't say that. I just don't want others to stick their noses in my private life. Saya answers with a calm tone. An actual answer that makes sense instead of yelling and calling me names? Saya, I is impressed. Point. Which means I'm probably not getting my joke. I sigh. Humph. That's not my problem. Saya huffs with a pleased tone. She really likes coming on top, hey? That came out wrong. And so, I kept looking outside, Kota essentially taking care of the whole left side of the heli by himself, while Takashi was acting like his reload boy. Some time later. You were not kidding, Commando. The kid is pretty good. Rika, who was leaning over my shoulder, chimes. So you gonna ask for him from now on and leave me to rot in peace? I ask back. He has yet to blow up an airport. Though I must admit his reactions are more entertaining than yours. She chuckles as leans back on her seat. Kota paying absolutely no attention to us. Damn guys. If I knew you'd be this efficient I'd have called you earlier. You saved our guns. The pilot's radio speaks up. Hey? Saved your guns at? Guess them tyrannoids are really hard to hit. With that, I lean back on my seat and casually stare outside, towards the sprawling city. Makes me wonder how the other cities are handling this. Considering the army here seems to be handling this place okay. Yet again, in a place like say America, where even the squirrels are packing, things could spiral out of control, very fast. Just think about it, a Shido, with guns. Ugh. Yet on the flip side, a corrupt individual in power here could cause much more damage. Enjoy it while you can. We have a long distance ahead of us. We can't keep this bird stationary in the air for too long with how much fuel it burns. The pilot responds. Some more time later. I'm bored. My fingers hurt. Takashi whispers as he keeps reloading the empty magazines Koda was pretty much tossing towards him by now. Ah ha ha ha. Who's your daddy biatch? And the stocky dude on the other side was also, in his own world, the sniper silently taking pot shots next to him. The medic was also as silently looking outside, while Rika was. I'm bored. Whining as she kept leaning on me in order to look outside. You don't say. Hey, think of something fun to do. She adds with a lazy expression as she shakes my shoulder. If I had something fun to do I would not be as bored as you. I respond as I kept looking outside. The roads are littered with burnt corpses, also wrecked cars. Koda really went ham. Hey pilot. How much more genocide till we move on? I ask as I turn to look towards the cockpit. I'd say a couple of minutes. But since you asked. The pilot picks the radio next to him. This is Hawk 6. We'll move on now. Hope that was enough for you. He adds. Roger that Hawk 6. We'll take it from here, next beer is on us. Alright you ballerinas. Back to positions. Break time is over. The radio responds. And the helicopter, start to finally move. Damn, that guy is as loud as fucking ever. But hey, a guy who shares his drink can't be that bad right? We are moving. Koda, who was silent up until now finally takes his eyes off the scope. Yes, time's up. I respond. So, He turns to glance at Rika, then away from her. How did I do? He asks. You got me bored. Rika answers flatly with a serious expression. Koda lowered his head in defeat. You could have at least made some mistakes to keep things interesting. She chuckled right after, causing Koda to sigh in confusion as he lifted his head to look at the purple-haired sniper. Well, just don't come to me if they ask you for the gun's paperwork. Or if it's legal for you to have it. Though considering our circumstances I don't think you'll have to worry about either. Just take care of it, okay? It was a real pain in the ass to ship in Japan. Also, it was my first gun. She adds with a slight shrug. Koda's eyes instantly widened as Rika stopped speaking. Why, yes. He responds with an excited nod, hugging the rifle. Good for you bud, just, turn the safety on please. I add as I glance at him, Koda letting out a low-toned as he turned the gun's safety on. And after a few minutes of silence, and the occasional giggle coming from Koda as he kept poking his AR-10. So, where are we going to now? The medic asks. Central landmass, about halfway past its middle point. The pilot answers. That far? Can't they just send some people from a nearby outpost then? Why send a heli from the other side of town? The generic dude groans. You didn't know how far it was? Though that was what debriefing was for, or did you sleep through it? We're the only ones with any actual air support to spare. The pilot responds flatly. And the nearest outpost to that location is still too far away to go by land. He adds. Speaking of it. How will we move about? The sniper asks. What do you mean? Takashi responds. We have two different objectives from what I've been told. Search and rescue, and checking the grain silos. The sniper answers. Well, checking the silos should not be too hard. These things should have a hatch at the top right? I can just drop one of you on it. The pilot adds right after. Let's just hope they ain't locked then. I shrug. Just let me go then. No measly lock can stop these babies, the stocky dude chuckles as he flexes his arms. His suit swelling from the mass underneath. What, you'll punch the lock open? Rika laughs. Baby, you don't know how many locked doors these bad boys have opened. The stocky dude responds as he turns towards Rika, waggling his eyebrows with a smirk. Damn dude, you sound like a total fussboy right now. I sigh as I glance at him. You know you're just jealous of them biceps. The stocky dude laughs as his smirks turns towards me. Not really. I shrug as I look outside. The landscape slowly moving in front of me. Totally a response of a guy who's jealous. The stocky dude laughs back once again. I could really rub it in his face that I'm the one with 2 sexy girlfriends. But that statement will be used against me in so many ways, so that I'd rather not. Yet again sometime later. We had long since passed into the central landmass, the helicopter quickly flying towards its new destination. You know. I really wonder how many times would we have gotten close to getting chomped on if we had to do this distance by foot. Flyers, are indeed crutch mounts. Not that I'm complaining, mind you. We had passed a residential district and a business district so far. We had also gone over the elementary school that Ari's father was supposed to be stationed at. All that happened quite some time ago. In other words, time to wake up, people. I see the facility. The pilot speaks up. Finally I was about to fall asleep. Rika lets out a yawn as she stretches. The place seems pretty big. I see at least 2 rows of silo tubes. Sets of 3s, the pilot continues. No, wait. I see 6 more behind the main building. He adds. 12 total? Damn, if these things are full, then the new menu will become boring as fuck. The generic dude whistles. I'd rather have boring food than no food. The stocky dude adds right after. A rare moment that I actually agree with you. The sniper chuckles as he turns to look at the stocky dude. So? How do we do this? The medic asks as the helicopter flew over the main building. And as the pilot said, a 6-pack of grain silos towering from both sides of an already tall building. Machinery and shiny pipes sticking out of said building and leading towards the tube sets. I lift my scar and use the scope to take a better look around the building. Sadly, with electricity out, the insides of the building, if viewed from the windows, looked pitch black. But considering that corpses had already spread on the roof and the surrounding scaffoldings, it's safe to say the insides were not safe. I see a lot of scaffolding to move around. But let's not bite off too much. I can leave 1 person on each set of silos. They can check them while we do another run of the building, get a closer look for any signs of survivors. The pilot glances at us before turning to look back out. All right. I'm a man of my word. So I'm taking 1 set. I am a bust them locks. The stocky dude nods. I'll take the second one then. The generic dude adds. You guys don't have to, this is something we have to do. Takashi speaks up right after. We're here now so fuck it. I'm bored of sitting on my ass anyway. The stocky dude chuckles. Alright then. I'm going to close in to drop 1 of you on the nearby silo set. The pilot nods. And just as the pilot started to turn the heli. Hey. Wait. I shout as I raise my hand. What's up, Commando? Saw something? Rika asks as she leans to look outside as well. Other side of the main building, next to the distant silo set. Small building, about 1 room size. A small bridge linking it with the main building. I point with my free hand as I speak, before grabbing my scar with both hands again. Rika tilts her head and looks through her scope. Coda following right after. Yeah, I see it. The one that has diagonal supports attached to the silos, right? With that giant balcony surrounding it. Rika nods as she speaks. Yes. Look at the grouped up corpses lying in front of the door. Not the ones strolling about around on the balcony, just the dead ones. I add as I also nod. What about them? She asks as she tilts her head. They are not dressed like factory workers. Coda speaks up. Exactly. And they have rather big bags on them. So unless people like to go camping on silo factories before the outbreak. I add as I stop looking through the scope. People from the group that came with Ari's dad. Takashi exclaims. Or random scavengers. The thing is, they're all next to that door. So something inside that door drew them there. And something, dropped M. I add as I glance towards the distant structure. So somebody might be alive in there. Asami loudly speaks up. I just nod. Alright then, I'll leave 1 of you here, we'll then go straight to that spot, then the final silo. The pilot adds as he glanced at us, before turning to fly the heli towards the nearby silo pack. I would go first. But I'll go on the second, just in case you people need saving in between. The stocky dude makes a thumbs up towards us. Saya, we just reached the silo factory, storage, or whatever the crap it is. I speak up. Okay. Saya respond with the most lazy-ass tone I could possibly imagine. Damn, she sounds like she's about to fall asleep on the mic, no wonder she's been silent. And so, the moment the Black Hawk stopped a little over the first silo pack, the generic dude disembarked, or more like jumped off. After that, the pilot quickly moved the helicopter towards the other side of the building, since the longer it stayed over that silo pack, the more corpses it would draw towards that unlucky sob that was on it. I don't see any place to land. The balcony is too small for the bird. Pilot speaks up as we close into the small building. The railing on the far left. It's broken, can you just get the helicopter on the same height as the floor? We can get off normally then. Takashi speaks up as he keeps looking out the heli. Alright, should be manageable. The pilot nods, and as so, he flew the helicopter to the side of the balcony, and then slowly started to descend. By the W. Surprise bitches! And before the pilot could speak, the stocky dude shouted, and opened fire, mowing down the corpses that were on the balcony with his machine gun. Never mind. The pilot sighs. Well, you three, I think this is your part. I speak up as I look at Kota, Asami, and Takashi. Yet. Takashi nods as he gets up. And as he turns to leave. Hey! Did you get a radio? Don't think shouting us information from down there will work, I ask. Takashi just glanced around. Unprepared as fuck you are. Here. Rika then tosses him a radio. It's tuned to the heli's frequency. She adds. I see. Thanks. Takashi nods slightly and exits the heli, Kota and Asami following behind right after. The helicopter gaining altitude the moment all three were off. Alright then, the next silo is right next to us, so. The pilot mumbles to himself as he flies right on top of the next silo pack. And my time is here. The stocky dude gets up as he leaves the mounted machine gun, pulling his rifle from his back. Nobody touch my gun now, ya hear? He adds as he turns to look at us. Except if you're a sexy broad. Then I'll let it slide. Now Kawaii Banga. He cackles as he jumps off the Black Hawk. Hey, we just searched the ones by the door. They indeed seem to be scavengers. Although. And the radio in the heli speaks up. Although. The pilot asks. They don't seem to have any resources on them. Food, water, ammo, guns. Nothing. The radio answers. Looted. The pilot asks once again. Think so. Their bags are open. We will try to go inside the building now. Takashi responds through the radio. Very well. We will keep guard at the bridge in that case. The pilot nods and turns the helicopter to hover over the bridge that connected the small building with the rest of the structure. The door seems locked. Takashi adds right after. You have a shotgun, use it. The pilot shrugs. Tell him to let Kota do it. I think he might be more well versed in that stuff. I add. The pilot nods, and adds as such. The last thing I saw as the helicopter turned, was Takashi handing the shotgun to Kota. And soon after. Bang. A single gunshot echoed. That gunshot will start drawing everything here. Guess it's time to actually do something. Rika readies her rifle as she glances at me. Say, how about that challenge now, she adds as she smirks at me. Were you not half asleep? Bang. And second gunshot cut my sentence in half. The echo coming from the building Takashi and Co probably entered. Hey? A second gunshot? That, can't be. No. No. Followed by an equally, loud scream. And the fact I could hear it from the helicopter, made it all clearer how loud it was. Good. Lower the heli. I shout as I get up, the pilot just nodded and did as I asked. Nair? What's going on? Is something wrong? Saya asks through the radio. Without really waiting, or responding to Saya. I jump down, landing on my hands and feet a few meters away from the now open door. I quickly shake my head and start running towards the door, readying my scar. And the moment I entered the room. Clack. 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 The constant sound of a gun hammer clicking. Coming from the deep end of the room. Where a man with glasses, in his early 50s and an armband that had the word police on it was sitting on the ground, with his back against the wall. Aiming a revolver towards us, and pulling the trigger again and again and again, his face frozen in shock. Takashi was also frozen on the side of the room, staring at the man, while Asami was. Kota. Kneeled down next to Kota, who was sprawled down on the floor, blood pouring from a bullet hole on the upper right side of his chest. The fucking hell. I quickly turn around and run out of the room. Medic. We got injured. Gunshot wound on the chest. I scream as I wave my arm. Rika's eyes go wide as she turns to look inside the helicopter, shaking the guy with the medic armband who was a bit too focused on falling asleep. The moment he turned to look at her, she said something, which then caused the medic to quickly turn towards me, before as quickly getting up, grabbing a first aid kit from the Black Hawk's wall and jumping out of the helicopter. The moment he hit the ground he ran up to me, then past me, straight into the room, me following behind him right after. He then quickly ran up to Kota, almost sliding to a stop next to him. Without speaking he undoes Kota's vest and grabs the neck of his shirt, pulling it to look at the bullet wound. Phew, too high to hit lung. He sighs as he visibly relaxes, then opens his first aid kit. You girl! Keep pressure on the bullet hole. He shouts as he passes his hand under Koda's shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. No exit wound, the bullet is still inside. Can't remove it here with all the infected coming, I'll have to do it on the helicopter. And can somebody stop that damn clicking? The medic shouts as he points at the policeman at the far end of the room, who was still dry firing his revolver. I glance at Takashi, who was still frozen. Takashi. I walk up him, no response, his finger still on the trigger of the Ithaca M37. I glance at the shotgun, before with a quick motion, I put one hand on the butt of the gun and with the other, I pull back the forestock, ejecting the bullet that was in the chamber, then leave the forestock pulled back as I bring one hand to Takashi's shoulder. Wake up! I shake him as I shout. Takashi shakes his head and turns to look at me like a fish. Is that Ari's dad? I ask. No response. Takashi, pull your shit together. Koda is fine. Is that Ari's dad? I ask again, louder this time. Why, yes, yes. Takashi loudly responds as he snaps back to reality. Then speak to him. He knows you. Take his gun away and make sure he has no other way to hurt us or himself. I respond as I point at the man who was still pulling the trigger of his empty revolver. Nair. An meek voice speaks up from my radio. I glance at it and take a deep breath, before letting out a sigh. Yes, Saya. I ask. Is everything alright? You just said that somebody got shot. Are you alright? Saya asks right after. Yet. Koda got a bullet to his chest. Shoulder. The medic corrects me. Shoulder. We found Ari's dad, he's in shock, I think. I continue. Are you okay? She asks again. No fucks given for your canon love interest? Damn Saya, that's cold. Yeah, I'm fine. So is Koda. I answer. Saya didn't respond. Hey, Nai, right? Help me get the guy up. The others seem to still be trying to stick their fingers out of their asses. And the kid is way out of it to walk by himself. The medic motions me towards him a couple of times, Koda now having a bandage plastered on his wound. I nod and walk up next to Asami, who was still crying her eyes out. We lift him up on 3, the pain will probably help him snap out of it so he can get up and walk. He adds as he slides his hand under Koda's injured shoulder. Get the heli to the side where the team disembarked, we're coming in. The medic adds as he speaks to his chest radio. As I tap Asami's shoulder, who silently turned to look at me, her eyes red from the crying. She then nodded slightly as she looked away, sliding herself back before hugging her knees. You might wanna hurry then, I don't think we see a shit. One got past us. Keep your eyes up. One of them dead fucks is coming, Tawa, never mind, he just walked off the ledge. The radio responds. The medic just shakes his head as he jerks his shoulders. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And, we pulled Koda to a sitting position. Who ended up screaming in pain as his eyes darted open, Asami quickly putting her hands over her ears as she tightly shut her eyes. Kid, can you hear me? The medic then shouts. Ugh. It hurts. It hurts. I don't want to die. Were the first things Koda shouted. You won't be dying. But we need to get out, come on. On your feet. He loudly responds as he gets up and walks to my side, then starts helping Koda up by the armpit. While the medic was dealing with Koda, I turned to glance at Takashi, who was kneeling next to Ari's dad, his revolver now in Takashi's hand, staring at Koda with his eyes wide open. Everything alright here? I ask as I walk up to Takashi, who just shook his head. He won't answer back, he just glanced at me before turning to stare ahead. Takashi responds. I fold my arms as I glance at the carton box next to Ari's dad, half of it full of grains, along with several water bottles that also had grain inside. The ones inside the water bottle having sprouted. He sprouted the grains to eat them? Smart. But, how long was he stuck here with the corpses banging at his door? We need to get him on the heli. And I think we better tie him up. I sigh as I keep looking at him. Don't you think that's a bit extensive? Takashi asks. And what if he flips out mid-flight and jumps off the Black Hawk? Are you going to tell REI that? I ask. Takashi just looked at me, and after blinking a few times. Why, yeah, you're right. For his own safety. But he got no handcuffs on him. He sighs as he turns to look at the man. I nod slightly and turn around to see that Koda and the medic were already gone, Asami still blocking her senses from the world around her. Asami really broke down. Not that I blame her, I don't even know how I'd react if it was Psycho or Saya in Koda's place. Hey! Come on! We can't stay here forever. And Rika pops up from the door, motioning us to move. Got any handcuffs? I ask. What? Neither I apprised the sentiment, but now it's not the time to be kinky. Rika replies as she stares at me. Really now, Rika? Tie up the guy's hands to the Black Hawk in case he freaks out on the heli. I sigh as I point at Ari's dad. Oh. No, I don't any, but we got tier UPS. She responds. Good enough. Help Takashi get the man on the heli, I'll get Asami. Rika just nods at me as she quickly enters the room, while at the same time I ran to Asami. Come on, time to get. I say in a low tone as I kneel next to her, grabbing her shoulders and slightly pushing her up. Asami just followed the force I applied on her without responding. And so, like that, we walked out the damn room, heading towards the helicopter that was waiting for us by the balcony's edge. After we all safely got on, the helicopter quickly started to lift before turning to fly to where the stocky dude was it. Well, that went like shit. I close my eyes as I take a deep breath, sitting on my seat shortly after. Then open one eye to glance at Ari's dad, one hand tied to a metal pole on Blackhawk's wall. Here kid, take this for the pain. The medic hands Kota 2 small pills as he speaks. Kota takes the pills and swallows them without speaking. Hey guys! How did I twa the fucking fuck? The stocky dude exclaims as he enters the helicopter. They should take effect in 20 minutes or so. The medic adds as he ignores the stocky dude. Why didn't you give them to him sooner? Asami asks while sitting next to Kota, hugging his uninjured arm with both her arms. Because it's not for the pain he's feeling now. The medic flatly responds. Causing Asami to blankly stare at him. I'll have to remove the bullet from there, that means I'll have to poke around the wound, maybe even cut it open some more, he adds as he sighs. Is there no other way? Asami asks as she glances at Kota with a worried expression. Not unless we return to base, and our medical tents ain't exactly first priority. Since our enemy can kill us with a damn bite. The medic drops his shoulders slightly as he speaks. Plus, the longer we take the worse it'll get. He adds as he glances at the bandage on Kota's shoulder, a small spot of blood slowly, yet steadily spreading from the center of the bandage. So, I'll try to. Kaboom. And a thundering explosion cut whatever the medic was saying short. Oh what the fuck? What now? Are we under attack? The sniper shouts as he looks out the helicopter. I quickly glance out of the Black Hawk as well, only to see smoke coming up from a bridge in the distance. A&D. This is Demolition Team Gamma. We need immediate assistance. Right fucking now. The main radio on the Black Hawk screams out. This is Hawk 6. We just heard an explosion and are seeing smoke to our right. That you guys? The pilot responds. Yes. One of our explosives went off preemptively. We got no casualties, but we're still not done setting the damn explosives. And we're already starting to see a lot of movement. We need fire support. Now. The radio shouts back. This is not far from here, we can be there in 1. We cannot pick you up though, we're full. The pilot answers. Our own extraction will be here in 5, cover fire till then would be helpful. The radio responds. The pilot turns to glance at us, turns the helicopter towards the last remaining member we had yet to pick up. What are you even trying to blow up? The pilot grumbles. A secondary bridge. It's not being used by our transports, so it only benefits the infected to move between land masses. The radio calmly responds. Not a boring moment, hey. Rika glances outside as she keeps her hand over her eyes to keep her hair out of the way. It must have taken less than a minute for us to take the generic dude in and reach the point of the smoke, which had all but nearly dissipated. The location was indeed a bridge, which was now missing one support beam from underneath. One side of the bridge was a residential area, with a relatively big amount of corpses. The other side was full of tall buildings, some of them being skyscraper-sized, and while I could not see the streets there very well, the parts I could though were. There's a damn horde on the business sector. I point towards the left as I speak. These zombies are all business. Rika adds right after. Rika, I'm gonna hand you over my title of lamest jokes. I chuckle. Hey, you chuckled, so it means it was not lame. Rika chuckles back. Hey Nair, what is going on? You are not coming back yet? What horde? And my radio speaks up. Yeah, we need to wait for the demo team to extract first. I respond. The who what now? Saya asks with a confused tone. Wait. You didn't hear anything? I ask as I tilt my head. Hear what? Saya asks back. Explosion. I respond by asking yet again. No. Did something happen? Are you okay? Saya asks back. She must have asked me if I'm okay over 5 times by now. Yet, nothing to worry. Just a small delay. I answer. Don't worry, I'll bring your boyfriend back in one piece. Rika, who had leaned over next to me, adds right after. What? Hey. Your voice is too clear. Don't stand so close to him. Saya shouts back. Ah, very receptive. Rika chuckles again as she leans back. Kota is out cold and Rika is making innuendo jokes. Then again, considering she has been in this job for quite some time, it would make sense she seems so lax about it, and it's not just her, other than Takashi and Asami, the others don't seem that shaken about it. I just hope the guy will be fine, vital hit or not, getting shot is no fun. Bad news guys. I don't think our fuel will last us a 5-minute levitation plus then a trip back to base. I'll have to leave you here and come pick you up. The pilot then cuts us off. Sorry, but I am not going down on that street. The sniper points towards the horde-infested roads. You won't, the roads are too narrow for the bird to fit in anyway. I'll leave you, There, the building on the edge before the river, next to the skyscraper. It's like 7 to 6 stories tall, should be tall enough to keep out of trouble. And the roof seems clear. The pilot adds. I can't go through, need to keep an eye on the kid. The medic speaks up. Yeah, and we should have one more person to keep an eye on our new friend. The pilot nods as he starts to move the heli. I will stay, he knows me. Takashi raises his hand. Great, so much for you will just stay in the heli and shoot. I shake my head as the Black Hawk reached the roof, and then softly lands on it. Okay then. Time to give 'em hell. The stocky, aka machine gun dude exclaims as he grabs the machine gun from the helicopter, takes it off, then grabs a couple of boxes of ammo and gets off. Hey! The fuck you doing with my gun? The pilot shouts. The stocky dude just ignored him and walked towards the edge of the roof with the gun over his shoulder, a merry skip on his step. Oh whatever. I'll be coming to pick you up anyway. The pilot sighs. Not like he'll be able to hit anything from this far up with that thing. The sniper shrugs as he also exits. Who knows, maybe he'll surprise us all. Rika chuckles as she also exits. And so, all of us got off the heli, which then quickly took off. After getting off, I looked around the roof. Other than a single door in the middle, the place was empty, no benches, no nothing. Hey, is it allowed for buildings to be this close together? I whisper to myself as I walk to the edge of the roof and towards the skyscraper, which must have been what? 1.5 meters away? Myself reflecting on the glass panels which it was made out of. Hey Nair! You'll miss the party. Come on! The stocky dude shouts as he waves his arm at me. I nod and turn to walk towards the group. And the moment I close in. Hey! Let's make a bet, if kill more than you, you'll let me. No. I cut him off. What? Come on, I didn't even finish. The stocky dude exclaims. It probably had something with either Psycho or Saya. So no. I respond as I kneel down. The generic dude next to me fiddling with the radio the pilot handed to him. Damn man, you know me so well. The stocky dude laughs as he also kneels down and starts setting up his borrowed machine gun. Like I would ever let that creep anywhere near me anyway. My radio speaks up. Aw come on Saya, I'm not that bad. The stocky dude drops his shoulders as he turns to look at my radio. It's Takagi for you bozo. Saya scoffs. And you just got burned, twice. I shrug as I look through my scope, the guy responding something that I didn't bother to hear. Chapter 67, Uncalibration. I said red shirt, commando. The one you got was wearing yellow. You aimed too far up and to the left. Rika sighs as she shakes her head while sitting next to me. I'm working on it. Give me a few. I groan right after as I lift my head from the scope and turn the top small cylinder that was on it towards the right a few clicks. And here I was, looking forward to finally having some fun. Rika tilts herself backward, leaning on her hands as she dramatically sighs. Well, too bad for you. Saya scoffs right after through my radio. Okay, help a brother out here. I'm conflicted. Rika kept saying how awesome you were at the airport cleanup. Yet you didn't even calibrate your own gun after getting new parts on it. Such rookie mistakes should not be possible. The stocky dude chuckles. Oh bite me. I had other things in my mind. I sigh as I keep fiddling with the scope. Not that this is an excuse had I ended up shooting one of the demo group's people by accident. Don't worry, I understand, maybe the pressure of getting squeezed by two girls at the same time is a bit too much for you. Hell, to show you how good of a guy I am, I'll even volunteer to take some of that weight off your shoulders. The stocky dude cackles. You know, I might not be able to hit a corpse while I'm aiming from a 6-story building. But I don't think I'm gonna miss your fat ass from this up close. I respond as I keep looking at the scope. Is that how you treat the guy that carried the whole team? TS, 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 the stocky dude responds with a smirk. Excuse me, what? Rika asks as she arcs an eyebrow. What? I killed more than all of you combined, the stocky dude triumphantly blows some air out of his nose as he narrows his eyes. That's because you were blindly shooting at a horde. Obviously you'd kill more when the rest of us while we were busy keeping the real threats away from the demo team as it fell back to the boat. The sniper dude shrugs. Wait. I can't hear you, all I hear is wah-a-a, wah-a-a. The stocky dude chuckles again as he puts his hand on his helmet, to where his ear is supposed to be, then leans towards the sniper, who just turned to look back down the overrun street with an annoyed sigh. Well, you can say whatever you want. I respond as I lift my gun to look through my scope, finger off the trigger, aiming straight at the stocky dude. Oh hell. What the hell, dude? The stocky dude quickly leans his upper body away from my scope, which ended up aiming at the generic dude behind him, who was too busy looking through his binoculars to even realize I was aiming at him. But do me a favor. You don't know what Psycho or Saya have been through. And, considering you have been acting like a total fuckboy up until now, you'll more likely hurt them if you do manage to get them to open up to you. So quit that lame-ass joke. Also, you'll probably turn them into aggressive man-hating feminists, which is bad for everybody. I add as I turn to aim back down at the horde. Aiming once again at the corpse with the red shirt that I had missed. Well, Saya didn't really go through anything more compared to all the other survivors, since I did save her house and her parents are still alive with us. And yet, she did have a breakdown, but what did you expect from a rich girl who had her expensive world pulled under her feet? But, whatever. Bang. And with a single shot, the red shirt corpse's head blows up. Got him. I add as I turn to look at Rika. Oh? So we can finally do it, Rika stretches before picking her rifle. The way you speak pisses me off for some reason. Saya mumbles right after Rika. Come on now, you can't honestly be worried, after Commando's little speech. Rika chuckles. That is that and this is this. Saya grumbles. And he could have skipped the last part. She adds with a low-toned whine. Well, I do have to admit I find it hard to imagine Miss Serious Psycho loudly shouting slogans at the front lines of a march. Rika responds. Why did you mention only Psycho? Saya shouts back. Well, you are already shouting. Rika shrugs as she smirks. Saya just grumbles back. But enough of that, come on, take another shot. We have to make sure this was not a lucky shot, because I'm not going to let you use that as an excuse. Rika taps at my shoulder as she motions with her head towards the horde below. Hey. I'm actually impressed you managed to calibrate your gun this quick. Have you done this before? The sniper asks. Saw it in movies. I respond flatly. And the gun range? Yeah right. The sniper snorts. Guy with a missing arm, wearing a blood-stained shirt with an anime character. I speak then up. Messy hair with glasses. Rika asks. Yes. I nod back as I take aim. You know, it makes me wonder. Is anime here considered to be real life? Like for example, would Gundam here be like Pacific Rim from my world? And vice versa? Does this mean this guy has a real-life person, or an actor stamped on his shirt? With that thought, I pull the trigger. And my target's head bursts open. 2 in a row. So I guess it's on then, Rika smirks as she takes aim. Okay, but what exactly is on? I ask as I tilt my head. How about we go for most confirmed headshots till the helicopter arrives? We will take turns, the harder the target the more it'll be worth. Rika casually aims through her scope as she speaks. And the winner will, She lifts her eyes from the scope and turns to look at me. Then glances at my radio, and smirks. Have total control of the loser for a whole night, she adds as she leans towards the radio. And sure enough, after a couple of loud coughs. What the hell are you saying? Stay away from Nair, you succubus. Saya shouts with visible, or more like audible shock. So you'll take his place then? I don't really mind, Rika responds with the same smirk on her face. Though you know, the fact that she was smirking at my radio did make the whole thing rather comical. No. Saya responds almost instantly. That won't do. I need to have some drive, a little bit of risk. It's no fun otherwise. Rika finally leans back as she folds her arms. You can have control of me any night you want, the stocky dude butts in as he smirks at Rika. Deal. Rika instantly responds. Come on, wait what? The stocky dude's eyes go wide as Rika smirks at him. Oh sweet. Okay dude. Make sure you lose. The stocky dude turns to stare at me with a serious expression. I hope you know how to wash dishes and clothes. And mop. Rika then continues, causing the stocky dude to turn and stare at her with a dumb expression. What? Control you for the whole night, was it not? I've been a tad lazy this week, so chores piled up. Thank you for volunteering. Rika narrows her eyes with what I can only call an evil smile. Okay dude, make sure you win. The stocky dude then turns to stare at me with a serious expression. I retire. I instantly respond as I flip my gun's safety. Hi. The stocky dude throws both his arms in the air with an exaggerated sigh. Guys. And the generic dude speaks up. Perfect. Rika chuckles. But I'm afraid I can't accept that, she adds as she leans towards me. Guys. The generic dude shouts again. This time the group actually turning to look at him. While in the meantime, he was staring towards the center of the roof. Where? These things can open doors. The sniper shouts as he stares at the several corpses that have crept through the now open roof door. No, look, the door is open towards the outside. I think they were just pushing up against it and opened it by accident. Rika tilts her head as she looks towards the oncoming corpses. I'll handle this. Maybe then you'll realize that I'm no damn maid. He cackles as he gets up, glancing at Rika as he grabs his machine gun and a couple of box magazines. And starts heading right, before following the edge of the rooftop until he was adjacent to the stumbling corpses. He then turns to walk towards them, before kneeling down and leaving the box mags. After that, he takes aim with his machine gun. Knock. Knock. Motherfuckers. And with a loud shout, he opens fire. And, in retrospect, I should have realized it sooner. That the spot he was shooting from was bad. Bad, because obviously with a gun like that, not all of the bullets would find a target. And behind the corpses, was the skyscraper. The glass skyscraper. Do you know how many people work in skyscrapers? Apparently, a whole fucking lot. As when the stray bullets pierced right through the skyscraper's glass panes. The glass, shattered. Letting what I can only call a sea of corpses waterfall out of the window. And while the corpses from the same high floor as us ended up free-falling between the small gap between the buildings, the ones from the floor above us. Oh what the fuck? The generic dude shouts as the corpses from the upper floor started crash landing right onto our roof. Sheeet. How many of them were inside that fucking building? The stocky dude screamed as he kept firing at the now slowly growing horde on the roof, causing everything to essentially stumble towards him, and slowly swarm the roof. How long till the helicopter? The generic dude shouts as he turns his radio. 10 minutes. Fuck. I don't want to die here. We're compromised. We have a horde on our roof. Was the generic dude's response to what the radio answered. What the hell do you mean how? By flying fucking zombies, that's how. The generic dude shouts at the radio again. Nair? What's going on? Why is everybody shouting? And my radio speaks up. I just glance at it and took a deep breath. Don't freak out. But we might have hordes spreading on our roof. I respond calmly. What? Saya shouts right after, thankfully the constant gunfire from the stocky dude's machine gun drowning her voice. You're freaking out. I answer. What do you mean don't freak out, Nair? How did a horde get on the roof? Saya yells back. From the taller building next to us. I answer as I keep looking at the horde, then look behind me, at the steep drop, and to the horde on the street. Okay, think. Are USA? And as Saya begins to speak, the constant stream of gunfire from the machine gun ends. Fuck. Out of bullets. I hear the stocky dude shout as he starts taking small steps backward after picking the box magazine he took with him. He then slapped the machine gun with an angry expression as he opened the top cover and took out the empty box magazine. Keep your eyes up. Rika shouts as she takes aim to shoot one of the nearby corpses. The stocky dude turning to look at her as a single corpse that was ahead of the rest lunged forward in a falling motion, grabbing the stocky dude's machine gun as it fell towards the ground, ending up essentially hanging from the gun with its hands. Oh what the fuck? Get the fuck off me, you smelly bitch. The stocky dude shouts as he violently yanks his gun, the corpse getting flailed to the side. He then quickly reloaded his gun by placing the new box mag under the gun and pulling the belt of bullets on the open top of the gun. Now where was I? He grins as he closes the top and pulls back the charging handle, and as he lifts his head, he found a face, mouth gaping open. Ah! Was the only thing he managed to say as the face collided with his. Ah! And with a loud scream, he fell backward, machine gun still in his hand, now aimed towards us. Oh fucking hell! Get down! I shout as I jump towards Rika, pulling her to the ground with me. The sniper, who was next to us, didn't react. And Berate! A single burst. Followed by a loud scream next to us. Which then quickly started to dissipate, as if it was quickly picking up distance. And silence. As quickly the panic started, as quickly it ended, now only the moans and crunching sounds of bones being broken left. What the fuck? The generic dude, who was the only one left along with me, and Rika whispers. What the fuck? He shouts again as he lifts his rifle. Stop eating him, you fucking freaks. He screams as he opens fire. Shit, and now he's getting everything towards us. Rika probably thought the same as she glanced towards the now oncoming horde, and quickly rolled to grab her rifle. Yet before she could take a shot, I get up and go next to her, lowering her gun by putting my hand on its barrel. What are you doing? Rika shouts as she turns at me. We need to get the fuck off of this roof. I cut her off. Rika just stared at me. We don't have enough ammo for all of them, plus we have no space to move, they will reach us before we can take them all down. I continue. Rika stays silent for a few seconds, before letting out a shuddering sigh as she lowers her head. Go where? We're on a roof, not way out. Rika whispers as she leaves her gun next to her. I'm sorry I got you into this. She adds as she glances at me. Nair, what's going on? Get off the roof? What's going on there? Please don't do anything stupid. And my radio speaks up, the voice behind it talking with an almost begging tone. Nothing to worry about, just. I glance over the edge of the building. And the gunshots that echoed came to an abrupt end once again. Until, one more, different sounding gunshot echoed. Turning to look towards the generic dude, I find him sprawled on the floor, motionless, a handgun in his grip as the corpses surrounded him. Standard procedure. I'm still aiming to be back sundown. I add as I turn to glance at the radio. I'm going to turn the radio off for a few. I continue. Nair way. And before Saya could finish, I switch the radio off. Just in case. I whisper as I glance at the corpses, then look back down again, the only thing between the sea of corpses and me, being a couple of open, thin windows. Window. Open window. If I jump from here, will it break under the pressure? Rika. Open windows under us. I speak up as I glance at her. I don't know how bad the insides are, but staying up here is not going to end well. I add as I turn to face the steep drop. Don't do anything stupid, was it? And I walk off the building. And as I quickly closed into the window, I extend my arms, violently stopping my fall as the window's lower glass shattered from the momentum of the impact with my legs. Phew. Fuck, that hurt. I groan as I felt my arms go numb. Nonetheless, I shake my head and look to my left, towards the opening that led into the floor, which... oh. Well, ain't that fun fucking tastic? I groan as I let out a loud sigh. While not as bad as the roof, the building still had several corpses inside. Also, it was dark. The only difference was, that the corpses inside were all staring towards the ceiling. Nair. And a female voice shouts from above me. Lifting my head, I find Rika staring at me with a worried expression. Quit shouting. You'll get them all on us. I shout back, which in retrospect, was quite retarded. As now two of the corpses in the room had turned to look at me. Rika glances behind her before she pulls her handgun. Shit. Was all she said as she disappeared from view. Only a couple of gunshots echoed from above, which again caused the corpses in the room to look up. There. Now or never. I take a deep breath and kick away whatever glass shard had remained on the window, then use the lip of said window to step on it to balance myself as I extended my arms towards the building's opening, thankfully, reaching it without much of a problem. Hope my arms don't give out. And, I let go of the window and grab the upper part of the inside frame with both hands, pull myself inside the room. Going over a desk that was next to the window, and boot first on a corpse. Sending it to the ground as I landed on top of it. All the while, gunshots still echoed from the top. I quickly pull my knife, and stab the corpse on the side of its head. And just as the corpse stopped moving, the gunshots stopped. Come on, Rika. Don't you go dying with everybody else. I leave the knife in the corpse's head, ready my scar, and open fire to the nearest corpse, then the next, and the next, quickly moving towards the inside of the room. The moment I passed the first two rows of desks, I lift my scar towards the ceiling, switch to full auto, and let out a short burst, hoping that the noise would draw the corpses from the far end of the roof, where Rika was to where I was standing. Though that had the side effect of drawing every corpse in this room towards me as well. Shit. Move, move, move. I let go of my scar and do a quick turn around, almost crashing into a corpse that I barely managed to skim past from. Rika was never shown to be a quitter, no way sh. Before I could finish that thought, I found myself getting shoved to my left, against the wall. I reflexively raise my right arm as I turn to look to my right, to find a corpse's head inches away from my head, both TI's upper and lower jaw chowing down on my arm guard. The fuck did you come out from? I shout as I push myself off the wall and start walking in reverse towards the window, dragging the corpse with me. Glancing behind the corpse, I spot 3 more of them coming up the stairs. Oh, for crying out loud. I pull my handgun as I start to take steps back, and press it against the corpse's forehead. While at the same time, cracking sounds started to sound off from my arm guard and the pressure on that spot started to increase. Piss the fuck off already. And I pull the trigger, the corpse instantly lets go of my arms as it falls backward. I quickly glance arm guard as his turn to run to the window again. Fucking thing crunched through carbon without breaking its teeth. Just I lift my head, I see Rika jumping onto the same window I used. The window once again shook violently under the new weight. Oh holy hell! She shouted as she slightly flailed her legs, turning her head to look down, only for her glasses to fall off her head and towards the street below. Hey! That's my favorite visor! She shouts as she keeps staring at the glasses as they disappear in the corpse sea below. I see her priorities are the same as Shizuka's. Without speaking I quickly run up to the window, lean out, and grab her boot. Thuria! And much to my surprise, Rika lets out a rather girlish scream as she lands her other boot flat on my face. Which sent me stumbling back, which then caused me to lose my footing off the desk that I was on and land on my back with a thud, my legs still on the desk. Ugh! Fuck's sake! I groan as I open my eyes and lift my head to look up towards the corridor. Only to find 3 bodies, dangerously close to me. Oh shit! I quickly try to reach for my handgun, only to realize that I never put it back in its holster, and I was no longer holding it. Oh come on! I then grabbed my scar, only to find I could not fully pull it as the sling was stuck under me. Before I could do much of anything else. Bang! A single gunshot, and the nearest of the 3 corpses flying back, and spectacularly fell on the corpse behind it. And with a second gunshot, the last standing corpse kissed the ground. Are you alright? And Rika's head pops up from between my legs? Oh, I'm just perfect. I groan as I give up trying to pull my scar and start looking around me, finding the handgun sitting within arm's reach right next to me. Sorry for that kick. But you really need to speak up when you intend to grab somebody's leg while they're hanging over a window. Rika adds as she extends her arm towards me. Then lifts her head to look up. I'll keep that in mind. I groan as I take her arm. Now unless you want to give up now, I suggest we move. She adds as she mentions with her head. A rather large group of corpses coming up the staircase. Any ideas? Because I don't think charging towards the staircase is a good idea with how many of them keep showing up. She asks as she glances at me. While at the same time, I got up and gathered my stuff, knife included. I then look around the room again. This time focusing more on what was in the room. Other than the staircase ahead of us, there was the staircase that led to the roof right next to it. There were also 2 doors on the wall to our left, both open, or more like, broken. Also 2 doors to the wall to our right, these closed. And right in the corner between the right wall and of the staircase that went down. A metallic, sliding elevator door. Well? Rika asks again as she looks back out the window. We are 6 stories up. Jumping is an obvious no-go. So one exit is the stairs, the other is the elevator. Both are where the corpses are at. Fuck. Come on, think. I got nothing. I whisper as I keep looking at the oncoming corpses. Well, I guess we at least get some points for the effort. Damn skyscraper next to us needed to have free-falling zombies. Rika sighs as she looks back inside, the corpse is now about halfway through to us. Wait, the skyscraper. I quickly run up to the closest broken door to our left, Rika following behind me. And sure enough, behind a big desk with an equally large office chair, a window that was facing the skyscraper. Which was still 1 or 2 meters away from this building. Sadly the window pane ahead of me was still acting like a mirror, so I could not see if that floor was also a corpse party. I lift my scar, switch to full auto, and let out a short burst, the window installed in this building shattering, while the window pane of the skyscraper became full of cracks. I then quickly run to the office chair, grab it, and lift it with both hands over my head. This better fucking work. I shout as I throw the chair at the window. And, the window shatters. Revealing an empty room. God fuck yes. Oh my. Rika whistles at me before she runs up to the desk and starts pushing it. This probably just drained all my luck for the next couple of decades. I take a deep breath as I help Rika push the desk until it reached the well, right at the same time as a corpse loudly groaned as it stumbled into the room. Of course they would not stay away. I whisper as I turn to look behind me. Then we better bail house. Rika shouts as quickly climbs the desk, and without a second thought, jumps into the building right next to us. Leaving me alone in the room with now several corpses. At least until I also got up desk and jumped onto the adjacent building. Landing with both feet on the ground with a crunching sound, as the floor under me was now full of broken glass. Ha! Rika then leans on her knees and takes a deep breath, before letting out a deeper sigh. You think they can get to us? She asks as she looks at me. In response, I turn to look behind me. And as one of the corpses reached the desk, it stayed there. Or more like kept trying to walk through it, arms stretched towards me. They can't get on the desk. And even if they manage, I don't think they can jump. I respond as I turn to her. Good. She adds as she sits on the ground, wiping the sweat off her forehead. Ha, ha ha. I can't believe we just survived that. She chuckles as she closes her eyes with a smile. You don't seem very sad that your team just got munched on. I glance at her as I let out a deep breath. I guess it would look that way. Rika answers, as she opens her eyes to look at me. I have already mourned my first partner's death. It didn't bring him back. She adds with a slight smile. Instead I got an EMP in the face. She adds as looks away trying to keep her smile from fading. Wait. Oh fuck, I forgot her partner died in the manage, right before the EMP. And now I look like an asshole. I sigh as I also glance away. Don't be, I would be among the casualties if not for you. Rika responds as she shakes her head. Besides, I think you have bigger problems to worry about. She adds as she chuckles, then points at my radio. Oh crap, right, I closed it while Saya was screaming at me. Yeah right. I blinks a couple of times as I pull my radio from my chest pocket. And the moment I open the radio, I heard, silent sobbing, along with the occasional sniff. Oh come on now. Did you drop your chocolate chip yogurt? I ask as I tilt my head. Nair. Saya instantly shouted with a cracked voice. I mean, when I was a kid I did drop mine once, it was heartbreaking. I respond as I let out a sigh. You're not being funny. Though you died. Saya shouts back as she kept taking a couple of involuntary breaths. Yeah, I guess. I'm fine, though the only ones left are me and Rika. I respond. Thank God. Saya let a cracked sigh, before taking a deep breath. Better thank the poor SOB that left the lower floor window open. I answer as I turn to look at the corpses amassing at the room we were in some time ago. Then at the empty room we were in, desks, chairs, water coolers, everything jammed at the staircase that went up and down, essentially blocking off the now giant empty wide room from the other floors. Where are you now? Are you safe? She asks, this time with a much calmer voice. Yeah, think so. No corpses where we're at. That being a skyscraper, both staircases on our floor seem blocked off. I answer as I keep looking around. I see. Saya responds with a low tone. Anybody other than you in our group knows that this thing went downhill? I ask. No. Saya responds. Good, try to keep it that way. The last thing I need is you or Psycho flipping off and running off to find me. I answer as I sit on the ground. And why shouldn't we? We won't, Jay. Saya, the last thing I need right now is worrying whether you or Psycho wind up dead while I'm not there. I cut her off. And what about us then? Are we supposed to just sit on our thumbs? Saya yells back at me. Yes. I reply flatly. You can't. I'm already in this situation, Saya. Throwing yourself under the wheels ain't going to bring me back faster. At best it'll fuck my focus and make me make mistakes I would otherwise avoid. I cut her off again. I can't just sit and wait. Saya yet again loudly responds. Who said anything about sitting and waiting, you dofus? I reply. Who are you calling a dofus, you nincompoop? Saya yelps back. The person who forgot that she's holding a radio. Instead of running off, inform your father, get us a new extraction point. I answer. Fine. Saya mumbles. No pressure, just, Rika has been looking at me funny ever since I saved her butt. I chuckle. Oh. Rika just arcs an eyebrow as she lets out a dry laugh out her nose. I'm going to tell Papa. Don't do anything stupid, okay? Saya quickly responds, and the radio goes silent. Hey, guess things must be pretty serious if she didn't even react to that. I answer as I glance at my radio. Things are serious, you idiot. The radio shouts back. Indeed, now that I'm gone, that fat-ass general might try to creep up in your room. I respond with a serious tone. Don't make jokes like that. I'm scared enough as it is. Saya responds with a loud tone. True that, I actually just scared myself too. Yeah, good point. I respond as I let out a small sigh. And with that, silence. So? Now what? I ask after a few silent minutes, turning to look at Rika was sitting next to me. We managed to inform that we were under attack and that we are alive. It's just. Rika answers as she closes her eyes. Just. I ask back. I don't know if we should tell them that the whole team got wiped. She adds as she opens her eyes. How come? You think they might leave us for dead if they find out that it's just the two of us left? I ask as I tilt my head. All the helicopters belong to the army. You are not part of it, and neither am I. So yeah, I can think that. Rika nods. Saya, you got all that? I ask as I turn to look towards the radio. What? Was Saya's response. I then take off my radio from my chest pocket, and hand it to Rika. Tell her the gig. I'll look around for a way out without the need to donate an arm. I speak up as I turn to look around. Rika just nods. And, as Rika started speaking, I started to walk around the room. Other than the 2 block staircases, there's a set of elevator doors, and that's about it. The barricades are also way too thick, essentially the whole staircase is clogged, I can't even see past it. I then turned to look at the building we came from, towards the second room that was adjacent to us. That room looks empty, but past that, I see movement. And I'm not going back there if I can help it. Then I walk up to the elevator doors. They are slightly ajar. I could pry them open. I give the left door a few loud knocks. And after a few seconds, no response. So if the elevator is behind this door, it's hopefully empty. Better if it's not though, we could use the cables to climb down. Though slipping and falling would be really ugly. Just as I finished that thought, I felt somebody tap my shoulder. Turning to look behind me, I see Rika extending the radio towards me. Done? I ask. Rika nods. If they won't give us a transport, I'll find one myself. Was essentially her response. Rika chuckles as I take the radio. What a Saya thing to say. I answer as I put my radio in my chest pocket. A silent humph coming out from it. Though that could also lead to Saya getting wrapped with the wrong people. So, I'm ready to get impressed right about now. So please impress me. Tell me you found a way out. Rika folds her arms, arching an eyebrow at me. Only one. I tap the elevator doors as I speak. Dark, claustrophobic, and deadly high? You sure pick the best first locations for a date. Rika chuckles. Hey. I can hear you, you know. The radio butts in right after Rika finishes speaking. Oh, now you heard her, hey? Selective hearing at its best. Hey, where did I hear that one before? I shrug as I kneel to try and pry the door open, Rika helping me along. I think Psycho said something like that in the supermarket. After we finally pried the door open, we looked inside the dark insides. Well, the elevator is not here, neither is the next door one. Rika casually leans in as she speaks. Down we go. She asks as she turns to me. Wait a section. I nod as I get up, and quickly run to the broken window. Here. I pick a blunt-looking glass shard and pocket it, then run back to Rika, who just tilted her head questionably. These windows are one side only, the membrane they have on the other side makes them rather reflective, not as much a mirror, but... I respond as take the glass out and show it to Rika. The glass now reflecting her face on it. We can use it to check around corners since we're stuck in a building. I add. Commando ingenuity strikes back. Rika chuckles. I have my moments. I respond as I lean to look down. Then pick my flashlight from my bag and attach it to my helmet. So, we test to see the bottom floor. Rika asks. I say first floor. Remember there's a horde on the road next to the building. The bottom floor is way too risky. I respond. Fair enough. Rika nods. Why don't you go to the top of the skyscraper? A helicopter could extract you from there. Saya then speaks up. Big chance the top floors are swarmed though. Think about it, if there was a horde amount of corpses stuck in the 6th, 7th floor. It means something led them there. And bigger chance if people saw the panic in the streets, they might have reflexively climbed higher in hopes to escape it. Also climbing a rope to the top of a skyscraper from the 6th floor is a big nope for me. I respond. Just, be careful okay? Please. Saya mumbles right after. This must be the most honest please I ever heard from her. Don't worry. Just get us that extraction point and we'll be there. I answer. By the way Rika. I turn to look at her, she just tilts her head. You said we should not say the team got wiped. But, I'm pretty sure I saw one of the guys screaming at his radio that we were getting swarmed. I continue. He did. Rika narrows her eyes. I just nod back. Well, we might need to start thinking of a plan B then, just in case. Rika groans as she closes her eyes. Let's hope it won't get to that, walking all the way back does not sound very fun. I respond as I lean in to grab the cable. I can reach it by leaning at it, good, means I can also exit the same way. Jumping around cables is not something I want to try from this up high. grabbing onto the cables as I look down, then up. Hey? I can see the elevator's bottom from here. Guess that means we can go to the first floor from here. I turn to look at Rika as I speak. Any idea how we will open the doors if they are closed? She asks as she folds her arms. If they are shut tight, we go back up till we find a door that is not, otherwise, I'll use the katana's sheath as a lever. I respond. I mean, considering how Psycho opened the elevator door in the supermarket. With that, I start slowly sliding down, Rika climbing on the rope to follow me. I think one door is open further down. I see light. I speak up as we keep looking down. Yet I see it too. Rika adds. And sure enough, once we reached the third floor, we found the elevator door wide open. Well, it's open all right. But the place is a bloodbath. Rika whispers. Toppled desks, flung chairs, broken office dividers. And blood, everywhere. Along with corpses that were shuffling about. Keep going. Rika asks. What are the chances the lower floors are better? I ask back. 0. Rika responds flatly. Though even if we make it in, how will we safely jump from 3 floors up? She adds. Maybe we can use the stairs. I ask back. Maybe. Rika shrugs. We can draw them here, make them fall through the open door. She continues. The cable is too close to the door, they will still catch us. I respond. We can just climb up after we draw them in, can't we? Rika asks as she leans to look at me. I just felt my IQ falling for not thinking of that. I answer as I sigh. It was about time I did something here. Rika chuckles. So, how do we? Hey you bastards! Over here! Rika cuts me off by shouting towards the open door. Most of the visible corpses in the room turn to stare at our direction. Well, that worked. Up we go. She smirks as she starts climbing up. 5 minutes later. A corpse walks through the open elevator door and plummets to the dark abyss below. Its groan dissipated as it disappeared, only to hear a thud a few seconds later. And that's 20. I say as I keep looking below me. Okay, maybe hanging on a rope for so long was not a very smart idea. Rika lets out an annoyed sigh as she also looked down. I'm actually more worried about the fact that there might be corpses leaning against the elevator's door frame. Entering the room with them there would be too risky. I respond. Please don't speak about reasons to keep hanging here. Rika groans. Well, the 20th corpse took its sweet time coming, I'll lower myself to check if there are more on the way. I respond as I let myself slide slightly. I'm just going to stay here. God, I feel like a damn monkey. Rika answers with a dejected voice. It was your idea. I chuckle as I lower myself a little higher than door's height. The room now looking empty-ish. There were still corpses, but most of them looked stuck among the rubble, or were on the other side of the room. I didn't know we'd stay here this long. I hear Rika answer with a whiny tone. Saya, I'm probably going near corpses. So don't randomly speak up please. I glance at the radio as I let myself slide down slowly. You can close the radio until it is safe to speak. Saya responds. Just, don't do anything reckless. She adds with a low, almost sorrowful tone. I'll be fine Saya, it's not like it's the first time I get stranded. I chuckle as I lean to look towards the door. That's what worries me. Saya responds. Okay, as much as I want to keep taking. Going silent. I answer as I close the radio. Now, focus. If Saya started sobbing just because I closed a radio, I don't want to find what she will do if I get bit. I take a deep breath, and jump the small distance between me and the solid ground, landing on a little further than the doorframe of the elevator, and instantly, I roll forward. Before I could barely get back to my feet, I heard a loud thud behind me. Turned to glance behind my back as I pulled my combat knife, to find a corpse sprawled on the floor, right in front of the doorframe. Oh cheeky fuck. I silently walk up to it and throw a quick glance around me to make sure there were no other corpses nearby, and before it can start getting up, I push it back down by stepping on its back. Then, as I kneel down, I bring the knife right at the middle of its neck, the corpse quickly stopping whatever movement it was doing. Well, other than its head, that started biting air. Seriously, cut the spinal cord and the head keeps moving. Wonder if that means that a decapitated head can still work. With that thought, I push the mostly motionless body down the elevator shaft. Then, turn to look at the room. Just like before, there was one big-ass room with walls made of glass panes, the only difference being, that this room was not empty. It was cluttered as fuck. I see corpses behind the desks and rubble. Some of them are actually trying to get here, others are trying to chew on bones? I mean, it would make sense that if they started eating somebody since the start of the outbreak there would be nothing left of him or her by now. But they don't frigging give up, some of them seem to be trying to bite the ground. Is the smell drawing them or something? And speaking of smell, closed locations and spoiling raw meat, really don't mix together. Rika, place is clear for now. Come on. I lean towards the shaft and look up. Finally I hear Rika sigh. And shortly after, she was standing next to me. The damn wire was starting to dig into my boobs, ack. What's that damn smell? Rika casually grumbles as she fixes her suit, only to end up closing her nose as she glances around the room. Why are you not wearing a vest in the first place? I ask in a low tone as I walk towards the stairs. Forgot to wear it after I took it off in the helicopter. Rika answers as she slowly lets go of her nose, making a disgusted grimace as she swallowed. Upon reaching the stairs, I am met with a bloody, yet empty staircase. These look slippery as hell. I sigh as I move down a few steps, then glance behind me, towards the room, before looking over the stairs railing. And I see a lot of movement down there, think that is on the bottom floor. And so, we went down the stairs to the second floor. And upon looking over the stair railing again. Movement my ass, the first floor is overrun. Good thing the constant noise they are making did not alert them when Rika shouted. Or it did, but they can't figure a way up. I turn to glance at Rika, and make a motion to be quiet. She just nods and pulls a hunting knife from her boot. While I decided to go full samurai on this, drawing my katana. The reason? Well, since the first floor was a no-go, we had to reach the window panes on the second one. Which, in all honesty, was as fucked as the third floor. Okay, before we go on. I turn to glance at Rika as I back up a few steps. There might be no way for us to land safely on land, so we might need to return to the old building, and end up diving into the river. Is your gear waterproof? I ask. No. Rika responds flatly. Okay. Just in case then. Field strip the rifle and put it in the bag, worst case we toss the bag on the street before we jump, then come back to pick it up. I take off my bag as I speak. The shove my handgun and radio in it. The impact from the second floor can break them, you know. Rika responds as she starts disabling her rifle, throwing the occasional glance around her to make sure the corpses were not sniffing us up. I'll figure something out. I respond as I keep looking around as well. And so, after my bag ended up getting some considerable weight, we went back down. And keeping a watch on my footing, I walked forward with my left side up against the wall. Upon meeting the first office worker that seemed to be bothered by our presence and decided to block our way, I ready my blade, and with a forward stab, I pierce right through its skull, the well-dressed corpse falling on its knees with the blade still in its head. Not wasting momentum, I keep moving forward towards the next corpse that was now crawling towards us. With the blade still embedded in the first corpse's head, I ended up essentially spinning to unstuck the blade and bring it down with a sideways slash on the next corpse. Which didn't seem to really mind its new gash and newly missing arm as it kept walking towards me. With one arm missing, I just grabbed it by its remaining arm before it could grab me instead, and then stomped it back, sending tumbling onto a bunch of destroyed desks a little further to my right. The noise causing several corpses that were in our way to move further to the right, while at the same time, the corpses on the right side of the room started crawling towards us. I don't think that was very smart. Rika whispers as she glances at the corpses to our right. Keeping silent, I moved forward till I reached the first window. Outside, under us, I could see a narrow pedestrian walkway, medium-sized trees on it in a line. And after the walkway, the next building. The left side of the walkway, which led to the main road, was already flooded with corpses. A bit too high to jump on the floor, the trees are too short. Yet, get ready for a run. I speak up as I take a step back, and aim my SCAR H towards the window at the far end of the room. Before Rika could respond, I open fire, shattering the window pane with a couple of shots, both of this building, and the one next to us, along with sending a couple of corpses that blocked our way to the ground. Okay, fuck silence. Move. I shout as we break into a sprint, jumping over the fallen corpses before finally reaching the small gap between the two buildings. There is a small, desk-height wall made of concrete on the other building, not hard to jump onto, but there are broken shards on it. If I end up bleeding out from this, I'm going to sue. I grumble as I jump, grabbing with one hand a spot of the window that did not seem to have any glass shards protruding from it. After that, I quickly punch another spot of the window from whatever shards I could see, and then finally I vault over. Quickly turning to clean the whole window with the butt of my SCAR afterward. Rika then also jumped over to my side of the building, and not a moment too soon, as a lot of corpses started to enter the room we were in from the stairs of the lower floor. So now, we were inside a room, the same as the desk room we used to jump into this building from before. Except for the door, this time it was closed, though it did have a bullet hole in it. Do I want to know what's going on the other side? I ask with a small sigh as I walk up to the door. Do we have a choice? Rika asks as she stops next to me, leaning to look through the bullet hole. I don't see anything. I can see the window on the far end as well. She then takes a step back, while also pushing me back. And with a quick motion, she opens the door. Well, this could be worse. I walk up to the door frame, take out the glass shard, and use it to look over the blind spot and. Oh holy fuck. Run. I shout as I grab Rika by the arm and bolt out of the room. Hey, what's going WOA? Rika responds questionably as I drag her out of the room, until she looked to her right, towards the staircase that led to the first floor, or at least that was supposed to be there, as the only thing you could see, was corpses. The moment we reached the end of the room, I look over the window, this one being glass from top to bottom. Okay, the distance is not too big, we should be able to reach the river. I nod, take a step back, and lift my scar. With a short burst, the window was in pieces. Well, now everything knows we're here. Rika shouts as she quickly runs through the now broken window, and straight into the river. Damn. She didn't even blink. I quickly hold my bag with both hands, take a step back, and then dash forward. And a second later, I was in the air, quickly plummeting towards the river. Fucking DZAVU. Right as I was about to pass over the pedestrian walkway, I tossed the bag, looking at it as it safely landed on the grass. And a few seconds later, the world turned into a blur, both sound and sight. Though only for a split second as I quickly got my bearings, realizing that I was now underwater, so, I quickly swam back up. And the moment I managed to swim back up, I checked to see if I still had my scar H on me. Good, it's here, and fuck its hand to stay afloat. Deep breath, the more air you have, the easier it is to float. And so, after taking a deep breath. Rika. I shout as I look around me. Over here. A female voice responds from down the stream, a purple-haired woman, already halfway up a nearby ladder. Hurry up. That gunshot will get the whole horde on the bag. She adds as she starts climbing again. I'll go the other way. Keep fire support from a distance. I shout as I aim towards a ladder further down that was on the other side of the river. After making sure I had no visible nasty surprises on the top of it, I close into the ladder and start climbing up. God, I feel 20 kilos heavier right now. After finally climbing up, I bring my scar H up and turn to my right. Instantly shooting at the nearest corpse. The gun let out a cloud of what looked like mist. Or thousands of tiny droplets from the barrel. Gotta love how dependable this thing is. I then turned to look towards Rika, who was already running towards the bag I tossed. The problem was. Oh damn, that's a lot of corpses. The walkway between the 6-story building and the building next to it was already flooded, corpses now sprawling all over the walkway Rika was on, though they were still relatively away from her. I was about to lift my scar and take a shot, when I noticed that there were several shadows closing in from behind me. Oh shit. I duck down and move out of the way, only to see a corpse appearing where I was standing a second ago, trying to hug air. Turning to look around, I noticed that Rika was not the only one getting swarmed. Oh, that's just fucking great. I lift my gun, take aim, and shoot the corpses between me and the road that connected with the bridge. And, as I run past them, I turn to look towards Rika, who had already reached my bag. Problem now was, the corpses from the walkway had closed off her way back, and the end of the path she was on, led to the main street, the flooded, main street. She's surrounded. She turned to look at me with a calm expression. Toss the bag and jump into the river again. I shout. Rika nods, and start running towards the edge of the walkway, tossing the bag the moment she stepped on the railing, which with an arc, landed on the bridge that connected the two land masses, the one that was full of explosives. She then dove into the river, again. In the meantime, I ran to the bridge and grabbed my bag. Which was actually right next to a small bundle of thick sticks. Hey? These are military-grade dynamites, not C4. And, a crazy idea came over me. I run back and glance at the river to see Rika climbing the ladder I was on some time ago. And then, I lift my scar H, aiming straight at the explosives, throwing one last glance at the horde over the bridge. Stupid ideas aplenty. And single shot. Followed by a very loud explosion, that nearly threw me off my feet. Hoho crabs, that was more intense than I thought. I shake my head and run off the street that was probably about to get swarmed. And to the walkway I used to come here, Rika now standing by the ladder, looking at me with a dumb expression. Well, that is one way to attract attention. Rika glances at the now smoking bridge, or at least what remained of it. I recommend we go hide in a house now, unless you want to try blowing up the parade that is bound to pass from here. She adds as she turns to me. Agreed. I nod. I also hope we find a spare change of clothes. I'm drenched and I can feel my whole suit sticking on me. She adds as she unzips more of her suit and tries to air it. And with that, we move towards one of the houses further down the walkway. Chapter 68, Jerk. Why? I was sitting on a double bed, the scar H disassembled in front of me on a towel. The blade unsheathed next to it. I don't think I missed any part. I whisper as I fold my arms, glancing at the blue jeans and white shirt I was wearing. What? Excuse me, but I did not hear you very well. The radio, which was also on the bed, responds. A calm voice talking. Oh, I was just talking to myself. I answer as I pick the radio up. Oh, I did not mean to disturb your concentration. The voice responds. Don't worry, Psycho, not a lot to disturb. I'm just watching paint dry. Or more like, water dry. I chuckle. I see. So the gun is fine even after getting dipped in water? Psycho asks. Yay. So I'm more worried about the blade. What exactly should I do? Just leave it as is? I ask as I tilt my head. Yes, if you made sure you cleaned it as I instructed you, just leave it. Psycho answers. Aight. I answer back. And then, silence. And after a few seconds. Awkward. By the way, Psycho. I speak up. You ain't going to try and sneak out the airport the moment Saya takes back the radio, are you? I ask. You made it pretty clear that you don't want me to do anything reckless like that. Psycho answers. Yes, and you instantly agreed, which makes it kinda hard to believe. I retort. Should I not? I have full faith in your choices. Psycho answers again. Not that I do not want to rush outside and look for you. But I know that it would be a foolish decision. Considering how far you probably are. She continues. Yeah, and walking my way back. It does not sound very fun. I sigh as I lean on the bed with one hand, then turn to look out the window, the blown-up bridge slightly visible from here, along with a huge amount of corpses that mindlessly kept walking off the now-blown bridge and into the river. Saya is talking with her father about that matter right now. Psycho responds. Hopefully they will be able to get an extraction to come soon too. Spending a night in an unbarricaded house surrounded by corpses is not very high on my wish list. I answer with a slight sigh. But did we not stay in a house like that? Just the two of us? Psycho asks back. Yeah, but... Well, I feel safer with you around. I answer as I keep staring at the blade. Oh, hee. It would seem that your compliments still manage to catch me off guard. Psycho lets out a small chuckle as she answers. Should I tell her that it's a fact and not a compliment though? Now. And after a few more seconds of silence. By the way, Nair. Thank you. Psycho speaks up. Hey? What for? I ask back. For informing me. She answers. You're welcome. I respond. Psycho just giggled back at me. By the way, does Shizuka know about this? I ask right after. Shizuka. Psycho asks back. Yeah, isn't Rika really close with her? I respond. Oh, you are right. But, no, I do not think Saya has informed anybody else. Psycho answers. I see, well. Big chances Shizuka will hog the radio for herself if she finds out. I trail off as I fold my arms with a slight smile. That could be a problem. Though leaving her to worry is not something I would like to do. Psycho responds. Yeah, I'll go speak with Rika, she probably knows better than any of us what to with Shizuka. I continue as I nod to the radio. Agreed. Tell me if I should bring the radio to her. Psycho replies. With that, I get off the bed and turn to exit the room, leaving the radio next to the disassembled gun. After that, I find myself in a small hallway, a door in front of me. To my left, a window. To my right, the hallway ended to another open door. Before turning to the left and disappearing behind the wall. Rika was supposed to take a bath, but the door to the bathroom is open, so. I walk up to the door in front of me and knock on the door. It's open, Rika responds from inside. And so, I open the door. Finding Rika staring at her outfit, which was on the chair, in front of her. In other words, she was in her underwear, with a towel on her head. How did you manage to take a bath here? The water was freezing, and the pressure was too low. I feel spoiled with how I got used to the warm baths in the airport. Rika grumbles as she casually glances at me. Can you, at least wear a towel? I ask as I glance at Rika, folding my arms. Why? Feel like you'll lose control and attack me, Rika chuckles as she turns to face me. Considering I have two girls worrying about me, and one was literally crying. That would be a real dick move. So no. I answer as I shrug my shoulders. Good answer. Rika responds as she stretches, then turns to look at her outfit again. Great, now people are testing my morality. I sigh as I shake my head. Hey, I was young and pure once. And let me tell you, getting heartbroken from your shining knight because he could not keep it in his pants, is no fun. And these two are living in their own fairy tale right now. Granted it's a fairy tale in the middle of the apocalypse, but hey, fairy tale nonetheless. Rika chuckles again as she grabs her clothes. Still too moist. She grumbles. That was, oddly specific. I answer as I lean on the door frame. You're imagining things. Rika shrugs. But, did you come here to stare at me? Not that I mind. Rika laughs through her nose as she glances at me. Right, we were wondering if we should let Shizuka know about our situation. I ask as I ignore Rika's little remark. We. Rika asks back. Me and Psycho. I respond flatly. Oh. Well, Knowing her, it's better to tell her. If she finds it by herself she will probably become hysterical until she can make sure I'm fine. Rika folds her arms as she turns to look at me. I'll bring the radio. I answer as I turn to leave. Rika casually waves at me as she sits on the bed in her room. First you test me to make sure I won't mistreat Saya and Psycho, then you casually mention that you don't mind me staring at you while you're half naked. Double standards much. And so, I went back to my room, took the radio, and informed Psycho about Shizuka. After that, I left the radio with Rika and went to the lower floor. The bottom floor of the house had a kitchen, a living room, and 2 more rooms. The living room being where the stairs from the upper floor led, along with it being the main hub or so to speak. I then head to a full-sized window and open it. The silence instantly getting drawn out by groans, a lot of groans. Nope. I close the window again. And the noise disappeared. Still passing hey. I glance outside the full-body window that overlooked the front yard of the house. While I could not see past the closed front yard door, or the concrete fence wall, there was a horde passing by the house, for quite some time too. I casually head to the kitchen, and open one of the drawers, picking a closed package of jerky. We should check what the fridge has. I nonchalantly whisper as I open the package and start munching on a string of dried meat. Though it should be right before we leave. Both me and Rika agreed that since electricity has been out for some time now, most of the insides of the fridge should probably be spoiled by now. AKA smell like shit. I turn to the living room, then take a seat on the sofa. We were really lucky these corpses are as stupid as they come for zombie types. Can't run, can't see, and can be baited relatively easy. Who knows how many times I'd have died if they were the sprinting lunatic type ones. Even without any crazy mutations, things would have been really bad if these things could see, run, and climb. I whisper as I take another bite out of my jerky. Honestly though, I'm more worried about Psycho and Saya right now. I take a deep breath as I close my eyes. And with that, I focused on the silence, a silence that tricked you into thinking that there was not a damn horde outside. Though if you focused, you could just make out, the March of the Dead. Some time later. They're still coming hey? We must be here for more than an hour, yet they are still going strong. Now I really want to know how the bigwigs are trying to deal with these things. I groan as I open my eyes and stretch. They have already sent a couple of helicopter airstrikes in some congregated areas. But you can guess how well that worked. A female voice speaks up from behind me. Turning to look over my shoulder, I find Rika in black pants, and a baggy white shirt, her hair up in a ponytail. Helicopter strikes? When they have jets. Why? They scared they might topple a building or something. I chuckle as Rika walks up to me, then sits on the armrest of the sofa. More or less. Remember that the enemy is squatting right into our city. Tossing a couple of napalms into it would ruin the place we aim to return to, while still not making it 100% sure that we clear everything out. And I'm not even going to mention conventional explosives, they already tried them, best they managed to do was turn walking dead meat into crawling dead meat. Rika hands me the radio as she speaks. So, they're just shooting holes into the water. I sigh. You have a better idea. Rika asks back. Dig a giant hole, fill it with gasoline, and light them on fire. I respond as I shrug. Because they would just walk into the hole. Rika answers. Put some giant-ass woofers on a helicopter and play Ride of the Valkyries at full volume over the hole. Use other choppers to lead hordes to the hole. I shrug again. That, actually could work. If we had a big enough hole. Which is the next problem, that being that in order to dig that hole you will need industrial equipment, and most of them are fried. And if not, they would be way, and I mean way too loud. Rika strikes as she sighs. Diggy diggy hole. I whisper. Don't you need to be a dwarf to do that? Rika asks with a slight chuckle. I just turn to stare at her. What? Surprised that I know the song. She asks again with a slight smirk. It's a song about fantasy dwarfs so, yet. I shrug. Oh, you would be surprised. Rika laughs as she gets up. To think I also just upgraded my computer before the outbreak, yet I didn't even manage to use it before the EMP. Talk about wasted potential. She adds as she walks up to the kitchen, opening the same drawer I did, and picking a jerky herself. Okay, the universe is trolling me now. Did you talk with Shizuka? I ask as I turn to look out the window. Rika responds as she stuffs her mouth. Ooh god, this is good, she then almost moans as she closes her eyes, causing me to turn towards her with an arched eyebrow. What? You can't even imagine how it is to eat rations day in day out. Rika shrugs as she turns around to open the drawer again. So don't mind me, I'm a pig the hell out now, she chimes as she takes the whole package. I see. I respond as I turn to look at the radio. So now we wait for Saya to come with news. I ask as I tilt my head. Yep, Rick casually answers as she sits on the armrest again. By the way, that demo team. It wasn't returning to the airport, was it? I ask as I lean on the sofa. Highly doubt it, they left via boat, the airport is too far. Rika casually answers. I see. I nod slightly as I fold my arms. Something on your mind? Rika asks. I glance at my radio, then shake my head. No, not really. I shrug. Rika just lets out a ha before returning to stuffing her face. Anyway, think I'll go assemble my gun. I get up as I speak, then stretch slightly. Okie, Rika chimes as she lets herself fall on the couch, still munching her jerky. And so, I head back up the stairs. Psycho? You here? I speak up as I enter the room, the radio responding with a questioning yes. Now that Shizuka knows, I'll take it the whole group knows. I ask as I head to the bed and start putting my scar back together. It was only her in the room, I think. Psycho responds. But you take Shizuka is a person who'll stay quiet. I ask again. I guess not. Psycho answers. And Kota? I ask again. He is in his room with Asami. They removed the bullet, he is resting now. She responds. I see, at least he's out of the woods. I nod slightly as I finish putting the gun together. To be honest, I am a bit jealous of him. Or, jealous of Asami to be more precise. Psycho sighs slightly as she speaks. Jealous? Why? Because they'll be stuck in his room all day now. I ask back with a slight chuckle. Yes. Psycho retorts with an almost pouty tone. Ha, you know I could lose an arm, and they would still send me out, right? I chuckled. So, this is what it means to be a victim of your own success. Psycho asks back as some noise started to become audible. I'm getting some weird static. I arch an eyebrow as I tilt my head, then tap the radio. Oh? Sorry, that was probably me, I just laid down and placed the radio next to me. Psycho answers. For a sec I thought I was running out of battery. I add with a slight sigh. Are you? Psycho asks back. Nope. It's still full, and I think these things can last up to 10 hours before needing a recharge. I answer. So, a day. Psycho whispers. If we use it non-stop all day. Then yes. I respond. And, you cannot recharge it. She asks yet again. Electricity is out, I got no charger, and all the equipment we had is still on the roof. I sigh as I turn to look out the window. So we need to be frugal with it. Psycho responds. Pretty much. I add. Nothing can ever be EA. Psycho begins to speak, only to stop mid-sentence. Saya. She adds right after. How did it go? She continues. And after a few seconds. What do you mean nothing? Psycho asks again. They're a bunch of fucking assholes. All of them. The radio then shouts with a distant voice. Oh boy, that can't be good. I take a deep breath and get off the bed, then start heading down the stairs as the two girls started to speak, and, I think Psycho must have muffled the radio, as I could not make out what they were really saying. Rika. I call out to her as I reach the bottom floor. What's up? Rika lifts her hand from behind the couch. And she's as chill as ever. Are you ready for some bad news? I ask, Rika then lifting her head to look at me. I half expected an outcome we would not like, but, hell. Can I say no? She asks as she frowns. Don't think so. I respond. Rika just sighs. Alright you two, I've already figured that I'm not going to get good news. So I'm listening, how bad is it? I then speak to my radio. Well, it is not good. They, You want to tell him? Very well. Psycho responds. And right after. Nair. Saya's voice replaces Psycho's. Saya. I answer. I'm sorry. I they refused to send a helicopter this far away for 2 people. Saya adds in a low tone. As expendable as it gets, hey. I sigh. It's all that fat-ass general's fault. He was even grinning at me as he refused to help. Saya then shouts back. Hey, the ugly fat bastard was grinning at the pretty schoolgirl as he isolated her. As a man of culture, I am way more worried about this as I should be. So, we go on foot, hey. I whisper. While I understand why the general does not want to use resources for a bunch of grunts, this is, just, great. Rika adds with a sarcastic tone as she lets herself fall on the couch again. I'm sorry. Saya adds with an apologetic tone. Not much you could do, the helicopters are all under the army's control. I answer. Now, call me crazy, but can you do me a favor? I ask back. Saya just lets out a sad hum. Can you stay with Psycho? I ask again. What do you mean? Saya asks back. Stay in the same room at night, don't trail off on your own. I add. Why? Saya asks again. A hunch. So, can you? I respond. Yeah, fine, okay. Saya answers with the same sad tone. And, can you give me Psycho for a bit? I ask again. And after a few seconds. Nair. Psycho speaks up. You heard what I said to Saya? I ask. About her staying with me. She asks back. Yet. I answer flatly. Yes, though I do feel like you might be overreacting a bit. Psycho responds. Between Shido, Shimada, and trio with Hitomi. I don't think overreacting is the correct word. I retort. I understand. Do not worry about us. I will make sure nothing happens. Psycho answers. But, if you cannot help it, then just come back to us as soon as you can. She continues. Trust me, I got no intention of taking longer than necessary. I answer. Good, because I might have gotten a bit too used at not sleeping alone. She replies. But you won't be sleeping alone, Saya, remember. I answer as I chuckle. How can you even make jokes right now? I hear Saya's whiny voice through the radio. Beats drowning in despair. I respond. Okay, so. We need to figure our next step. I add. Any ideas? Psycho asks back. What would be the second best place to be now that the airport is out? I ask as I tilt my head. An outpost. Rika then speaks up as she lifts her hands, pointing her finger towards the ceiling. That demo team with the boat went downstream. So. I fold my arms and tap the radio on my arm. Saya, can you get a map of the outposts near us? I add. Where are you though? Saya asks back. Good question. I can't really check outside right now. But, your father should know where the grain facility was at. From there, we should be next to a stream. So just check for outposts around the facility. I answer. Yeah, okay. I'll do that. Saya responds. And. Please be careful. She adds before turning silent. You want me to do something too? Psycho asks after a few seconds. Just make sure that I won't have to burn anybody alive after I come back. I respond with a casual tone. I think I can manage that. Psycho answers with a slight chuckle. Okay, so. I'll check in again in an hour, going to close the radio to save battery. I add. Very well. Psycho replies and. Oh. One more thing. Speaks up again. And before I could react. I love you. She quickly adds before the radio turns silent. Daw, so sweet. I think my sugar levels just toped up. Rika chuckles. Oh zip it. I roll my eyes as I close the radio. Still, ain't you being overprotective? Rika asks as she lifts herself to look at me as she folds her arms over the sofa's back, then leans her head on her arms. Not the first time Saya told me Captain Fat Ass was staring at her. And as I said, last thing I need is returning back to the airport and find out that I need to gut a pig in a suit as it screams. I answer flatly. Oh my, but I thought you said you'd burn em alive. Rika just chuckled. I'm always open for some variety. I answer as I shrug. Ha. Well yeah, okay. I don't blame you, if I had girls that good looking, I'd be worried too. Plus Mr. General had already made himself a name for being a little pervert. He got caught wandering near the female baths one too many times. Rika chuckles. Just great. Saya is being targeted by a known fat pervert. Was this supposed to calm me down? I ask as I fold my arms. Relax, it's not like he can really do anything, especially since your little girlfriend is not just a random civilian. Rika shrugs as she lies back down on the sofa, disappearing from view. Wishful thinking. So if she was a random civilian the story would be different. I ask back. Well, just think of it like that. He won't probably creep in anybody's room. But how many girls stuck in these dirty camps would accept bending over in hopes to get better treatment? Rika asks back. Oh, so the guy is a passive-aggressive abuser in a spot of power. I groan. I'd be more worried about your purple-haired friend if I was you. Rika casually lifts her hands and flicks her wrist as she responds. Do I want to know why? I ask. Well, I might be talking out of my ass here, but that guy your group? What was his name again? Takasho. Rika keeps wiggling her finger as she speaks. Takashi. I correct her. Yeah, that. The dude must have taken the saltiest expression I've ever seen when our late machine gun friend started hitting on your little purple-haired friend. Almost as if he was her boyfriend. For a minute I honestly thought he was going to pick a fight. Rika lifts her head to glance at me before disappearing back behind the sofa's backrest. That guy just don't wanna quit, does he? I groan as I let out a sigh. Oh, sound like I just hit juicy history. Rika quickly appears from behind the sofa's backrest again, this time staring at me with a grin. Come on, spill it, she adds as she narrows her eyes, still grinding at me. There's nothing to spill. Psycho's an amazing person and he probably fell for her. I shrug. And you are fine with that? You don't seem worried in the least. Rika tilts her head as she speaks. If I was worried about every single guy drooling over her I would probably stop sleeping at night. As I said, she's a pretty amazing person. I just trust that she won't go stabbing me in the back while I'm not looking. I respond as I fold my arms. And besides, if she does. Saya's also there, and I get the feeling she would not miss a beat to snitch her out if she finds out. I continue. How so? Rika asks as she tilts her head. Just because they agreed to put up with each other, does not mean they ain't gonna try to make their position better. I'm, honestly not even sure why these two agreed to share. It's not like they're passive as a person. I answer. No idea. Never been part of a triangle, especially one where all members are aware of it. Rika chuckles as she shrugs. Well, me neither. I chuckle back as I also shrug. Going for broke at? How come you decided to stop at 2 then? Rika laughs. Come on now. Even though I managed to somehow prove to them that I care about them both, I am pretty damn sure that if I start fucking around, no amount of proving will be enough. And you know, don't bite off more than can chew. I'm already chewing a whole damn watermelon here. I answer. These must be some big watermelons, but you said it yourself, neither of them seem to be passive. I mean hell, both of them are from well-known families. Seeing how their parents seem to be among the top dogs in our current merry band of suits. Rika tilts her head as she speaks. You know about Psycho's father? I ask as I arch an eyebrow. You kidding me? They cleared half the airport for his arrival. Not even the general gets that kind of treatment. Rika scoffs. And I don't have to even mention out the Pinket's parents, do I? Half the camp essentially answers to them. She continues. Yeah, too bad that half of the camp does not have a single damn shooter to its name. I chuckle. Well, if you want it that bad you can ask the Pinkett to ask the general really nicely. Maybe with a maid costume. Rika shrugs. We'll walk. I retort instantly. Rika just let out a single giggle out of her nose. Shame the new ranked officers from the carrier are from the Navy. Means that they can't just take over, since the army stationed in the airport is essentially a mix of ground forces and unlucky conscripts. So we're stuck with what we have. She adds. What's worse, that asses inside the walls. Or the asses outside the walls. I sigh as I point towards the closed window. Point. But it does not make it better. Rika answers. So, back to the important point. What do we do? She asks right after. Why you're asking me? I ask back. You have been out here without support longer than me. And you reacted faster than me. And while I still think I have your ass beat in a shootout, I'm not going to kid myself with thinking that I survived by my own quick thinking. Rika responds as she leans her chin on the sofa's backrest. Plus, were you not acting as the leader when it was just you and the other two? She asks. I'm going to be giving orders to a cop. This day just keeps getting weirder. I blink as I shake my head. Not just a cop. Chief of the 1st Squadron in the Prefecture Police, mind you, plus, the best sniper in the special assault team that got sent to clear the airport, thank you very much. Rika lifts her finger as she speaks. Wait, if you were the chief then you shall. Blah blah blah, I can't hear you, you lead. Boss. Rika cuts me off as she smirks. Really now? I ask back. You seem to fail to understand. So let me make it clear. She sighs as she gets up from the sofa and walks up to me. As a chief, I failed. When our team's leader failed to react, I didn't do anything, and we got ripped apart. And even before that, I lost my own partner. She presses her finger against my chest as she speaks. And before you say that you didn't do anything either. We're both standing here because of you. You saved my life. I saved none. So yes, I think we're better off with you at the helm. She adds as she takes a step back and folds her arms. Fine. I sigh as I lift both arms slightly, then turn to head towards the kitchen. Besides, I thought guys liked being on top. She adds with a rather provocative tone. Until they realize that also means they'll have to do all the work. No thanks. I respond without turning, heading to where the cupboard that the jerky was at. A straight casual answer? How lame, ain't boys your age supposed to get all embarrassed at moments like these? Plus, you just sounded like an old man. Rika sighs in disappointment. Because if we add my old life plus this one, I'm probably older than your ass Rika. Sorry to disappoint, if you want embarrassed schoolboys, go get Takashi. I answer as I open the cupboard. Hey, wait a minute. Why not the chubby one? Rika asks as she starts nibbling another jerky. Because Asami will probably chew him out, and he will just get depressed. And where the hell did the peanut butter jar go? I ask as I turn to Rika. True, guess the chubby one is a bit too easy of a target. Rika answers as she glances away, still nibbling at the jerky. You didn't answer my question. I retort. What question? Rika asks back as she tilts her head. Jar of peanut butter? Next to the jerky pack. I ask again. Oh. Rika's eyes go wide as she opens her mouth. I ate it. She casually continues as she turns to head to the sofa, then plops on it. The jar was still sealed. I slightly tilt my head in disbelief. And it tasted great, too bad we run out of crackers while I was eating, that combination was to die for. Rika casually remarks as she lifts her hand, pointing towards the ceiling. You ate all the crackers too. I respond as I drop my shoulders. Hey, don't sound so depressed, I left some stuff in there for you. Rika continues. The only thing left here is dried fruit rolls. I retort as I fold my arms. They're good for you. Rika casually remarks. Ah, you're asking for it. Instead of answering, I silently walk up to Rika from behind the sofa. Besides, we can't take all that stuff with us in. Before Rika could finish, I snatch the bag of jerky from her hands. Oi! What gives? Rika lifts herself to stare at me with a frown as I take a few steps back away from her reach. Eat the dried fruits, you'll get fat if you keep eating this shit. I answer as I grab a strip of jerky. I don't like dried fruits. And I'll lose the calories anyway. Rika responds as she keeps frowning at me. It's good for you. I answer as I turn to head back upstairs. Rika didn't respond. Or, well, I thought she didn't. A few seconds later I found myself staggering forwards, a heavy weight on my back. Ah no you don't, this is mine. Rika giggles as she tries to grab the package while essentially trying to piggyback ride me. Though all it took for me was to extend my arm to keep it away from her. Ugh. You damn foreigners and your long arms. Rika groaned as I started going up the stairs with her still on my back. Hearing that from a person that looks less Japanese than me is all levels of weird. I respond as I take a single jerky and stuff all of it in my mouth. Oh, bite me. And stop eating my jerky. Rika answers as she starts pulling my cheek. Quith south in, you'll get the horth on us. I retort. Then give me my jerky, you jerky thief. Rika grumbles back as she quickly tries to get the pack, to no avail again. Okay, fine, I sigh as I finally go up the stairs. Then quickly grab the remaining 3 strips, shove them all in my mouth and hand the annoyed sniper the empty bag. Oh ah! Oh you litly! Rika finally gets off me, only to turn me around, and grab one of the strips that I had not managed to fully stuff in my mouth with her fingers. And then pulls it out. You know that was in my mouth a second ago, right? You're not going to. Before I could even finish, Rika was munching on the jerky. Eat that. As I finish, Rika right jerks her shoulders with a slight smirk, then turns to head back down the stairs, nonchalantly tossing the empty bag aside. Does this count as cheating now? After blinking a few times, I head back into my room. Chapter 69, Riverside. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of the constant tapping of my pen getting smacked against the table was the only sound echoing inside the house right now. In front of me, an open textbook. On it, several things drawn. Or more like, scribbled. A circle with the word grain factory over it. Next to it, a Y shape. The upper left appendage of it ending in a wavy pattern. The word river next to it. At the end of that part, another circle. The word outpost, over it. And lastly, in a bigger circle that had the whole appendage in. We are around here written next to it. So, you got all that? The radio, which was on the table next to me, asks. Yet. Think so. I answer. Say it back to me. The radio adds right after. Saya, relax. I chuckle as I shake my head. Don't, tell me to relax, you idiot. If you got something remotely wrong, you will get lost. So say it back to me. Saya answers with a commanding tone. Geez, you have a funky way to show that you are worried, sweetheart. Next to the grain factory is a river. The river splits in two. On the side that is closer to the facility, if you follow that river, you will find an outpost. The outpost itself is a bit inland, about 2 intersections in. So we should look for a parked boat or guard activity. A refurbished one-floor store with a garage that encircles the whole building serves as the main facility. I start speaking with a flat tone as I stare at the piece of paper. Rika, who was sitting next to me, holding back a chuckle. I see you studied for your exams, I'm proud, Rika whispers as she finally starts chuckling. I just throw her a meh glance. Good. Saya answers, letting out what I think was a sigh of relief. Saya, you can't think I'm that stupid. I chuckle as I close the textbook. Saya stops speaking. I'm just making sure, okay? Stupid. Saya mumbles. If you say so. I answer as I get up with a sight. Well, guess that's that then. I continue as I stretch my back. Hey? Are you going to go now? Saya asks with a worried tone. Good question. The sky is starting to dim, and we don't know how far we really are from our target. Honestly, going out with the hope that we'll find another clear, walled-off house like this is a pipe dream. So I'm thinking of staying the night here, leave early in the morning. I respond. I see. Saya mumbles. Don't worry, I'll make sure nobody touches your boyfriend. Rika then leans towards the radio with a smirk. Wah? Nobody asked you. And you're not allowed to touch him either. Saya quickly replies. I'm not. Rika answers. Trying to sound confused? Though that shit-eating grin on her face would say otherwise. Yes, you're not. Saya barks back. It feels like I'm watching a pink Pomeranian fighting over a bone against a troll-faced Rottweiler. But he's so nice I can't? Not even a little bit. Rika continues to talk, slightly shaking her shoulders as she was trying not to laugh. No. Saya flatly declares. I then tap Rika on her shoulder, and as she turns to glance at me, I shake my head. Fine. Rika answers as she makes a pouty face. And, after a few seconds of silence. So, we really should not be wasting any battery, so. I speak as I fold my arms. Nair, wait. Saya instantly replies, her annoyed tone quickly disappearing. I reply with a questioning Just, be careful, alright. Saya adds right after. Don't worry, Saya. I'll be back before you know it. I respond, trying to sound as convincing as I can. And, I want to ask you something. Saya continues. Privately. She adds right after. I glance at Rika, who just shrugs, and then turn to head up the stairs to the second floor, radio in hand. And the moment I reached the second floor. Okay, so. I ask. Are you alone? Saya asks. I'm on the second floor. Rika is stealing my food on the first floor. I respond. I see. Saya mumbles. She starts to speak, only to stop. It is. And stops again. It's just. And again. Saya. Is something bothering you? I ask as I lean on the wall, staring at the small, fake potted plant that was inside an extrusion on the opposite wall. Saya once again did not manage to finish her sentence. And, after a few seconds. You won't do anything weird with her, will you? Saya finally asks. You mean Rika? I ask. You're already calling her by her first name. Saya mumbles. Is this a jelly chun, dear? Saya, let me ask plainly. Will it hurt you if I did something? I ask. What sort of question is that? Of course it will, I'm already having to deal with SAE. Then I won't, it's that simple. I answer. Saya didn't respond. You don't believe me, hey? I ask. I want to, but. Saya mumbles. Let me set it another way. If I hurt you, you'll leave. I don't want you to leave. I answer. Sweet talker. Saya mumbles again. Where did I hear that one before? I chuckle. And, after a few seconds of silence. Still, I'll admit I'm kinda hurt you have this little faith in me. I add as I tilt my head. Hey. It's not my fault, I mean, you already want both me and Psycho and Saya responds. Did I ever hide that fact though? I made it clear the moment you showed some actual interest. Same way I'm telling you that I won't do anything behind your or Psycho's back. I answer as I lift my head to look at the ceiling. But... Saya mumbles before turning silent. And after a few seconds. Ugh. Why does this keep happening to me? You were supposed to spend your day with me. Not get stranded on the other side of town with that perverted weirdo. Until she speaks up with an annoyed tone. Really feels like we keep getting the short end of the stick since coming to the airport, hey. I add with a slight sigh. Saya stayed quiet, too quiet. I get the feeling I'm about to hear. I'd rather leave than stay here if they will keep doing this. Saya grumbles in a low tone. Stupid. You know our chances of survival will. I don't care, at least when we were out there, we were together. Saya cuts me off. That, I can't really deny. I respond with a low sigh. It's stupid. Why does this keep happening? Why Papa keeps picking you for these stupid missions, can't he just send another idiot? Saya grumbles right after. Low-key, you just called me an idiot, again. Also, it was Rika that nailed me with this mission. But, let's not tell her then, lest she actually tries to kill her. Had to be me, someone else might have gotten it wrong. I chuckle as I answer. And I just death flagged myself by saying that, didn't I? Then get it wrong, that way they'll leave you alone. Saya retorts in a low tone. Feels like Psycho said something along those lines too. Victim of your own success, hey. We'll figure something out. After I am back. But for now, just hold on tight. And, I stop talking and look at the radio. I don't mean to be the ass here, but the battery is already down to 2 out of 3. I add as I keep looking at the radio's small screen. What? Why didn't you say so earlier, you idiot? Close the radio, we will need it for more important stuff than this. Saya quickly answers. Hey, making sure you are mentally well is as important. I answer as I chuckle. Stupid. I'm not weak, I'll be fine. Saya mumbles in a low, whiny tone. One thing does not nullify the other. But yet, shutting down. I add, and after a few seconds, I close the radio. Oh boy. And let out a huge sigh as I start going down the stairs. The moment I reach the bottom floor, I find Rika on the sofa, munching on something, again. Girlfriend problems? She asks as she arches an eyebrow. Yet, because somebody is teasing them too much. I answer as I fold my arms. Hey, don't blame me, it's their fault that their reactions are so cute. Or well, at least the Pikets are. The other one feels like she'll try to stab me if I push too much. Rika shrugs. Hey, you're not that far off about that. Sue, what's the plan? Hunker down for the night? Rika casually asks. Yet, not a fan of wandering around at night. I shrug. Hey, good. Because I don't feel like getting off this sofa. Rika lets herself sink on the sofa as she speaks. With that, I go back up the stairs, and towards my room. After reaching it and closing the door behind me. And now, it's boring time. I groan and drop myself on the bed, absent-mindedly staring at the ceiling. This would actually be the perfect moment to have Psycho or Saya with me. I sigh as I turn to look out the window, the sky slowly starting to turn orange, which in turn, slowly made the room I was in take a darker shade. Hopefully by tomorrow, the corpse parade will have passed. Then, we'll go to our right, since the grain factory is towards our left. If we're lucky, we'll reach that outpost tomorrow. Saya told me it's near the river, but the distance, is something I don't know. I fold my arms under my head as I keep speaking to myself. It could have been the silence, or the overall hecticness of the day. But I found myself drifting in and out of sleep pretty fast. Several weird dreams about semi-auto crossbows and correct charms later. Infinite durability katana. I slowly open my eyes as I mumble something stupid. I blink once, twice, thrice. But the light does not return, instead, I am greeted by a dark room, a very dark room. I look to my left as I sit on the bed. Out the window, a cloudy dark sky. It's night. I ask myself as I tilt my head. A cloudy night, no wonder I can barely see shit now that we got no lights. I carefully get off my bed and reach for my helmet, which was on the nightstand next to the bed along with my mask, while the rest of my black clothes were on the floor. I then take the flashlight and open it. The light shooting straight at my face. Fucking hell. I reflexively close my eyes before shaking my head. Rubbing my eyes as I get off the bed. By the next time I opened my eyes, I could at least see where I was walking. Damn, feels like a horror game in here. I shiver slightly as I turn to exit my room, into an equally dark hallway, the only place actually visible being the conic shape that the flashlight illuminated, and the dim moonlight from the window behind me. After doing down the hallway and to the stairs, I then head down. On the main room, on the sofa, Rika was out cold, her pants haphazardly tossed on the floor. Hey, kinda risky that both of us fell asleep. I head to the full-sized window that was near the sofa and open it. And much to my surprise, silence. Did the horde pass over? I tilt my head and head up to the concrete wall. Hold the flashlight with my mouth, and with a quick jump, climb it. With half my body over the concrete wall, I take the flashlight to my hand and check the road. Other than a couple of corpses that were simply staring towards God knows what, the road was clear. If the road stays this clear, then we can leave once the sun is up. Before I let myself fall back down, I looked to my left, and then, I saw it. About 5 houses away from ours, on the 2nd floor. A light shining from the inside. I blink a couple of times and turn my flashlight towards the said building, and the light quickly disappeared. Shit. I quickly close my own flashlight and let myself fall, then, just as quickly I move back inside the house and close the window behind me. That light, it turned off the moment I shined at it, in other words. Somebody was watching me. I walk up to Rika, kneel next to her, and shake her. Wake up. I whisper as I glance behind me, towards the window. Rika didn't respond, at all. Rika, wake up. I say again, this time louder, shaking her even more. Rika this time did respond. Actually, she responded a bit, too much. As she turns towards me, her upper arm going over my shoulder. But, she didn't stop, she kept turning, up to the point that her upper body leaned off the sofa and onto me. Ending up with half her body off the sofa. Ending in a rather uncomfortable position. As she ended up groggily opening her eyes right after. She lifts her head to look at me. If you wanted to sleep together you didn't have to wake me up. Rika mumbles as she closes her eyes again. I take the flashlight, open it, and shine it on her face. Rika frowns as she tries to hide her face, trying to bring her arms over to where my flashlight was. Rika, wake up, we might end up with some unwanted visitors. I say as I pull the flashlight away from her searching hands. Malya. No eye rape please. Rika mumbles as she keeps trying to reach for the flashlight. Must everything you say sound provocative? I whisper as I start to get up, Rika still leaning on me. Quit, stretching me so much. Rika responds with a moan, finally opening her eyes. For fuck's sake woman. I let out a small sigh as I keep looking at her. Is it go time? She asks as she stares at me with a sleepy expression. Yes, we might get a bunch of weirdos knocking on our door, saw a flashlight nearby. I answer. Rika finally stops hanging off me and sits on the sofa. Shit. She adds as she stretches. How close? She asks as she picks her pants. Couple of houses down, they know we're here. Might be nothing, might be a bunch of nutjobs looking for parts for their new meat bicycles. I respond as I turn to look at the window again. Meat bicycles. Rika frowns slightly as she finishes putting on her pants. Never mind, just get ready for trouble. I respond as I walk up to the window, open it slightly, and glance outside. Can't see that house from here. I sigh and back off, leaving the window open. Let's go to the 2nd floor, with the lights out and the doors closed it's pitch black up there. If we get any visitors, we'll see them before they see us. I motion with my head as I turn to head towards the stairs. Right. Rika also gets up and throws a few slaps with both her hands to her face in order to wake up. And I was having such a nice dream. She sighs as she follows behind me. Okay, so, whoever had the flashlight turned it off when they realized I was looking towards them. 1. Is they are scared and hoped that I didn't see them. 2. They will want to get the jump on us and hoped I didn't see them. After going up the stairs I sit down, the window on the bottom floor visible from here. Hey, you forgot the window open. Rika whispers as she nudges me. I didn't forget it. Better to leave an apparent opening that we can manage, than having our, might be foes create one behind our backs. I respond as I get up. I see. Not a bad idea. Going somewhere? Rika asks as she lifts her head to look at me. I'll change to my normal clothes. I answer. Oh. I'll keep watch over the stairs. She continues. I just nod as I turn to head to my room. A few minutes later. I was in my full gear. Sitting next to Rika. Nothing so far. Rika whispers. There's a good chance nothing is all we'll get. I respond. But in the off chance that that's not the case. I continue. Best time to be paranoid, hey. Rika shrugs her shoulder as she keeps staring at the window. If nothing happens till the morning, then what? She then asks. We leave, by jumping into the house to our right. Use this house as cover to move away, then go through the back alley. If it ain't clear, we jump to the next house, until the block ends and we end up on the street. Overall, we avoid the street next to the river until we are far enough from the house that had the light in. I answer. Extra paranoid. Rika chuckles. Other than a couple of retarded decisions I made so far, most of my choices were like that. Don't fix it if it ain't broken. I shrug. Fair enough. Rika nods. Wait, what retarded decisions did you make? She asks right after as she arches an eyebrow. I'll leave that to your imagination. I answer as I shrug again. That's no fun. Rika leans towards me as she narrows her eyes with a slight smirk. Eyes on the door. I flatly respond. Stick in the mud. Rika mumbles as she leans back, turning to look at the window. And so, we stayed there, watching, hearing. The minutes ticking away. Everything on the lower floor was completely still, uneventful. Until, the darkness started to fade. I'm starting to see light. Rika whispers. Let's start packing, the second floor won't stay dark for too long now. I respond as I slowly get up. Alright, I'll grab a bag I found and put some basics in it. And change to my normal clothes. Rika nods as she also gets up. And with that, I move to my room. Then head straight to the desk that was near the window next to the bed, taking my bag and strapping it on me. Before leaving, I check my vest, or more precisely, the magazines on my vest. One mag left. A&D. I then check the mag in the gun. Looks like about half empty, so 20 and 10? 30 bullets left total? AKA, jack shit. At least the pistol is still fully loaded, minus the shots fired when the roof got overrun. After checking that my katana was not clunking around when moving, I exit the room, scar H under my arm. The door to the room ahead of me wide open. Rika in her normal attire, checking her rifle. How much ammo you got left? I ask. I enter her room. The rifle has only 3 left, my handgun is empty. Rika responds as she stops checking her rifle, passing it over her shoulder, next to a blue, medium-sized bag. You? She asks back. 2 full mags for the handgun, 1.5 for the rifle. I respond. Can I borrow the handgun? She asks as she glances at the P220 on my side. I just nod and hand it to her, along with the extra 2 mags. I'll head down. Once we're set, we will head out from the window by the kitchen. I say as I turn to leave. Roger. Rika answers as she follows behind me. And with that, we pass the bathroom, and head to the stairs. Don't see any changes. Nonetheless, I ready my rifle as I go down the stairs. Clear. I say after a quick sweep. I nod and motion Rika to come down. After that, I head to the window I left open, and close it. While Rika made a beeline to the kitchen, opening the drawers and filling her bag with whatever food and water she had not wolfed down by now. I'm starting to see clearly outside. If there was a time to go, it's now. She adds as she turns to glance at me. I nod as I sheath my blade, turning to quickly jog to the kitchen. Then, I opened the normal-sized window that was over the sink. After that, I climb up the counter and check outside, before finally jumping out. The sky was now a very dark blue. Only on the horizon the sky was taking a light orange color behind the clouds. Chilly. With that thought, I straight towards the concrete fence wall. Kneeling down, I check one last time around me, letting Rika catch up to me. I take it no guns. Rika asks as she stops next to me. Unless you can mute it, then yet. I nod, Rika just nods back and holsters my gun. And draws her combat knife. Okay, over the fence, and then towards the fence at the backside of the house. If the back alley is too hot, we head to the next house until we reach the road. I whisper as I look at the purple-haired sniper. Right behind you. Rika nods. And so, with a deep breath, I get up and jump. Climbing over the concrete wall. After going over it, before jumping down, I check the house's yard. Compared to the house we stayed in, the next house had several corpses wandering around in a relatively bloody yard. All of them near the front door, where 2 eaten corpses lay next to each other. The backyard looks empty from here. And so, I jumped. And the moment I touched the ground, I moved to the back of the yard. Where I ended up next to a single corpse that was, hitting its head against the wall. And judging from the blood splatter on the wall, it has probably been doing so, for quite some time. You do you. I ignore the headbanger and move to the back concrete wall, and turn around to wait for Rika, who was not far behind me. The moment she closed in, I kneel down and motion to my eyes with my fingers, then point behind me, towards the alleyway. Then interlock my fingers to make a step for Rika. Who quickly nodded and moved to step on my hands. She then tapped my shoulder, and I got up, silently lifting her up. Not 1 second later Rika jumps back, and starts shaking both her head and hands negatively. I nod and turn to head towards the next house. Upon reaching the wall, I climb up just as before, and well, fuck me. This house looked like an ongoing bachelor party. Probably because the front gate was toppled over, so when the corpses from the passing horde passed, they bled in. The front was plainly put, overrun. The back was not much better either. I let out a silent sigh and balance myself on the wall. Rika then climbs up next to me. Phew-uck. She groans, causing a couple of the nearby corpses to stumble towards the wall, lifting their heads to look at us as they lifted their arms. Without speaking I start walking towards the back wall while staying crouched. Wonder how bad the alleyway is. As I think that I reach the end of the wall and look at the alleyway. The best way to describe it was a minefield. While corpses were not back to back, there were a lot of them on the ground. Yet, no. I shake my head and keep walking on the top of the concrete fence wall, towards the last house between us and the street. Thankfully, there wasn't anything to obstruct us from passing to the final house. Which was honestly as crowded as the last house, if not worse. I think I see even more corpses in this house's yard. With a small sigh, I keep moving forward, soon finding the reason why this house had even more corpses in it. Upon reaching the wall that was facing the street, I found that most, if not all of the upper left side of the house's fence wall was destroyed. A tow truck had busted right through it. Its zombified driver still inside, stuck on the driver's seat because of the seat belt. I guess that crash would also explain why that part of the road was clogged with corpses. Shaking my head I look ahead of me again, towards the street. Of course corpses would be stuck here as well. Essentially, the wall had corpses chilling right next to it. The street itself had several wrecks on it. With corpses dotted all around. The cars ain't too far apart. How far can you jump? I ask as I glance behind me motioning Rika to back off. Rika instead of answering glances over me, towards the cars. Well, depends, what exactly do you want to do? Rika whispers as she keeps looking at the street. The jeep ahead of us that got T-boned by that yellow sedan. We can reach it from here, we then jump to the cop car that is next to it and reach the next set of houses. From there we can get off on the street next to the river, something we can't do here since that pickup wrecked the wall, and the road in front of this house has too many corpses to walk past. I respond. All or nothing hey. Rika sighs slightly as she nods. Who goes first? She asks right after. I'm in the front, so I'll go. I answer. Try not to slip into the hungry mob then. Rika flatly retorts. With a slight sigh, I turn to look back towards the road. Standing up and taking a few steps back. And with a last breath, I dash forward, and jump, arcing over the corpses that had gathered under us. With a loud thud, I land on the jeep's roof. A rather slippery roof, as I found myself slipping to my side and sliding towards the hood. The fuck? I shout as I pull my knife and quickly stab it on the roof, using it as a handle to stop myself. The crap was that? Rika shouts right after. The roof is slippery as fuck. Now move, we made too much noise. I respond as I get up. Rika nods, and without waiting, she runs to the edge and jumps. And, the moment she lands on the roof, she slips and falls on her butt, sliding on me like a curling stone. Oof. Damn, you were not kidding. What sort of paint finish did they use to make the hood this damn slippery? Rika grumbles as she massages her butt. Hell if I know. I sigh as I get to a sitting position, pulling my knife out and holstering it. I then turn to look towards the hood of the truck. While the jeep was tall, it was not tall enough to keep corpses from waving their grubby mitts all over the hood. Though the center of the hood was free of grasping hands. While still sitting I slide to the edge of the roof and look through the front windshield. A single well-dressed corpse was sluggishly clawing at the roof over its head. The windshield ain't cracked, so I guess we are safe from that one corpse at least. I nod and slide to the center of the roof, then stand on it. Does seem slippery, but the distance to the cop car is too far if I can't get rid of the corpses in the front. Well, fuck it. I groan as I ready my Scar H and take aim towards the corpses on the front of the jeep. I open fire, a single burst, and the corpses in the front fell back, either from getting shot to the head or from the force of the bullets. 5 rounds, 5 left. Without waiting I let my Scar go, pull my knife, run to the edge of the hood, and jump. Landing on the cop car's trunk, thankfully the corpses around it had turned to go towards the jeep, so by the time they turned again, I was on the cop car's roof. Rika. Don't jump yet. I glance behind me as I raise my hand. Rika just nods, leans on her hand as she keeps sitting on the roof of the jeep. I then turn to look back ahead of me, the next target, the wall. Which was a full sidewalk away, along with it being about 3 times the height of the cop car's hood. No way I'm making this jump. I bring up my Scar H, then change to the full mag. I take a deep breath, walk over the siren, and jump on the hood. I quickly aim my rifle at the corpses in the front of the car and fire a short burst. The moment the corpses were on the ground, I dashed forward, jumping over the fallen corpses and landing right in front of the wall. Not spending any unnecessary time looking around, I let my Scar go and jump up, climbing up the wall. The moment I stabilized myself on top of the wall, I looked back down, the path I used already taken over by corpses. Well, that could have gone worse. I whisper as I stand up and head to the far end of the wall, towards the street that was next to the river. This road is almost clear. With a small nod I jump down, and head in the intersection between the road that Rika was on and the road by the river. Rika. Once these fucks leave an opening. Move. I shout as I raise my Scar in the air. Rika stayed quiet as the corpses turned to look towards me. I then glance around me, since the corpses by the cars were not the only ones that turned to crawl towards me. I got 7, 8. Maybe more incoming from where the toppled wall and tow truck is. About 12. From where Rika is. And 3 from my left. Luckily left is the way we need to go. Ignoring the mass of corpses ahead and to my right, I draw my blade and quickly head towards the 3 corpses to my left. The first one was relatively ahead the other 2, which were next to each other. The moment I close into the first corpse, I stomp the ground before sidestepping to its side. Then, I bring down the blade in a vertical slash, severing both of the corpse's arms with one clean splash. Though the corpse itself didn't seem to give a single fuck. Before it could turn towards me, I sidestep again and slide behind it, then kick it at the back of its knees, causing the corpses to end up on its knees. And, with one more slash, its head was sent flying. I then sidestep away from the body and turn around, towards the last 2 corpses. Too close to each other. Instead of charging towards them, I silently start walking diagonally towards them. Until I was side by side with them, still at a relative distance. This better work. I crouch slightly, before darting off towards the 2 corpses, both of which stopped walking to turn towards the new incoming noise. Only for the one that was now in front to end up with a strong kick to its chest, sending it stumbling backward, into the second corpse. The impact, while stopping the first corpses from falling on its ass, send the second one tumbling down. With the second corpse essentially down and out, I walk up to the corpse ahead of me, and with a forwards charge, I stab the corpse right through the head, quickly pulling my blade back. The corpse unceremoniously falling forward. Turning my sight towards the third corpse, I find it clumsily getting up. Nair. Screw that smelly hobo. Run. And before I could even take a step towards it, Rika dashes past me as she loudly shouts. I blink a couple of times as I turn to look at Rika, who was running down the road, then look behind me, to find a wall of corpses steadily screening the road. Oh shit. I quickly sheath my blade and start running after the sniper. We end up running past a couple of corpses, until I caught up to Rika. Or more like Rika stopped running upon reaching the next intersection. We go up the intersection. Rika asks as she turns towards me. Before answering I glance behind her. The road next to the river had a slight curve to the right as it went on, in other words, the road disappeared behind the houses. The road ahead looks clear for as much as I can see. I then turn to look to my right, an uphill road that led to who knows where. This one going straight, letting me see much further away. This one is relatively clear for much further, but we keep going straight. If we find the road blocked, we return here. Going up 1 or 2 intersections should be fine, as the outpost is not next to the river. But I'd rather stick close to the river, that way we don't need to worry about going the wrong way. We don't know if straight ahead is really a straight line here. I answer as I start to walk again. Good point. Rika just nods before turning to follow me. As we kept going, I took out my almost empty mag, and took out the remaining bullets. To find out that only 2? Fuck me. I groan as I put the mag back into its pocket on the vest, then take the mag out of the gun, and add the 2 extra bullets in it. How many left? Rika asks as she keeps looking at me. Less than 20, more than 10. I answer with a slight sigh as I put the mag back in the gun. Damn. Was Rika's only response. Want your handgun back? She asks right after. No, I still got this. I respond as I tap the katana on my hip. And so, we kept going, avoiding most corpses in our way, either by simply walking past them from a distance, or by walking on the fence wall of the houses to our right. Some time later, we were sitting on a fence wall that overlooked an empty, narrow back alleyway that separated the wall we were on, from the fence wall of the next house. The backyard behind littered with 4 dead corpses. When are you going to notify the little ones of our progress? Rika casually asks, a cigarette on her fingers. A cigarette she picked from a pack she found on one of the 4 dead corpses behind us. This was also the reason we were taking a break, as by her words I won't enjoy it if we are on foot. Little ones. Ha, I can already imagine Saya fuming from hearing that. I chuckle back. Hey, to me you are still little ones. Rika shrugs. F.B. I open up. And to answer your question. I don't know, maybe when the sun ends up being over our heads I'll note up. I answer as I glance at her, then look at the cigarette. Don't you have smokes in your room, barracks, locker, or whatever you had in the airport to make such a big deal about this? I ask right after. Nope, run out. And I usually smoke cigars, not this crap. Too bad both are a bit of a precious commodity now. She responds as she takes a puff. Hey, I do suppose smokes and booze would run out in the blink of an eye with how stressful it can get right now. I nod slightly as I turn to look at the alley. Ha, this kid gets it. Rika chuckles as she glances at the cigarette's burning point. And with that, we turn silent. A couple of minutes later, Rika stood up. Ready? Ask. Rika just nods as she throws the remaining cigarette in the alleyway. With that, we jumped into the alleyway, and went towards the left. Taking the first turn left and ending up by the Riverside Road again, before going right once again. We must have walked a couple of minutes when the curved road ended up revealing what seemed to be a big 3-floor store not too far from us, a bridge right next to it. Said bridge being barricaded haphazardly on one side with cop cars and buses, it seemed like they tried to block the road off in a real big hurry. Civilian cars were abandoned all around, both on the bridge, in front of the store, and the roads around, including the one we were on. The store itself must have been a toy store, as the front face of the building had several cartoon characters drawn on. To the right, a large parking lot, to the left, while not visible, must have been a street, as there were other buildings starting soon after. Also, corpses, a lot of corpses. Hey Nair. Rika whisper as she leans towards me. Go back? Too many here? She asks. I just nod. And we turned around to walk back the way we came. So, we go up the next intersection. Rika asks again, I nod as glance at a couple of corpses that we had walked past some time ago. Most of them clawing against the fence wall of a nearby house. The thing was. Rika, stop. I stop moving as keep staring at the corpses. What's wrong? She asks as she glances at me. These corpses, the ones by the wall. I motion with my head. What about them? She asks again. We used the road, so why are these things clawing at the wall? I ask as I tug Rika to turn around again. You think somebody followed us? She asks as she turns around and starts walking, placing her hand over the handgun's handle. I don't know. But if they managed to follow us thus far in silence, and we can't see them, they have the jump on us. I respond as I glance behind me, and then, I saw it. A man standing on the fence, bow drawn, aimed straight at us. The fuck? I quickly grabbed Rika by the vest she was wearing and pull her with me behind a car, crouching down behind it. Whoa! What's gotten into why? Before she could finish, a single arrow landed where we were standing with a loud thud, then recoiled off the road and flew off into the river. You. She continues as she turns to look at the arrow that flew into the river. Guy with a bow, same place where corpses were clawing at it. Probably not alone. I whisper as I glance from the side of the car, at the side of the pedestrian walkway, yet I could see nothing from this side. Can you see them? I ask. Nua. Rika whisper. We can't stay here, they know where we are. Move, we are going to the store. I get up slightly as I speak, keeping my sight towards the back. The place that is full of brain-eating dead men. Rika asks as she also keeps looking back. Yes, I'd rather deal with them. I respond. Okay, but won't they just, take pot shots at us as we go there? She asks again. We go back to back, one of us will keep an eye on our back as we go. Rika glances at me, nods, and holsters her handgun, then draws her sniper rifle. I got 3 bullets left here. That will be 3 less of them by the time we reach the building. She adds with a serious expression. Alright, I'll exit first, pop up shortly after, if one of these assholes tries to take a shot, cap their fucking head off. I'll then turn to take aim while you leave. I nod as I do a last check on my scar, then switch it to full auto. Okay, go. I loudly shout as I get up and start running. And, sure enough, a second later. A single loud gunshot. Followed by a loud scream, and the sound of ripping fabric. Assholes! Rika yells, and I instantly stop, turn, and drop to one knee. Rika was already running towards me, and, as for the owner of the shout. Let's just say that the corpses that were clawing at the fence wall before, were now busy eating lunch. Now call it instinct, but since I could not actually see anybody, the first place I ended up looking at was the window of the hostel house, and while the insides were dark, the curtains were flowing outside, in other words, the window was open. Nonetheless, I fire a short burst and, another scream as a single arrow flew from the window, and towards a random direction away from us. Move! I hear Rika shout from behind. And I get up and turn around, Rika already on the ground, aiming towards the house. I quickly run to the side to move away from her light of sight, then start running towards our target, the corpses towards the store now clearly coming towards us. After this they will be on top of us. This time, I heard no gunshots, and by the time I turned around. Move! I shout as I take aim, then throw a short glance behind me at the corpses. Their moans grew louder by the second. Rika rolls to the side before spinning to her feet, turning around to run. I can't see anything. There were only 2 of them. Nair, they're almost on us, we'll get swarmed if we stand still anymore. Rika stops next to me as she looks at the corpses. Not much we can do, go to the side, fire the handgun, I'll go the other way and move past when there is an opening, then get on the bridge and draw them there. I point towards the railing next to the river as I speak. Rika nods, passes the sniper over her shoulder and runs to the side. While in the meantime I run to the other side, keeping an eye on the house. And shortly after, 2 shots echoed. Turning to look behind me, I see the corpses had turned to creep towards Rika, who was slowly backing off, the road still blocked off. Come on, move your asses. And, after a few seconds that felt like an eternity, I saw an opening, right next to the end of the wall, no more corpses popped up. Without the time to wait and see if there were more incoming, I dashed forwards towards the open road. And the moment I dashed past the wall, I glanced to my right, only to find out that the group of corpses has not completely passed, the remaining corpses less than a meter away from me. Shit. Shit. Instead of stopping, I kept running, leaning forward to avoid any grabby hands. And as I kept running, the corpses on the far end of the group started to turn towards me, probably because I was not being very silent as I sprinted. God, this better work. I lift my gun and pull the trigger, the nearest corpse that just blocked my way to the ground. Though, none of the bullets found the head, as it kept shuffling about on the ground, slowly getting to a sitting position. The moment I reached the corpse, I jump. And using the corpse's face as a step, I vault over the remaining corpses, landing behind the group with a roll. Bridge. Now. As my boots touched the ground, I sping into another dead run. Straight towards the bridge. Over here, you groaning fucks. I shout as I undo the SCAR's suppressor. Turning to face the group the moment I reached the bridge. And with one hand, as the other was holding the suppressor, I aim towards the group and fire a single shot. I then glance behind me to see the corpses around the cars on the bridge had also started to roam towards me. Okay, time to get. I start walking towards the way I came as I try to put the suppressor back on, only to see a pair of legs in front of me. Glancing up, I spot a corpse, arms stretched towards me. TCH. I click my tongue and shove the suppressor in a random pocket on my vest as I move away from the groaning shambler, turning my focus back on the incoming corpses. Okay, once she is past we see a GAAH. I didn't even manage to finish that thought when I saw Rika popping up from the group of corpses, and falling to the ground while clutching her thigh. The corpses behind her all leaning over to swarm over her. The fuck? Quickly raise my SCAR and pull the trigger, and then keep it pulled. Emptying the whole remaining clip on the corpses around Rika as I run up to her, grabbed her by the vest, and started walking backward. But, not fast enough, as one of the corpses managed to grab her leg as it lunged forward. Shoot that damn thing, I'm out. I shout. Rika in response quickly pulled her handgun and fired 3 rounds at the corpse's head, which in turn let go of Rika's leg as I pulled her back. Arg. I'm going to kill these asshats. Rika screamed as she yanked her rifle. The reason? An arrow was sticking out from the back of her thigh. As I kept pulling her back, I lift my head, the perpetrator standing in the middle of the street with a hysterical expression. Bow drawn, aimed at us. The hell's their fucking problem? I quickly yanked myself and Rika to the side, while at the same time Rika fired a shot from her rifle, and the bowman flung his arrow. The sudden movement caused both to miss. Don't fucking move me! She yelled as she glared at me. I'm not letting that bastard get out of this alive. She hisses as she aims through her scope. The bowman, realizing that he's probably not as fast as a damn gun, quickly turns to dash towards a nearby alleyway. And, Rika fired the final shot of her rifle. Fgay! Followed by a loud scream, and the bowman was on the floor, clutching his knee. Eye for an eye, dipshit. Help me up, we need to get out of here. Rika whispers before turning to look at me, passing the rifle over her shoulder. I pass Rika's arm over my shoulder and lift her up, and then turn around. The bridge had corpses, the road behind us obviously had corpses. And the road to our right had corpses. We're surrounded. I whisper as we keep moving forward, towards the store. Check the back of the store. Rika points at the left of the store, past the parking lot. Then turns to look at the arrow sticking out her thigh, running her fingers around it. No ripped fabric. She whispers as she grabs the arrow, and pulls it out with a grunt, revealing it to be a field-type tip. Silver lining, at least they didn't use the normal arrows with the wide tip, would be impossible to pull out. She just took a deep breath as she tried to not step with her wounded leg. After we moved past the parking lot, using the cars as shields against the corpses, we ended up in the backside of the store. Two giant gates led inside the storage section of the store, both of them open. And in the backspace of the store, another big parking lot surrounded by a wall, this one designed for trucks, seeing how there were multiple box trucks already parked here. We headed to the nearest one that was in front of one of the store gates, parked with its backside towards the store. The back doors of the truck wide open. Wait a section. I let go of Rika, and quickly run to the truck and climb up a few steps as I run up the truck's cargo box, grabbing the top of the cargo box and climbing to the top shortly after. I then turn around and lie on the cargo box, extending my arm. Come on. I glance around at the oncoming corpses as I speak. Rika nods and limps up to the box truck, grabbing my arm as I pull her up. And seconds later, we were both looking at the sky, with our backs against the box's ceiling. Fucking hell. I sigh as I finally relax. Rika just stayed quiet, before she started chuckling. Nair, can you do me a favor? Rika speaks up as she keeps staring at the sky. What? I ask back. Can you take a shirt from my bag and wrap it on my leg? My thigh is starting to feel a bit too wet. She casually adds as she takes off her bag and gives it to me as she kept the pressure on her thigh. I just nod, take her bag and open it. Grabbing a random white shirt from inside. I then slide towards Rika's leg and wrap the shirt around her injured thigh. Guess we will be stuck here for a bit now. Can't go bleeding all over the place. Rika gets to a sitting position. We need a basic first aid kit. Something to at least stitch the wound temporarily. I fold my arms as I speak. The house we were in had nothing. And whatever we had. Rika lets out a sigh as she stops speaking. Is on the roof, I know. I continue after Rika. But, that was not what was really worrying me right now. You feel fine otherwise? I ask. Yes, my thigh hurts like hell, but I've had worse. Rika shrugs. Arrows, unlike bullets, are known to get dipped in poison. And infected saliva would be a really, really bad poison. I glance at Rika then take a deep breath. How long did it take for Hihashi to turn? The anime had time skips in between. Nair? You're staring pretty hard right now. Rika leans towards me as she speaks. Rika, do you know how long it takes for an infected person to turn? I ask flatly. Rika blinks a couple of times, before leaning back off again. From what we have been informed, anywhere between 5 to 20 minutes. Rika answers calmly. And, after glancing at her thigh. You think the arrow might have been spiked? She asks just as calmly. I don't know. But these guys did try to kill us. If they were smart, and ruthless enough. It could be a possibility. I answer as I sigh. I see. You do have a point. Rika lowers her head slightly. Then, pulls the handgun I gave her. Command also told us that saliva loses its infective properties as soon as it dries. She adds as she tilts her head. But hey. Look at the bright side, if I do turn, certain 2 girls won't have to worry about the perv-ride weirdo. She chuckles as she slides me the handgun. You heard that, hey? I answer as I glance at the gun. It was a bit too quiet. And I might have been a bit too curious about what the pinkette wanted to say. Not that I'm that surprised to be honest. Rika chuckles. Just, do me a favor, If I do turn, make sure you go back into that house, and make sure that all these assholes are dead, really dead. Rika takes one of the cigarettes from her chest pocket, and lights it up. Then turns to look in the distance. All we could do now, is wait. Chapter 70, Riverside PT2. Where is he? I whisper as I keep scanning around the nearby street, kneeling on the top of the fence wall that was next to the house that we got ambushed from. The house that the fence I was on to my left. Or well, its messy front yard. There's only one body here. I sigh as I look at the remains of the bowman I shot some time ago. Where's the fucker that shot Rika? I narrow my eyes as I keep looking around. There is a lot of blood around, so I can't really make out if any of it is his. No chance he could run away, his leg got shot. So. With a sigh, I get up. Take a few steps back, then dash forward and jump over the alley that separated the 2 houses, landing inside the yard of the hostel house. The first thing I noticed, was it had several dead corpses inside. The second was a trail of blood, leading from the wall next to me, and into the house through a full body-sized window. Said window now closed. I silently walk up to the window, glancing inside. The trail keeps on inside, I whisper as I open the window, or well, try to. As it ended up being locked. I groan as I take a step back. I can just smash the window, but if there are hostile people still inside, it will warn them. And these guys got the jump on us once. Not happening twice. I fold my arms and look around. Then, look up, spotting the open window that I shot the second archer from. The curtain still floating through it. That could work. I nod and take a few steps back. The window was obviously too high up to wall run, but there was a small room that extruded from the first floor a little further to the left, creating a small roof that I could reach. With a nod, I run up toward the wall of the outer room, and using the lip of the window on the wall, I climb up to the small roof. After that, I dash towards the open window to my right, jumping off the roof, and grabbing the lower's edge of the window. Though I might have gone a bit too fast, as the momentum made my grip slip as I kept going forward. Shit! I quickly grab one of the flowing curtains and crack! While the curtain did not rip, the pole it was attached to did not like the newly added weight, causing it to detach from one side. What followed was that I found myself falling. Before a quick, violent stop. The curtain now slightly ripping from the force. Bah! So much about being silent. After hanging like a damn monkey on a pendulum for a few seconds, I start climbing up the curtain, finally reaching the window. Before entering, I throw a quick glance inside. The guy I shot sprawled on the floor, his bow next to him, broken in two. Along with a couple of arrows, a pool of blood under him. Empty. I nod and enter the building. They walk up to the body and check it. No pulse. As dead as you get. I whisper as I keep searching. Before turning it over and opening the bag it still had on it. Nothing of use. I groan as I glance at the broken bow. Did I end up shooting through the bow as well? Oh well, never took bow lessons. What with me being dead broke. I got no idea how to pull it without passing the arrow right through my thumb by accident. I sigh as I get up, ignoring the bow, for now at least. With that, I ready my handgun and head towards the closed door ahead of me. The moment I reached it, I crouched down and open it. Then slide to the side and let it completely open while taking cover behind the wall next to it. Once it was fully opened, I glanced through. A wide rectangle hallway with two doors and a staircase. The staircase to my right was in the center of the hallway, one door adjacent to the staircase, the other door straight ahead of me. But most important of all, the blood trail goes up the stairs and into the room on the far end of the hallway. I take a deep breath and head next to the stairs, then glance towards the first floor, before turning towards the closed door to my left. And prick to open it the same way I opened the last door. Inside, ended up being the bathtub on the far end. And while I was still crouched I could see a hand sticking out of said bathtub. Oh, ain't that just perfect? I pull my hunting knife and carefully walk towards the bathtub, standing up when I reached about halfway into the bathroom. Inside the bathtub, a blonde, long-haired girl, she couldn't have been much older than me, her eyes closed, her face extremely pale. Her clothes sticking to her body. As the bathtub was filled to the top with water, water had turned red. The reason? Several deep cuts on the girl's wrist. The bloody scissors on the lip of the bath showing the culprit. At least she died human, I guess. I throw a last glance at the girl before turning around, crouching down again as I head back to the rectangle room, closing the door behind me. The downstairs looked empty from the window below, so I turn to the final door. Ready my handgun, and head to the door. After stopping in front of it, I carefully turn the door handle. The moment the door was open slightly, I let go. Then used the handgun to open it completely, while at the same time aiming down the sights. The first thing I saw, other than the blood trail, was the wall to the right, which was made of wardrobe doors, then, a window on the far end wall ahead of me. And finally, a bed that had its head rest against the wall to the left, the blood trail leading behind the double bed to my left. I glance at the floor before silently entering the room. And then instantly head my side of the bed, which instead of a nightstand had a dresser with a mirror on the far end. After getting next to the dresser I then lean down and look under the bed. Two legs visible on the other side, along with two hands resting on these legs, one hand holding what I think was a bow, the other, holding an arrow, a bag in front of the legs. Okay. Somebody is there, big chance the guy who shot Rika. He seems to not be moving. I lean back up and look over the bed. Yet, could not see the guy, the bed was too high. Fuck it. I let out a breath, and climb the bed. Much to my surprise, the bed did not even creak. And now, I had a full view of the guy. His head was bent down, swaying lightly. The hand that was holding the arrow was playing with the tip. And, very bloody, bandaged right leg. Proving he was the guy that shot, and got Rika's shot. You bandages you little fucker. I silently moved right next to him, yet the guy didn't respond. Not that it's that surprising. He had a splintered knee considering the bandage location, must have hurt like a bitch. Plus all the blood loss. Without speaking, I lean forward. Raise my hand, and quickly launch it forward at the guy's arm, the one holding the arrow. Before as quickly pulling back, lifting his arm up with a tight grip. Hey! Wah! The guy quickly turns to look towards me, only to find himself staring at the barrel of a gun. Sup? I motion with my head as I keep holding the guy's arm. The guy's face turns into a scowl. Here to take your revenge for turning your friend into a zombie asshole. His lips turned into a slight smirk as he kept looking at me. So you were aiming for it, hey? And yet I'm the asshole here. I narrow my eyes. Fuck why? Before the guys could finish, I quickly lower the guy's arm on the bed, and press the gun against his elbow. His eyes go wide as he sees my finger pulling the trigger. Way! His shout getting cut short by the sound of a single gunshot, followed by a loud scream. Language! I add as I push his now ruined arm off the bed, the guy hugging his arm as he leans against the wall to his left. Now, should I even ask why? I ask as get off the bed, and kneel a safe distance in front of him. Ha, ha ha. Why not? It's not like there are any rules left to tell us not to. The guy spits on the floor in front of me as he shouts. So rules are the only thing that stopped you from being a monkey. Guess your other 3 friends must have been the same, seeing how they ended up. I just shake my head as I take the arrow off the bed. Then glance at the tip. 3? Ain't your strong point, huh? There were 3 of us, with me. Or did you go and off some random bystander by chance? As the guy spoke with a grunt, I picked the arrow he dropped on the bed after I shot his arm, dried blood visible on the tip. So there were 3 of you. Thanks for the info, douche canoe. I take it you used infected blood, hey? I ask as I turn my sight back to him. A genius too, ain't you? The guy scoffs as he winces. Smarter than you at least. I respond as I get up. Picking up his bag and glancing in to see an open half-used first aid kit. Since I know that blood itself does not carry the corpse virus. No idea about conventional illnesses though, so thank you for the first aid kit. My friend will need it more than you. I lift his bag slightly as I speak. The guy turned to look at me with a pained expression. Knowing that did stop you from shooting my arm though, you fucking sadist. The guy screams. Just because you're a damn retard and used the wrong fluid as poison, does not mean you did not try to use it as a poison. Same deal to my eyes. I respond as I back off. The guy just kept cursing, before folding over, guess he made a sudden movement that spiked his arm pain. With a small sigh, I lift my handgun, aiming straight at the guy's head. Ha, really now? He grimaces as he looks at the gun. Leaving loose ends is a good way to get you killed. I answer. Then why didn't just shoot me for the get-go, you fucking sadistic fuck? The guy hisses. I needed to vent. I retort, and before the guy could respond, I pull the trigger. His head hitting against the wall behind him as he finally shut up for good. I casually throw the bag over my shoulder and turn to leave, leaving the door to his room open before heading downstairs. You know, I wonder what I would have done to Shimada had I not known that in the manga he was at least willing to try and redeem himself by sacrificing himself. Though the kid he did save was the reason everything went to shit in the first place. With that, I exit the building through the window door that I first found. After searching the kitchen and grabbing some packaged bars consisting of energy bars and halva that is. And, upon climbing the fence wall, I come face to face with a large group of corpses. Corpses that had surrounded the house. What did I expect to happen? I shot a gun, twice. I sigh as I look around. Guess I can use the same path as before with Rika, going towards the car wrecks while staying on the fence. I nod to myself and start to walk towards the back end of the house. And less than a minute later, I was by the cars. A lot of corpses are missing from the left side, which goes to the river. Guess after they went on the main road they joined the other roaming corpses. Good for me. I quickly jump down and run to the road by the river. This time around, the road was, well, not so corpse-free. Okay, without Rika here, I can just return the same way I came. I whisper as I run to the side of the road, passing the second bag over my shoulder after closing it. Then vault over the guardrail, but keep holding on to it, ending up with me hanging behind the railing. Steady now. I carefully grab the street under the railing, lowering myself even more. Okay, let's go before I stop feeling my fingers. Using the guardrail pylons that were embedded in the street as grabbing points, I start to pass the street, throwing an occasional glance under me, towards the river. While I was not exactly silent, the rail guard was about waist high for most corpses, so by the time they ended up leaning over it, I had long passed M. And like that, I reached the four-way intersection between my road, the bridge, the toy store, and the road that led to hell knows where. Since I was still handing off the edge, all I could do was grab on the road that headed to the bridge, so that's what I did, and I kept going. Until I reached the first bridge support where the bridge arches started. Which in truth were my target from the beginning. Since corpses had no real way to get on the arches, and even if they did, they could not deal with slopes to save their unlife. So, after climbing up to the arch and moving a bit higher from any unwanted hands, I look around me. I could just jump on a car from here and dash to the back of the toy store. I nod to myself and get up, and with a stationary jump, I arc over the corpses that had gathered under me, and land safely but very loudly, on a car away from them. Without wasting time, I jump down the car and break off into a dead run, straight towards the toy store's parking lot. After trading paint with a few corpses, I finally reached the parking in the backside of the toy store. Shit, more corpses around the truck Rika is on. Most of them are dressed in storage worker clothes. Guess they came from inside the store. Rika was still casually smoking on the roof of the truck while staring at the sky. The front of the truck does not have any corpses. I nod and run up to the front of the truck, then use the front bumper to quickly climb up. Rika, upon hearing the noise, turns around to find me halfway up. Hey? Why didn't you say you're here? Come on. She holds her cigarette with her mouth and slides to me as she extends her arm. You didn't hear me stomping about? I ask as I get up with her help. Nope. She casually responds. That must have been a very interesting sky then. I shrug as I walk up next to her, then sit down. So? She asks as she glances at my new bag. The guy you shot was still alive. I answer. What? Please tell me you didn't let the fucker go. Rika's expression turns into a glare as she stared at me. I said was. I respond as I open the bag. Rika just lets out a sigh as she closes her eyes, the glare leaving her face. He had already used some of this, but you might be able to use the rest. I add as I pull the first aid kit from inside. Rika opened her eyes to look at the plastic box. Let me see that. She responds as she grabs said box. She shuffled about a bit, before letting a displeased groan. No antibiotics here, only half a bandage. She mumbles. She then pulls a transparent empty vial. The label on it writing morphine. Somebody had fun. Junkies. I ask. I fold my arms. Could be. It's not like you need morphine if you get bit by one of these things. She responds as she motions at the corpses below us. Still, we need something to stitch that or the bleeding stopped. I ask as I look at her thigh. Nope, still bleeding. But this bandage will help with that. Or well, it will help better than a damn shirt, at least side it can get a tighter grip. So, help me out a bit here. She says as she gets up, takes off the now bloody shirt. And tosses it towards the corpses under us, one of them getting the shirt right into its face. I don't know if it was the warmth of the blood, or the smell, but the corpse actually reacted and started, eating the shirt. Turning my head back to Rika, I find her stripping. I blink a couple of times as she pulls her arms out of her overalls, then pulls her pants down. Essentially staying in her t-shirt and her underwear. The whole thing would have had a very different feeling if she didn't have a bleeding hole in her thigh. Grab me the bandage. She casually extends her hand at me as she motions with her hand. I just nod and do as she asked. She takes the bandage and quickly starts wrapping her leg. Play, did he really have to shoot me there? This better not leave an ugly scar. It's too close to my butt. She mumbles as she finishes setting the bandage, then dresses up, well, almost dresses up. As she left her overalls unzipped. So, are you going to tell me if I'll live or turn into a hungry corpse now? She asks as she sits down next to me. Well, they were ruthless, but thankfully for us, idiots. They tried to poison you with the arrow, but used corpse blood instead of saliva. I respond. Guess the pinkette ain't gonna rest easy yet. Rika chuckles. Though I do think we need antibiotics. Corpse blood is still blood from a decaying corpse. Other diseases still exist. I continue. The kit did not have any. Rika answers flatly. I just sigh as I look inside the toy store's storage, spotting a forklift. Guess that place is all that's left. Areas with heavy machinery should have first aid kits by law. I point at the toy store's storage. I already told you. You are not going in there. Rika flatly answers. We can't risk having the wound getting infected. I respond. We don't know how bad it is in there. I was not spouting hot air when I told the pinkette that I'll bring you back alive. Rika repeats. I'll just search the place that is already visible. I won't go deeper. The last thing I want is to deal with literal ankle biters. Because you know, toy store and all. I say as I get up. Do I have to push you down? Sit your ass down, Nair. Rika lifts her head to glare at me. Nope. I casually answer as I run off the truck, and jump into the building. Hey! Come back here, you hero complex moron! Rika shouts as she slides to the edge of the truck. I just wave at her as I look around the building. From what I could see, which was not a lot because of the darkness and no windows. About 20 meters from where I was standing, to my right, where most of the building continued, was pitch black darkness. The place had all the shelves against the walls, metallic vents running along the corners and ceiling of the room. The center was essentially a loading ground, some big boxes and forklifts scattered about, and that's that. To my left, on the wall straight ahead of me and to the far left side, was a door that led into the front of the store. And finally on the actual left wall, 2 door frames, each leading to a bathroom. Left being guys, right being females. Also, next to the door that led to the main building, a first aid wall cabinet. Bingo! I grin as I run up to the door, avoiding the corpses and worker clothes on the way. After reaching the cupboard, I noticed that the door to the front was slightly ajar. Without thinking too much, I grab the door and close it, then turn to look at the first aid cabinet. I quickly open it and bullshit! I mumble as I look at the empty cabinet. I then turn to glance at the bathrooms. Bathrooms usually have first aid kits, right? And this is a high-risk area, so having 2 or 3 of these cupboards would make sense, right? I glance towards the exit. Rika was not visible from here. Then glance at the bathroom doorways. No doors, so still counts as this room, right? I take a deep breath and run towards the bathrooms, opening my flashlight as it was getting a bit too dark for my liking. Male or female? Female has more chance for female corpses, and as this is a warehouse, less chance for female workers. I also don't want to be in a tight space with a burly corpse man, thank you very much. I nod and ran up the doorframe to the female side. After a sharp turn to the right, a small corridor, and another turn to the left, I find the actual bathroom. The insides were just a long corridor, stalls to the left, sinks to the right, along with a wall made of mirrors over the sinks. Also, all stalls were closed. And finally, right next to the first sink, on the wall, another first aid cupboard. God, this better have something. I quickly run up to the cupboard, fling it open. And it was full. Jackpot. Not knowing what to take, I just pick everything that looked like a bottle and quickly turn around. Only to find that the door of the stall behind me had opened. A single, female corpse, dressed like a secretary. Wearing protective headphones, hair covering her head and neck, standing there, unmoving, swaying. Oh holy F. I instantly freeze as I spot the ghost, I mean corpse. And while still standing still, I slowly reach for the stall door with one arm, and lightly push it to close it. The corpse disappearing behind the now closing door. There go 3 years of my life. I let out a sigh as I turn to look at the exit. Then carefully head to the doorframe, and lean in to look at the corridor. Still empty. Let's get the fuck out, last thing I need is getting pushed back to a dead end. With that, I exit the bathroom, and head straight towards the exit. The moment I got near, I saw Rika with one hand holding a cigarette in her mouth, looking toward the inside of the building. She actually looked worried. Well, until she noticed me, then she looked released, then annoyed. Get your ass up here, you damn retard! She shouts the moment she spots me, leaning over the edge and motioning with her hand. 3 corpses under her trying to reach her to no avail. Are you trying to get very corpses on us? I ask with a low whisper as I run up to the 3 corpses under her. With the momentum of my run, I stomp the central one on the back, sending it into the truck's box. Then grab the second one before it could turn around, and yank it towards the third one before quickly grabbing Rika's arm and climbing back up. And, the moment I was up. Bonk. A strong slap to my helmet. You intend to ignore everything I tell you? Rika asks with a rather calm voice. Only the stuff that conflicts with what I want to do. I answer just as calmly. Rika just lets out a loud groan. I should have expected that the guy that is crazy enough to deal with the daughters of the 2 most influential men on the map at the same time is a hard-headed idiot. Rika sighs. I'll take that as a compliment. I respond as I start taking out the pill bottles. Rika turning to stare at them. Maybe I should just tie you up and carry you to the outpost. Rika folds her arms as she keeps looking at the bottles. What's with people wanting to tie me up? I ain't even into that shit. I groan as I finish taking the bottles out of my pockets. If somebody else said that, it proves my point even more. Rika answers as she picks a bottle. Or that you and that person have a weird bondage fetish. I shrug. Depends on the partner. Rika shrugs back. Figures she'd have tried that too. Antiseptic. I'm too lazy to strip again. Rika mumbles as she picks another bottle. Antibiotics, she then exclaims as she opens the bottle and pops a pill. I know I'm gonna regret that. You need to apply that antiseptic too, you know. I point at the bottle she was holding before. You just want to see me in my underwear again, don't you? Rika chuckles. Called it. Just rip the pants and apply it. I shrug. You want to rip my pants? That borders sexual assault, you know. Rika answers again. Do whatever you want. I groan as I let myself fall back with a groan, ending up with the sky taking over my field of vision. It took a few minutes, till I heard clothes scuffling, and shortly after. Ayoj, damn, that stings. Rika exclaims. Means it's working and you needed it. I answer. No shit, Sherlock. Rika chuckles as she lies down next to me. The only noise now being the corpse moans under us, plus the occasional bump as a corpse head butted the truck. A few minutes passed in silence like that. Hey Nair. Until Rika speaks up. You hungry? She asks right after. Please don't tell me you're hungry again. You have been munching on something non-stop while we were at the house. I chuckle. Wayot, here I am trying to do a good deed to thank you. And you think I have ulterior motives? I am, so hurt right now. Rika responds, though the tone of her voice didn't sound too hurt. What do we have? I ask as I get to a sitting position. Nuts. Rika plainly responds. Nuts. I ask again as I turn to look at her, only to find her still sprawled on the roof. Hands behind her head and overalls still fully unzipped. Enjoying the view? Rika asks as she opens one eye with a smirk. What's with you women always targeting guys that are no longer alone? I groan as I shake my head. Because the goods have been tested and approved. Rika laughs. Are you trying to get Saya to orbital nuke us? I ask as I fold my arms. So you mean that the other one won't mind? Rika chuckles as she also sits up. No, the other one will probably take matters to her own hands. You don't want the other one to take matters to her own hands. I answer as I shrug. Dangarus, Rika chuckles as she opens the bag she filled with stuff from the other house. Then pulls a small plastic bag filled with mixed nuts. Yeah, wait a section. I frown. Did you just bait me in order to change the subject so you can just start eating again? I ask as I fold my arms. Of course not, Rika responds as she lifts both eyebrows, glancing at me as she starts munching. Do you always eat that much? I mean, hell, where do you even put all that? I ask with a low tone. Considering your boobs and butt are actually smaller than Shizuka's, or Saya's. Nowhere, did you forget my work commando? Rika casual answers. I just take a deep breath and turn to look at the corpses under us, hands still extended, their blind stares aimed towards the sky. Well, her body does seem to match Psycho's considering they are both athletic, it could make sense. No way I'm telling her that though, it'd be like I'm handing her free ammo to shoot me with. You sure you don't want some? These are some good nuts. Rika asks as she grabs the bag and extends it towards me. Well, never say no to free food. I shrug as I take off my headgear and gloves. Then grab a handful. Words to live by. Rika chuckles. A few more minutes then passed in silence. If you don't count the sound of crunching, and corpse moaning. Wonder what time it is. As we kept sitting, I took the expensive-looking watch out of my vest pocket. Almost 8 Hui. Damn, that's a gaudy-looking watch if I have ever seen one. Who did you steal it from? Rika asks as she leans towards the watch. What makes you think I stole it? I ask back. This brand's cheaper watch is more expensive than your Scar Age sweetheart. You're telling me you dropped 34 and 434,000 yen for a watch? Rika chuckles. That's a lot of numbers. And no, I didn't buy it, I didn't steal it. Or can corpses file for a theft? I ask back. To corpse cops. Rika chuckles. I better get ready to deal with corpse lawyers then. I shrug. By the way, since you pulled it out. What's the time? She asks back. 8. I answer back as I pull the radio out and look at it. Want to call you girlfriends? Rika asks right after with a small smirk. Yes. I respond flatly. I expected some sort of I'm focused on my mission hard-ass approach. Rika tries to imitate a fat truck driver as she speaks, only to end up laughing at her own joke. If they're worried about me 5, I'm worried 10. I answer as I sigh. You know, speaking about it, it really got me wondering. What exactly are you going to do? Rika then relaxes as she leans on her arm. What do you mean? I ask back. With those two? Sure, we might not return to normal anytime soon. But we are definitely taking steps towards a better tomorrow. Restarting infrastructure, cleaning blocks, Hell, your little idea with the giant hole might even earn you a medal with how efficient it will be if we manage to pull it off. But what I want to know is what you will do if these two decide that it's time to, make a decision. Rika shrugs. Honestly, I don't know. I can't see myself denying either of them. I sigh. Oh come on, you must have a favorite. Rika chuckles. No. It's like telling me to decide between ice cream and a cream cake. Both are equally awesome, and one cannot replace the other. I respond as I drop my head. Who's the cream cake? Rika chuckles. Saya. I answer with a shrug. How come? Rika arches an eyebrow as she asks, though the smirk was still on her face. Simply because ice cream is colder, matches Psycho's cool personality better, the process of elimination. I shrug, again. So I guess she melts in your hands. Her Rika chuckles before grinding at me again. I'm thinking of betting that you can't last a day without shooting off sexual innuendos. I fold my arms as I turn to look at her. What? Oh come on, do you take me for some sex-crazed weirdo? Rika frowns slightly as she also folds her arms. I didn't respond. I just kept staring at her. My delicate feelings. To think that you'd think that I'm such a deviant. Rika closes her eyes, puts her hand over her forehead as she turns her head away with a dramatic sigh. Actually, scratch the dramatic sigh, the whole essence was an overblown picture of dramatism. Yet, tell me about it. How did an outlandish idea even pop in my head? By the way, you lowered your zipper so much I can actually see your panties right now. I chuckle. Ya pervert. Rika tries to play the embarrassed schoolgirl as she moves her zipper up just enough to actually cover her underwear. Though with how she was smirking and trying not to laugh, she had failed, miserably. I'm really surprised how nobody tried to actually rape you with how provoking you are. Seeing how half the survivors we found so far were drooling over at least one of our female team members. I sigh as I shake my head. Because the first guy that tried to get a bit too touchy-feely without my consent after I arrived at the airport ended up with 2 broken arms and 3 fractured ribs. Rika casually shrugs as she answers. Why am I not surprised neither by the fact that somebody did try it, and that he also ended up a vegetable? I shake my head as I chuckle. Hey! He didn't turn into a vegetable. He could still walk, short distances. Rika folds her arms as she leans towards me with a frown. Anyway. Keep going. Rika starts zipping her suit up fully up as she puts the nuts back into the bag. Can you walk? I respond as I get up. Rika, instead of answering, stands up as well, and leans on her injured thigh for a few seconds. I'll be fine. If that much was enough to stop me, I'd be fired a long time ago. She adds as she starts getting ready. You sure? We can wait some more. It's not like we're in a time limit. I respond as I fold my arms. Keep being this caring and I might seriously swoon over you. Or I might just take advantage of you and make you do all the hard lifting. Rika laughs, yet sits down again. By the way, since we will have to move sooner or later. How are we going to move? Other than the handgun, we're all out of ammo. And well, I might be fine with walking around, but close combat? One single wrong step can lead to a pain spike, and that could lead to me to the ground while a fugly is chewing my face off. Rika leans back while placing her hands behind her back as she asks. Yet. You will hold on to the handgun for now. We will aim to avoid combat. Hopefully, the outpost is not too far. I respond, then take my radio out again. Let's see if they are awake. I open the radio and press the speak button a couple of times. No reaction. Y'all still snoring? I ask as I bring the radio closer to my face. -10 points in romantic wake-ups for you. Rika snorts. No response. Can't be a 10 at everything. Gotta leave some stuff for others to excel at. I chuckle as I close the radio. And you left out the only thing that some handsome playboy can use to steal your girl under your nose. Rika laughs slightly through her nose as she tilts her head. Well, if we are talking about the same type of playboy that comes to mind. Depending on how successful he is, his handsomeness will equally decrease, in courtesy of me. I answer back. Violent. Rika puts her hand over her mouth as she tries to act shocked. And so, we spent about another half hour on the truck's ceiling. Either with some small talk, or in silence. With me occasionally checking the radio. Didn't think they'd be sleeping for this long. I tilt my head as I keep looking at the radio. The talk button still pressed. Maybe they're having a nice dream. You did tell them to sleep together, did you not? Who knows what they could dream about? Rika chuckled. I meant together in the same room. I groan. As I let go of the button. Though if they did sleep on the same bed. I shake my head. Focus, Nair. Sue, should we? Nair. And just as Rika was about to speak, the radio spoke up. Psycho's voice. Psycho? Did I wake you up? I ask. No, I just returned to the room. Both me and Saya have been awake for an hour or so. Psycho responds. Her voice sounded rather tense. And then, silence. Psycho? Did something happen? I ask as I lower my head slightly. There has been some events. She responds. I don't think I'm gonna like these events. I sigh under my breath. Electricity returned. She answers right after. Wait, is that a bad thing? And as if to answer. And, we will all be moved to the civilian camps. Psycho adds right after. Oh. Wait, what? I shout back. With electricity back. High-ranking officials are getting assigned here. Our rooms will be given to them. That is what Saya's dad informed us. Psycho answers just as calmly. So that's all my work's worth, hey? Fucking hypocrites, I'd like to see one of their fat lard politicians trek through damn a zombie horde for them. I groan with a slight hiss in my voice. When will they move you? I ask as I tap my helmet. The officials will start arriving the day after tomorrow. Psycho answers. And when will they move you? I ask again. They already moved us. She responds. God fucking motherfuckers. I nearly tossed the radio off the truck as I shouted. Rika going wide-eyed as she stared at me. Why, are you so scared about staying in a camp though? Psycho then asks back. It's not the camping that scares me, it's the lack of locks in your sleeping room. I respond as I let out a deep breath. My sleeping room? Psycho asks again. Yes, yours, and Saya's. Or you wanna count times when the people we met thought with their dicks instead of their heads? I answer. Aren't you overthinking this though? You know I can defend myself. I'll make sure nothing happens to either me, or Saya. Psycho answers back. I didn't know you could defend yourself in your sleep. I say as I take a deep breath. Psycho didn't respond. After a few seconds of silence. Where is Saya? I ask. She was with her father last time I saw her. Psycho calmly answers. Maybe, I shouldn't have told you about it. You sound anxious now. She adds right after. No, it's fine. Just means we don't have as much time to waste. I respond as I shake my head. But hey, look at the bright side. If we are sent to the camps, they can no longer force me to go anywhere. More free time. I add as I take a deep breath. That does sound nice. Psycho answers, letting out a small giggle, some tension in her voice disappearing. God, this was some fucking news I did not need. And with Rika telling me that the camps ain't exactly safe. What with how they caught Captain Fatso peeping multiple times, hell knows what else has happened there that has not been mentioned. Well, if worse comes around, we'll just up and leave. I'd rather have to deal with corpses and bandits. At least they cannot push their weight around because of status. I add with a groan. If that is the case. I think there might be a solution you might like. Psycho answers. I'm listening. I answer as I tilt my head. It's something my father seems to be thinking about. I can't exactly tell you what, since he has not actually told me so myself. But he seems to not be too keen on being overly dependent towards the army for his survival. Psycho responds. I see. Well, let's take things one at a time. First, I should focus on returning here before tomorrow. As I doubt they will have helicopters to spare once they start bringing in the nation's hope. I chuckle with a slightly sarcastic tone. And remember to pack up everything. Hell, take even the damn curtains, and if you can, leave M4 empty walls for all I care. I add right after. Psycho just chuckles at me. Okay, guess we got no time to lose. I'm closing the radio. I continue as I lower the radio. Very well. Just be careful, Nair. If something happens to you now because of what I told you, don't worry. Still got a full day ahead. It's not like the outpost is on the other side of the city, and we must be past the halfway point already. I cut her off. Psycho just responds with a hum before I finally turn the radio off. So much about not being on a time limit, hey. Rika adds as I sigh. I said it, I jinxed it. I grumble under my breath as I get up. Hell knows I'm not leaving them alone in a camp where they caught Saya's stalker peeping. I'll swim my way back if I have to. Chapter 71, Everything is fine. This is you in no worries mode? Rika asks, glancing behind her as we kept going forward, her arm over my shoulder. Yes. I ask back as I tap her arm. Rika lets go of me and I run forward, grabbing the single corpse that was with its back turned to us, then drag it to the edge of the road, and yeet it into the river below. After that, I draw my blade, and with the hilt, I hit the guardrail, causing the rest of the corpses to turn towards me. I then run back to Rika. This is the 5th corpse you sent swimming. She whispers as she passes her arm over my shoulder, and we start moving again. It was in the way. I whisper back. You also kicked one of them into the river. Rika retorts. It looked at me weird. I shrug. And here I thought these things were blind. Rika mumbles as she glanced at me. It has been some time since we were on the move. And we had made some good distance. Mostly thanks to the handgun. How I knew we covered good distance? Well. The barricades ain't too far now, only one intersection left. Rika then speaks up, pointing ahead with her free hand. And, she was not wrong. The road further ahead had a tall barricade at the second four-way intersection by the river. Well, okay, a three-way intersection, since the bridge on that intersection was blown clean off. There was also a military-grade, hut-like structure on the side of the barricade, probably an outpost. And with the outpost being seemingly in the air, I guess the barricade had a catwalk behind it. God, I hope that is an extension of the actual outpost and not another dud like the last bridge. I whisper. Don't jinx it. Rika responds. And soon, we were by the last intersection. The dead corpses around here actually exceeding the alive ones. Yet without wasting any time looking around, we entered the final stretch. We were about 3/4 past down the road, when... You two! Halt! A voice shouts, and a soldier jumps out of the small outpost, aiming his rifle at us. Before turning to speak towards his shoulder, to what I think was a radio. Well, at least it's a soldier and not some fucking inmate with guns. Both I and Rika raise our arms. Who are you and what are you doing here? He asks right after. Rika, you're the Special Forces cop here. You do the honors. I whisper. Rika just nods. Rika Minami. Stationed at the main airport. Also part of the special assault team sent to clear that airport. Rika answers. Airport? Far from home ain't you? The soldier asks right after. We were on a recon mission via heli. Go an urgent request to support a demo team after a nearby explosion while on our way back, Rika answers again. The soldier then talks to his radio again. And, after a few more seconds, he finally lowers his gun, slightly. Story checks out. Where's the rest of your team? Or was it just the two of you? He asks. KIA. Our roof got overrun by sky-falling corpses from a taller structure next to us. Only me and he survived. Rika answers again as she points at me, lowering her hands. Me following suits shortly after. And him is? He asks as he turns to me. Konsk. My boyfriend. Saved his butt when the outbreak started, made him join as a conscript to watch over that butt. Rika casually cuts me off. You did the what with the who and their where now? I ask as I turn to her. Less time explaining compared to saying you're a civilian with special privileges. Rika shrugs. The guard finally lowers his gun completely, turns around, and waves. The barricade next to him quickly opening. Revealing a Type 10 tank. Its turret aimed straight at us. Well, that's a kinder surprise. I whisper as we start heading towards the now open barricade. Now I want a tank. Upon walking past the now open barricade, the tank's current turns to aim towards the blown bridge. Said bridge had several soldiers near its edge, along with what I think were ladders that led to the river. Other than that, behind the tank, was the road that kept going alongside the river. Said road was also blocked by a barricade. The road to our right though, which was a slight uphill, was not barricaded, being wide open with several military jeeps parked on the sides of the road, and troops moving about. The intersection also had several big containers scattered about. Some of them marked as fuel, others marked as MRE. You're injured. The man we spoke with some second ago speaks up as he jumps off the catwalk on the barricade. Don't worry, not a bite. We had a little scuffle with a bunch of bowmen. One of them got a pot shot. Rika responds as she turns to look at her hip. Bowmen? Wait. These fuckers again. God. Where did you find them? A bunch of nutjobs with bows attacked a scouting party we sent out some days ago. The soldier frowns angrily as he speaks. If you keep going down that road you will find 3 of them by a house. I respond as I point behind me. Well, 2. One is probably in several corpse stomachs by now. I add. You managed to get one of them? Well, that's some good news. The soldier folds his arms as he nods. Not exactly. The other 2 are just not ripped apart. Don't think they will be going anywhere with that much lead in their heads though. I respond as I bring my hand to my temple and make a finger gun motion. Well, even better. The soldier just nods again in response. So who can we speak to if we want to get back to the airport? Rika asks. That'd be Major Mika. If you go up the road you'll end up by a store we use as a base. She is probably outside, in the planning tent right next to the main building. The soldier points up the road as he speaks. Very well. Rika nods, and with a small bow, she turns to walk up the road. And so, we started going up. You think they'll just give us a boat or something? I ask as we keep walking. When did you ever get something of worth for free? Rika chuckles. Figures. Upon reaching the next intersection, we came to a big opening. A medium-sized one-floor store to our left, and a rather big parking space surrounding it. The tent the soldier mentioned next to the store. All the roads around the store were blocked off with barricades, soldiers on these barricades, standing guard. While other soldiers in the parking lot were carrying materials around. Damn, there are a lot of resources around here. I whistle as I look around the premise. Wonder what they do here? Rika asks as she casually walks up to a nearby open crate, and looks inside. These look military grade, which means they were not scavenged, rather they were given from the army's current supply. Rika adds as she folds her arms. Don't see any helipads, or any real place a helicopter could land and shut down. I respond as I also fold my arms. So a boat is the best bet after all. Rika adds as she walks back to me. Think so. Cars and trucks are out the question. I nod, then pull out my radio. Gonna speak with them? Rika asks as she glances at the radio. Yeah, unless if you need me for something, girlfriend. I respond with a slightly sarcastic tone. Y'all keep telling me that, and I might just believe it. Rika chuckles as she essentially throws a punch to my shoulder. But no, knock yourself out. I can speak with that major myself if need be. Rika then waves me away as she turns to look towards the main building, yet she didn't leave, still standing next to me. I just nod and press the talk button. Anybody read? I ask. Nair. A female voice responds. Sayas. Yet. I got you some good news for you. We managed to find the outpost. We're in right now. I respond. Oh. I see. Saya answers, her voice sounding forced. That was anticlimactic. Something's weirding me out here. I expected her to at least be a bit happy about it. Did something happen? Saya. I speak up as I tilt my head. What? Saya asks, her voice sounding shaky. Are you alright? I ask. Saya didn't respond for a few seconds. I'm fine. She answers flatly. That sounded like the least fine I'm fine I've ever heard. I respond as I take a deep breath. I said I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Saya answers again, not really sounding any better than before. Why, I'm starting to have a really bad feeling about this. Saya. Did something happen? I said I'm fine. Saya loudly cuts me off, and then turns off the radio. I ended up just staring at the radio for a few seconds. What the fuck just happened? That didn't sound good. Rika speaks up. No shit, Sherlock. I respond as I keep staring at the radio. We need to get back to the airport. Yesterday. I already get the feeling I might have to skin somebody alive in there. I add as I keep looking at the radio, taking a deep breath as I try to calm myself. Nair. Rika then speaks up as she shakes my shoulder. I'll speak with the major. Wait here. She adds as she turns to walk away. Think I'll flip off if the major denies us transport now, hey? Not that far off, to be honest. I whisper as I keep looking at the radio. And so, I spent the next 10 or so minutes waiting, trying to get Saya or Psycho back on the radio, to no avail. So in the end, I ended up sitting by the pavement, tapping my foot as I kept staring at that damn radio. Something happened. But what? She couldn't be this distraught over the fact she got moved to the camp. Could she? I close my eyes and let out a sigh. She didn't sound pissed, it felt more like she was upset, to put it lightly. That's some military-grade gear you got there. Mind I ask, where did you find it? A male voice then snaps me out of my thought. Turning towards the voice, I find a soldier. Asian in his mid-40s. Staring at me, on his collar I could make out a mark of a single star and a line signifying his rank as a sergeant. Next to him, a younger-looking soldier, looking to be around his 20 to 25. The soldier that let us in said our story checks out, so the demo team is stationed here, right? Might not look like it, but I was part of the team that provided support fire for a demo team that is supposed to be stationed here. In other words, I didn't steal it. If that was the question. I respond. My apologies. But, you said you were in the team that supported a demo team? Well, in that case, I actually owe you a thanks. The soldier's attitude quickly changes, as he makes a quick bow. Then turns to look at the younger soldier. You're welcome. I respond as I tilt my head. You see. My little brother was in a demo team that just as happened to fuck up, primitively setting off one of their explosives. And apparently, they got back up from a passing-by squad in a helicopter. The man responds. As he keeps staring at the younger soldier. I told you, I rigged everything fine. I don't know warehouse. Cut your excuses, you charlatan. I don't care if the bombs were jury-rigged to blow by a handicapped alien squirrel high on crack. Your job was to make sure they were placed safely. And you failed. Almost killing your whole team. The older soldier starts shouting as he raised his arms, as if somebody had just flipped a switch in him. Sorry. The younger one just lowered his head apologetically, not trying to retaliate. Was it not for me, you'd have lost your uniform by now. The older soldier groans. I take it, he was the reason things went boom. I ask as I glance at the young soldier who seemingly had shrunken down in size. Indeed. It was my idiot brother here that caused all this mess. But, tell me something, why are you without your team, or outfit? Did something happen? I might not be able to see your face, but you clearly don't seem to be all that well with how you are sulking on the pavement. The man asks. You know, I think it's better if I just take it off my chests. Something did happen. I answer as I take a deep breath. My whole team, other than me and one more person got eaten alive, got run over while waiting for extraction. And now, while I'm stuck here twiddling my thumbs, I happen to get a rather uncomfortable call from my girl. The type of uncomfortable which makes you think that somebody might be trying to get in her pants. Without consent. I add as I slowly get up. Though she could just be in a violent mood swing cause she lost her favorite chair. Yet, positive thinking. It's not like half the fucking guys in this fucking town proved to be panting rapists. Oh wait. So yes. I'm not alright. My team got chewed, I need to get back to the airport. And I'm stuck here. I continue as I fold my arms. That. I am sorry to hear about that. All of that. The soldier's expression actually showed him to genuinely sorry about me as he spoke. Then, turns to his brother, his face turning to an angry frown. And now you see? The same guy that saved your ass might end up with his girlfriend getting fucked by some other guy because of you. The old soldier adds. I tried my best to avoid saying exactly that. Thanks, now I feel even worse. Yet. Don't fret about it. I needed to vent. Not like you can do much anyways. I sigh as I let out a deep breath. The old soldier turned back to me and smiled. Actually, on the contrary, I might just be able to. He responds as he also folds his arms. Elaborate? I ask as I stare at him. As you can see, we are very well stocked up here. With materials that we obviously did not scrounge from the nearby buildings. That's because we have convoys that come and go to the airport by boat. Either to transfer things we found like medicine and food, or to instead get missing supplies to this place. Such a convoy will leave in about 2 hours. The soldier grins slightly as he speaks. While I am not going there in person. The people getting sent are essentially grunts. And, I just happen to be a sergeant. If you could get the okay from our major, which is the highest ranking officer here, then I could just send you instead. She is by the tent next to the main building. The soldier raises his hand slightly as he looks away, seemingly acting indifferent. Isn't a major a bit too high up the ladder to bother about boat grunts? I ask as I tilt my head. Indeed, but I'm already the second highest ranking officer under her right now. Yes, we are quite lacking. Since the lieutenants and captain we had stationed here got recalled to the airport yesterday. The old soldier answers. Just as I was about to speak. Found new friends already? I honestly took you for more of an antisocial type. Rika speaks up as she walks up to me, waving her hand. And you are? The older soldier asks. The other survivor of the team. I answer. So I should be thanking you as well, miss. The old soldier bows again, then turns to his brother, and slaps him on the back of his head. Bow, you imbecile, these people saved your life. He hisses before lifting himself up. Oh right. Thank you. The younger soldier quickly makes a bow, almost folding over from the speed he bowed. I'm kinda lost. What gives? Rika asks. The soldier that just got slapped was part of the demo team. You know, the one we helped escape. I answer. Rika responded with an oh. Anyway, I got good news and bad news. She then essentially ignores the whole event and turns to me. The major told me that they have boats moving back and forth with the airport. Something about restocking the place. And since she did read a report about a team not under her command supporting one of hers. And I might have noted to her that same team got whipped while helping her team. She offered to let us on such a boat. The bad news is, these boats are not normally made to carry very heavy loads. So they only let 3 people at a time, driver included. The next one leaves in 2 hours, and if we want on, we need to find the 2 extras tagging along. Rika continues. Hey, the god is in this fucked up world really likes throwing breadcrumbs at me after stealing my whole fucking bread loaf. Just like a government now that I think about it. Well, if we have the majors okay then that settles it no. The old soldier then claps his hands. Phew. Rika just tilts her head questionably. As I said to your friend, if the major agreed to change the people going on the boat, I can put you 2 on it instead of the ones we had set before. Ha, it would actually benefit us too. Fewer people on the return trip, more supplies on the boat. The old soldier laughs. Well, that was convenient. Rika chuckles. Tell me about it. I mumble. So we need to find the other 2 dudes now? She asks. Yes. One is Arita Matsuda. A good kid, better than my idiot brother here who almost blew his whole squad up. He responds as he glances at his brother. He's one of our mechanics, so if you want to find him, either look around the tank we have near the blown bridge, or in the repair station we have set for our vehicles behind the main building. You can't see it from here, but it's a straight walk from here. He responds as he points towards the store with the major's tent. I see. I'm going to find him then. I answer as I nod, then take a few steps. Oh, very well. And do me a favor. The old soldier speaks up again, raising his hand at me. If you do return and find some smug taking advantage of the situation, give him an extra wallop from me. He adds as he makes his hand into a fist. If that does happen, and if he's still alive after I'm done with him, then I'll make sure to pass the message. I respond, then makes a slight bow. Thanks. I mean it. I add before turning around. Who are you killing and why didn't you invite me? Rika asks with a slight frown as she leans closer to me. The thing that might be bothering Saya. And I didn't invite you because I want to be 100% responsible for all the damage done to it. I answer flatly as I start walking. Fair enough. Rika casually shrugs as she turns towards the 2 soldiers. And so, with my new target set, I set off. First I went down to the tank. Mostly because I wanted to also get a closer look at that beast. Upon reaching the intersection with the bridge, I walk up to the side of the tank. The armor plates on it splattered with dried blood and scratches. Corpses scratching rough metal? I can already imagine their nails ripping off their fingers. I shiver slightly as I felt somebody tap my back. Turning around I find a soldier behind me. No rank on his shoulder. Please step away from the tank. The soldier flatly demands. I'm looking for one Arita Matsuda. Heard he is an engineer. Figured he'd be around the tank. I answer as I take a step away from the battle tank. Arita? The soldier frowns slightly. He is supposed to be on the next trip to the airport too. I add. Nope, does not ring any bells. But all our engineers are by the station behind the store. Just look for the truck skeleton behind the store, you'll probably find them creeping around there. The soldier then nods. First a tank, then the jeeps, now trucks? How did they bring all that crap here? With that thought, I turned to head back up. By the time I was back to where I split from Rika and the duo, they were nowhere to be seen. Nonetheless, I kept going towards the store. Then, I went past it. And the remainder parking lot comes into view. And as the soldier mentioned, 2 trucks also came into view. One was stripped down, only the chassis remaining, the other seemed to be reinforced. Probably with parts of the first truck. There were also several men working on both trucks. Some with blow torches on the chassis, others dismantling the parts of the stripped truck. While some were poking around on the reinforced truck. The truck actually resembled the modernized version of the Type 73 Ogata. A herd of engineers. I glance around before I start heading towards the men by the stripped chassis. The sound of blow torches melting steel becoming louder the closer I got. The moment I walked up to the nearest kneeling down soldier, and tap his shoulder. The guy stops using the blowtorch and lifts his welding mask as he turns to look at me. What? He asks flatly as he eyeballs me from top to bottom. I'm looking for the person that is to board the next boat to the airport, Arita Matsuda. I respond. Why? The guy asks just as flatly again. I'm going to the airport instead of him. I respond with the same flat tone he had. The guy stares at me for a bit, before turning towards the reinforced truck. Rita. Some guy wants to speak with you. He shouts as he waves towards the guy that was sitting on the truck's driver's seat, who was fiddling with something on the steering wheel. The guy on the wheel raises his head, then leans out the window. What? He shouts. This guy wants to speak with you. The man next to me shouts again. Wayat. Arita shouts back, again. I don't have time for this. I tap the guy next to me, so he notices me as I walk past him, and head to Arita. I'm taking your place on the boat to the airport. I speak up as I stop under the maybe deaf man, next to the driver's door. No can do, the truck's electrics are busted, I need to go in person to get the replacements. He responds as he shakes his head. Write them down on a paper. I need to be back at that airport before sundown. I answer. I also got the okay from people higher rank than you, so your opinion matters as much as a fart. But sure, let's play ball. Even if I do, will you know what cable is for what? He asks back as he keeps leaning on the door's open window. No, but somebody in the airport will. I answer again. Look. You know how long it'll be before I get another chance to go there if you get something wrong. He groans. Then make sure you write them down clearly. Or you mean to tell me that the engineers in the airport don't know the difference? I respond. Why bother a random mechanic for something I can do myself? Arita narrows his eyes slightly as he leans out of the window even more. Look, buddy. My whole team minus 2 people just got wiped because a random guy you got stationed here fucked his job. Now I'm stuck here while the group I'm responsible for in the airport is paying the price for your team's fuck up. And you're worried about bothering a random engineer? Also, I already got the okay from your major, and the sergeant. I narrow my eyes as I tap my foot. Wow there, no need to start bidding. I'm just saying. I'll write you a list and bring it to you before the boat leaves if it's that important. Okay. Arita leans slightly away from the window as he speaks. I just nod as I turn to walk away. No need to be an ass. Arita whispers right after as he leans back inside the truck. Let's see how you would react if you were in my place. I groan under my breath as I leave towards the tank once again. A few minutes later. By the time I was once again down there, I found that something had changed. To be more precise, a couple of soldiers were by the bridge, in a line, holding a rope and pulling something up. That something ended up being a wooden crate. Tilting my head, I walk up to the edge of the bridge and look down, a boat now parked under us. Its chassis reminding of a 55 Defiant. Hey? Is that military grade? Nice boat, hey? A female voice speaks up right next to me. Turning to the voice, I find Rika also staring down as well. Rika? Found your replacement? I ask. Yep, I'm all set, you. She asks back. Yes, guy was a bit reluctant to give his spot though. I shrug as I keep looking down. Really? Mine essentially thanked me. Rika chuckles. Still, I wonder how a tank, 2 trucks, and several jeeps ended up here. I sigh as I lean back, then turn to look at the tank. Oh, they were here before the EMP blast. They also had one more tank. But it's at the bottom of the river right now. The trucks and jeeps essentially got fried, tanks were still functional, but the one that was on the bridge had an inside incident. The driver turned mid-battle, killed everybody inside. They had to blow the bridge with the tank still on it. It got overrun before they could retrieve it. One of the soldiers that were pulling the rope speaks up as he walks next to the edge, then sits down, his hands dangling over the edge. He then pulls a cigarette pack from his pocket. Not bothering to turn to look at us as he spoke. That must have been one expensive failure. Rika whistles as she looks towards the river again. Tank of the lake, hey, yeah, not working, I still can't stop thinking about Saya. And, now I have to wait. I sigh slightly as I pull my radio again, giving one last try to contact the girls, to no avail. Chapter 72, Count Your Fingers. You know, was it not for the fact that I could not keep calm? This would be a really nice moment. The sea without a single wave, letting the boat almost glide over the water without a single bump, letting me sit in the front part of the bow without getting tossed all over the place. But I had other problems to deal with. Still no answer. Rika asks as she sat next to me. Nope. Nothing. Why did she shut the friggin' radio off? I respond with a sigh. I don't know. Rika sighs back as she scratches the back of her head. The first time you could use my help. And I'm useless. Rika drops her head as she speaks. Unless you know teleportation magic, there ain't much you can help with. I respond as I pocket the radio. I know. But I honestly never seen you be this, out of it. Ever. And you managed to keep a level head when our damn roof got swarmed. Rika answers as she turns to look at me. You know what they say, waiting is the worst part. And this whole shit show is just waiting. I can't do anything, just wait, and hope. And up until now I never relied on hope and luck, don't intend to start now either. I groan as I hit the back of my head on the boat's railing. Guess the strategy of going after somebody's loved one if you can't take them down is really as efficient as they say. Rika mumbles as she turns to look ahead of her. If you want to have that individual you can't kill come after you in a frenzied rage. Then yeah, go ahead. But you'll have nobody to blame but yourself when your family is set on fire. I respond. Are you going to do that? Rika asks right after. If somebody touched Saya while my back was turned? I don't know what I'll fucking do. I take a deep breath as I close my eyes. Nothing good though. I can guarantee that. I add as I open my eyes, then turn to look towards the boat's bow. The airport's silhouette visible in the far-off distance. Also, if you want to help, then take my workload after we dock. Don't think I'll be able to sit around and carry crates after we touch the airport. I add with a sigh. Rika just nods at me. Come on, everything will be fine. Didn't you tell Psycho to watch over them? Rika then asks. So you do know their names? I arch an eyebrow as I turn to her. Hey, of course I do. Why would I not? Rika asks back. You never called them by their name. I respond. Habit, didn't I call you Commando all the time too? She asks back. Hey, I guess. I shrug as I turn to look towards the airport again. I did most I could without me being there. I warned Psycho to stick close to Saya. So, if something happened to Saya, it would mean that they either managed to get past Psycho, or that Psycho let them get past. One sounds worse than the other. I shake my head and close my eyes. No, instead of thinking about what happened, think of what you will do. I mean, for starters, the only person I know that could be after Saya, was the general. But, it make no sense. Saya is still a Takagi. If he got caught raping Sushiro's daughter, he would stand to lose too much. And everybody got sent to the camps today. So it's not like he had the chance to creep in at night yet. But, the camps have a lot of people, and the people there, maybe they don't have anything to lose. I stop thinking and open my eyes, then look at the sky. Fuck, no matter what I think, it always brings me to think the worse. I'll just stop thinking. With that final thought, I kept staring at the sky, trying to keep my mind empty. Otherwise, I'd go nuts. And so, time passed, the sound of the boat cutting the sea being the only sound, the cloud slowly moving over my head. Almost an hour later. You know, I didn't even realize that sitting outside meant that my clothes would sooner or later get soaked in seawater. Thank Rika I left my equipment in the boat's cockpit for that. Your sleeve is moist. Rika speaks up after walking up to me, and pokes my sleeve. Seawater. I respond as I keep staring at the sky. And here I thought I would catch you crying. She chuckles as she kneels down. Sadness usually comes after rage. I'm not even at the rage part yet. I respond as I take a deep breath. Well, keep a level head. You can't do anything if you're dead. Remember that. Because we're here. Rika shakes me and points ahead of me. I was about to lift my head, but I didn't need to. As a big bridge blocked my view towards the sky. A bridge. The bridge that connected the airport to the mainland. We're here. I let out a deep breath as I start getting up, Rika folding her arms next to me. You know where the camps are? She asks. Yes. No idea where Saya or Psycho is though. If they're still there. I respond. Where else would they be? She motions with her head to follow her, then proceeds to head towards the boat's cockpit, where our equipment was it. Dono, locked in a room getting gangbanged. I answer flatly. Oi, that's nasty, even for my tastes. Rika shakes her head as she grabs my gear, then throws them at me. Besides, you mean to tell me your little samurai just gave up and let some random smuck have his way with her? She asks right after. Psycho is strong, but nobody can hold off a mob that has surrounded you. I answer as I start equipping my stuff. Then stop thinking like that. And if it comes to it, then just burn the whole place down. Rika shrugs as she speaks, while in the meantime the boat driver turned to look at us. I just glanced at the driver as he eyeballed us, and turned to leave. Burning them, it's not painful enough. And just as we exit the boat's cockpit room, the boat touched concrete. We had arrived. The airport landing strip ahead of me, along with the aircraft carrier, the bridge to my right. I take it you will cover for me. I ask as both me and Rika exit the boat. You got it, go. Rika nods. Then waved towards the guard that headed towards us. Me? I turned to head straight towards the bridge. Needless to say, it didn't take too long for me to essentially start running. Reaching the bridge didn't take too long, thankfully with no guards stopping me. The camp was next to the main building, was it not? I nod to myself as I stop running, since there were a few guards standing guard at the bridge's barricaded entrance. A barricade made of metal fences and jeeps. The moment I walk up to the guard. Don't tell me the bridge is blocked off or something. I ask as I glance behind the guards. Nah, but with all the bigwigs arriving here, we had to increase security. You just arrived in that boat with Minami, did you not? You must be the guy she worked with to clear the airport then. Wanna pass? The soldier asks. Yes. I rely flatly. The soldier nods and opens a door on the metal fence. Am I famous or something? Just be aware, the main building is now off limits, especially since you are armed and I don't see any visible rank on you, the soldier adds as he motions me to pass. Noted, I am heading to the camps anyway. I respond, the guard just nods back. And so, I moved past the bridge. Exiting the other way was not that hard, the guards on the other side essentially let me out without even looking at me. And now, I was with the main building to my right, and next to that building. You two better be alright, for everybody else's sake. I take a deep breath as I start heading towards the camp. Because I don't have enough bullets to kill everybody here. And the corpses outside probably won't mind a free lunch. Once I was outside of the camp, I stopped. Now, where? Nire. I didn't even manage to finish that thought when a male voice spoke up. Turning around, I found Takashi, REI next to him. Both with bags on their shoulders. Takashi? Do you know where Saya and Psycho are at? I ask as I point behind me, towards the camp. You know they dumped us into the camps? You were not here when it happened. Takashi asks. Yes, I found out by radio. So, do you know where they are? I ask again. They put us all in the newcomer section, to the left. Takashi responds, his expression turning what I can only call disgust. I see, left is a big place though. I respond as I glance at all the left part of the camp. They should be 20 tents into the left, then about another 20, or 30 up, that's where my and REI's tent is it. I'm sorry I can't tell you exactly where the others are. I have been in REI's dad's cell with REI ever since he woke up. We were actually going there again just now, we just came here to get some food. We didn't even leave out stuff yet. Takashi responds as he motions to his bag with his head. REI just glanced at Takashi before turning to look at the ground. I see, I should get going then. I quickly turn around and enter the camp. Hey! Did something happen? Takashi asks as I turn my back to him. We're going to find out soon enough. I answer as I keep walking, stealthily pulling my handing to check how much ammo I had left. 5 in the mag, 1 in the chamber, Scar is empty. Hey, maybe that cell is the safest place you can be, Takashi. With that, I turn left, and start walking. Into a dirt path, tents sets in lines on either more dirt, or on grass patches, with people sitting in, next, or around them, some gathered in relatively big groups in small openings, others walking around seemingly aimlessly. After walking past was 20 or so tents, I turn to look to my right. I don't see them anywhere, I don't see the rest of the group either. Just as I was about to move, some random dude dumped into my shoulder, casually walking past me as he kept speaking with another guy next to him. I am fucking invisible, you fuckwit. I reflexively pat my pockets and check for my knife and gun. All there. Just as I was about to turn towards my right to head up. I saw it, a pair of pink twin tails, passing by some tents, and turning to walk on the main road to my right. Wearing a white jacket, and a school skirt, along with pink shoes. Her head lowered, an M.R.E pack in each hand. Saya. I tilt my head, and start following the girl, trying to not lose eye contact with all the people passing through. Before I could manage to close in enough though, she stopped by a tent, opening it slightly and looking inside, and then, I managed to see her face. That was Saya. At least she's not locked in a room. I let out a small sigh as I start walking towards her. Noted on the, stared. As the moment Saya got back up, after leaving the M.R.E and closing the tent. 3 men, which were sitting a little bit further ahead by another tent, got up and casually walked up to her, one of them lifting his hand to wave at her. Before she could react, the men were essentially around to her, the guy that waved at her with his back towards me. You 3 are getting too close. And I'm starting to see red here. I take a deep breath and start walking up towards them. The guys look to be around middle-aged, 30s to 50s. Now, don't rush. Only 5 bullets left, you don't want to shoot the WR. I had not even managed to finish that though. Don't touch me. Leave me alone. Saya shouts out as she takes a step back. And the response was, that one with his back turned to me, which was essentially right next to the pinkette, casually brought his hand to her rear, and gave it a strong squeeze. Saya let out a small yelp before slapping the guy's hand away, then tried to plant her other hand on the man's face. The word being tried. As the man easily caught her arm by the wrist, having that, Shido-like smile on his lips. Have you ever had a moment, where you could no longer hear? Where your ears could only hear a constant ringing, like a flashbang just went off next to you? Where you wanted to kill somebody so much that just killing them didn't feel enough? That you wanted to make them suffer, a lot? That was exactly how I felt at that moment. That was the reason that instead of just drawing my handgun and emptying the remaining clip, I walked up to a nearby tent, a tent with utility tools scattered about, and picked the first, solid steel hammer I saw. Yet, the moment I turned to head towards them again, they had backed off. Why? A certain purple-haired girl was standing in front of Saya, her hand on her blade's hilt, a bunch of blankets on the dirt next to her. The men just lifted their hands up with a sickening smile and turned to walk away, towards the opposite direction from me. Acting as if nothing ever happened. Keep that feeling in your hand. It ain't gonna feel for much longer. I hiss under my voice as I quicken my pace. As I closed into Saya and Psycho. Are you alright? I hear Psycho ask. Saya just nodded as she hugged herself. I can't take it anymore. Why are they doing this to me? Saya mumbles as her side turns towards me, tears on the side of her eyes. That is a really good question. I speak up as I walk up next to them. Hui. Nai. And at that point, I had walked past the two, closing into the trio. Man, if your wife finds out. The rightmost guy chuckles. She can piss off, I can do whatever I want. Besides, what's she gonna do? Leave? I'm the only reason she's not eating scraps like the rest of her kind. But Stiaenol, man, it's a shame he told us can't we fuck this one before him, I know he wants first round. But these butt cheeks make me so hard it's almost unbearable. The middle man, aka the groper, responded with a cackle as he brought his hand between his legs. Oh, poor you. Guess I'm not going to completely kill you if you are suffering this much. I growl as I walk up behind Mr. Grabby Fingers. The guys stop walking and turn towards me. Hey? Who the fuck are you? Do you know who I? The guy didn't even finish his sentence, when my boot made a perfect fit, right between his legs. The fuck? The second of the men shouted as he charged towards me. Only to end up barreling out of control as I sidestepped, grabbed him by the arm, landed the hammer at the side of his head, then hurled him towards the nearby tent. With how heavy the hammer felt, being metal from top to bottom, I wouldn't be surprised if his jaw was now in pieces. The third one had actually pulled a knife. Who the fuck you think you are? The guy shouts as he points the knife at me. Taking a big step towards me. I'm Batman. I reply with a shrug as I pull the handgun. Lethal weapons now. I ask as I undo the safety and wave the handgun, the other hand still holding the hammer. Wow. Let's not be hasty now. The guy drops the knife and lifts his hands up. The only hasty thing here is how quickly you guys decided that my girl's ass is public property. I respond as I aim towards the guy, who with a shriek, turned and started running. I forgot Batman does not use lethal weapons. Guess I'm Alfred now. Also, didn't you see the scar's barrel sticking out my back, you blind fuck? I switch the safety and turn around, the first guy still on the floor, the second still in the tent. Saya and Psycho staring at me a little further down. But, there was one problem. I was still pissed. So, I walked up to the guy who cupped a feel, who was still lying sideways. And kneel over his neck. On your finger scale, how good was my girl? I push his face against the dirt. Ugh. You just did a grave mistake, kid. Do you know who I? Before the guy could finish, I grab his hand by the wrist, using my knee to step on his shoulder, forcing him to turn belly down. I then lean towards his ear as I slam his hand on the dirt. Go ahead, tell me who you are. Because I honestly expected somebody else to try and pull a short on me. So tell me, who are you? Tell me so I'll know whose guts I'll have to feed you. I cut him off as I ready the hammer. And, I didn't do that grave mistake. I add as I lean back, and raise the hammer. Yet. And bring it down, on the index finger of the guy's hand. What followed was a blood-curdling scream from him as a sickening crack echoed from his finger. Which then got followed by another, and another, and another, and another, and another, and another. Up until his hand didn't even resemble a hand anymore. You know, I wonder if that'll be permanent. It needs to be permanent. You think it'll be permanent? I ask as I look at his mangled hand while taking a deep breath. The guy's response was some incoherent mumbling, before he started shouting again. Probably because I poked his hand with the claw part of the hammer. Well, better make sure. I add with a shrug, drop the hammer, and pull my knife. Did you know? One of my girls is an extreme sadist, think she's rubbing off on me. I whisper as I raise the knife, and then bring it down to the guy's middle finger. I don't know if it was because he was already screaming, or if all that hammering had numbed his hand, but he didn't scream any louder after the blade severed his finger. I think. I then grab his face by pushing his cheeks together, essentially to shut him up, and I lower myself to his ear. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. And you better answer, or I'm going to be chopping fingers till there are no fingers left. What did you do to Saya? I whisper. I then let go of his cheeks. Fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, arg. I'm going to fucking kill you. I'm G. That sentence was not finished, and he was one finger shorter. Second time. What did you do to Saya? I ask once more as I grab his face again. You the guy mumbled. Another finger then. I tilt my head slightly and shrug, and as I lift my knife. Ag. And nothing. I did nothing. I didn't do anything. I just grabbed her ass. The guy screamed as he stared at the knife. Oh. Okay. I let out a small sigh as I glance at him. Then bring the knife down anyway, and now he was 3 fingers short. That's for grabbing her ass then. You're lucky I have more important stuff to do, so, don't go anywhere, I ain't done with you yet hombre. I respond, wiping the knife on the guy's now dirty shirt, then get up as I pick one of his severed fingers. Throwing a glance at his friend in the tent, who has still out cold. As for the rest of the camp, essentially everybody was looking at me. What? Did I disturb your fucking sex show? I shout as I raise my arms, a couple of the civilians turning to look away. Sitting on your asses and doing nothing while a girl almost got raped in front of you. I add before I toss the finger at the guy's friend. Then turn to look at the guy who was now on the floor in a fetal position, hugging his 2-fingered hand. But honestly, it still didn't feel enough. This is why before turning to head towards Saya and Psycho, I take a final swing at the guy's mouth with my boot, really hoping that force was enough to kick his damn teeth in. You know, I'd be funny if this guy really didn't do anything else. But I highly doubt that. Now with how he seemed to know Saya. After letting out a long sigh, I turned to head towards the 2 girls. Sorry I didn't manage to get here faster. I calmly speak up as I put my hand on Saya's shoulder and give it a light squeeze. It's okay. Saya just shake her head, her eyes locked at her feet. Alright, you know what I'm going to ask. What the hell happened here? I ask. Saya nodded slightly. He approached me the moment we got here. Telling me that he can help me if I went with him. She mumbled. After that, he wouldn't leave me alone. She continued as she tugged her shirt. First time he got grabby-feely? Or? I ask as I glance at the guy, still squirming at the floor. Once more, Psycho stopped him back then again. Saya answers as she glances away. So he lied, figures. The army is just letting gropers and rapists run around. I ask as I sigh. We have not seen a single soldier in this side of the camp, other than the ones that handled food. And they mostly protect the food, not us. Psycho responds. What you mean this side of the camp? I ask as I turn towards Psycho. It is, essentially separated in sections. The wealthier people and the ones that can offer a service, like mechanics and doctors, are on the other side of the camp, which is separated from this part, and are not allowed in there. Here are the new arrivals and people that just exist. Psycho answers. Should I guess where he's from? I ask as I point at 2 fingers. Not from this side. Psycho answers as she folds her arms. Maybe I should chop another finger off. I start pulling my knife as I turn to walk towards him. Only for Saya to grab my arm with both hands. Please don't leave. She mumbled. In all honesty, she looked to be on the verge of tears. Who exactly is he? I ask as I turn to Psycho. I don't know. But I know he didn't target only Saya. And that he is among the privileged even among the people in the other part of the camp. I saw him talking with the general a couple of times. The one we met when we first got here. Psycho responds. The famous ogling Saya general? Bird of a fucking feather, hey? My 2 bits that he wants first round bit was him. He went after you too. I ask. Psycho shook her head. Miyamoto. Though he and posse stopped the moment Takashi showed up. And, I think they refrained from trying to move on me after they found that I know how to use this. She says as she glances at the man, then lifts her katana slightly. So they waited for you to not be around. I sigh as I let out a small breath. I got careless. Went to get some blankets for the night. Psycho nods slightly, then turns to look at the now dirty blankets. You intend to sleep a single fucking night in here? Saya, they didn't do anything else did they? I ask. Saya just looked away. Saya. I speak up again. The first time, he came alone. I ended up slapping him because he groped me back then too. And he got violent. Pushed me into a tent and tried to tie me up. Psycho heard me screaming and got to me. She smacked him around before he could do anything. He then started screaming that he got attacked. The camp took his side, because nobody heard anything and I was overreacting when I said that the asshole tried to rape me. Saya whispers. Which is sadly not that surprising, since he knows someone this high up in the army. People think he will help them if they butter up to him. Psycho continues. If he's this high up, then why the fuck is he in the camp? I groan as I glance around us. You can't hunt if you are not in the hunting grounds. His words. Psycho responds. I don't want to stay here. Saya adds as she finally lifts her head, the tears that were swelling up the corner of her eyes now running down her cheeks. Fucking hell. I sigh as I pass my free arm around her shoulders, since she was still on a death grip on my other hand, and push her on me. Throwing one last glance at the guy that was sprawled on the floor, swimming in a mixture of his own blood, spit, and dirt. As much as I want to make a banjo out of this guy's tendons, we need to have an exit plan first. If he's in cahoots with that fat general and I kill him here, it'll be too easy for him to get us nailed to the wall. Anyway. There is something else I need to ask. I whisper. Why the crap did you close the radio after yelling your lungs out? You know it had quite the opposite effect of not making me worry. I ask. I didn't close it. Saya quickly looks up to me, before lowering her head again. What? I ask. We have no electricity here. I forgot to charge it at the hotel room. I didn't notice the charge, up until the moment it shut down. She adds with a mumble. And here you were telling me to be careful with the radio. I chuckle as I ruffle her hair. Sorry. She whispered, her head still lowered. I expected people to be animals. But the same fucking day they went to the camps? In broad daylight? I'm just glad I warned Psycho to stick close to Saya beforehand, and that she didn't decide to get rid of the competition by doing nothing. Or that I didn't take long enough for them to manage to overpower both her and Saya. Nair. I think we better move. Now. Psycho then moves closer to me and whispers. Turning to look at her. She then motions with her eyes towards two guards in the distance. Speaking with the guy I threatened with the handgun. Shit. Come on, let's go. I put my hand on Saya's back and push her slightly. Saya just nodded and let go, well almost let go, she had that death grip on my arm. With quick steps, we started moving towards the exit of the camp. And, right after we started moving, people who were up until now watching from inside their tents moved towards the middle of the road, where Mr. Grabby Fingers Les was it. Essentially blocking my view towards the guards, and at the same time, blocking the guards' view towards us. I didn't want to tell you what happened, because I didn't want you to worry. But, I was scared. I was scared that they would come back with more people to get us both. I didn't know what to do. Saya whispered with a sniffle. Your parents did nothing through all of this? I ask as I tilt my head, finally reaching the end of the camp. Saya shook her head. Ever since the politicians started arriving, I have not seen them. And they won't let us in the main building either. She answers. God, we might be better off out of here after all. I whisper as I glance behind me, thankfully nobody seemed to be following us. Psycho, you told me your dad had a plan or something he wanted to speak about. I ask as I glance at Psycho, then start walking again. Yes, and considering our current situation. I take it you want to speak to him as soon as possible. Psycho answers. I want to gauge our options. Because come nightfall, I'd rather be outside in an empty house, rather than there. I respond as I motion my head behind me. I see. Should I pack up? Just in case. Psycho asks back. After we meet your father. Which, I have no idea how you will do since we can't enter the main building. I shake my head. I'll ask one of the guards outside. If my father calls us in, we should be able to enter. Psycho responds. And like that, we start moving towards the main building. I know leaving them here was supposed to be the safe option. But that is no longer an option. God, now I really wish I left some permanent disability on that fucker, just 3 fingers ain't nearly enough for what he did. Damn guys. You're lucky I had most of this chapter pre-written along with the last chapter so I could rush it, seeing how nuts the reviews were getting. I almost got the feeling that some of you actually wanted Saya to get N.T.Red. Welp, Psycho just cock-blocked ya, or she just cock-blocked herself. Now if you excuse me, I have to finish a friggin' 3D monster girl model for tomorrow _. Chapter 73, I need your car, your nurse, your bike. Would you like some tea? Bang, I mean Psycho's father asks as he takes a sip of his usual, blistering hot tea while sitting on the opposite side of the table. Throwing a glance at the pink-haired girl that was for all intent and purpose, still attached to my arm. Psycho sitting next to me on the other side. No, thank you. I respond flatly. Psycho's father threw a one-eyed glance at me, before slowly leaving his cup on the table. My daughter told me that you wished to speak to me as soon as possible. He responds calmly. She told me you might have a plan? Something that could give us an alternative to this place. I answer with a slight nod. You don't like it here? He asks as he arcs an eyebrow. As a matter of fact, I don't. You know what was the latest reward I got for almost getting myself killed for a bunch of people that don't even know my name? A bunch of mouth breathers trying to rape Saya. So yes, I don't exactly find this place to be worth the effort. I respond with a slightly sarcastic tone as I motion my head towards the pinkette, who just kept staring at the floor. Psycho's father actually blinked at me in surprise as I spoke. That is news to me. Does her father know about this? He asks back as he glances at Saya, who kept her head down. I don't think so, I was not able to contact him since I returned. Neither did Saya. I respond. I see. I'll make sure to let him know of this then, he should be aware of the people he is dealing with. Do you know who was responsible? The old man nods slightly as he brings his hand to his chin. The actual groper? Some privileged tie in the high part of the camp. Personally though? I heard him mentioning the general. The same general that seems to have been caught a couple of times at the wrong place at the wrong time. That place being the camp's baths, the time being when it was full of naked girls. I respond as I tilt my head slightly. That could indeed make things hard for you and your friends. Sadly, most of the general's bad points are being ignored for the fact that he is in command of the safest base in the whole city. Psycho's father sighs slightly as he speaks. And it was because of his expertise, I take it, not because the airport is essentially surrounded by sea with only one way through. Which happens to be an easily defendable bridge. I ask. Restarting the dam, linking up outposts. He might be a disgraceful individual. But we can't do anything as long as he gets results. Not in times like these. He also fills another important role for the rest of the government officials. One, of a scapegoat. He makes all the ugly decisions, conscripting civilians, sending people in essential suicide runs. The government will have to blame somebody when balance returns and the masses will want justice for what they went through. The fact that he is a lecherous individual actually works for them, they let him do as he pleases, and when the time comes, they will come to slay the dragon. I am actually surprised if he has yet to realize that he is dancing around his own guillotine right now. Psycho's father folds his arms as he speaks. But in all honesty, I am more worried about the new arrivals. The general, for all his faults, has seen the chaos and knows of the danger the infected possess. He adds as he turns his stare towards his cup of tea. So you mean I have to choose between a fat lecher that thinks this place is his personal brothel and has already provoked me more than once? Or a bunch of pencil pushers that fled in their private helicopters and jets at the first sign of trouble? Who, while the word was getting eaten alive, were snoring in their safe bunkers. And are as likely to fuck up and crawl back into their holes, leaving us to clean the mess, again. I think I'm better off living in the mountains if that's the case. I sigh as I shake my head. Psycho's father closed his eyes and nods. And, as much as you, I am not interested in following people like that. So, that is why we are here now. He says as he opens his eyes. I would rather have a backup plan to fall back to. Should the infected outside prove to be more human than the humans here. He adds. And, what do you need me for? I ask as I fold my arms. My estate. He replies flatly. It's located in a remote location on a rocky hill a bit outside of town. Only one way to get there, which is an easily guarded zigzag uphill road. The place is big enough to act as storage. And safe enough to not be constantly on guard about it. It's protected by a sturdy outer wall should something manage to get close. And has ample space inside to act as a farm to sustain a good amount of people. And, until the power cables have been repaired for it to draw power, it has its own generator. The place also has its own underground lake, so as long as we have power, we can draw water. Infected, they can only be let in. And, if you are wondering why I had yet to mention this place, is because I don't want it to fall in the wrong hands. I trust you enough to believe you won't try to backstab me, or my daughter. As he speaks, he strokes his chin, seemingly proud of what he was saying. What about not infected? I ask. The old man just smiles. The place was outfitted for unwanted guests long before the outbreak. As people before the outbreak were not exactly any better than now. I might dare say that the chance of somebody trying to weasel their way in might has actually decreased now. Bulletproof windows, armored doors, thick walls. Did I mention the place has actual trapdoors? He chuckles. Thi guy's nuts. And I love it. But? There must be a but, otherwise, I would not be here, would I? This whole gig sounds a bit too good. I ask as I fold my arms. You think I'll use you for my gain? He asks. Yes. I reply flatly. And you are right. I want you to do two things. One is to go there, and clear the place for me, because as hard as it is to let infected in, it is as hard to drive them out, should they get in, which, they did. Now the second, is to find people you trust. He replies. People? I ask. Unless you can make that place really impregnable and as self-sustainable as possible by yourself, then go ahead. Just know that Soichiro is willing to spare me some people, in exchange for him being able to use it as well. I want you to be the one who picks who goes there. He responds. All that sounds awesome. But I have yet to see why I should do it. I ask again. After we take it back. You can stay there, no strings attached. That of course includes people close to you. I intend to use the place as a fallback location. A fallback location still needs to be guarded. I'd rather trust the man my daughter has put her faith in, rather some random people Soichiro handed me. If I had to say that there is an extra prerequisite, it would be that you don't lose it. And that taking my daughter with you, is mandatory. The old man finally adds as he picks up his teacup. Think about it, and when you decide, inform my daughter. He adds as he takes a sip, then closes his eyes. Choices, hey? Really, what do we have? One is, staying here. And considering it took less than a fucking day for somebody to try and molest Saya. Staying here is like I'm asking to one day wake up with me dead and some dudes over the girls. The second is leaving, and honestly, living like a caveman. I could get electricity as I studied some basics for solar panels, but water and food? Good luck with that. Add the risk of bandits and corpses. We will probably have to stay on the move if we go down that path. As none of us know to farm, and even with a water purifier, I don't know how safe the rivers are. And it's not like I can internet that information now. Following Psycho's dad essentially is the best of both worlds, if things go as he said. Which probably won't. Though that mostly depends on who will be in that estate with me. And, there is another thing I want to ask you. Psycho's father then speaks up again, after taking a sip from his volcano tea. What are you going to do? He asks right after. Do. I ask back as I tilt my head questionably. These people. They hurt somebody important to you. Are you going to seek revenge? Or? He asks again as she glances at Saya. My main target is to first and foremost make sure that these important people are safe. As much as I'd like to hijack a tank right now and run over a couple of people, it's just going to make things harder for us in the long run. I sigh slightly as I glance at the table. The old man just nodded and he closed his eyes, taking another sip of his tea. Keeping a clear head in times like these can make quite the difference. He adds as he glances at me. Also, I won't have to inform Psycho of anything. We will go. I'll just need to find some people. And a transport. I respond as I start to get up. Very well. Come to me once you are set then. I'll see if I can maybe sweeten the deal for you. The old man adds as he finally focuses solely on his teacup. With that, me and the girls get up, and turn to leave the room. The moment we entered the hallway, I turn to the pinkette still attached to my arm. Saya, are you alright? I ask as I turn to lean towards the silent pinkette, who responded with a low-toned murmur. Her grip on my arm tightening. I know we didn't have any time to stop the moment I arrived. If you need a break, tell me. I add as I ruffle her hair. I am fine. She answers with a whisper. Then closes her eyes and takes a deep breath. Before opening them, and lifting her head to look at me. I am fine. Really. Do not worry. I just let me hold on to you for a bit longer. She continues as she makes a slight smile. I just nod in response. Nair? Got any people we could take with us in mind? Psycho asks right after. As a matter of fact. I do. I respond as we start walking. We will need some basics. A mechanic, a doctor, and a car or truck. I answer. For one, we don't know a doctor. But, we know someone close enough. I continue. You mean Shizuka? Psycho asks back. I just nod. You think she would just come with us though? She has been with the rest of the group for far longer. She is probably more attached to them if I am to be plain. Psycho responds. Yes, that's where Rika come in. I answer. Psycho tilted her head questionably, even Saya lifted her head to look at me with a questioning look. She and Shizuka knew each other for much longer. Also, Rika owns the Humvee we used. Methinks with her on our team we can get both a nurse, and a car. I shrug slightly. Not a bad idea. Psycho nods slightly as we start going down the stairs. No idea about a mechanic though. I sigh as we keep going. I know one. Saya then speaks up. You do? I ask back, Saya just nods. He works for my father, he used to play with me sometimes when I was a kid. I think his name was Masato. Saya continues. Oh yeah, the chubby guy that popped from under the Humvee and got an eyeful of Saya panties in the anime. The guy did seem mellow enough. Didn't he have a loved one though? Or was he actually speaking about Saya? Not a bad idea, and there's Igano. We could use a gun expert. I might know my way around a gun, but I ain't go mechanic. I respond. Won't Kota do for that? Psycho asks back. While I'd agree. Kota means a semi. And, if we add a total of 3 people from our old group, something tells me they will just want to take everybody with. I continue. Don't take this the wrong way, but I'm not too keen on trusting Takashi after his last stunts. Plus, Rei ain't gonna be leaving without her dad, Takashi won't leave without Rei. And I'm not taking an unstable cop in a car full of guns. I sigh slightly as I shake my head. What about the other girl you saved? Psycho asks again. You mean Hitomi? I ask back. Yes, she did tell that her father took her fishing, did she not? Maybe she might know some skills that can help us. She continues, taking the final step off the stairs. That is not a bad idea. We would hit jackpot if she knew something about farming or camping. I nod as I try to fold my arms, only to remember that one of them was still immobile because of a pinkette. So, Rika, Shizuka, Hitomi, Igano, and the mechanic. I say as I take a deep breath. Masato. Saya corrects me with a mumble. Well, I would prefer Kota over Igano. Since I knew him longer. But. And so, we exit the main building. Alright. Where do we start? Psycho asks right after. Car is mandatory. Even if we get absolutely anybody. We need it to even get there. So, Rika. I respond. Isn't she already part of the military though? If she comes with us, won't that by extension means the army can get involved? Psycho asks as we start heading towards the bridge. Police, not army. And, I don't know. She didn't seem to take the army code to heart. I respond. Wait, Hitomi is supposed to be at the camps, right? The same camps where Saya almost got raped. Did you two see Hitomi by any chance? I ask as I stop. No, not really. She was not in the newcomer part of the camp. Psycho responds. Is something on your mind? She asks right after. Considering the way we found her. I just hope she did not end up in the hands of another bunch of dickheads. I respond. Psycho did not respond, and neither did Saya. Going back to the camps though, something tells me that there might be people looking for us there. While I guess the army won't interfere since we are still standing here. I don't know about the refugees themselves. I sigh as I fold my arms. I'll see if Rika can look for her. So let's go to her first. I add as we start walking again. You sure seem to have a lot of faith in her. Psycho responds, folding her arms and leaning slightly forward. More than everybody else in here. Minus you and Saya, I mean. I answer as I turn to look at Psycho. I see. Forgive me if I sound envious. Psycho then lowers her head slightly. It is just. You have been a bit distant. Ever since you returned. She adds as she lifts her head to look at me. I take a deep breath, and stop. One of you almost got raped. And had I been too late, both you and Saya might have ended up being past the almost part. I close my eyes before tapping my helmet. I'm really trying not just walk into that camp right now and burn all of it to the ground, innocent people or not. The idea that some fat ass prick is getting off thinking about you is, rubbing me the wrong way. At best. I add as I turn to look at her. I just want to be done with this place, as soon as possible. Because hell knows I can't relax if I know that we have vultures drooling over you too. I add as I glance at Saya. I am sorry. I did not mean to sound self-centered. Psycho lowers her head slightly. Don't worry about it. Essentially, it means that you care, no. I chuckle as I pat her head. Psycho just closes her eyes and smiles slightly. Thank you. She whispers as she opens her eyes and stares right at me. They should consider themselves lucky that making you two are higher on my priority list. With that, we turn to head towards the bridge. Saya finally let go of my arm mid-trip. She also stopped looking so shaken. Rika is probably done with the boat loading by now, so. Where would I be if I was Rika? Oh wait, that guard by the airport checkpoint seemed to know Rika, at least by surname. If she left the airport he'd know. And so, the moment we reached the bridge, we passed the first checkpoint, and headed straight towards the exit, where the mentioned guard was sitting on a chair in the corner of the barricade, drinking a bottle of something. Hey, mind if I ask you something? And I speak up the moment I closed in, the man casually turning to look at me, then at Psycho, then at Saya. The hero of the airport needs something of me. The guy chuckles, sounding rather sarcastic, though the tone of his voice made it more sound like he was joking, rather than trying to sound diminishing. Minami has passed the checkpoint. I ask. Nope, apparently dead people cannot pass. The guy shrugs. Dead? Care you explain that? I ask again. Apparently, she's dead. In the papers at least. She is at the airport's main building now. Probably chalking some idiot that just labeled her whole team KIA to avoid extra paperwork. Good thing you're not conscripted, hey? You'd be dead too. The guy chuckles. I see, thanks. I nod, and turn to leave. I can barely manage to hit one, he has 2, 3. Maybe I should get a mask too. I hear him whisper as he turns to his drink. At least you are trying to change your approach instead of just pushing somebody down. And so, we headed towards the main building of the airport. Upon getting closer to it, we spotted several piles of shattered glass around it. And the building itself, which used to have giant panes of glass walls, probably for visitors to look through towards the planes, was now essentially full of giant holes. Inside the building I could see people walk around, proving that the insides had been cleared. Okay, now where is Rika? I ask as I look towards the entrance. There. Psycho then points to my right, towards a bench. A purple-haired woman, her elbows behind the bench's backrest, cigar between her fingers, staring at the sky as she was essentially sprawled on the bench. Purple-haired samurai, found the purple-haired sniper. Nice catch. That looks like her all right. I nod as we turn to head towards the woman, who indeed turned out to be Rika. Upon closing in. First they sign me off as dead, now they tell me to wait in line. Rika mumbled as she kept looking at the sky. The guy was not kidding, hey. They labeled you as K.I.A. I tilt my head as I speak. Rika lowers her head to look at me, and scoffs. Can you believe that? They already handed all of my stuff too. She responds as she lifts both her arms with a groan. But what about you? She adds as she lowers her arms, taking a puff out of her cigar. Better than bad. Worse than good. Sadly, I was not that far off. I respond, glancing at Saya. Oh shit. Sorry for acting so inconsiderate. Everything all right? Rika then sits on the bench normally, her expression turning serious. No, not really. But let's just say that our damage was not permanent. Theirs was. I respond as I take a deep breath. At least some good news is better than no good news. Rika sighs as she looks toward the sky. So, you're jobless now? I ask as I fold my arms. More like lifeless. Rika chuckles. For how long? I ask again. I don't know. Apparently, it takes a lot of paperwork to make somebody, not dead. Rika huffs as she puffs her cigar. God, this is annoying. They even tossed out my favorite vibrator. She whispers as she keeps looking at the sky. Did you really just say that, or I'm hearing things? I glance at the girls, to find them also staring at Rika with a funny expression. Yep, she said that. Why do we want her with us again? Saya mumbles. You want who with who? Rika asks as she turns to look at Saya, who just turns to look away. So, here's the gig. You know how everybody here is an asshole. I speak up, Rika turning to look at me with one mean ass frown, folding her arms as she narrows her eyes at me. Okay, almost everybody. I respond. Thank you. Rika makes an exaggerated nod before leaning back in her seat. I'm going to be leaving. I add right after, Rika blinking at me with a blank expression. Leaving as in. She mumbles as she tilts her head. Packing up, and leaving, for good. I answer. I see. I'll admit it's not that surprising. Rika shrugs slightly. Want to come with? I add. That is surprising. Rika arcs an eyebrow as she looks at me, then smirks. Oh god, that fucking smirk again. Are you inviting me somewhere, commando? Rika asks as she leans toward me. No funny jokes here please, I'm being serious. I respond as I shake my head. Okay, I get it. We talk business then. Rika lifts both hands in surrender as she leans back up. I'll be plain. I need your car, your Shizuka, and your bike. And something tells me I'll need you for all of these. I say as I fold my arms. What? I need more information, bub, we are talking business after all. You can't expect me to just blindly follow, even though I sort of owe you. Also, I'm not giving you my bike, you're not a killer robot from the future. Rika also folds her arms and crosses her legs with a smirk. Wait, you have a bike? I ask back as I tilt my head. Nope, but you are not the Terminator either. Rika chuckles. Fair enough. So, back to the point at hand. We are taking back the Busujima estate. Based on what Psycho's father said, that place should be able to be self-sufficient as an actual base, should we have the people for it? I need the car to get there, I need Shizuka because she is a doctor, and she's a person I trust more than some other random doctor. And if I should give a reason, I need you because you can bolster the place's defense after we get it back. I answer as I keep staring at Rika. I see. Rika narrows her eyes and lowers her sight, seemingly thinking. A few seconds pass. The seconds turn to minutes. Well. Saya whispers. Hey. Rika lifts her head to look at the pinkette. Oh, yeah sure I'll come with. Not much to think about that. After all, I'm dead no. Rika casually answers. Wait. What were you thinking all this time then? I ask. Which day of the week I'll be on in the harem? Rika answers flatly. What? I ask as I drop my shoulders. I mean, these two are probably the weekend. Everybody loves the weekend. Shizuka is too mellow, so, Friday? That leaves me all the bad days. Then again, I think Monday suits my temperament the most. Rika puts her hand under her chin and narrows her eyes and looks towards the distance. Why do we want her with us again? Saya asks with a low tone, again. She has a car. I answer. I also have a nice ass. She continues with a casual tone. In that case, you won't mind going to the camp to find somebody for me. I respond as I tilt my head. Phew. Rika just blinks at me as she also tilts her head. Her name is Hitomi, we arrived with her. See if she's interested in joining us, or more like, if she can speak with us. I answer as I turn to look towards the bridge. The camp hey. Rika gets up and tosses her cigar. Very well, boss. She continues as she makes a playful wink. She can be Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. She chuckles as she starts walking. Let's go see about the mechanic in the meantime. Since Saya's dad is willing to spare people, I want to check that mechanic. I say as I turn to walk as well, ignoring Rika's remark. What do you need a second mechanic for? Rika asks as she turns to me. You know how to fix cars? I ask. Well, I had taken some lessons. Not keen on letting people fiddle with my baby. Rika shrugs. And now you will tell me you are also a good weapon mechanic. I sarcastically add as I fold my arms. We'll. I can't engrave your gun, but other than that. I did custom build and maintain mine myself. Rika folds her arms and shrugs slightly as she smirks. Guess we have a change of plans then. Hitomi is all we might need. I tilt my head as I tap the mask with my finger. You sure you don't want me to find you two more girls? Just to close the days of the week. Rika chuckles. Maybe we should get Kota after all. I groan as I roll my eyes. And, speaking of your baby. Where is it? Tell me they gave it away as well. I ask right after. Nope, her dad sort of took it when you arrived. Considering there's only one Humvee in the airport. And he has it. Rika points at Saya as she speaks. Well, hope they didn't wreck it. I take a deep breath as I start to walk. By the way, won't you get into trouble for, you know, being dead? I ask as we head towards the bridge. Not if I'm no longer here. Might as well really be dead for them. Just another casualty. Rika shrugs. Oh, and by the way. You know that Shizuka will essentially just beg you to bring everybody along, right? She adds right after. And you can't do anything about that, I take it. I ask. I ain't a miracle worker commando. If I tell her to decide with who to go, there's a bigger chance she'll just get so stressed she'll start crying instead of actually making a choice. Rika shakes her head as she speaks. Just perfect. I groan under my breath as we keep walking. Essentially to get a medic, I'll have to get extra baggage. And while Kota is fine, Asami and especially Rei and Takashi, I do not really trust. But, if there's no choice, might as well take them. Better than taking a random smuck that'll leave the doors open at night. Then again, I actually know the group better than Hitomi. I'm just counting that she'll feel at least partly indebted to us for saving her to not just stab us in the back. And, as we reached the bridge. Each time I see you, you have more women around you. What gives? The soldier, who was still on the chair, scoffs as he looks at us. Slowly getting up. He's building a harem. Rika casually answers. Why do we need her again? Saya whispers from behind me. Car and nurse. Psycho asks back. An ass. Rika continues. I just kept staring at the soldier as the girls kept, trolling essentially. I have never been so jealous and so glad about not being somebody else in my entire life. The soldier chuckles as he opens the barricade. Take care not to die again, hey. He adds as he motions to Rika. Hate to break it to you. Rika speaks up as she passes the barricade with us. But I'm actually still dead. She adds as she turns to the soldier with a shrug. And with that, Rika and the rest of us head over the bridge, exit through the barricade on the other side, and head towards the camp. So, what exactly do you want me to say to this Hitomi? Rika asks as we stop nearby the camp. Just ask her if she's interested in hearing about an offer I got. Don't mention me though. I respond. Rika just nods back. Now, we'll go check for your Humvee. Let's meet outside the main building. I continue, Rika nods again. Alright commando. I mean boss. She then adds with a chuckle. My friends call me Ninja Penguin, the evil overlord. I respond with a deadpan voice. How much of that was Shizuka? Rika asks as she tilts her head questionably. Maybe 50%. I answer with a shrug. Only? I'm impressed she managed to hold herself. Rika chuckles as she turns to enter the camp. Oh, one last thing, part of the camp is for privileged and civilians that have a use. I bring my hands up and bend my index and middle fingers a couple of times as I speak. Rika just makes a thumbs up as she keeps walking. Is she going to make that harem joke for much longer? Saya mumbles. You do seem to be gathering only girls to your team though. Rika, Shizuka, Hitomi. Psycho continues. Fine, let's get Kota then. I groan as I turn to head towards the backyard of the main building, where Sushiro had set up camp. Hoping to find our car there. Psycho giggled behind me. A few minutes later. Upon reaching the back of the building, we started looking around. For like, 2 minutes. Since most of their cars were the Type 73 Jeep. And a Humvee? There was only one of them. Parked in what I think was a makeshift garage on the corner of the field. Damn, that beast sticks out like a sore thumb next to the other Jeeps. I fold my arms as I walk up towards the Humvee. You think they will let us have it back? Psycho asks right after. Suichiro is supposed to help us, right? I respond as we stop next to the car. Miss Takagi. And, a new voice speaks up. From under the Humvee. Matsuda, the mechanic Saya mentioned popping from under the Humvee. Some things never change. Thankfully, he did not actually end up right under Saya's skirt, unlike in the anime. Oh, you. Saya just glances at the man before turning to me. He's the mechanic I talked about. She adds as she turns to me. The man then crawls out of the Humvee's underside and gets up. His clothes, a mess, for the lack of a better term. Your parents need me? He asks right after. Hey? How would I know? Saya tilts her head as she folds her arms. You didn't meet them? They were looking for you. Looked important, your mother looked a bit on edge to be honest. The mechanic responds as he blinks blankly. They did? Where are they now? Saya asks, her eyes going slightly wide. The tent in the center last time I checked. Matsuro answers as he points behind us. Towards the maintenance tent. Saya then quickly turned to almost run towards the tent. Did Psycho's dad tell them? So, back to the point. I need that Humvee back. I then turned to the mechanic. Who just turned to look at me. The man just kept staring at me. Not exactly my jurisdiction to hand Mr. Suichiro's assents. He scratches his cheek as he speaks. Mr. Suichiro is supposed to support Mr. Busujima Haichi with a mission. I am here for that. I answer. I have not been informed of such, sorry, but I can't exactly give you one of our cars without having my boss's confirmation. The mechanic shakes his head negatively as he speaks. Your car. That car is Rika's, not yours. Guess I'll go to Saya then, if her parents are there and they give the okay, it should be enough if Takagi Mini informs you. Right? I ask. The mechanic just nods. With a small sigh, I turn around and start heading towards the main tent. And, the moment I reached the tent and took a step in. Mama, I said I'm okay. Saya, who was in the corner next to the entrance with her mother and father mumbled. As Yuriko, her mother, had both her hands on her cheeks. Are you sure? Does it hurt anywhere? Does anything feel off? Her mother asks, her face showing obvious concern. Her father standing next to her, arms folded. Looking, to be plain, genuinely angry. Angrier than usual at least. Mama, I said I'm fine. Nair beat them up before they could do anything. Saya answers again, darting her eyes around, fiddling with her fingers. Do you know who they are? Suichiro then speaks up. His question sounded more like a demand. Though Saya just shook her head. It won't be really hard to find them right now, to be honest, one of them is missing 3 fingers. Probably still bleeding all over the place. I speak up as I stop next to the trio. His name? Shao Kairo this time flatly demanded. That, I did not ask. I know he speaks with the army's general though, the fat one. Also, is married? And lives in the good part of the camp section. And as I finish, Suichiro walks past me. You. And you. Come with me. You. Go bring another 5 men. He then shouts at the men scattered in the tent. We're about to start a shitstorm, hey. I ask as I look at Shuichiro leaving the tent. Nair, I have lost how many times I had thanked you so far. But it would seem I have to thank you, again. And Saya's mother speaks up as she finally lets go of her daughter. Well, if it's not much to ask, we could use a car. My car. The Humvee I arrived with. Mr. Busujima gave me an offer I'm interested in taking. I respond. Ah, his estate? Yes, he has informed us of his plan along with. She stops and turns to glance at Saya. You can take whatever you want. People, resources. It is the least we can do for you right now. As long as you take my daughter with you. I feel like she'll be safer with you around. Yuriko answers. Deza vu. This place is not safe. And will probably become much less safe. She adds then turns to face Saya. Be very careful, okay dear? And I know that you don't like listening to people. But, do listen to Nair. Okay. She adds as she ruffles Saya's hair, then turns to leave the tent as well. Saya just stood there looking, happy? They were actually worried about me. She mumbled as she starts rubbing her eyes. Wait, you honestly thought they would just scoff off the fact somebody tried to rape you? I ask as I fold my arms. Shut up. She mumbled as she kept rubbing her eyes. Now there's the Saya we all know and love. I chuckle as I walk up to her and pat her head. Shut up. She mumbled again, this time with an even lower tone. Should we head back to the car? Psycho then asks. Are you trying to actually cut this short? Almost feels like you feel left out. Which, is something I'm definitely not going to say. Because it is mostly true. Yet. And, Saya, can we trust the mechanic? I'd like to ask him to join either way. As long as he won't run off with our equipment in the middle of the night. I ask. He has worked for my parents for years, his whole family is still alive because of my parents. I don't think he will do something like that. Saya responds as she takes a deep breath, then lifts her head to look at me, her eyes slightly red. Well, let's go ask him then. I respond as I motion with my head towards the exit of the tent. Saya makes a big nod and starts walking next to me. Chapter 74, Get Set. Review answers. Gervais, nah, he remains an idiot for Eva. Reisro, I don't know if I'll reuse the island yet, as for using other character perspectives, this story will stay through Nair's perspective only. Jar Jar Head, you will find out in this chapter XD. Diretl 2, yes, everybody became retarded in that aspect, including myself. Maybe someday I will remake these chapters. Maybe someday. Rapker, who knows? Tegubnady, that would be a way for the story to go on yet. Zentas and Snow in the Darkness and Jub Earth, thank you. So, we good? I ask as I tap the Humvee's hood. Yes, fuel canisters, ammo, and food. The car did have these things inside initially, so I'll see what we can add. But you must understand that these resources from inside the car have been redistributed long ago, don't expect to get the same amount back. Masato the engineer nods. And, I am sorry for turning down your offer, but as you understand, I cannot leave my family behind. He adds as he makes a small bow. It's fine. I nod back. After all, he does have a wife. So yet, let's hope Rika is as good as she says on the mechanic part, or we'll end up with a Flintstones car. What's next? Saya asks as she turns towards me. Rika should be done with the camp by now, no. Psycho adds right after. Yet, let's go check the front of the main building, if she's not there, we'll wait outside the camp. With your dad there right now, I don't think your old friends will have time to bother us. I motion with my head and start to walk towards the front of the building. They're not my friends. Not even for a joke. Saya retorts as she frowns. Didn't you want to ask a gun mechanic too? Psycho asks as she walks up next to me. Yet, I didn't see him in the tent though, so no idea where he's at. I answer with a slight shrug. Without much more to say, we headed to the front of the building, and upon finding it Rickless, we headed to the front of the camp. You won't have trouble going in? I ask as I turn to Saya, who just returns my question with her signature frown. Quit thinking that I'm that weak. I will be fine. She responds as she puts her hands on her hip, leaning towards me. I just lift my hands and chuckle. The turn to enter the camp. You are with me now. She adds with a whisper. True, I'm one scary Pomeranian. Sorry, meant penguin. I chuckle. What are you talking about? I didn't say anything. Saya blurts out as she glances away. Damn, back to good old Saya hey. I do not mean to interrupt, but I think we won't actually have to enter. Psycho motions with her head towards the inside, at the purple-haired woman that was walking towards us, her hand raised and waving. And next to her, Asami, and Kota. The latter of which had his arm in a sling. Hitomi turned into a chubby guy and a short cop girl. I add as I tilt my head. And the moment Rika closed in. My liege, I have failed you. She speaks up with a dramatic tone. Kota and Asami silently stopping behind her. Miss Tuesday did not want to join. She adds as she shakes her head in an exaggerated manner. I just kept staring. But yet, a Hitomi that did know you is working at the camp's kitchen now. She continues as she stops acting like a total jester. Wait, don't soldiers give rations? Why do they need the kitchen camp? I ask as I frown. In the newcomers sector, you get rations. The other sector has an actual bona fide kitchen, they had spaghetti and meatballs today. Apparently, the girl is a really good cook. She managed to mingle with the other cooks. Sadly for us, she said that she had enough excitement to last her more than one lifetime, so I guess she likes it there. Rika adds with a shrug. I found these two though. She chuckles as she points her thumb behind her, Kota and Asami finally turning to look at us, or well, Saya. Are you, okay? And Asami spoke up first. Saya just turned to stare at Rika. You told them? She asks, Rika just nods. I shouldn't have. She asks right after, Saya shakes her head. No, it's fine. And I'm fine, don't worry about it. Nair made sure that they paid for what they tried to do. Saya continues. Asami is sorry she was not there to help as well. As a police officer, I have failed to do my duty when somebody needed me. Asami makes a deep bow towards Saya as she finishes speaking. Last time I heard about you, you were stuck on the other side of town. Yet in less than a day you're back beating the bad guys up. Nothing can keep you down, hey? I'm sorry I didn't do anything. If I knew. Kota then speaks up, lowering his head and dropping his shoulders. Don't sweat it. Besides, I don't think you could that much with one arm less. I respond as I point at his disabled arm. Kota just lets out a small chuckle, then sighs. Yay. Supposedly it will be fine, just needs rest. Shizuka told me not to move it and it should heal fine. Kota responds as he glances at his arm. At least you are taking your injury seriously. I answer as I glance at Rika, causing the rest to also turn towards her. What? I'm fine. It was just a headless arrow to the butt. I can walk just fine. Rika shrugs as she turns to look away. Though it was in the thigh. I whisper as I tilt my head. What? Saya tilts her head questionably as she holds her arms. What? Do you want to have a look? Rika asks as she starts unzipping her overalls. I don't care. Saya then quickly blurts out as she grabs both of Rika's arms. But seriously, I know my limits. I won't do something I know I can't. Besides, they checked me at the harbor. You know, it's weird though, considering in the outpost they just let us pass, and they didn't even check you once. Rika lifts her zipper back up as she sighs. God made them retarded. I answer flatly. What? Saya asks back. God made them retarded. I answer again. That makes no sense. God made them retarded. I answer again. And, silence. I made them retarded. Bark. Down girl. So, question. Where is Shizuka, Rei, and Takashi? I ask again. Miss Shizuka is with us. She is tending to Kota's wound. Rei is in the main building with her father, Takashi is with her. Asami responds. Rika knows how to deal with guns and... Well, injury or not, she seems to be in better condition than Kota. Which might be a good shot, but with that arm. He can't do jack. The problem is, the chances of Shizuka coming are even thinner if we don't take anybody from the old group. Well, it was good seeing you Kota, now if you don't mind, we need to get ready. We're leaving today. I nod slightly and turn to look behind me. Wait, you are leaving? Kota asks as his eyes go wide. Yeah, I just said that. I answer as I fold my arms. Where are you going? He asks again. Somewhere where we will be safer than here, but, we'll have to pull our own weight. The place is infested, if you understand what I mean. I answer again as I point at his arm. Kota lets out a disheartened sigh as he lowers his head. Don't take this the wrong way, but with your arm like that, it'll be like having a kid to tag along. I answer as I sigh. Speaking of it, where is the minion dog and Alice? I ask right after. They are with us, or well, with Shizuka. Asami answers. You think of taking them instead? Psycho asks. I'd rather have an Akshua, AA. And my nose started itching. A fachu. And I sneezed, bringing my hand to my face reflexively as I lowered my head. Hey! Watch it! Saya shouts and leans away from me, her arms next to her chest. Sorry, the hell was that? I shake my head and tap my mask. As I said, I'd rather have an actual guard dog instead of a less shaky chihuahua. I clear my throat as finish speaking. And I'm not too keen on child labor. Because as I also said, no freebies. I add as I fold my arms. Now, let me guess. If we bring you along, you want these two to come as well? I ask as I tilt my head. Well. Rei and Takashi have been with Rei's dad since we arrived, I don't know if they. Kota lowered his head slightly as he looked away. We're all Alice has left, we can't just leave her behind. He adds as he lifts his head to look at me. So, let's all just die together. I answer flatly. Causing Kota to stare at me as he took a deep breath, then he looked away again. You are out of commission, the dog obviously can't do jack, may even hinder us if it starts barking, Alice can't fight. Asami needs to stay by your side. And Shizuka can't fight either. This ain't a trip to Pixie Land. I add as I narrow my eyes. What if we take them after we clear the place? Rika asks. Elaborate please. I ask back. You mentioned that place was big. Farming? Guarding? Maybe they can do that since they can't fight right now. Rika points at Asami and Kota as she speaks. We will take the danger of clearing the place and going on runs outside if need be, they can do the more domesticated part of the work. She responds. Asami can do that. Asami then quickly speaks up as she raises her hand. So we're resorting to child labor after all, hey? Saya scoffs as she turns to Rika. Everybody needs to pull their weight, no? Besides, kids have a lot of energy, if she learns to do some basic farming to feed herself while making it a game for her, it will help her in the long run. Or somebody can just fill in her part if they want to. Rika shrugs. That is not a bad idea actually. Psycho arcs an eyebrow as she glances at Rika. What about you? I ask as I look at Kota. I'll do anything I can. Kota responds, loudly, as he straightens his back. Few civilians around us turn to look at the guy that was not standing attention. So, only Takashi and Rei left. Rika asks. I just let out a small groan. You really don't like these two, do you? Rika then adds. One essentially pointed a finger and tossed all the blame on me the moment push came to shove. The other just simped so hard that he probably forgot his dick inside her. The moment I finish speaking, Rika brings her hand over her mouth and holds back a chuckle. GHH, good one. I'll need to remember that one. She adds as she points at me with a smile. But yet, I don't exactly have a lot of positive feelings for the ones that just agreed to turn me into a scapegoat. I continue. Plus, I don't want an unsteady cop in a car full of weapons. I add. Asami is not unstable. She's just. I meant Rei's dad. I cut Asami off, getting an embarrassed "oh" as a response. True, I don't think Rei would agree to leave without her dad. Kota continues. Being unable to help on the first stage is one thing, being a danger overall is another. Bringing him is out of the question. I shake my head. The only reason I'm asking you, is because I'd like to believe you ain't gonna try to stab me in the back so you can sit on a bigger chair. I continue as I stare at Kota. I'd never do that. Kota actually went wide-eyed as he stared at me. That's what I'm betting on. Well, we should FO. Bang. I had not even managed to finish that sentence, when a loud gunshot echoed. That was from the main part of the camp. You don't think you're dad? I turn to look at Saya as I speak. Papa. And she almost instantly breaks off into a sprint, and into the camp. I take a deep breath, and turn to follow after her. Running towards the gunshot, it didn't take long before we found the perpetrator. And the standoff. Several of Suichiro's men were at gunpoint with a few guards. And in the middle, Suichiro, his hand raised forward and towards the sky, a smocking handgun in his hand. Ahead of him, Mr. Grabby Fingerless. Sitting on his ass with a look of surprise and horror on his face. Have you gone senile? The almost rapist shouts at Saya's father. Why the hell are you shooting a gun here? He adds as he tries to get up. The word being tried, as he ended up with a boot to his face. Risky movement there, he does know that soldiers are aiming at him, right? Silence. You will speak when I tell you to speak. Suichiro shouts. Then turns to look toward us. Good timing. Is that the man who tried to rape you? He then asks as he turns his attention to Saya, who was a few feet away from him. I don't know if it was actual surprise, or the reaction that old women have when they watch a soap opera, but the crowd around did seem to become restless when they heard the word rape. Yes. Saya answers flatly. Glaring at the man on the ground is an angry scowl. What the hell are you lazy asses waiting for? Shoot him. He attacked me. The man shouts as he turns at the nearest guard, who was speaking to his radio in his chest pocket. From his whispering, I caught the words messed, important, crowd, angry. And, a few seconds later, he nods and lowers his gun. The general has given his full cooperation. And if one of his close associates is found guilty of such actions of barbarism, he'll cut ties with them immediately and see that they are punished accordingly. The soldier responds and backs off, the other soldiers also lowering their guns as well. What? The man on the ground shouts. That ass chug. And he didn't manage to finish his sentence when the butt of a gun landed on his face, the butt of a gun that belonged to a soldier. Cut ties, hey? Trying to save face. I whisper as I fold my arms. Probably. Nobody did see the general while this guy was doing his thing, or has hard proof that he had anything to do with that guy's actions, so, nobody can throw blame at him. And by admitting that the guy was his associate, he essentially tells a half-truth, which will make it much harder for this guy to pin blame on him. Since he can now start adding bullshit between his truths. Rika answers. Don't you hate it when assholes are somewhat competent? She adds as she chuckles. You tell me. I respond as I sigh. Just then, Saya turns around and walks up to me. Let's go, we are finished here. She says as she throws a quick glance at the guy on the floor. Aight, let's gather at the front of the main building. I nod and turn around. Actually. And I stop. Let's go get Shizuka too. And the two mascots. I add as I motion with my head for Koda to lead the way. Ah, yes. Koda nods. Mascots. Rika chuckles through her nose as she shakes her head. And so, we moved away, back. Towards the other side of the camps. To the place that I found Saya. Well okay, not exactly that place. Shizuka's and Koda's tent was further away. A few minutes later. Finding it didn't take too long though. Mostly because Koda knew where he was going. And because Shizuka had a sense, that made her visible from much further away. Ah, there she is. Asami speaks up as she lifts her arm. Waving toward a woman who was speaking with a guy I did not know. Oh, he's here again. Koda almost groans as he looks at the man who was next to Shizuka. Should I chop off more fingers? I ask as I glance at Koda. What? No, it's fine. While it's been obvious where he has been staring ever since the first day he came to us. He has actually been really helpful. And Shizuka seems to not mind. Koda responds. Not mind, or she does not realize the guy is probably fucking her in his mind. I ask back. Do you have to say it like that? Saya asks back as she nudges me. I just shrug in response. Shizuka. And Asami speaks up, causing Shizuka to turn towards us, her eyes going wide. Rika. Surflofir. She shouts back as she starts, running towards us. The guy behind her just turned to glance at us, before silently turning round to leave. She just screamed Surflofir. I groan. She just screamed Surflofir. Rika chuckles. Much to my surprise, she didn't actually dive bomb anybody, instead, stopping next to us. Where have you been? I have not seen either of you ever since we got moved here. She asks with a pout as she leans forward. Oh you know, our team got wiped, me and Nair had to stay in a house surrounded by a horde, we bonded all good though. Rika respond, and smirks. Waya. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Shizuka then starts tapping down Rika, while. You did, what? Saya darts her head at Rika with an angry frown. Then at me. Why do we need her with us again? I ask. A nurse in a car. Psycho responds. An ass. Rika continues as she lifts a finger, turning at me with a smirk. Saya glare pouts at Rika as she makes an I'm watching you sign. Sure, you can watch. I don't mind. You could probably use the experience. Rick chuckle back. Gah. Like I need your experience. Saya folds her arms and turns to look away with a slight blush. So you already have experience? Rika asks back with a chuckle as she narrows her eyes at Saya. Quit asking stupid questions. Saya stomps her foot as she turns to glare at Rika, her hands turning into fists as she brings them next to her hips. So, let's go. I ask as I point towards the direction of the camp's exit. Let me get Alice. Koda raises his uninjured hand before heading towards the tent. Where are we going? Shizuka asks as she lets go of Rika. Space. I reply flatly. Shizuka just stared at me with a blank expression for a few seconds. Rika, Sir Plier is being mean to me. Shizuka then pouts as she turns towards her chuckling friend. Sir Plier. That's a new one. I sigh as I shake my head. Should I inform my father that we are ready then? Saiko asks right after. I would say yes. But something tells me we should at least inform Takashi that we are leaving. I respond. You know that's like asking him to come along. Saya adds as she folds her arms. Well, somebody needs to clean the latrines. I whisper, hearing a muffled chuckle coming from Rika. But jokes aside. If he wants to come, he will have to listen to what I say, and he'll have to leave Ari's father behind. The first, he'll probably agree to, the second, I doubt it. I answer as I also fold my arms. Alright, we're set. And Kota, who just exited the nearby tent, speaks up as he lifts his arms, a couple of bags over his shoulder. Alice also exits behind him with Zeke in her arms. Yet, the moment she saw me, she hid behind Kota. Peeking from behind him with a worried expression. It's okay Alice, he was not mad at you. Kota turns to pat Alice on the head as he spoke. But... Alice mumbles as she keeps peeking from behind Kota. Right, the only time she saw me was when I went ballistic at REI. See, scary Pomeranian. I respond as I turn to Saya. I thought you said penguin. Saiko responds as she tilts her head. I just shrug in response, then turn around to head towards the exit of the camp. Are you not going to speak to Alice? She seems to be scared of you. Saya asks as she also turns to follow me. No time. Besides, we'll have plenty of time to spare after we get the mansion back. I respond as I keep walking. You said Takashi was in the main building right? I ask right after as I turn to look at Kota. Who just nodded. The main building here, or the one in the actual airport? I ask again. Oh, the one here, the doors are heavier apparently, make for better cells. Kota responds. I just nod and turn to look ahead again. You want to go find him while I speak with my father? Saiko asks right after. Yeah, let's meet by the Humvee once we are all set. I answer, Saiko nodding back at me. And so, we split up. Saiko went to her father, Saya, and the rest waiting outside. While I entered with Saiko, since otherwise, they would probably not let me in. Where the fuck is THA Capitaine though? With that though, I entered the building, and walked up to the nearest guard that was on the stairs that went up. Sorry, do you by any chance know where the cells are here? There's supposed to be a cop there. Along with 2 kids that are watching after him. I ask. The cells are in the hallway to the left, then down the stairs you'll find there. The guard casually points at the hallway behind me as he speaks. I nod back and turn to follow his instructions. And sure enough, after entering the hallway, I spotted a flight of stairs to my right that went down not soon after. Down high, we are at ground level, so it's underground. My question was quickly answered as the bright light of the sun got replaced by the dim yellow light coming off from the light bulbs on the walls. And sure enough, reaching the floor under, I found a hallway, not a single window in sight. Thankfully it seemed to have good ventilation though, as the air didn't feel stale. A few guards were standing guard in front of the doors in the said hallway, one of them turning to look at me the moment I headed down. Are you lost? Go back up. The soldier standing guard in front of a door that had the letters storage motioned with his head as he tried to shoo me away. I'm looking for the cells. There should be 2 kids my age there right now, Takashi Komuro and Rei Miyamoto, the girl's dad is the one in the cell. I need to speak to them. I respond as I fold my arms. The guard stares at me for a few seconds. Down the hallway and to the right. First door. The guard groans slightly as he leans on the door behind him. I nod, and start walking again. Become a fucking kindergarten here. The soldier whispers to himself as I walk past him. Angie much? Too long with no sun makes your inner golem pop up. I just take a deep breath and keep moving. Taking a turn to the right the moment I reached the end of the hallway. Coming face to face, with Takashi. Who was munching on a sandwich. Figured I'd have to deal with another guard at the door. I speak up as I fold my arms. Takashi turning to look at me. Nair? What are you doing here? Takashi asks as he tilts his head. Came to use my last shred of goodwill. Is Rei inside? I answer with a shrug, Takashi looking even more confused with my answer, before nodding slowly. Did you know Saya almost got raped while I was away? I ask flatly, Takashi's eyes going wide in response. What? He responds with honest surprise in his voice as he leans away from the door, fully turning to face me. Yet, thankfully for them, they didn't manage to do any permanent damage. I respond. I didn't know. Takashi answers as he turns to look at his food. Normally, I'd grind you about how you should have known, what with you being the leader and all. But, I'm honestly not in the mood. I sigh as I shake my head. No, I'm just here to inform you that me, and the rest of the group, are leaving. I continue. Leaving the airport? Takashi asks back. Yes, we are going to clear Busujima's mansion and stay there, the place is supposed to be like a fortress, I respond. I see. That is probably for the better. I need to care of REI. They should be safer with you, Takashi then speaks up as he lowers his head. They won't let REI's father leave yet, and I am not going to leave REI behind. He adds. Figured as much, just came to inform you so you don't find out that everybody is gone the hard way. I answer as I fold my arms. I see. Takashi just lowers his head slightly, then turns to look at REI. A few seconds passed in silence, before I finally turn to leave. Nair. Wait. Takashi takes a step away from the door, before stopping again. I stopped walking and turned to look at him without turning around. I am sorry. He adds as he lowers his head. For nearly killing me because I should be responsible for my actions. For nearly letting Saya get raped because she is no longer part of your group. For still running after Psycho's ass after she already picked who she wants. For forgetting that you are the leader of the group and locking yourself down here. I ask. Takashi just turned to away. Take care, Takashi. I add flatly and start to walk. I really wonder if you would have done better than me had I not done anything and just acted like a third wheel to your story. But, this is no longer your story. And with that, I headed back up, out of the underground prison. Leaving Takashi and REI behind. Upon exiting the structure, I found my group standing idly by the corner of the building, next to a bench, chatting. Did I miss anything? I ask as I walk up to them. Rika, who was sitting next to Shizuka on the bench, turned to shake her head at me. Next to Shizuka was Alice, who was still hiding from me. Rika, pay attention. I need to see your wound to make sure it's not infected. Shizuka then continues as she tugs at Rika's shoulder. In the car, okay? Don't feel like stripping here. Rika shakes her head as she glances at the pouty Shizuka. About time you stopped being a pervert. Saya, who was with her back to me, scoffs. Now you're just tempting me, Pinkie Pie. Rika chuckles as she starts playing with her zipper. Don't call me that. Saya quickly retorts as she glares at Rika. What? Only your little boyfriend can? I call that discrimination. Rika arcs an eyebrow as she smirks. And no. Saya quickly blurts out. No, as he is the only one that can, or no as he can't. Rika puts her finger on her lips as she tilts her head. I'm surrounded by idiots. Saya folds her arms as she turns to look away. Ha, you sure bounced back fast though, figured you would be cuddling up to Nair for much longer. Rika casually leans back in her seat as she speaks. Shut up. I'm not some weak-willed idiot. Saya scoffs as she keeps looking away. But you were latched onto me for several hours. Seeing how our pinkett was about to blow up, I decided to not say that out loud, lest I ended up taking the brunt of it. Asami does not understand what's wrong with cuddling. She likes cuddling with Kota all day. Asami then speaks up. Who was, as a matter of fact, with her hand warped around Kota's free arm. Saya just responds with humph. I don't mean to ruin the moment, but have you decided how we will move about? I ask as I fold my arms. What do you mean? Rika asks back. Exactly what I asked. How are we going to go to the mansion? First us three, then come back and pick the others? Will Shizuka drive along with a second car? We will all go in one go and they will wait in the car. I ask again. Already planning ahead, hey. Rika closes her eyes as she turns her head to look at the sky. Actually, I think I can help during the initial cleanup. Kota speaks up. I can restock the empty magazines with bullets, Asami too. He continues. That is as long as we stay in the car. I respond. Right. Kota nods slightly and lowers his head, seemingly thinking. He's honest to God thinking how to help, hey? I'm impressed. Shizuka could drive after we get off. Rika then speaks up, her eyes still closed. The doors are probably locked. And if they are not, they will have to be closed after we get in. Better than running back and forth to get the car. She continues. So we go as a single team, hey? I ask. Seems like the best idea for now. Rika opens her eyes and lets her head fall down, then, closes her eyes again. Rika, are you going to fall asleep on that bench? Or is you dying on us? I ask as keep looking at the sniper. Causing Shizuka to, slightly freak out. By slightly I mean she grabbed Rika and started shaking her. While shouting her name. I'm fine, stop shaking me. I just didn't sleep well. I'll sleep in the car. Rika raises her hands in surrender as Shizuka keeps staring at her friend with a worried expression. Nair, please don't scare our doctor. All right. She adds as she takes a deep breath. I just raised my hands. Are you finished with Takashi? And a new female voice speaks up from behind me. Turning to it, I find Psycho, standing right behind me with a casual smile. Her father right next to her. OF. How many times will you freaking sneak up on me? Yet. I answer with a slight nod. Then you are ready to head off. Psycho's father adds and nods slightly. If they have stocked up the car then yet. I answer as I turn to the old man. Take me to it. He pretty much demands as folds his arms behind his back. And so, after a few minutes of walking, we were in front of the car. Matsuda loading a few boxes that were set next to inside the trunk. When will the car be ready? Psycho's father speaks up the moment we stop, Matsuda turning to look at the old man. Oh. Mr. Busujima. These are the last boxes. We loaded the car with 2 crates of ammo, 1 of MRE. Along with some dynamite. Matsuda responds as he wipes his forehead. More dynamite? How many fucking tons of dynamite does Saya's dad have? I'd like to request that we are also given some seeds with easy to grow, fast growing vegetables. The old man responds. Of course. The chubby mechanic nods and turns to walk away from the car. Take this as the extra help I can give you. Seed of edible foods, especially ones that grow fast, are a very precious resource right now. Psycho's father then turns to me. I gave my daughter a map with how to get to my estate. Don't lose it. Or you are more likely to get lost the moment you have to go off-road. He adds. We have to go off-road. I ask as I tilt my head. I told you, that house was not meant to be easily reachable. It is essentially surrounded by forest. If you stay cautious, such as not opening the windows with the lights open in the middle of the night, it'll be impossible to spot. Plus, the cables to it all run underground, so it's not like somebody can follow any pylons that lead to it. He adds as he strokes his chin. This guy must have had a lot of enemies. The first thing I want you to do after you clear it is to go to the top floor, the room straight ahead after the stairs should have a radio room, use the coordinates I written on the back of the map to contact me. He then turns to look around. I need not mention. These coordinates are not the same as the ones that the military uses. They link with a radio I have, so use it sparingly after we make a connection. He adds. Then, I will tell you about our next step. He continues as he turns to leave. Do not fail at this, and you will be among the few that will be able to relax during this crisis. And with these last words, he left. Relaxing does sound nice. I sighed as I fold my arms. Second that. Rika adds. So this is it, hey. Do this and you can supposedly sit on your ass all day eating sandwiches. Chapter 75, Won the Road, for the final time. Review answers. Freaky freak, I have long since stopped excessively proofreading the chapters because it took too much time. So spelling is eventually gonna spill through. Rarper 909 you're welcome. Malgus 123 I think I had Psycho mention that he was acting distant, did I not? I can't exactly have him go FK all and have him spend casual time with the girls in the same place one of them almost got raped it. Hector Phoenix, Oaksner C, thank you. Mash your own when as much as I don't want to put smut for a quick hype, same way I don't want to start killing people off for the feels. Nightwall 129, Dom, you must know my story better than me by now XD. And, there's a time and a place for everything. Jobrigad if I drop it or not really depends on how much free time I got. Since you know. I can't exactly spend the time I allocate to stuff that brings me an actual income to do this. There's a bigger chance I'll make a soft end and leave it at that. But if you do hunt me down, bring me a burger or something XD. Notable word, so people can question his sanity and life decisions. Incognite man thank you. Now for how long, or often I can write this honestly depends on how much time/energy I got left after work XD. Dark Core 42 making every part mentioned in the story be an important part of the story would make it rather predictable, maybe they will show up, maybe they won't. Maybe the grown UPS will have to deal with them. Or maybe they just choked on a chicken nugget o.o. Net, check. Ammo, check. Seeds, check. Fuel, check. Koda was sitting inside the Humvee, turned towards the trunk's insides, checking everything placed in the Humvee. Since we will have to go off-road, I think it's better if we take a left here. We'll have to circle around the block here, but the sooner we leave the urban area and have the forest next to us, the better. Plus, the chances of getting ambushed in the open is far smaller than getting ambushed in a clogged-up street surrounded by walls. Meanwhile, I, along with Rika, Psycho, and Saya were checking the map that we placed on the Humvee's hood. True. But if we're going off the road so soon, it's better for me to drive. Shizuka never drove off-road. Rika responds. What? I didn't hear you. And the moment Shizuka heard her name, she leans out of the driver's open door to look at us. Rika just shakes her hand at the nurse, who just tilts her head as she blinks a couple of times, before leaning back into the car. If Shizuka or Rika drives, what will the rest do? Saya then asks. Kota and Asami can stay with Alice and the dog in a corner, probably in the trunk? We still have some space in it. And it'll be a good spot to restock the magazines should the need arise. Rika will be in the front, in case they need to switch with Shizuka and can't exit the car. I'll be back center to have a fast reach of the hatch. Since I'm the one left who's a relatively good shot. So you and Psycho stay by sides on the back seats. I respond as I tap the Humvee's hood. And who will read the map? Psycho asks right after. The CO driver, so Rika, or Shizuka. I respond, then turn to look at Rika. Shizuka, can read a map right? I ask as I keep staring at the sniper. I think. Maybe. Rika chuckles as she shrugs. Shizuka. Do you know how to read a map? I ask as I turn toward the blonde nurse. A cat? I had a little one when I was in high school. I named her Fluffer. She was A. And Shizuka starts talking about a cat. She can seat in the trunk with the rest. Or drive. I sigh as I turn to Rika while Shizuka was still talking. Yet. Okay. Rika just nods slightly. I then turn back to Shizuka. And that's why must never feed your cat turnips. Shizuka was still speaking. Hey Nair. Come check this out a SEC. And just then Kota leans out the back door and waves at me, holding something in his hand. I glance at the girls before walking to the back door. Shizuka, still narrating the great adventures of Fluffer the cat. Man, check this out. He excitedly hands me what seemed to be a relatively big cell phone in a cover. A stray cable dangling under it. Though the moment I opened said cover, I ended up finding that it unfolded into a 6 parts. And, there was no screen on the phone itself. The reason, simple. That was no phone. A solar power bank. I ask. Yet. We found it in the box with the seeds packs. There's also an MP3 player inside. And a few cables. And small speaker. Kota leans back into the car before Asami gives him the stuff he was shouting about. Music. Hey. That's something I didn't expect to hear for some time. I respond as I check the power bank cable. Too small to charge the laptop though. And, speaking of it. Saya, do we still have the laptop? I ask as I turn to the front. Oh, yeah, it's in Psycho's bag. I gave it to her after. You know. Saya glances about before lowering her head slightly. You want me to check if it fits the laptop? I don't think this is strong enough to power it though. Kota continues. I know, just remembered that we had it. I respond as I shake my head, then give the power bank back to Kota. Wonder if somebody forgot it in the box while packing the stuff up. I add as I fold my arms. Should we ask? Kota asks back. Can I see the MP3? I ask back. Kota just nods and hands me the device. Clicking the power button, I find that the thing actually still worked. Hey, wonder where this thing was stuffed it. With that thought, I checked the contents. Hip-hop, heavy metal, rap, classic, instrumental, jazz, blues, country, funky, disco, J-pop, rock, noise, too many things inside. If they figure out they lost it before we leave, give it back, otherwise. I answer as I hand it back. That is stealing though. Asami mumbles as she folds her arms. If it's that important, they will come looking for it. Otherwise. If the previous owner does not care enough to keep an eye on their shit, I ain't gonna take extra steps for them. I answer as I turn to leave. Kota turning to speak with Asami in the meantime. Music. Hey? Don't mind if I do actually. Rika chuckles as walks back to the Humvee's hood. Not going to disagree with that. I nod as I turn to look at the map. Did it have any genre you like to listen to? Psycho asks right after. It did have some interesting genres inside. I respond as I keep looking at the map. What do you even like to hear? Saya asks right after. Usually. Instrumental, heavy metal, epic. Overall though, I prefer stuff with no lyrics. Video game music also falls in that category too I guess. I answer. So you don't listen to like 95% of all the genres. Saya scoffs slightly as she folds her arms. Also, sea shanties and pirate songs. I add as I shrug. What? Saya frowns slightly as she arcs an eyebrow at me. How do these even connect? She adds as she tilts her head with an arched eyebrow. I just shrug again in response. And classical is not bad either, I guess. I continue. Ah. Now you're just trying to confuse me. Saya groans as her expression turn into a half-opened mouth frown. I shrug, yet again. And, silence. I like jazz and classical, though I prefer American jazz over J-jazz. Then again, I can probably hear anything. Except for disco and funky, never stuck with me for some reason. Rika speaks up. Not much of a selection if you listen to everything. Saya lets out a small sigh through her nose. What do you listen to then? Rika asks back. I listen to Saya mumbles as she glances at me. Heavy metal. She adds as she averts her eyes. You're pulling my leg. Rika chuckles as she turns to Saya. No I'm not. Saya retorts. Name me 5 metal groups then. Rika continues as she grins. Saya just blinks blankly at Rika. Saya mumbles as she glances about. Fine. I like J-pop. Happy now. Saya folds her arms as she turns her head away. Rika just kept chuckling, before turning to Psycho. How about you? She asks. In my house, we usually listen to traditional and classical music. Psycho responds calmly. Yes, and what do you like to hear? Rika asks again. I never really looked into other genres to be honest. I didn't mind what everybody else was listening to at school though. Psycho answers. Oh my, that's no good. Rika tilts her head slightly as she arcs an eyebrow. I glance at Psycho, before turning to look at the map. Yet, I could now not shake off the feeling that something was staring at me. Lifting my head I find Shizuka, who had leaned out of the front seat, staring at me intensely. Well, not me, but towards the group in front of the Humvee. Shizuka. I like J-pop and karaoke. Shizuka blurts out as she cuts me off. Can we stop this stupid thing now? We need to leave as soon as possible. Saya groans as she turns to look at the map, making Shizuka give off a sad whine. Sadly, I agree, the more day we burn, the less day we'll have to get there. And I want to get there today. I don't care about fighting inside the house after it gets dark, since there should be electricity there, based on Psycho's dad at least. I respond. You think there will be electricity there? Saya asks. I have hope. The house is relatively far from the mainland. And considering the EMP blast originated quite further away from the opposite side of town, we have a good chance that the blast would have not completely totaled the house's electrics. If you consider that the airport was relatively okay even before repairs started. And the big problem, which was having a working power facility, has been solved, now that we have the dam. Rika responds. Won't we need an electrician though? I ask. That, I don't know. Rika shrugs. If we had a book about it, I could do it. Saya then speaks up. Really? I ask back. Well I'm a genius. Saya scoffs. So you're absolutely sure you won't short-circuit something by accident and turn the whole building into a Christmas tree? I respond as I arch an eyebrow. Well that's why I need the book stupid. Saya mumbles as she glances away. Oh boy. So, where can we find a book like that? I ask right after. I don't know. Saya responds as she folds her arms. We could raid a bookstore after we set a base there. Books are probably not among the things that people tried to loot. You can't eat them, and you can't kill with them, most of the time. Rika shrugs. True. So, we are set? I ask as I look at my new team. I think so. Rika nods. I am ready. Psycho responds. Me too. Saya answers as well. Then. Let's get the fuck out of here. I take a deep breath and take the map off the hood. Start the engine, Shizuka. I slap the hood as I walk towards the back seats. Wait. Rika lifts both hands as she stops walking. Can somebody take my place until we reach the off-road part? I want to take that nap I mentioned. She continues. Now you figure you that want to take that nap. Saya groans. Hey, I already said I'd sleep in the car didn't I? Rika answers. I'd do it. But we need somebody who can shoot straight to take my place. I respond. Fine, I'll take Rika's place. Saya groans. Alright, I owe you one. Rika smiles as she heads to the back seats. And so, we entered the Humvee. Shizuka in the driver's seat, Saya in the front passenger with the map. Me, Psycho and Rika on the back. With Psycho behind the driver's seat, me in the middle, and Rika behind the passenger seat. And Koda with Asami and Alice in the trunk. Oh, and the dog. And just as the car comes to life and starts moving. Are they going to let us leave like this? Kota asks as he leans on the backside of Rika's seat. We were never really part of the army, so I keep looking ahead as I speak. Wait, Rika is not military. Kota asks back. No, she's a cop essentially, like a Sammy. I answer, Kota letting out an "oh." Turning to glance at Rika, she was already with her head against the window, eyes closed. And so, we drove past the main building, and headed towards the exit, the soldier there opening for us without really asking any questions. Good fucking riddance, I suppose. I sigh as we drove past the checkpoint, for what should be the final time. Just then, I felt something tapping my left shoulder. Turning to it, I found Psycho, who had huddled herself up in the corner between her seat and the door, leaving about half her seat free. She then tapped her seat's backrest with a smile. While at the same time, Saya, who had turned around, was staring at Psycho with a narrowed-eyed, puffed-up frown. Where do I go now? And then Shizuka spoke up with an apologetic tone. Saya just narrows her eyes even more as she puffs her cheeks further, before turning to sit normally and focusing on the map. Go right on the turn here. Roads this close to the airport should have been cleaned by the army. She responds. Well, don't mind if I do. I slide up next to Psycho and lean my back on the edge of her seat. Psycho then tightly wraps her arms around my arm and leans her head on my shoulder before closing her eyes. Hey. This reminds me of the first time Psycho ended up sleeping on my shoulder, you know, where I acted as if I was asleep. No need to act now. I silently bring my free hand to the fringe of her hair and ruffle them. Psycho just let out a small giggle as she nuzzled her cheek against my shoulder. Whoa, And what followed was a gasp of woe coming from the car's trunk. Turning to look to my sides, I found Kota staring at me with his mouth wide open. What? I ask as I arch an eyebrow. Nothing. Kota quickly looks back towards the crates. Really? Didn't seem like And, I didn't manage to finish my sentence when I felt a sudden weight on my legs. Upon looking at my legs, I found that Rika, who was off to dreamland, had essentially sprawled her legs on my thighs. Really now? I ask as I keep staring at Rika's legs. You sure seem to be enjoying yourself. A hissy voice then spoke up from the front. Turning my head up, I found Saya staring, or more appropriately, glaring at me. You have a weird idea of enjoyable if you think I enjoy having somebody's dirty ass boots on me. For the rest, not gonna comment. I respond as glance at Psycho, then slowly take one of Rika's legs, and place it next to me. Only for her to just stretch it back on my thighs the moment I let it go. Saya just let out a haughty humph, and turned to look back to the front. I was the one that got assaulted, you're supposed to pay attention to me. She whispers as she keeps staring at the map with a sulky look. I'll pay you all the attention you want once we clear the mansion. I answer flatly. Saya quickly turns to stare back at me with a slight blush on her face. Saya. There's a crossroad ahead. And Shizuka speaks up, causing Saya to turn back towards the front. By the way, Psycho, what should we expect there? How big is the place? I ask as I turn to the girl resting on my shoulder. She hums slightly before lifting her head and opening her eyes. As my father said, it is essentially surrounded by a wall, so if we are to take everything inside the wall as part of the house. She tilts her head slightly. There is a garage for 2 cars to the left of the main building. The main building is 3 stories tall. A small secondary garage that has the generator is to the right of the main building. Behind the main house is a small garden to its left. Behind that garden we have a secondary warehouse that was left unused. And next to it, we have a dojo. Psycho calmly starts explaining. Meanwhile, is somebody in this car? Who is not filthy rich? I ask as I chuckle. All I have is the house I share with Rika. Shizuka speaks up. That place didn't look cheap either. I respond. Asami lived in a rented apartment. Asami then continues. Finally, another person that I can relate to. Though I'd guess I was in a better position since I didn't actually pay the rent completely by myself. I chuckle. Realistically, I do not own anything though. They are all my father's possessions. Psycho then speaks up. Kota did not speak, and neither did Saya. Well, at least she did not join the chat, since she just kept giving Shizuka instructions. Where did you live before? Shizuka asks as she glances back at me before looking back ahead towards the street. Rented apartment. I respond. No. I mean, before that. She asks again. Shizuka. And Saya quickly turns to glare at the nurse. What? I'm sorry. Shizuka lowers her head and raises her shoulders, looking a lot like a scolded puppy. You can't ask that. Saya answers as she keeps staring at our driver. Why? Shizuka asks with confusion written on her face. Saya just rolls her eyes with a loud groan. He's a transfer student, you idiot. Saya blurts out as she narrows her eyes at Shizuka. Oh. Oh. Ah. I'm sorry. Shizuka quickly darts her head to me as she apologizes, her eyes wide with surprise. Oi. Eyes on the road. I respond as I point at the front windshield. I'm sorry. Shizuka lets out a sad whine as she turns to look back towards the road ahead with her head drooping. Besides, they are probably dead by now anyway. I respond. Hey. Don't say that. Saya then turns to look at me, looking irked. Yet, if they are half as badass as you, they are probably chilling on some beach. Kota then adds. You mean they are complaining to each other on some beach? I chuckle. How can you even joke about that? Saya mumbles as she turns to look away. Because the alternative ain't gonna help anybody. I answer flatly. Why are you guys shouting so much? Rika mumbles as she stretches. We've been talking about how casually you shoved your boots on me. I respond as I turn to Rika. Rika just lets a small moan as she changes her posture. Essentially not giving a fuck. And so, we kept driving. Thankfully without any real blocks down the road. Up until, about 30 minutes later. I can see the forest at the end of the next intersection. Shizuka speaks up. Yet, turn left in that intersection. See if we can keep going for a few blocks before we'll have to take the dirt road. Saya responds as she runs her finger across the map. Should we wake up Rika then? Though I don't know how much help 30 minutes of sleep will be. I ask. No need. We will keep going on the road until going off-road is necessary. I know we said to go off-road as soon as possible, but the roads have been clear so far. Saya answers. I just nod back. By the way, does the map have any points of interest on it? You know, stores and the such. I ask after a few seconds. No. Saya shakes her head. I see. Psycho. I then turn my head slightly to my left. Yet, get no response. Psycho. I ask again as I lean my head away to get a better look. To find that it was not only Rika that was off to dreamland. I just blink a couple of times before turning to look back towards the front, where Saya had turned to stare at the sleeping samurai. She gets to sleep on your shoulder. I get to read the damn map. She mumbles as she turns to look back ahead. Why do I always have to pull the short end of the stick? It's not fair. She whines as she keeps looking at the map with a sulky face. Because a genius can do everything. And we're short-staffed. I respond. HMF. Saya just blew some air through her nose as she kept her eyes on the map, looking as sulky as ever as silence returned to the car. Without really anything to do, I turned to look out the window next to Psycho, as Shizuka took a left on the intersection. The buildings to our left, the trees to our right. The roads were smeared with blood, and the buildings, which were mostly if not all stores, were without a single intact window in sight, which honestly gave the impression that a large group scavenged this place, their insides being a mess which added to that proof. Along with the most important fact, the roads were clear. The cars and bodies that should have been littering it were seemingly shoved to the side of the road. It's almost as if somebody used a plow truck and pushed everything off the bloody street. Sure, a few stray corpses have walked up into the road again, but you'd need to be blind to actually hit them. Thud. Which, makes me wonder. Thud. Why? Thud. Is Shizuka? Thud. Running over. Thud. Every single. Thud. Corpse. Ugh. Can you stop running over everything? All that bumping is distracting me. Until Saya snapped at least. Shizuka's all bloodthirsty now. I chuckle. I'm not bloodthirsty. I just. Racking up points to buy the next upgrade. I cut her off with a slight snicker, Kota chuckling from inside the trunk. Moyu. Stop teasing me, you meanie. Shizuka puffs her cheeks as she turns to glance at me. I just chuckle and turn to look out the window again. You, sure get along with a lot of girls nigher. Kota then adds. Kota. Yes, you sure do. Saya adds as she turns to stare at me with narrowed eyes. You fucking traitor. I plead the fifth. I respond as I keeps looking out the window. This just proves that you admit that you're a criminal. Saya smirks slightly as she leans her head towards me, narrowing her eyes. The evil penguin is now on trial. But you shall never find about my evil plan. I sigh as I drop my head, and, much to my surprise, it was the voice of a small girl that started chuckling from the trunk. AKA, Alice. And, as Saya turns to look ahead again. Oh, Shizuka, stop. We reached the point where we need to turn. She taps Shizuka as she notices a small dirt road extending towards the forest to our right. I need to drive off-road. Shizuka grips the wheel with both hands as she leans her head over the wheel, looking at the dirt road. We should wake up Rika. I add. Yes. Saya replies flatly. No, I can do it. Rika needs to rest, Shizuka replies as she shakes her head. Not the time to be headstrong, Shizuka, one misstep in there and we lose our car and supplies. I respond as I poke Psycho's cheek. Who in turn lets out a small moan and slowly opens her eyes, focusing them on me. Before backing off and stretching her back. I then lean to my right, towards Rika, and shake her shoulder. 5 more minutes. She groans as she tries to shoo me with her hand. You'll sleep all you want on a normal bed after we clear the mansion. Come on, we have corpses strolling toward us. I respond as I shake her again. Right. Right. Yeah. Rika nods a couple of times as she slowly gets up. Rubbing her eyes before pushing her hands up against the car's roof to stretch. I take a deep breath and get up, opening the hatch. We have corpses near the car. I'll go to the roof to clear some space, change places without exiting the car. I add as I climb out through the hatch. Then proceed to sit, rotating the hatch and using the lid as a backrest. Then I turn my attention to the few corpses that had reached the car and were essentially rubbing their faces on the window. If Project Zomboid taught me anything, is that I also need to be near a forest to set rabbit traps and that cabbage is amaze balls. So I guess the fact the building is surrounded by forest will mean we will have a good chance to catch game. Though on the other hand, we will have reduced visibility if a horde comes toward us. The trees will cover them. Then again, if trees are too close to the outside wall, we could go get a chainsaw from a store and cut them down, then use the trees as an extra barricade to surround the building. Nair. They have switched places, you can come down. Psycho then pops up from the hatch as she speaks. I'd say that I'd like to stay up here. But the idea of getting a tree branch to my face while the car is going does not sound too fun. I nod and turn to enter the Humvee again. As I climbed down, I saw Rika lazily stretching in the driver's seat. So, I just follow the dirt path? Rika asks. No, the path itself actually leads to a dead end, it heads northeast. The house is straight north. Saya responds as she shakes her head. Do we have a compass? Rika asks again. In my bag. I respond as I turn to Koda, who nods and hands me my bag. Opening the front pocket, I took out the compass I got, the same one that the employee asked me if I wanted to buy, back right before the outbreak started. Hey, guess I owe that employee one now. I chuckle slightly as I look at the compass, then hand it to Rika. Nice, now, let's go. I call dibs on the best double bed. Rika exclaims as she slaps the gas with her foot. Do you need to shout? Saya groans. I'll fall asleep if I don't. Rika shrugs as she chuckles. By the way, Miss Busujima. Asami would like to ask if she can know how many bedrooms the house has. Asami then speaks up. All the bedrooms are on the second floor. There are, 9, counting 2 bathrooms in as well. Psycho responds. We are talking about the whole house, or just the second floor now? I ask as I glance at Psycho. The second floor. Psycho answers as she tilts her head questionably. Guess Commando knew his game. Going after the richest girls in his group, Rika adds with a laugh. Oi, you make me sound like a gold digger now. I groan as I drop my shoulders. That idiot probably doesn't have the brains to make such an elaborate scheme. Saya huffs. Thanks. I think. I respond as I arch an eyebrow and tilt my head. Question. I know we're going off-road. But how off-road is the path? A straight line through a flat forested area? Rocky terrain? Cliffs? Rika then asks. There should be some turns based on what the map has drawn on it, we should also have to pass a shallow river 2 times. Saya responds as she looks at the map. It should also be slightly uphill. I remember a zigzagging path right before to the house, Psycho added. River hey. If it's not too far it could be good for some fishing. Considering we can't exactly go to the supermarket anymore. I continue as I put one hand behind me and lean back. If I remember correctly, it must be 10 to 20 minutes on foot. Psycho responds as she turns to me. This place keeps getting better and better. And none of your father's acquaintances know of the place. I ask back. I don't think so. He usually went there when he wanted to get away from his daily life. Psycho shakes her head as a response. Saya dear. Can't go north from here, rock formation. Rika then speaks up as she stops the Humvee. Go northwest. We should find the river if we keep going like that. After you find it, we need to find a shallow spot to pass, then go along with it towards the north, until the river turns towards the east. Then, we will have to drive through it again. Saya responds. Why not just drive next to the river without passing? You know, from the opposite side. Rika asks. Don't ask me, it's what the map says. Saya shrugs. Maybe that side of the river is undrivable. She adds. Oh well, northwest it is. Rika shrugs back and turns the wheel. We will have to do this trip each time we want to go to the city? Double-edged sword. Hard to go to, hard to leave from. But I'd rather sleep peacefully at night knowing that we don't have panting survivors staring at the girls. Chapter 76, Road Trip Through the Woods. The Commissar 13 considering they're in a car, it'd be the zombies that'll wish they ain't a thing. Directle 2 had plans to use some gameplay moments of it in my story for extra chapters, mostly for either a scavenge run or a daily life chapter. Sadly they're now just another scrapped idea as I'm focusing more on making some sort of soft end for the story. Because I want to start writing a story about Tales of Vesperia/MGE since it's the thing I'm working on my 3D Tron and I have 3D models of these characters made, that would let me create some images for the story plus maybe give me a few ideas for some original characters I'm creating there. As much as I like HOT, I'd rather have my focus on one franchise. Hector Phoenix, well you reviewed, why would I not answer? And you're welcome XD. Ray's Row considering his meta-knowledge is pretty useless right now, it'd be hard for others to find out about it, unless he facts up. And, think about it, if some random smuck walked up to you and told you to stuff he definitely should not have known. Then told you that he's from another world, would you believe him? Or just say that he's a hardcore stalker and call the cops? AKA nothing good can come out of it and sometimes ignorance is bliss. Shikirayu guy thank you. And, as mentioned on my author page, I don't like writing R18 Steam. It's not that I can't, I need to have tried something to not like it. It's just that, I don't like writing it. Oxner C. Jobergat, guest 1 thank you. MAU 160, well, it will be finished, one way or another. Nananan Garay, the story usually updates once every month/3 months, if you want to skip the update check. And yet, Nair is supposed to be a commoner, or at least from a middle-class family, that can afford to send him abroad. Though having a rich-ass family that sends half an army to find him would be a fun spin-off. Jub Earth yet, this story has become much bigger than I expected. And if you do make something, I'll post a link to it if you want. Carlos, there are still some stuff that need to happen, so it'll continue for now. Gaddy boy, he's a fanatic mask believer, worship the masked god, you heretic. Broseph, if I took to heart every dude that got pissed because the story didn't go their way I'd have stopped long ago XD. Now, since I write way too sporadically, I essentially wing it. Saya will get a role that fits her, or at least I think it fit her. And well, the latest chapters probably got some spelling, since I'm not proofreading them that much anymore. Guessed that once his fix-free stuff never arrived on time, what can I do? A crash clown. Yeah, the start of the story does not diverge too much from canon, being it my first story I was initially just aiming for 10 to 20 chapter story without much of a story to tell, mostly to work on my spelling/writing. This behemoth just appeared. Diametric, I'll give ya points for originality. First person so far to whine about this. Have a cookie. Guessed that is kinda amazed, what can I say, I like HOT and wanted more, but nobody gave me more, so I made more myself XD. Random J-pop song playing. Music was coming off from the small speaker placed in the middle of the car. Said car passing through a shallow point of a river. Meanwhile I was sitting, or more like laying against the hatch's lid on the roof of the car. Watching at a tree line that was now behind us. Guess this is why we needed to pass the river, hey? I whispered to myself. As Saya guessed, the side of the river we came from had way too many thick trees for a bike, much less a car to pass. While the other side past the river had a relatively flat plain that ran along the river. The plain itself was not too big, as the woods took over again the moment you strayed too far from the river, but it was big enough to fit 2 to 3 cars next to each other. Also. And not a single corpse in sight. I add as I fold my arms and glance around. And it was not just now, after we went off-road the number of corpses got drastically reduced. We did spot 1 or 2 occasionally. But they looked more like survivors that made a last-ditch effort to run away after getting infected, rather than corpses that wandered into the forest. Nair. And a female voice speaks up from behind me. Turning around I find Psycho peeking from behind the hatch's lid, holding a closed M.R.E bar towards me. Ah, thanks. I nod as I take the bar. Mind if I join you? She asks right after as she keeps standing in the hatch. I respond by sliding a little bit to the side, leaving some space on the hatch's lid, then tap the lid, essentially copying what she did when she offered me to sit next to her inside the Humvee. Psycho didn't respond, she just silently climbed up and scooted next to me. Folding her legs under her and leaning on me instead of using the hatch lid. How many should we expect inside? I ask. Psycho did not respond. Can we not talk about what we will have to do to survive for a bit? She asks. She absent-mindedly narrows her eyes towards the distance, placing her head on my shoulder. Feeling drained? I ask as I wrap my arm around her. I was terrified. She answers flatly as she keeps looking in the distance. When Saya told me that your whole team got killed She mutters as she lowers her head. And this is why we left. So we don't have to deal with situations like these anymore. I answer as I pat her shoulder. I thought we left because Saya got assaulted. Psycho responds with a questioning tone. She got assaulted because I got sent to the other side of town and because in that place pre-outbreak status overrides post-outbreak actions. As a matter of fact, I think that we let your friends get preferential treatment because you work for it lollipop that they kept sucking was a bunch of hot air. If I had to guess, it was because you and Saya had important parents that they let us use these rooms. Thus why you got kicked out the moment somebody more important arrived. I answer as I sigh. At least now, we will be the ones making the rules in that house. I add as the Humvee finally reached the other side of the river and turned left, now driving with the trees to its right, and the river to its left. We then drove on for a few minutes. I don't know how many we should expect. The house was not supposed to have people in it. But since my father knew it was overrun, maybe he let some of his acquaintances use it for some reason. Or, he actually let the infected in to deter survivors from trying to claim it. Until Psycho spoke up. I'm not going to ask if he was willing to do that since you just mentioned it. I glance at the purple-haired girl before looking ahead again. My father is a man that puts results means used to acquire said results. This is why he trusted you. Because you got the results he expected of you. Psycho responds. Ends justify the means hey. I take a deep breath as I tilt my head. You don't agree with that theory? Psycho asks back. Nothing is ever black and white. I'm old enough to know that there is always a trade-off to getting the desired results. The question is, how big is that trade-off? I answer. And like that, silence returned. Psycho closed her eyes as the car kept moving towards its destination. About 30 minutes later, we reached the point that the river turned towards the right, in other words, the point that the car had to go swimming again. Yet instead of going straight into the river, Shizuka turned to the right to follow the river again. The reason was that the shallow point turned out to be further down, a rocky, seemingly man-made path made up of pebbles. The height of the water there turned to be about half a wheel on height after Shizuka turned to drive on it. This place could be good for fishing, since you have more exit points, plus the noise of the water could disorient the corpses if you are silent enough. Though on the flip side that same noise could attract them. Not that I have seen any corpses for some time now. Looking straight ahead, I saw that the rocky path led to a path that went straight into the forest again, thankfully big enough for the Humvee to enter. Psycho. I shake the girl next to me slightly as I turn towards her. Psycho silently lifts her head and turns to look at me. We should go back down. You know, tree branches and all. I motion with my head towards the forest ahead of us. Psycho just nods and turns to climb down the hatch. With me following shortly after. The sound of music getting louder now that I was back inside the vehicle. Oh, back from your date? Rika asks as I climb down. Much to Saya's displeasure. I just ignored the smirking Rika. How much further after we enter the forest again? Kota then asks. Halfway. Saya answers flatly. Still, won't a helicopter be able to see this place? Kota then asks. I suppose. But just because one thief can break open your door because he has a diamond pickaxe, are you going to leave it open for everybody to enter? I answer. Yeah, I guess not. Kota nods as he responds. Besides, we have 2 snipers here. Just snipe the pilot. I add with a shrug. I could probably do it, as long as I'm not this fucking tired. Rika chuckles. Man, I can't wait until we clear the house and I get to sleep on a soft bed. I'll sleep for a damn century. She then continues as she closes her eyes slightly. Hey! You're still driving, don't close your eyes. Saya shouts. Relax, I can see where I'm going. Rika answers as she opens her eyes again. Moyu, I told you I could drive. You need rest. Shizuka pouts as she folds her arms under her oversized chest. It's fine. Though my butt is a bit itchy. Rika shrugs. Thought the wound was at your hip. I respond as I tilt my head. Hey? Never said it was the wound that bothered me, just that my butt is itchy. Rika glances at me with a stupid smirk before looking back ahead. I just sigh in response. Can we stop talking about stupid butts and focus? You all can be idiots after we have a safe place to rest. Saya groans. Oi, my butt is not stupid. It went to college with me, and graduated. Rika turns to narrow her eyes at Saya. Who rolled her eyes? Just, keep driving. Saya responds as she focuses back on the map. And just then, the song changed to a new one. Oh. I like this song. Shizuka turns to glance at Kota, who had the MP3 in his hand. Shizuka then, much to the surprise of nobody, started dancing, or more like swaying her upper body to the rhythm of the music. What was a surprise, was that when the lyrics started, she started singing as well. And what was even more surprising, was that she was actually good at singing. Wait, Shizuka can sing? I ask as I tilt my head in confusion. Well, she did say she liked karaoke. Rika answers. I know people that like karaoke too, but they sound like deaf pigs. I respond. Hey. I sound like a deaf pig. Shizuka then abruptly stops singing and turns to stare at me. A mixture of shock, surprise, and disheartenment on her face. Hell, there were even tears forming in the corner of her eyes. No. I said that I'm surprised that you can actually sing, since other people I know who liked karaoke sounded like deaf pigs. I respond. Ooh. I see. Shizuka responds, then starts glancing around. A few seconds of silence then passed. You won't sing again? Kota asks. I can't. It's embarrassing now. Shizuka mumbles, causing the rest of the group to start chuckling. Rika, I see a gap in the trees to the right, take the turn. Saya then points ahead as she keeps looking through the windshield. I really want to see how we will make this trip again without getting lost. Rika mumbled as she took the turn. Good question. Maybe we should leave marks behind? Not obvious ones, because I'm paranoid. The river part is easy enough to remember since it has natural points we can lean on, but inside the forest? I honestly already forgot how we got through the first part of it already. I ask. We could tie some cloth on it and make the binding point towards the direction we need to turn. Kota responds. Wish we could just use a GPS. Saya groans. GPS works now? After the EMP? Asami asks back. Think so. When the big wings arrived at the airport, they came with their private, shiny latest edition jets. These things used GPS. Since one of our engineers was grumbling that they requested to take the GPS hardware from these jets and install them into the bigger airliners, since theirs was fried. You can guess how well that ended. Rika chuckles back. So, in other words, if we find a store that sells car accessories and find a working GPS screen, we'd be set. I respond. Yab. Rika answers back. We should have asked for one before we left. Kota mumbled. Nobody thought of it, what can you do? I shrug. We should make a list of what we will need. I'd like to avoid making this trip multiple times. GPS or not. Rika adds right after. I agree on that. I continue as I nod. So, about the markings. Rika then asks as she slows down the car. Let's do what Kota said, we can remove them after we find a working GPS. I respond. Okay, what should we use? Kota asks. Just pick a shirt and rip it. I'd say use one of mine. But I don't think black is a good color for a sign in the middle of a forest. I answer as I shrug. Okay. Kota then nods enthusiastically and turns to shuffle through one of the bags. Found something. He exclaims and pulls. A purple lace panty. That is mine. And is not a shirt, Hirano. Psycho then speaks up. Sorry. Kota quickly shoves the underwear back inside the bag, before pulling a red shirt. Can we use this? He asks, this time with a rather timid tone. If nobody got any red shirts in there, then this is mine. Use it. Saya responds. Though can I ask why my clothes have Psycho's in as well? She continues. I put all our clothes in one bag to save space. Rika answers. What? Why didn't you tell me that you were fiddling through my stuff? Saya blurts out as she turns to glare at Rika. Relax, I didn't throw any of that sexy underwear you hid in the side pocket. Rika answers casually again. Which got followed by. Let's just call it a siren blare. Let's go mark the tree. I point at the door next to Psycho as I keep staring at Saya, who was trying to get a hold of Rika's neck. Yeah, here. I can't come with since I'll slow you down. Kota hands me a long, red ripped sheet he made with a knife from the shirt. I don't have any weird underwear in my bag. Saya shouts as me and Psycho exit the car. Let's get done with this fast. We don't know if there are corpses around there. I speak up as I close the door, Psycho next to me. Agreed. Psycho nods back. And so, we ran to where Rika took the turn, picked the first tree that would probably be visible when coming down the road with a car, and tied the red sheet on it. I see rustling further in. Psycho then spoke up as he slowly drew her blade. Almost. Okay, done. I respond as I back off the tree, then turn to look to where Psycho was looking. Only to see a pair of rabbits pop up from under a bush. Oh. Psycho blinks a couple of times before sheathing her blade. The forest has rabbits? Nice. I say as I nod, then turn to head towards the car, tapping Psycho on the shoulder. You like rabbits? Psycho asks back. You'll like them too once we run out of meat. I answer with a chuckle. Good point. Rabbits should be easier to hunt compared to a boar or a deer. Psycho answers. Plus you know, they breed like rabbits. I add as I open the Humvee's door. Who breeds like rabbits, you pervert? And Saya, who was still going at it, turned to shout at me. Rabbits. I answer flatly as I take a seat, with Psycho following in. Ah. Saya just tilts her head with a confused expression. We saw a pair of rabbits. With hunting season now being just us. It means we won't have a shortage of meat. I answer. You want to kill rabbits. But they're so cute. Shizuka exclaims as she turns to me with a worried expression. Well, you can munch on carrots while I'm making meat patties for burgers then. I answer with a shrug. Oh, I'd kill for a double burger right now. Rika sighs as she leans on the wheel. Me too. Kota answers right after as he brings his hand to his stomach. Okay, now I'm getting hungry too, so let's drop it and keep going. I chuckle as I point forward. Hey, let's make burgers for the victory party after we lock down the building. Kota then speaks up. Hey, we should add a meat grinder to the list of stuff we need. I add as I fold my arms. I'm pretty sure the kitchen there has one pre-installed. Psycho responds. We also still have the crossbow in the trunk, since they didn't take it. I guess it was not gun enough. Kota adds as he turns to look deeper into the trunk. Nice, that could come in handy. I add as I nod. Can we stop thinking what we will do after we clear the place, and instead think how we will actually clear it? Saya groans. Ha, come on now, don't be a spoilsport. Though I guess you are technically correct. Rika tilts her head as she speaks. I am not technically correct. I am just correct. And don't call me a spoilsport. Saya then leans towards Rika as she taps at the map on her legs. Do we even know what we will face though? Kota asks right after. My father mentioned only that the infected got inside. Psycho responds. Can't we just bait them out? Asami thinks that we could avoid needless danger if we did that instead of fighting them. Asami adds. Not a good idea. Unless you want to have corpses roaming around the woods near the house. Plus, I'm still not fully sure these things won't actually attack animals. They did get drawn to Zeke's barking after all. I answer as I shake my head. But we have not seen a single animal that is one of them. Kota adds right after. Maybe they are too fast to catch or are too small to have anything left over after they catch them. Or well, maybe the thing just doesn't work on M. We also did see a video with Saya when we were still at her house, before the EMP. A scientist in it mentioned that the whole thing might be lab-bred because its transfer rate is too inefficient for it to have spread worldwide so fast. If that's true, then it could be an engineered bioweapon that got sold off to the wrong pair of hands. I continue. Really? I never knew that. Kota lowers his head slightly. Asami does not understand, even if it was a bioweapon, why ignore animals? Asami asks right after. Because it would be detrimental. Let's say, that this was cooked up for the army, because only a government would have the funds and closed doors to make research this dodgy. Or a multi-billionaire. But either case, if it was made for war, it would be for attacking, as I can't think of a single good reason when bombarding your own nation with a zombie virus will be efficient. So if it's to take out a hostile nation, you would want to take your opposition, aka, people. Killing pigs and cows would have had an actual detriment, since if the war was won then farming assets would belong to the winner. I answer. That theory is full of holes. Saya groans. Well, that's why it's a theory. For all we know it could be the Zaytans counter-attacking after the Lone Wanderer blew up their death ray. I shrug. The who did what because of who? Saya turns to me with a confused frown as she tilts her head. But hey, we could just check if it affects animals. I respond as I fold my arms. Hey, how? Saya asks again. By giving PETA a reason to come knocking on our door. I add. You want to feed an animal to the corpses? Kota asks right after. Hey. Nair, you can't do that. Shizuka then suddenly speaks up. Asami agrees with Shizuka. That is too cruel. Asami adds right after. Would be good to definitively know if animals can get infected though, last thing I want is a zombified Doberman named Cerberus running after me. Rika chuckles. Smashing through windows. Kota whispers right after. That was oddly specific. But, I do agree. Psycho then responds. We won't be any better than the bad guys if do something like this. Alice mumbles as she hugs Zeke. Say what you want, but don't come crying to me if you flip your life on a coin and get the shit side of the bet. I shrug. We just need to be careful. Shizuka mumbles right after. What if they can bust through windows though? Kota asks. Ugh. What's with you and dogs jumping through windows? What? Were you holding an umbrella when? Pfft. Only to get caught off my me as I bring my hand to my face as I try to stop laughing. Why the hell are you laughing? Saya loudly asks as she glares at me. Nothing, nothing. Just surprised at how divided we are on the matter. I shake my head. Hey, I know, let's vote. Rika then chimes in as she keeps driving. All those in favor of checking if animals can get infected, raise your hand, she adds as she raises her hand. Rika a. Shizuka pouts as she tries to lean forward to grab Rika's hand, to no avail. Well, I was the one that mentioned it. I add as I raise my own hand. The more we know of our enemies, the better we can counter them. Psycho then raises her own hand. Well. Kota glances at Asami, who was staring, rather intently at the guy. Asami and Kota think that this is a horrible idea. Asami then speaks up. Kota just kept his mouth shut. Assertive. Me too. Shizuka adds with a pout. Me for. Zeke too. Alice then continues with what I think was an angry pout as she takes Zeke's paw and raises it. The dog just started to lick the girl's hand, ever oblivious. Saya glanced at me, then at Psycho. I'm with Nair, leaving things to luck is a good way to get killed. She then adds. Looks like we have a tie. I respond. And a few seconds later. It's not a tie. We won by 1. Alice speaks up. Well, I'm going to hold each one of you responsible if we bring back a zombie rabbit and it starts hopping around in the kettle. I shrug as I let out a huge sigh. KHHFF. And Rika starts chuckling. Actually. I'm going to give you the I don't give fuck all what you all think card. Because if I'm going out there to hunt, I'm sure as fucking hell gonna check if a deer can go corpse mode on me and turn me into an antler accessory. I respond. Moyu, but we voted. Shizuka protest. And I might even check each and every animal at least once to make absolutely sure. I add as I turn to Shizuka, who narrows her eyes and starts, well, I would not call it slapping, more like flailing her arms towards my direction. Guys. Rika then shouts as she stops the car. What? He was bae. Shizuka then turns to look towards Rika, but her eyes stop at the windshield. The reason? An uphill zigzag road was ahead of us, and on the top, we could see part of what seemed to be a concrete fence, and behind it, a Psycho, why you didn't tell me your dad owned a castle? I say as I tilt my head. It is, not a castle. Psycho responds. Sure as hell looks like one, sloped roof and all. Hell, the top looks like a keep too. Rika mumbles. The top is just used as an observatory, and the radio room my father mentioned. Psycho answers. Still a castle. Rika shrugs. Psycho just lets some air through her nose and glances away. That is the main building, right? I ask. Yes. Psycho answers flatly. And around it are all the other things you mentioned. Dojo, storage, garage, and all. Which is then surrounded by that concrete fence. I ask again. Yes. Psycho answers fatly, again. And it took us an hour to get here. I ask again. Give or take, yet. Saya nods. Not too bad, we just have to make fewer, bigger trips to town if need be. Because this place looks good, too good. I nod. Alright then. Shizuka. Take the wheel. Rika then turns around and leans between the two front seats. And essentially almost shoving her chest to my face. Shizuka just nods and starts to move. Did I mention I was still sitting there? I'll take the PSG and take aim through the hatch. Rika continues as a pinkette was, glaring at me for sitting at apparently the wrong place. I'll keep the magazines full. Kota then slides to a better position next to me as he looks at Rika, who just nods. Asami will help. Asami adds as she crawls next to Kota. Alright. Psycho, get ready. Once we get there, if the place is not swarmed with corpses, we are getting off. I respond as I turn toward the purple-haired samurai. Who nods back at me. What do you want me to do? Saya asks. You got the MP5. I ask. I don't. They took it when they kicked us out. Saya mumbles as she looks down. We still have the M1A1 back here. Kota points behind him. We do. I ask as I tilt my head. Well, sweetheart, the weapon is mine, why would I leave it behind? Though I never found where my shotgun was it. Rika asks with a chuckle. Sweetheart. And Saya flies off the handle. I just glance at Rika, who gives me a playful wink before climbing out through the hatch. Saya, take the M1 and go up with Rika. She can show you how to shoot it. Or ask Kota, he knows too. I respond. Humph, of course you can't show it to me. Saya mumbles as she folds her arms. Well yet, I never used it. I answer as I shrug. And just then, the car starts to move again. Okay people. Put all your thoughts on hold now. We have a house to clean. I add as I check my scar. This is it hey. We do this and we will have a safe house that is ours and is actually safe to kick our feet up. Chapter 77, Outer Wall. Rarper 909, Jamon dos Fendu, Oaksner C, Love It Guest, MAU 160, Oaksner C, MAPOI 126U, King KS, thank you. Jar Jar Head, sooner or later there will be more. Kiros Yamsha we get it, this isn't up to your standards, we got that from your first review, why keep the posting and complaining XD? The story ain't gonna change because you don't like it. Honky Frog, compared to how often I used to post, it could be considered, on life support maybe? I blame the new Alien Mothership Fallout mod XD, it got me back into the game. And well, Resident Evil is Resident Evil, gotta pay some homage to the granddad of zombie video games. Guess that wonders why people bother people like stating their opinions, especially if that opinion seems better. Rabger this is Walking Simulator. Jub Earth just send me the links and I'll post M at the end of the next chapter. James Freaky, well, truth be told, Psycho probably deserves better than Nier 2 XD. Nightall 129, wonder who'll be making a fool of themselves. Oh, I'm not so sure about this. Shizuka, who was in the driver's seat, mumbles. The Humvee steadily going up the zigzag road towards the top where Psycho's house was it. Not much we can do about it now, it's this, or sleep in the car. I respond as I keep looking through the windshield. Well, if we huddled up really close, we'd get a heat stroke. I cut Shizuka off. Not that I'd mind you. I glance at the empty passenger seat as I think that. As both Rika and Saya were on the Humvee's roof. And speaking of the duo, I lean back and climb through the hatch until half of me was out of the car. Saya dear, I appreciate the affection, but you don't have to grab onto me this tight. Rika was laying flat on the left side, facing towards the front part of the car, looking through PSG's her scope. Saya was on the right side, holding on to Rika with one hand, and the M1, which was set up with the bipod, with the other. Shut up. The stupid car is shaking too much. Saya responds with a grumble. You two sure get along. I speak up as I lean on the roof in front of me, causing the girls to turn towards me, with vastly different expressions. Rika was casually staring at me, and Saya had her signature frown. Well, as part of a harem, we do have to get along. Rika smirks as she narrows her eyes. If I didn't need you to hold on to something I'd kick you off. Saya loudly responds. Roar. Feisty Rika chuckles back. Did any of you see the top? I sigh as I glance at the two. I did manage to see the front gate as we took the last turn. Front gate was wide open. Rika responds. So at least we'll be able to see how bad things insides are when we get up there. I respond as I nod, turning to look towards the top, part of the towering wall visible from here. Just hope we can close it afterward. If it's operated via electronics it might be offline. Saya adds with a now calm voice. One step at a time. I nod slightly as I crawl back inside the car. Are they alight up there? I think I heard Saya shout a couple of times. Psycho then asks. Shakes too much for her liking. I respond. I'll try to drive a bit slower. Shizuka then mumbles. Well, the front gates were open from what Rika saw, so we're in no rush. As now we need a plan. Since we got some info. I nod slightly and turn to look at Psycho, then Kota and Asami. Other than you and Psycho going in while we provide fire support? Kota asks. Yes, with the doors open we could think up something safer. I nod. Safer? Like? Asami asks back. Well for example. I tap my chin as I think. What if we used the car to block most of the gate, then I and Psycho go around the wall from the outer side? I can fire off a couple of shots there, that will draw all the corpses towards one side from the inside, but keep us safe because of the wall, while you can take pot shots. Sure, we will first have to check if there are corpses around the perimeter as well before doing that, but it could make clearing the outside safer if we got the ammo for it. I shrug. We got the ammo for it, trust me. Kota taps the big wooden box next to him. I apologize, but I would prefer if I can take my house back from these things with my own hands. Psycho then speaks up. You will, when we'll have to clean the insides. I respond as I look at Psycho. Who nods back. I will inform Rika and Saya then. She adds as she gets up, climbing up the hatch without saying anything else. Miss Busujima did not seem to like this plan very much. Asami mumbles. Well, considering her father's status, maybe having the enemy squat down at their own house could be considered a disrespect that demands blood. But charging head first into trouble is a good way to lose your head. I answer as I look at Asami, who kept staring at me while making multiple small nods, or was her head just swaying? Also the fact that Psycho had not let loose for some time now. Nair. And Psycho leans through the hatch, extending a radio towards me. Saya wants you to have this with you if we are to go with this plan. She adds as I take the radio with a small nod. And so, the car climbed up the hill, until we reached the top. A wide open field, the place felt like a mountain with its top cut off. And in the center of that field, at about 100 meters or more, a tall, thick-looking wall, and in a straight path from where we were, a giant wide open gate, revealing the insides. Damn, this place is huge. Koda exclaims as he keeps staring through the windshield, wide-eyed. Okay, the gate is way too big for the car to cover it whole, even when put sideways, you could probably fit a bus through it. I sigh slightly as I narrow my eyes. Too many. I add as I shake my head. Way too many corpses. Looks like a damn horde in there. No way we are walking in as is. I continue. Essentially, just through the open gate, I could see a congregation of corpses, 20, 30, 50. I take a deep breath and climb up through the hatch. To end up meeting Psycho's back. Penetration, we could probably take 2 or 3 of them with each bullet, these guns use high-caliber bullets. Rika points at the corpses as she makes a finger gun at them. I would rather we do not fill the house with bullet holes though. Psycho responds. If we gather them towards the wall, it's the wall that will probably look like a kitchen strainer. But it seems to be pretty sturdy to take that much punishment. Rika shrugs slightly as she turns to Psycho. Well, it better be, since we'll be behind that wall. I then speak up, causing the trio to turn towards me. Are we set? I ask. Rika nods back, and Saya also slowly nods. Psycho? I ask right after. Psycho just nods at me. Then gets up. Let's go. She then asks as she turns to me. Alright, we will go check the side of the outer wall. Go and check how bad the insides are, use the car if need be since we intend to draw them away by gunfire anyway. I nod back as I also climb out the hatch. Be careful. Saya mumbles as she glances away, then turns to look towards the gate through the M1's scope. I'm always careful. I respond as I jump down. Except when I'm not. I add in a low tone as I start walking. Glancing behind me I find Psycho silently following me. And so, we walked to the edge of the wall until the side became visible. A long field, with the wall extending down in the distance to our right. To our left, after about 50 or 60 meters, a rather steep downhill drop leading to the forest. Corpses can't go up slopes, right? Or was it down slopes? I remember in the anime they did not like slopes. Barreling down when they stepped on one. But I can't remember if they could walk up on one. I fold my arms as I walk up to the edge of the hill. And stay there, thinking. Nair. Psycho then speaks up, looking at me, then towards the forest which I was staring at. Do corpses go up slopes? I ask as I turn to her. I do not know. Psycho responds flatly as she glances towards the forest again. Well, the path here seems hard to traverse, hopefully, they're bad at climbing. I add as I take a few steps back, then turn to look at the wall. I don't see any corpses around. This means that the wall has not been breached, from this side at least. I nod slightly as I walk up to the wall, then bring the radio to my mouth. Place is empty here. Ready on our end. I speak up as I check my SCAR H. Alright. We drive up to the gate with the car, Rika, and I will shoot from there. I will tell you when to shoot to draw them away. And Saya's voice responds. And, after a few seconds passed. We are by the gate. Shoot, they are attracted to the car. The radio speaks up again. I nod, put the radio on my chest pocket and lift my SCAR H, aiming towards one of the tree tops in the distance. A&D. Bang. A single shot and the edge of the tree top flies off and disappears into the foliage below. Alright, it's working, they are all going towards the wall. The radio speaks up. Just try not to miss too much, I prefer the house I'm staying at to be not full of holes. I respond with a chuckle as I press the talk button on my radio. The only response I got was stupid. And so, I let my SCAR hang on my side, and lean against the wall. Only for a single shot to echo shortly after, then another, and another. Guess we'll wait now. I sigh as I take a deep breath. Psycho then leans against the wall next to me, before sliding down and sitting on the grassy floor, folding her legs and hugging them, her sight focused towards the forest. Psycho? Everything all right? I ask. I turn towards her. Of course. I just feel a bit useless right now. She smiles at me, then looks down towards the forest again. Soon, we will be safe. Right? She asks after a few seconds. That's the idea, yet. I respond with a slight nod. Psycho just kept staring at the forest. So the need to fight will be reduced. She mumbled. Psycho, what's bothering you? I ask as I crouch down next to her and take off my helmet, lifting my mask afterward. Are you going to have any use of me after we are safe? Psycho whispered as she lowered her head. All I can do is fight. And even that seems to become obsolete. She continues. You know this is definitely not all you can do, it's just something you excel at. And we both know that even if we might end up safer than say, staying in a random ass house, we will still be in more danger compared to before the outbreak. Besides. I sit next to her as I speak. You have another, very important skill. I add as I put my hand on her shoulder, causing her to turn and stare at me. You cook. I add with a deadpan tone. Psycho stares at me for a few seconds, before trying to hold herself from chuckling as she glances away. Plus, you keep talking about how you might not have enough to offer me. You do realize that you are speaking to the guy that might end up spending a whole day playing video games if he gets the chance, right? I ask as I tilt my head. How do these two connect? Psycho asks back as she tilts her head. If you didn't realize it, while the world was not up in flames, gamers were not held in very high regard by other normal people. I mean, clearly, going to a bar, getting shit-faced, and passing out in a dumpster after getting married to a lamppost is a far more respectable way to spend your time. I respond as I glance sideways. Psycho this time actually starts chuckling as she covers her mouth. What I mean by this is, don't think that you have to break records to deserve what you currently have. On my end at least. Now, if you are useless to the group. I lift my arm and tap the wall. This is your fucking house, sweetheart. I add with a chuckle. Nair, shoot. And the radio speaks. And on that note, I take off my scar H and get up, then turn to the still sitting Psycho. Think it's about time you fire the big guns. I add as I extend my arm. Psycho glances at me and takes my hand as she gets up. You only used the handgun at the cinema, so. I flip the safety on the scar H, and give it to her. Nair? What's taking you so long? Fire already. The radio shouts. Right, we gonna do this under pressure. I walk up behind Sakwo as she stops looking at the gun, turning her head to follow me until I was behind her. Put the gun's butt on your shoulder, firmly, this thing kicks way more than the pea shooter you used before. I add as I tap the scar's stock. Psycho nods and does as I asked. Now place your cheek here, and aim anywhere. Use the scope on the gun, the dot is where the bullet will go. I continued as I tapped the middle of the stock. I know this is rushed, but the rest of the group's gonna get swarmed if we spend too much time, pull the trigger. I add as I point ahead. Psycho pulls the trigger and EEP. With a short yelp, she stumbles back, or more like gets pushed against me. Ending with me holding her over her waist. This kicks, a lot. She mumbled as she stabilizes herself. Yet in your posture was plainly put, epically bad. To the point that the recoil actually caused you to lose your footing. I chuckle. Actually, this reminds me. Do you not still owe me a favor from the cinema? Psycho then turns to look at me with a slight smirk. I don't, remember. I respond as I frown slightly and glance away. I am pretty sure you do. Psycho then tilts her head as she starts staring at me. If it'll fix your mood, then shoot. I fold my arms as I chuckle. Psycho glances at the gun for a few seconds. I want you to pamper me when I'm feeling down. She adds as she lifts her head to look at me. Hey, wonder who'll believe me if I told M that the Psycho Busujima used her last favor to get pampered. I chuckle as I ruffle her hair. I am still a woman, Nair. I do wish to curl up and feel safe in a certain someone's arms when I become anxious. Psycho lowers her head and brings it closer to my chest as she speaks. Actually, now that you put it that way, there is something I've been meaning to ask you. You keep mentioning how you are a woman before admitting that you want to show weakness to somebody. Does that mean that you believe guys should chalk up everything the world throws at them without budging or leaning on anybody? I ask as I lift an eyebrow. My father did have a rather strict view on how a man should carry himself. Psycho answers as she lifts her head. You know that's a very good way to make a person stop being a person once they have been weighted down with more than they can carry. I respond as I bring my hand to the temple of my head with a finger gun motion, and shoot. You among others should know how it feels to bottle up and carry everything yourself. A man ain't built any different in a psychological level. I continue. Psycho just lowered her side again. No man is an island, and I definitely ain't even a damn hill if that's what you expect of me. I chuckle as I fold my arms. Psycho closes her eyes for a few seconds, before lifting her head to look at me. This is something my father would definitely not agree with. She responds as she glances away. And normally, it would be something I would not agree with either. But now, it would actually make me very happy, to know that I could be your support when you need it. She adds as she presses herself, and gun, against me. Keeping her head lowered. Well, these things do work better on a give and take situation. I responds as I ran my finger over her ear. Pulling a few stray strands behind her ear. I have already told you, that I am willing to give you everything you ask of me. As you have already given me more than I thought I could ever have. She whispers as she nuzzles her face against my neck. Everybody has something that keeps them going. You are that something for me. She continues as she closes her eyes, and bang. A loud gunshot, and Psycho jumped back like a cat that just got jump scared, her eyes wide open in surprise. Gunpowder smoke trailing from the scar's barrel. Oi idiot! Why did you shoot? You ruined my shot. And an angry voice speaks up from my radio. Well, that was a rude wake-up call. I scratch the back of my neck as I keep looking at the rifle in Psycho's arms. Maybe I am not ready for the big guns yet. Psycho takes her hand off the handle, holding the gun by the stock and barrel, before extending it to me. Well, we both got carried away a bit too much with a loaded gun between us. Let's just be glad we got lucky and nobody lost an arm, or leg. I take the gun and flip the safety. Good thing my past life drill instructor was not here to see that. I don't even want to think what he'd think up as punishment for misfiring a loaded gun. Hey! Answer me. Did something happen? And the radio speaks up again. My bad, everything's fine. I respond to the radio. Hearing a sigh/groan through it. Sorry for causing trouble. Psycho then speaks up as she folds her arms, glancing sideways. And, thank you. She continues as she smiles slightly. Gotta be useful for something. I chuckle back as I shrug, sitting down on the grass with the wall to my back. So, question. I tap my forehead as I speak up. Say we clean all these corpses. I fold my arms as I turn to look at Psycho, who proceeded to sit next to me. How are we going to drag them out of the premise? I ask as I tilt my head. That is a good question. For the ones inside the building, I do not know. For the ones outside, maybe we can use the snowplower we have in the building on the Humvee. Psycho asks back. You got a snowplower? I ask again. We are in the middle of a forest at a relatively high altitude near. This place gets snow up to the knee in the winter. Psycho chuckles. Yeah, that could work then. And if we dig a hole and start a bonfire in there, we could burn the corpses and bury them. I nod slightly. Though having to dig a mass grave does not sound very fun. I add as I sigh. Too grim. Psycho asks back. Too deep. I respond with a chuckle. I mean, Koda can't dig, Alice can't either because she is too small to efficiently do it, Saya does not exactly have a knack for physically taxing things, neither is Shizuka, plus with how clumsy the latter one is, I would not be surprised if she accidentally demolished part of the outer wall by digging under it or something. That leaves me, you, and Rika and Asami. I continue as I look towards the field to our left, the direction the Humvee and the rest of the group were at. Thinking of physically taxing things. I actually cannot wait to finally relax with an actual bath. The airport's baths felt weird to relax in. They didn't feel safe. Psycho sighs slightly as she closes her eyes. Right, your father did mention that this place has an underground lake plumbed into it. Which means we should have clean water if we can get electricity for the pumps to work. I respond. Yes, though we could also check the pumps that draw water from the river too. Psycho answers as she opens her eyes. Wait, what river pumps? And, I thought it would be illegal to pump water from rivers with how tightly Japan regulates water. I fold my arms as I tilt my head. It was. But my father is a stubborn man. He considered the river to be part of his land, thus why he built the infrastructure regardless. He later found out about the underground lake that was fully in his patch of land and managed to legally pump from it, so the river pumps got abandoned. But, I don't think he ever got them dismantled, so they should still function if we just find how to operate them, and where they are. The reason he did not mention it, I do not know, he might have intended to tell you about it via the radio after we take back the location. Psycho responds as she shrugs slightly. Nair, shoot. And the radio speaks up. Want to try again? I ask as I tap the scar. Psycho looks at the gun for a bit. I think I will leave this one to you. She responds as she smiles slightly. I just nod, flip the safety, take aim, and fire a single shot. So, where were we? I ask as I flip the safety again. The river pump. Psycho responds. Right, do you think they have plans of it in the house? To find the location? I ask. Psycho shakes her head. They were built quite some time ago, I do not think so. I do know they are over that direction though. She points ahead and to the right. In other words, the opposite direction in which we came from. I just would rather not use the lake's water for bathing and cleaning for example, since it's filtered and ready to drink. Psycho continues as she lowers her hand. If we go that way we should find a river sooner or later then, we can follow it till we find some infrastructure after that. I nod slightly. Though I'm more worried about electricity, a generator itself is fine, but not efficient enough long term, too much fuel. I sigh. Actually, I was meaning to ask, are solar panels these blue panes that you latch on the roof of a house? Psycho then asks as she turns to me. Roof, floor, but yet, blue panes is about right. I nod. I think this house has some. Psycho then adds plainly. What? I frown as my mouth is left slightly agape. I was not sure if they were what you were talking about, but you can probably see the building's top if you walk towards the edge of the field. The house always had blue roof tiles. But my father did install some new ones not long ago. I was not exactly at my best at that time, so I did not bother to find what he did. Psycho then continues. Not at your best? Sick. I ask as I turn to look at her. You called it self-loathing. I think that term would fit the best. Psycho answers as she lowers her head slightly. They say everything happens for a reason. And from the looks of it, this outbreak did have at least one thing you're glad about, hey? I say as I get up. Like you would not believe. Psycho chuckles as she also gets up. I would dare say that I like my life now more than before the outbreak. She continues as she walks up next to me. And so, we walk to the edge of the field and turn around. Sure enough, the top part of the building was now visible, and why, am I learning just now, that this house has solar panels installed? I mumble as I keep looking at the roof. Surprise. Psycho lifts her arms to shoulder height as she makes an apologetic frown. Surprise indeed. If these do work, then oh boy. I lift an eyebrow as I fold my arms. Nair, shoot. And the radio butts in. Without saying anything I turn around, aim toward the forest, and fire a single shot again. How come you are not shooting in the air? They tend to do that a lot in the movies. Psycho then asks as she looks towards the forest. Because they don't record the part where those bullets come falling back down with a vengeance. I chuckle as I respond. I see, makes sense now that you tell me about it. Psycho nods slightly. Now, I do hope you do have a USB stick with movies somewhere in that giant ass house of yours. I say as I push the scar H to my back. A USB stick with movies? You want to watch movies once we have free time? Psycho asks as she tilts her head. Psycho, huddling up to a couch and watching horror movies all night long is dating 101. I respond as I laugh through my nose with a one-sided smirk. Oh, that does indeed sound nice. Psycho blinks at me a few times, before nodding with a smile. Though, something tells me somebody else will demand your attention first once we clear the house. She continues as she turns to look towards the wall. Yet, guilty as charged, I guess. I lift both arms in a surrendering motion. Do not worry though, I will push through my loneliness and wait for you while you are cuddling with Saya. Psycho then adds as she folds her arms, turning to stare at me with her eyes slightly narrowed and a smirk on her lips. You know I have nothing to say back on that matter, other than, I warned you about it. I make an apologetic emotion as I bring both my hands to shoulder height. Psycho just chuckles as she brings her knuckles to her lips. Who would think that the person that would save me from myself, would turn out to be such a playboy? Luckily for you, I do not really care, as long as you keep your promise to me. She adds as she folds her arms. She then walks up to me, and leans next to my ear. I would not even mind if you wanted me to, hold down Saya for you, she whispers. Oh holy shit, she just shot this into overdrive. I lean back and stare at Psycho's visibly flushed face. Sometimes I forget that you're an, hardcore physical interactions enjoyer. I clear my throat as I keep staring at Psycho, who just chuckles at me as she leans back. I am doing my very best not to let my issues be a burden to you. She responds with a now calm smile. I just sometimes slip up a bit when I am alone with you. She adds as she puts her arms behind her back, tilting her upper body slightly. Slip up my ass, you know very well where you're stepping on. For now, keep that energy for the corpses in the house. We are the ones that will have to deal with them. I respond as I fold my arms. Psycho just nods back. Well, better than being depressed I guess. Nair. I think we are done here. And the radio speaks up. And speaking of the devil, I think this means it's our turn. I motion with my head as I start walking. Time to clean house. And so, after I grabbed my helmet, which I had left next to the wall, and re-wearing my gear. We headed back to the car, which we found parked a little further from the gate, with dead corpses scattered all around the gate. That's a lot of re-deads. I mumble as I close into the car, looking at the corpses on the grassy floor. Humph, obviously, what did you expect? Saya lifts the M1 over her shoulder as she tries to strike a pose. I think. Good job you two. I nod slightly as I fold my arms. You're, welcome. Saya stops posing and glances away. Wait, did she just blush? Miss Bususjima seems to be in a much better mood now. Asami blurts out as she pops out through the back door. You're right, she was all sulky before, now she looks, filled up. Rika adds with a grin. Filled up. And Saya turns to stare at Psycho. Please don't. I turn to glance at Psycho. He took care of my needs. Psycho responds flatly. Needs. Saya shouts again. I did nothing weird. I respond as I lift my hands. I also agreed to hold down Saya next time the three of us are alone. She adds, an ever slight smirk on her face. Hold down. And Saya's voice reached new decibels. Oh my, sounds like fun. Rika just started chuckling, while Asami, and Kota, turned beet red. Shizuka was covering Alice's ears while staring at me with a weird, blushing, surprised, yet grinning expression. Kill me. Boom. Surprise update. Yet, I got overloaded working on commissions for my 3D projects, so I decided to spend a bit more time writing to cool off XD. Now, back to 3D modeling and posting an update every 4 months XD. Chapter 78, Mark. Dredgen Vane. It's more if it's going to be believable, rather than him telling them the truth because they trust him. There is a difference between I'm a sadist and I'm a deep space calamari from a different plane of existence that got hit by TruckCon XD. Wolf via PH true, but considering as this was the very first person the MC saw dying in front of him, and he ain't exactly Agent 47. Things could easily get mudded. Guest that loves it, Oaksner C, Malgus 123, MAU 160, second guest that is loving it. Thank you. Krieger Tech praised and then they foo. User disconnected for foul language. Jokes aside, this story ain't gonna have lemons, none of my free, do for myself stories will ever have lemons. Lemon flavored processed juice is the best you're getting XD. Nitol 129 but, they are not technically behind that fence yet XD. Not that there are any lemon trees planted in that house. Just saying. Guest that has been lurking. Takashi's moment was a test run on how to write that stuff if I'm going to write it. While story-wise it essentially means that he did it while the MC did not. I honestly, don't care XD. Zeta guessed it's a mod from the same guys that made Project Mojave, essentially adding a small spaceship and a small dome in Mars I think. Both acting as settlements, with alien settlers, along with several vanity items from Mothership Zeta from F3. Still living for the moment we'll get an actual giant spaceship with an observatory that has part of the Earth as view though XD. Want ma personal high-tech house in space dammit. Guest that is loving it, MAU 160, Malgus 123, other guest that is loving it, Oaksner C, and another guest that is loving it, Hector Phoenix thank you. Nothing seems to be moving. Saya mumbled as she looked around through her scope, laying flat on the left side of the car's roof. Said car parked right under the main gate. The main building's first floor is a broken mess, whole parts of the wall seem to be missing, as I can see straight through the house and towards the back side of the estate. I add as I point ahead, my feet touching the hood while I was sitting on the center of the roof. The first floor seems to have several walls made from traditional Japanese paper/lattice walls. I'd go on a limb and say that these are bad for keeping corpses out, seeing how it seems like a damn train passed through the first floor. The back wall, half of the left side, and the front side of the first floor were traditionally built. Psycho, who was next to me on the right side continued. So all that noise should have moved most corpses out of the first floor then. I nod slightly as I fold my arms. Hypothetically. Psycho nods back. The second and third floor should be intact though, as they were made with sturdier materials. Psycho continues. Make the bottom floor out of paper, the upper floor out of titanium. How come the house is still standing? I ask as I chuckle. If the supports and load-bearing walls are sturdy, then some open holes won't matter. Kota, who was with his upper body out of the hatch, replies flatly. Causing me to turn and stare at the guy. What? He then asks as he glances at me. I didn't know you worked in construction. I respond as I arch an eyebrow. Well. There was this survival game I played that had realistic structural support physics and if you messed up your whole house could get toppled if you put too much weight at the wrong spot. Kota mumbles. Hey, so the geek's knowledge ended up being useful. Saya scoffs. Saya, you know I'm a geek too in that aspect right? I sigh slightly as I turn to the pinkette. Well you're And were you not the one playing video games on that laptop, Saya? I cut her off with a small smirk. You play video games? Kota then exclaims, leaning his face towards Saya with sparks in his eyes. Let's focus on the task at hand, you idiots. Saya quickly blurts out as she turns to look back through her scope. Busted, I chuckle as I turn to look ahead as well. Shut up. Saya mumbled. So, should we start? Psycho then asks as she leans toward me. Other than the main building in the center, there was a roofed garage to the left, big enough for about 3 Humvees. Behind it I could make out a big building that looked like a warehouse. In the center was the main building as mentioned, and to the right, another smaller warehouse/garage, that also had the generator attached at the outer side that faced the main building, based on what Psycho told me. Behind that in the distance the dojo was partly visible. Behind the main building, a Japanese-style garden, at least from what I could see through the holes in the main house. And finally, in front was an open unused space. Unpaved, meaning that if somebody had the know-how, they could hypothetically plant something. We'll start with the 2 small warehouses next to the house, then move to the main building. I say as I get up, checking my scar and sword. Very well. Let us begin then, Psycho then adds as she also gets up, a smirk on her lips. Keep away from the fallen corpses, we don't know if any of them are crawlers. I point towards our left as I jump down the car's hood, taking the long way around the mass of dead corpses that had fallen over each other in the courtyard. Checking these will be a risk. Need to figure out a safe way to do it. I mumble as I keep walking. We could just make a lot of noise. Psycho, who had followed up next to me, whispers. Yet. But one problem at the time. Let's see the insides before we turn our back to the house. I respond. Psycho nods slightly. And so, upon reaching the leftmost building, the garage, I knock on the closed shutter gate. And thud. We got at least one inside. I look around before walking to the edge of the front wall as I speak, looking at the small corridor between the garage's wall and the main building's wall. Hey, this house seems even taller from up close. I see a window here, half open. Psycho, keep an eye on your back, I'm going to check the window, I'll tell you if you are to make some noise. I turn towards Psycho, who had drawn her blade. She nods at me and turns to look behind her. And so, I walk up to the window. And upon peeking inside, one by the shutter, one on the opposite corner hitting its head against the wall, and 2 on the floor in the middle. No car inside, metal rack shelves with tools, and a table on the far right side. I pull my radio, which I took from a reluctant Saya after giving mine to Psycho, and press the speak button. Kick the shutters. I whisper before pocketing the radio again. And a second later. Slam. A loud noise echoed from the shutter. Yet, nothing changed, other than the corpse in front of the shutter getting aggravated and slamming back harder. The 2 corpses on the floor stayed there, the headbanger kept banging its head. Well, here goes nothing. With a last glance behind me, I open the window and quickly take a look inside to make sure there were no corpses next to the window. And then I enter the garage through the window. I pull my knife and silently walk up to the 2 downed corpses while staying crouched. I quickly grab one corpse by the collar and yank it before stabbing it on the side of the head. And as quickly, do the same for the second downed corpse. I lift my head to see the other 2 standing corpses still doing their own thing. I get up and walk up to the head-banging corpse. Using my free hand I push it up against the wall so it would stop moving around, and then plant the blade of my knife to its side of its skull as it turned its disfigured head towards me. Backing off and letting the corpse fall next to me. Or at least that was the idea, as apparently all that head-banging might have made the thing numb to the fact that it should be dead. As it tried, and failed, to turn around and charge at me, the word being tried, as it ended up stumbling and charging right into a shelf filled with tools that were next to it, a good 2 meters away from me. Crash! And it toppled the whole thing with it under it, causing the corpse by the shutters to turn around and come towards me. What happened? And my radio speaks up. I'm fine. I shout as I sheath the knife and draw my actual sword. And with a quick sidestep as the corpse walked up to me, I bring the blade down to its extended arms, severing both with a clean cut, then, with a swift kick to the back of the knee, the corpse fell to one knee, and one sideways upward / later the corpse lost its head, as its body slumped lifelessly to the floor. Clear. I whisper as I look around, sheathing my blade and walking up to the shutters. After a quick look around, I find the manual roller on the left side and head to it, grabbing the thin flat rope and giving it a strong pull, causing the shutter to lift slightly off the ground. If this was a video game this'd be a button mashing moment. I chuckle under my breath as I start pulling the rope until the shutter was about 3/4 open. While in the meantime Psycho crouched under the shutters and entered the now clear building. What happened? She quickly asks as she looks at me. Apparently corpses don't use the whole of their brains. I motion with my head towards the now unmoving corpse under the shelves. Thing kept going after bashing its skull against the wall and getting stabbed to the head. I add. I knew that some people working under my father were a bit thick-skulled. Didn't expect it to be literal though. Psycho huffs as she makes a one-sided smirk. And here I was thinking that you might get bothered by the fact that we might be killing people you knew. I chuckle back. I did not know them. I did not interact with the people my father had give and takes. They had nothing to offer me that I was interested in. Psycho shrugs as she turns to look back out. Alright, let's go back to the other storage next to the house, then the main house. I back off from the rope and head up next to the purple-haired samurai, who just nods back at me. And so, we walk back out of the garage, and towards the front entrance of the main building. The front, as I mentioned, was wrecked, as after a few wooden steps and a porch, 1/3 of the wall that should have been there was essentially missing, as if ripped off from the seams. With only part the sides of the wall remaining, as they seemed to be made from a sturdy material. From where I was, I could see that the main room was a Japanese-style living room. Tatami floor, short wide table in the center and all. I also noticed that the still-standing walls had some bullet holes in them. Somebody went a bit trigger-happy it seems, or there are corpses that are packing heat around here somewhere. I arch an eyebrow as I keep looking around, then start to walk past the main building. Psycho just tilted her head questionably. At least, I hope they are corpses. Living people with guns is trouble. And so, we moved to the other side of the building, the smaller, warehouse-like structure becoming visible, its shutter wide open, completely empty inside. Also, on the wall that faced the main house, a relatively big rectangular metal box, a single panel embedded in it. This is the generator. I ask with a whisper as I motion with my head towards the box. Psycho nods back. So it's supposed to connect to the main building, I add as I turn to look towards the main building's wall. This one fully intact, as it was made by actual, well, walls. Yet, there was one weird thing about it. Hey? Why are the windows this up high? I ask as I point at the main building's windows, which were in fact about 2 to 2.5 meters up high. The house is a bit elevated, I think it had something to do with foundation problems? From the inside the windows are actually where they are supposed to be. Psycho then responds as she folds her arms. No wonder the house seemed tall. I'd say that would make it harder for intruders to enter, but the first floor is missing half its walls right now so. I chuckle as I look towards the far back side, behind the main building, the dojo visible, along with a small part of the garden. Well, this side looks CL. Just as I was about to finish, a single corpse pops up from behind the warehouse, still several meters away from us. Leer. I sigh as I start to draw my blade, only for Psycho to dash past me and teach the corpse how to divide itself, before glancing towards the blind side behind the warehouse, and quickly raising her blade again before disappearing behind the wall. A slash and thud later, she pops up, blood staining her shirt and side of her face. Now it is clear. She gently smiles as blood trickled down her cheek. I just stared at the sight before shaking my head to snap out. Right. I mumble as I turn around to head towards the main building's entrance. Psycho just followed behind me with a small giggle. Upon heading to the central entrance of the main building and climbing up to the front porch. Damn, this place is a wreck. Gonna need to expert levels of carpentry to fix them holes. Also bleach, because bloodstains. I turned to Psycho and motioned to be silent from now on by putting my finger over my mouth, she just nodded back in silence. Now as for the insides go, other than a single corpse that was under the short table, slowly shuffling about, I could not see other corpses, yet the place was like a blood tornado just passed from here, the wall in front of me, ripped off the seams, the wall on the other side, also torn to pieces, along with the back outer wall of the main building. With the missing walls, a staircase on the far right side of the building was partly visible, along with a wide view of the back garden, the large warehouse, and about half of the dojo. The wall to my left was partly intact, the part next to me was still there, but the further side was once again missing, essentially fusing the hallway that should have been between this room and the outer wall into one. Now the wall to my right was actually fully intact, even the door was still there. It was just that, I was pretty sure that that wall was not supposed to be crimson. I motioned to Psycho towards the corpse on the floor under the table as I silently start to move towards the other side of the room. Psycho nods and draws her blade as I walk past the table, only to hear a single thud from behind me seconds later. Once I was near the stairs, I glanced toward the upper floor. Pitch black. Fun. Then looked to my left. And I found why the left wall on the inner side was still partly standing. The still standing partition ended up being part of another room, having a single closed door that looked towards the garden. Throwing one last glance at the staircase, I head to the closed door and get a better look at it. Solid wood, no idea what's behind it. With that though, I push it slightly. No reaction. I frown and grab the handle, slowly turning it and pulling the door. This time the door opened with no resistance. And, I didn't even need to fully open it, to see that the insides were a bathroom. I take a deep breath, and fully open the door as I backstep. A single corpse was inside a filled, blood-red bathtub on the far side of the room, a line of cupboards on the left side, much like you'd see in a modular kitchen, the central cupboard having a sink attached to it, the wall over the cupboard being a giant, sadly cracked mirror. And finally, another corpse on the ground, missing half an arm. I pull my knife and enter the bathroom, walking over the female-looking armless corpse before kneeling over it, using my leg to push against it as I make sure it was really dead. Afterward, I glance at the corpse in the tub. Unlike the dead body I found in the bathtub inside the building with the tools that shot Rika, this one did not look pale. It was a male corpse, but naked with bite marks all over the place. You should have watched where you stick it, I guess. I whisper as I hit the hilt of the knife on the cupboard next to me a couple of times, and the corpse reacts. Groaning as it tries to get up, only to keep losing its grip as its hands kept slipping on the lip of the bathtub. As I kept staring at the poor sob that was trying to get out of the bath. Knock, knock. Knocking from behind me. Throwing a quick glance behind me, I find Psycho, making an okay sign at me, before raising an eyebrow and looking past me at the naked corpse. She then looks back at me, eyebrow still arched. I just shrugged and turned to look back at the corpse again. L placed my knife on top of the cupboard to my left, drew my blade, and stabbed the sluggish corpse to the face, essentially doing it a favor. Then I sheathed both my blade and knife and turned to Psycho, who turned to exit the room. Me following behind her. There's only one door left to check, the one in the bloody wall. I nod slightly and head towards the wall to the right side of the living room that had now an unmoving corpse under the table. Upon reaching the door, I glance at Psycho as I put my hand on the handle. She nods and readies her blade. I nod back and try to pull the door. No reaction. I then push, and the door clicks as if it was now open, yet it just budged, very slightly. I frown and give it a stronger push. Nothing. Barred from the other side. I whisper. We can use the windows. The ones you asked me about a few minutes before. Psycho responds, I just nod and turn to leave the building. And like that, we found ourselves by the generator again. Can you give me a boost? Or you want me to? Psycho then asks as she sheaths her blade. I shake my head and walk under the window, kneeling slightly and intertwining my fingers. Now, the thing was. Psycho wears a rather short skirt. And nobody told me that after she would step on my hand, she would bite her other leg on my shoulder to balance herself, essentially spreading my legs right on my damn face. Black. On the other hand, knowing Psycho. Maybe she was very well aware of what she was doing. Especially considering that. I can feel a glare all the way from the Humvee right now. The car was in plain view. There is a table blocking the door. Psycho casually remarks as she essentially keeps flashing her underwear at my face. I also see 3 corpses inside. No idea if there are more on the floor, she adds as she finally climbs up completely. There, this window is open. Just as she says that, she jumps back down, landing in front of me, then taps my shoulder to move out the way. But I do not think I can enter through there with the corpses waiting right next to the window. She folds her arms as she narrows her eyes, looking at the window. She then glances at the second window that was further down the wall. Can we try that window too? She asks casually as she points at the further window. Sure. I answer with a slight shrug as I head toward the second window. I could make a joke of her not having to stick her panties to my face, but I'm 89% sure she'd turn that joke on my head. With that though, I motion towards Psycho with my head as I take position under the window. Psycho nods, and repeats the exact damn movements. Zombies, Nair, keep focus on the things trying to stuff their face with your face. Psycho uses the hilt of her blade to hit the window a couple of times, causing the corpses inside to turn towards the source of the new noise. Alright, this should do it. Psycho nods slightly as she jumps back down. And as we walk back to the first window. You want me to open the door first, or clear the corpses? Psycho asks as she turns to me. Open the door, it's a kitchen, how much free space you got in there to move freely? I ask back. It is spacious enough for me to deal with a couple of corpses if that is what you are asking me. Psycho answers as she tilts her head, while in the time I take position under the window. See if you can free up the door, if they get too close, then drop M. I answer. Psycho just nods back and proceeds to climb up, this time entering through the window. Alright, let's go to the front. I nod and quickly run back towards the front of the house, before entering and stopping in front of the kitchen door. A few seconds later, I hear the sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor, and the door opens, Psycho peeking her head from behind the door. Is it just me, or is she even more bloody now? That question got quickly answered, as I entered the room to find not a single corpse was still standing. You just could not resist, hey? I chuckle as I fold my arms, looking at the dead corpses on the floor. They got too close. Psycho responds, while still hiding behind the door, only her head peeking out. Close? These guys are on the other side of the room. I arch an eyebrow as I point to the far end of the kitchen. They were being uncivilized? Psycho responds a bit as she closes the door. Speaking of the other side of the room. I take a deep breath as I look around the room. For a kitchen, it was big, maybe too big. It was wide enough to need 4 to 5 people standing next to each width-wise. And it essentially looked like a long corridor, since it ran most of the length of the main building. To the right, where the windows were, a line of kitchen cupboards, 2 installed with sinks, other having kitchen utensils on them like blenders or cutting boards. The left side had some steel trips with hooks, with even more kitchen tools hanging on. The whole place was also paved with a marble-like floor. Yet, it was not slippery, considering all the blood splattered about. Which was honestly a good thing. 1 for the fact that unlike the tatami floors in the main room they will be easy to clean. And 2, well let's just say I'd rather not slip into a corpse's open mouth. And lastly, on the other side of the room. A big, sturdy metallic door. Why do you have a vault door here? I ask as I tilt my head. Vault door. Psycho also tilts her head questionably. I just point straight ahead. That's just the fridge's door. Psycho nonchalantly responds. That's not a fridge, Psycho, that's a vault door leading to another room. I respond flatly. Yes, to the fridge. Psycho answers just as flatly. You fridge is room-sized. I turn to look at Psycho with a perplexed expression. Making constant trips to the city to restock was just as much of a waste even before the outbreak neither. Psycho chuckles back, missing the point that, well, fridge room? If that was stocked up before electricity got cut, it must smell like crap now. I sigh as I drop my hand. No idea if it had anything inside, let's check it. Psycho asks as she starts walking towards the door, casually walking over the corpses. Did she just grind her heel on that corpse's face? I blinked a couple of times before following Psycho. Upon reaching the door, Psycho puts her hand on the handle. Wait. Come over to my side, so you'll be behind the door when you open it. I raise my hand as I pull my knife. Psycho nods and lets go of the handle, before grabbing it again after we changed sides. With a small nod from me, she then pulls the handle, unlocking the metallic door with a loud thud, and starts to open it. Yet, before she could even fully open it. Thud. Something from the other side slams into the door, violently opening the rest of it, essentially slamming the door into Psycho. While at the same time the perpetrator himself was with arms stretched out, blindly charging straight at me. I pull one leg back and ready my knife, only to find out that the leg I pulled back to stabilize myself, ended up getting blocked by a body before I could actually get a stance to counter the changing corpse, leaving me in a posture that was plainly put, bad. She was the only thing I managed to mutter as the corpse crashed into me, sending me falling backward as I reflexively brought my right arm up in a defensive motion. Nair. And the moment I hit the ground, I heard Psycho shout. Opening my eyes, I found that the corpse was now gnawing at the armguard on my right arm. Yet, something was weird, the pressure felt from the corpse's bite felt strong, too strong. And then it hit me. This armguard had already been cracked when Rika and I got stranded and a corpse had managed to get a bite out of it in the office building. In other words, it was not doing its job properly. Fuck. I didn't manage to do anything else before the corpse found its head crushed against a cupboard and a boot heel. Only to then get grabbed by the back of its collar and get yeeted back inside the fridge, causing a chunk of the armguard to fly off along with it. I quickly twist my arm and look at the armguard. A bite-sized chunk missing on the outer side of the middle section. Well, shit. I mutter as I keep looking at the armguard. No. Psycho kneels next to me, grabs my arm and undoes the front belt of the armguard, then violently pulls my sleeve up. Now, the bad news, while the corpse didn't manage to actually bite the underside of my arm, was that there was an outline of a bite mark on the upper side of my arm. The good news was that there was no blood, and the mark did not seem to have broken the skin. Got to disinfect that, yesterday. I take a deep breath and use my leg to close the fridge door for good measure. Yet as I try to get up, Psycho did not move, she just kept an iron grip on my arm, staring at the mark. Or at least, it seemed like she was staring. Her expression looked more like a 1,000-yard stare, rather than an actual stare. She also did not seem to hear me, at all. Psycho. I grab her shoulder and shake her, causing her to finally turn at me, staring at me like a fish for a few seconds, before turning to stare at one of the corpses next to us. She then lets go of my arm and grabs one of the dead corpses by the hair. Lifts its head, and shoves her wrist in its mouth. Oi, what the fuck? I quickly grab her arm and yank it back out, thankfully without any signs of cuts. Let me go. Psycho screams back as she tries to break free from my hands. I don't want to be all alone again. She continues to scream as she closes her eyes, shaking her head as she keeps flailing her arms, trying to break free. Psycho, pull it together. There's no blood. It's just a mark, not a bite. I shout back as I bring my arm close to her face. Psycho finally opens her eyes and starts to stare at my arm again. I was all she mumbled as she kept staring, and then, tears started running down her cheeks. Come on. Keep it together. I whisper as I let go of her hands and pass my other arm around her neck, pushing her on me as I start to get up, making her to get up alongside me. Disinfectant, does the bathroom have any rubbing alcohol and anything to cover it or something? I add. Psycho took a few deep breaths, and nodded a couple of times. Rubbing alcohol, yes, rubbing alcohol. She turns and runs out of the room, leaving her blade on the ground. I glance towards the exit before quickly grabbing her blade and following behind her. Nair. What happened? We heard screaming. Only to find Saya in the main room, staring at me, with Rika behind her. Sorry Commando, I tried to stop her, she's awfully fast when she wants to be. Rika takes a few deep breaths as she stops next to Saya. For fuck's sake people. We're in hostile territory, return to your damn posts. I shout as I point back out, with the wrong hand. While at the same time Psycho ran out of the bathroom with a napkin and a bottle of what I think was alcohol or disinfectant or something. Is that a bite? And Saya asks as her eyes go wide, her voice seemingly leaving her lungs. While the meantime Psycho runs up to me and starts whipping my arm, seemingly not ever realizing, or caring that there were two other people here. No, I bumped against some bloody kitchen stuff. Everything's fine. Ugh, Rika, please bring Saya back to the damn car. This place ain't safe yet. I groan as I look behind me. Yeah, sorry about that. Rika nods and starts to push Saya. Throwing a glance at my arm. You better not be lying to me. Where Saya's last, whispering words as Rika made her turn around, though she did keep turning her head to look back towards me and Psycho as Rika led her away. Psycho, think that should be enough. I then turned towards Psycho, who was still scrubbing my arm, her expression stuck in a blank wide-eyed stare. Psycho. I move my free hand and shake her shoulder. Hey? Nair. Psycho snaps out of her unfocused stare and turns to look at me. Yet, she didn't seem any more focused. Psycho snap out of it. I am fine. I add as I wave my hand at her. Psycho just turned to look at my arm again. Psycho, focus. I bring my hands to her cheeks and make her face me again, then shake her head lightly. Glancing around the house to make sure that the shouting didn't bring any unwanted attention. Honestly, it was not up until now that I realized how much of a mental crutch I was for her. Yes, she had told me so, but she was also the one that said that girls like acting weak. So I had figured she was at least, partly acting. Yet, seeing her staring at me with that blank expression, as if her brain shut down. This is not something you can act. Yes, I am fine. I nod as I keep looking at her. But, you are not. It's too risky to try and clear the upper floors while she's like this. And leaving her to do it myself is probably not a good idea. Since I got a feeling that she won't behave. Let's go back to the car, we'll clear the rest of the building after some time passed. Just so you can see that I am fine. Okay. I ask and push Psycho lightly as I start to walk, Psycho just nods and follows the force of my push. I need to find something to replace the damn arm guard. One time I didn't maintain something and it bites me in the ass, or arm. Chapter 79, Take 2. Krieger Tech praised I'd call it overconfidence, that's the main reason I always end up dead in Zomboid Dash. Getting cocky and taking needles risks, or not being as thorough as I should be. Eldrift 60/DR fantastic thanks. Now, I could use a proofreader since my old one got tired/ found better things to do. But you have your PMS disabled XD. Rarper 909 as I always say, actions have repercussions. Draknath yet, a lot of FICS tend to forget that Psycho ain't exactly perfect. Guest that loves it /Malgus 123 /Oaksner C /Mao 160, thank you. Tenka means heaven well, that giant cage was no hallucination. Now was the big good girl real? Who knows? Rad Chaos 897 thanks. Wish I had more time to write so I would not need to cut corners on this story XD, plus I got like 3 more franchises I want to write about right now. But, I ain't a millionaire to spend my time how I want, so what can I do XD? That Devil Slayer, I really wonder if something like this was meant to happen in canon too. Nightwall 1290, self-burn. Those are rare. Devil a lantern. Why do people wear sunglasses in the middle of the night, watches when they have smartphones, tight toe shoes that wreck your feet, extremely saturated / bright suits? Not everything needs to have a good valid reason to be, it just is. I like masks, so I made him like masks, simple as that. If it makes him weird slash cringy slash stupid slash not how I want him to be. I honestly don't care dash. Also, don't hump masks, they have sharp points. Are you s? Yes. I cut Shizuka off. It doesn't h. No. I cut Shizuka off again. Why do you keep c? Because this is the 100th time you wanted to check my arm in the last 5 minutes. I cut off Shizuka yet again. And she finally lets go of my arm. I then retie the bandage Koda gave me from the stuff inside the Humvee and lower my sleeve. Kitchen, where's my butt? Saya mumbled with her arms folded, leaning her back against the door next to her seat. Staring at me from the back of the car, as I was now sitting on the front passenger seat. Yes, Kitchen, where's your butt? I reply flatly. If I had just followed your orders and did not kill these corpses near the fridge, as you told me to. Psycho, who was in the middle of the back seats, mumbled as well, her sight locked to her legs. You see, now we had another problem. That being that Psycho started blaming herself that I tripped on a corpse that was dead near the fridge, since she was the one that killed them. And if I had remembered to change my broken arm guard. And if Rika had not dragged me into that job that cracked my arm guard. I respond. Hey now. Rika frowns slightly as she pops from behind my seat. The point is, it's nobody's fault. Or it's everybody's fault. Besides, had you not stomped that corpse as fast as you did, it might have managed to actually bite me. Plus, I should have been more aware of my surroundings. We got too relaxed, we should be glad this is the worst that happened for not taking it as seriously as we should have. I continue as I keep looking at Psycho. Are you sure you are okay? Psycho then asks as she lifts her head. Asami has seen a person after they got bitten. They become sick, very fast. Nair does not look sick. Asami responds as she glances between me and Psycho with a worried expression. I also checked the bite mark, there aren't any cuts, the arm guard and clothing under made the bite more like a bruise from a blunt object if anything. Shizuka adds. Did we get any corpses coming from the forest? I ask as I turn to Rika. Mostly to at least try and change the damn subject. Nope, none popped up from behind us. No idea what's happening behind the estate or the actual zigzag road though. Rika responds. I nod back. Right. So, as much as I want to skip this, we still need to clear like half of the estate. I sigh as I turn to look back towards our base. While it looked clear from here, aside from corpses that needed to get burned or buried, we still had the warehouse, dojo, and 2 upper floors to check. And we're burning daylight here. We got, what, 3 more hours before the sun bails on us. I add as I lean towards the windshield to look at the sky, then pull my watch from my vest's chest pocket. Maybe if we sleep in the car. And return to the airport tomorrow. Shizuka mumbled. No. Absolutely not, I am not going back there. Saya declared as she leaned towards the center of the car, narrowing her eyes at Shizuka. Sorry. Shizuka just lowered her head apologetically. Ehem, time for round 2 it is then. Before you guys start clawing at each other. I clear my throat and exit the car before the group could really react. Though, I walked less than 10 meters before Psycho climbed through the car's roof hatch, jumped down, and ran up to me. Yet the moment she reached me, she didn't speak. She just gripped her blade's sheath with both hands, not making eye contact with me. You're not going to ask me not to go now, are you? I ask as I turn to her and tilt my head. Psycho just glanced at me before lowering her head again. You know that is not an option. Who will go? I ask back. I will. It is my house, my Rispo. Except it's not your house. It's your father's. And your father asked me to clear it. And to keep you safe. Plus, didn't you mention that you'd give me everything you are? Pretty sure that makes the house my responsibility then. I arch an eyebrow as I fold my arms, leaning slightly towards Psycho. Please, do not do this to me. Psycho whispered as she kept looking away. Look, Psycho. Normally, I'd let you go. Even by yourself. But not now. Not this time. Not when you look even more shaken than Saya. I lean back and shake my head. Psycho just kept looking away. I'll be back before you know it. Have some faith, sweetheart. I pat Psycho's head before turning to walk towards the main building again. Throwing a glance behind me a few seconds later to find Psycho still standing there like a statue. She's just going to freeze there. I turned to look towards the car, looking at Rika, who was now in the front passenger seat. Once I saw her looking at me, I bring my fingers to my eyes, then point at her, then point at Psycho. Rika quickly nods and exits the car, running up next to Psycho and leaning over her shoulder to whisper something as she passed her arm over her other shoulder. And then they both started walking towards the car, or more like, Rika led Psycho to the car. She's really out of it, hey? I take a deep breath and turn to walk to the main building. Better make sure I don't realize her fears then. Didn't make it this far to croak on the last fucking straight. And I enter the building. Okay, so. The main room, is clear. Bathroom, clear. The hallway that's fused with the main room, clear. Kitchen, I need to check the damn fridge. Then, second floor. I nod, and turn to walk towards the kitchen. Nair, if you want us to make a distraction tell us. And my radio speaks up. Roger. For now though, try not to speak to my radio unless I speak first Saya. I respond. Right. Sorry. Saya mumbles back before closing the radio. And with that, I enter the kitchen. The place looking the same as before. I take a deep breath and walk up to the fridge, glancing at the corpses I tripped over. To think I almost got done in by your ugly asses. I grab the corpse nearest to the fridge by the leg, and drag it back. Guess pulling them by the leg will be the safest way to drag em out of the estate after we're done. I whisper to myself as I nod. And then head to the fridge door. Now, let's finish this damn thing. I grab the fridge handle, and pull the door. Which once again, with a loud thud opened up. Yet this time, nothing jumped out. While still hiding behind the door, I peek inside. A few steps inside the fridge, the piece of my arm guard, laying there, almost as if it was provoking me. Deeper in, the corpse responsible for this shitshow, laying on its back, arms and legs sprawled, unmoving. Otherwise, the place was almost empty. There were a few carton boxes in one corner, but that was about it. I nod and enter the fridge. After making sure that the door had a handle on the inside, that is. Lest I end up like some poor old butler named Winston. I first went to check the corpse. That was indeed, very dead. Head smashed in and all. Then, I went to the carton boxes in the deeper corner. Opening the top one, which was about half my height, I find it to be filled with canned food. Leftovers? I ask as I tilt my head. Well, canned food does not really need refrigeration, so it should be good to eat. I nod as I close the carton box and turn to exit the fridge. Then proceed to exit the kitchen. Once in the main room, I turn to walk towards the staircase, only to find a corpse walking up the stairs of the porch that led to the garden, behind the main building. The fuck you popped out from? I draw my blade, and after a quick glance around me, I run up to the corpse. And as it was still not completely up the stairs, I managed to easily land a stomp kick right into the center of its chest, sending tumbling back down on the stone-paved floor. I walk down the stairs and switch my sword to reverse grip as the corpse landed flat on its back. And before it could get back up, stab it right between the eyes. Pulling my blade back, I look around me. The garden looked clear, as it lacked any type of thick vegetation to hide any corpses. Thought it would need some good mopping, like the rest of the place. The porch is walled off, no way it came from under it. So where the fuck were you hiding it? As I keep looking around, I spot a single, rather large blood splatter on a cracked stone floor tile a few meters to my left. I scratch my head and look up. Yet could not really see anything, since other than the porch ceiling, the second floor had this slopped roof running around it, the type you'd see in a Japanese castle. Maybe from the second floor. Fist floor clear. Moving to the second floor. I whisper to my radio as I walk back inside the building. Nair, Rika is saying to look at the rooms on the side that overlook the car. The noise of all the gunfire should have drawn them away from the doors. The radio responds. Good thinking. Radio silence. I nod as I answer, then pat my vest down. Where did I, oh. And pull the elastic headband flashlight I used in the cinema from my bottom vest pocket. Here we go. I nod and strap the flashlight on the helmet, then open the flashlight. Since the staircase led into darkness, too much darkness. And so, I climb up the stairs silently, readying my sword. Upon reaching the second floor, I found myself on the end corner of a dark hallway. Said hallway turning to the right into an equally dark hallway. Looking behind me, the hallway continued the distance of the whole building, before ending with a turn to the left. Now, I could see a total of 3 doors. One on the center in the wall on my left which was adjacent to the stairs, one on the wall straight ahead of me, near the corner. And equally, one door on the far end behind me, on the wall that was facing me. Big chance this hallway runs around the second floor as a square. With the wall to my right being part of a square room in the center. So, we have at least 3 rooms on this side, so 6 rooms total? 7 countings the central one. Before deciding to check the rooms, I walk down the end of the hallway that was near me, then turn to my right, and start walking down the next hallway. I see some blood splatters on the floor, no corpses though. No idea how we can clean blood stains off a carpet though. In this hallway, much like with the door in the corner behind me, there was another door on the other end of the hallway, in the wall to my left. Once again, near the corner. Plus, there was also a door on the wall to the right, proving that there was indeed a square room in the center of the second floor. Also, the next hallway seemed to have some illumination, as I could see light coming off from the corner of this hallway. Upon reaching the corner of that hallway, I turned right to find a new staircase, this one going up. A single, unmoving body on the bottom of the staircase in an unnatural pose, seemingly as if it fell from the top of the stairs. The stairs were also the source of the light. This time there are 2 doors in the wall adjacent to the stairs, so, 9 rooms total. I walk up to the body by the staircase and kick it lightly. No reaction. Needless to say, after the last fuck up, I didn't take any chances. I made sure that that body would not be getting up with a quick stab to the head. I then gave one last glance at the staircase before walking past it, heading towards the last hallway in the set. And, much like the second hallway I checked, this one was an exact copy of it. It even had the door that led to the square room, which meant the room in the center had 2 doors that led to it. Thing is, that door was partly open, and partly missing. With its top part seemingly broken, or ripped off. What the fuck ripped a door apart? With that though, I ready my sword and walk up to the open door. Once next to it, I peek inside the central room. A single corpse standing in the center with its back turned to me, a fire axe in one hand. The other hand was close to its face, holding what seemed to be a severed hand. There were also 2 more bodies on the ground around it, and I mean that literally, around it as they were chopped apart and tossed around the room. Wait, this guy busted it here, chopped these 2 apart, and then turned. I frowned slightly as I silently walk up behind the fire axe wielding corpse, making sure not to trip over any body parts. And the moment I closed in, lean forward and stab the thing right on the back of its head, causing it to drop the fire axe and fall to its knees, sliding off my blade's edge as it fell forward. The other bodies are mutilated beyond recognition. So unless they can pull an Addams Family on me and start having sentient moving hands, they ain't going anywhere. Looking around this room, I found it to be a storage of some sort, having 2 metal racks with various sanitary items. Mostly house cleaning ones, though it did also have some soap packs as well. Along with several mops and buckets next to the metal racks. Well, this is good. Hell knows we'll need to do a major clean up here. I nod and walk to the other side of the room, to the door that led to the second hallway I checked. Then, I open the door and exit into the hallway. Okay, I'm sort of disoriented. The staircase I came from, which is nearer to the dojo and warehouses to my left now. So, the car should be. I point to the right. That away. On the hallway with the staircase that leads to the 3rd floor. I nod again and walk up to the said hallway. All 4 hallways are clear. So before checking the rooms, let's see the 3rd floor, just in case I need to bail, and going up is the only path. With a small nod, I walk up the staircase. To end up in a rather big, almost empty room. Other than the fact that it was on the top floor, which was much smaller in total compared to the 2nd or 1st floor due to the pyramid-like structure of the building. This room was essentially more than half of the 3rd floor, having windows on all sides except to the left. There was also a telescope right ahead of me by the window, but that's about it. Oh, and 5 corpses. Non-dead ones. Thankfully, none seemed to have spotted me. 2 were in the center, kneeling down over a mangled body, another 2 by the only door on the floor in the wall to the left. And 1 by the telescope looking out of the window. Okay, Nair. Go for the lone one. Then to the ones kneeling down, that leaves 2 corpses standing. Maybe use a gun on them then. I take a deep breath and silently creep to the corpse by the telescope. All or nothing now. Readying my blade, I make a sideways slash, severing the thing's head in a clean slash. Making it fall on the floor, and on the telescope, toppling the thing along with it, causing a crash loud enough to warrant a save state load. Really now? Not a fucking ninja apparently. I groan as I quickly turn to see all 4 remaining corpses turning towards me. The 2 by the door had already started walking, while the 2 on the floor started to get up. Yeah well, fuck that. I let my blade drop and ready my handgun. First shot, and the first corpse in the center fell, the second shot, and its friend next to it joined. I then turned to aim at the 2 walking corpses. But do not pull the trigger. Wait, the radio. It's not in this room, must be behind that door. I need to change position, can't shoot while the corpses have the wall on their back, lest I roll a 0 and shoot the radio with this pea shooter. I groan as I run towards the other side of the room, jumping over the now 3 bodies in the center of the room. If you count the mangled one, the 2 were munching even a body anymore. Reaching the other end, I turn around and aim again. Okay, we're going to lose at least 1 window now. I hold my breath as I take aim, and 1 shot, and one of the 2 corpses fell, the window right next to the wall behind it getting a new set of cracks. I then take a few steps to the left to align the 5th and final corpse with the already cracked window, before firing again. And as the last corpse fell, the window shattered. Hope insulation in the rooms below is good, or I just gave us some very cold nights, since this will create a stream of wind with how the bottom floor is one giant asshole. I pull my radio as I stare at the broken window. Nobody's screaming why I'm shooting? I'm impressed. I speak up. You told us to keep radio silent. And, I expected to you report after shooting. Otherwise, we'd just have to come and save your sorry butt. Saw your response from the radio. Good. I've checked part of the second floor and half of the third. I'll make sure the third floor is clear and then clear the second. P.S. The second floor is probably staying quarters, found like 9 doors that led to rooms. None checked. I answer. I see. God, I hope the beds are not soaked in blood. Saya sighs. True that. Going silent. I respond as I turn to look at the door on the wall to my left. Upon heading up to it, I try to open it. To no avail. Locked. I groan as I back off. How the fuckity I am get in? I tilt my head as a gust of wind that entered through the broken window caused me to sway slightly. I turn to look at the window and narrow my eyes. Wait. Then walk up to it. And look outside. Now, needless to say, the view from up here was pretty amazing. Being this high up I had a very good view of the forest and its hills. I could also not see the city from here as it was hidden behind some rather tall hills, or was it that we were in a spot where the ground had receded? Either case, this was good. As if we can't see them, they can't see us. More importantly, right after the window, was the sloped roof with the solar panels. I could enter the other room via the window. If the wind doesn't decide that my planet needs me and flings me into outer space. I let out a small sigh as I walk to an intact window and open it, then carefully climb out. Hey! What are you doing, you idiot? And my radio shouts. The reason being that upon looking to my right, I found that I had a pretty clear view of the car. Photosynthesis. I respond flatly as I crouch down and start walking next to the solar panels, using the wall as support. Now thankfully, while the wind was being a bitch, it was not strong enough to turn me into a kite, so after cleaning some glass shards from a solar panel that was next to the broken window, I walk towards the window right next to it and peek inside. There. LE radio. I nod as I spot a desk with a ham radio set up on it, adjacent to the door. Along with several pieces of machinery, probably receivers, amplifiers, and the such. Next to the desk, a single body slumped to the ground on a sleeping bag, hugging a teddy bear. With several open cans of food next to it. There were also several carton boxes on the far end of the room. And an open window a few meters after the desk with the ham radio. No need to break even more windows. I nod and keep walking until I reached the corner of the wall, then turn to the left and carefully walk up to the open window. And after a quick check inside, I climb in. I then holster my handgun, and draw my blade. Or I would have, had I not forgotten it on the floor in the other room. T.S. I click my tongue and pull my knife, then walk up to the body. But in the end, I didn't really have to check. As other than the teddy bear it was hugging, it also had an Ambu M60 revolver clenched into its hand, and a hole into the back of its head. Took the easy way out, hey, I whisper as I carefully push its trigger finger off the trigger, before pulling the whole revolver from its hand. Then, I press the release button to release the cylinder. A single bullet was visible inside, which I soon found to be used. Not that I blame you. Being the last living person left in the middle of fucking nowhere with nothing but a teddy bear and one bullet. I add as I leave the revolver on the desk with the ham radio. I then get up and look at the radio itself. No idea how you turn this thing on. Coda probably knows since I'm pretty sure I've seen these in military installations. Right now though, it looks as dead as the previous house's inhabitants. Hopefully, it's just because the building has no electricity right now, we'll have a problem on our hands if it's actually fried. I back off from the table and turn to look at the carton boxes on the far end. Walking up to them, I find that they were also full of canned food. Damn, guy was stalked. Guess the idea of being stuck here alone for the rest of his days broke him down. Good for us, I guess. More food left, less alive people to deal with. I sighed as I turned to look at the dead body. And now I'm about 80% sure that my pre-outbreak self wouldn't be very proud of me for saying something like that. I add as I head to the door, the key still in the keyhole. After unlocking it and opening the door to the room with the dead corpses and the toppled telescope, and sword. Third floor clear. Second floor left. I speak up as I walk up to my sword and puck it up. You're an idiot. The radio flatly responds. Excuse me. I ask back as I sheath the blade. Why did you walk out the friggin' window? Saya shouts back. Door was locked. I answer just as flatly. You could have fallen. Saya responds with an angry tone. I could have also crept into your room while you slept. But neither did happen in the end. I shrug as I look towards the open window, then towards the stairs. now is not the time for jokes, you retard. Saya yelped back, though her voice sounded more flustered than mad now. Hey. What are you, I wants. And silence. Oi commando. And a new voice speaks up, Rika's. Judging from how only she calls me commando all of the time. If you start clearing the second floor, I got an idea. She adds. Me and Saya can go towards the dojo and warehouse when you'll start clearing that side. While my sexy old car is a bit too fat to pass through the building gaps, we can get some ammo crates and start clearing these places out. That should also give you some breathing room to clear the dead things on that side. She continues. Good idea. Take Psycho with you too. I answer with a small nod. Psycho? Rika asks back. Yes, but give her a gun to use. Help her with the basics, it. I respond. 3 is better than 2. Rika mumbles. Psycho, think you can do it? She then asks, her voice now sounding distant, as if she had lowered the radio. Lightly, me and your 2 girlfriends will go on the other side once you're set. Rika responds and closes the radio. I'm sure Saya just flipped from that last line. Though, they are my girlfriends now, are they not? I think. I tilt my head as I start to head toward the second floor. Anyway. Focus. Just 1 floor left. So, got an important, for me, announcement to make. And that is that. Well, holy crabs. It actually happened. I actually got my very first donor/supporter. Now that was something I never expected to see. So bring out the confetti, peeps, 'tis a very important moment, and to that one person, you have my personal thanks. Chapter 80, Closing Shop. Raise row, the story will essentially come to a soft end, leaving loose ends as the story is too complex to keep track of when chapters end up being months apart. Adding even more stuff to it will just make it a jumbled mess. Rarper 909 guessed that loves it, Oaksner C, Hector Phoenix, thank you. Krieger Tech praised, tell that to a dead 6-month character XD. Sleepy Girl, thank you, chapters are essentially 1 per month/2 months, if you don't want to have to check all the time. Nightwall 129, that's B8M8. Thiang Grichev, he left his Jojo Manly Manchu's home. 3,2,1. Now. I whisper as I open the door, handgun raised. While in the meantime, a single gunshot echoed from the outside. I look around the room as I stood by the door frame. A bed on the left corner of the room, ahead of me, a desk. And in the wall after the bed, wardrobe doors. Clear. I walk up to the wardrobe door, and after a quick check under the bed, I bring my hand close to the wardrobe. Any itchy, tasties in here? I whisper as I knock on the door, then step sideways as I open it. Clear. I nod as I step back, looking at the almost empty wardrobe. Only a single kimono hanging inside. That's 6 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. I holster my gun as I walk back into the hallway, now being relatively bright as each and every door was left open. Essentially, both hallways that had the doors towards the central storage room had bedrooms of the same size and layout, the layout being a double bed and a desk, along with a medium-sized wardrobe. The one door by the staircase that led downstairs had a larger than average room. And the last 2 doors by the staircase that led to the 3rd floor. One was a bathroom, the other the bedroom I just checked. Now out of all of them, 3 were empty. The big room and the room next to the bathroom along with the bathroom itself. And out of the other 4, 1 had a single corpse stuck under the bed, the other 3 had no corpses, but dead people. One of which had bled all over the bed. So yeah, Saya jinxed it. Speaking of Saya. She, along with Rika and Psycho, went to check the dojo and warehouse as Rika said. Now the warehouse, turned out to be locked. The dojo, well. It had a mini horde inside. Thankfully 3 people going ham in it was enough to clear it. Though the dojo probably looks like total shit now. The house is clear. I let out a small sigh as press the talk button on my radio. Looks clear on this side too. The radio responds. Alright, let's meet up on the 1st floor. I nod as I throw a last glance towards the window. The sky a deep orange. We won't be able to lock this place down today. I whisper as I head to the staircase, then to the 1st floor. Upon reaching the 1st floor I walk up to the table in the main room, the one that had the corpse under it. Then grab the corpse by the leg, and start to drag it towards the front porch of the house, walking down to the stone pathway that led towards the front gate, the Humvee now parked under the gate's door frame. We need to see if we can close the gate too. I whisper as I let go of the corpse. Then return to the house and sit on the table. Not long after, the trio of Rika, Saya, and Psycho appeared from the back porch of the house, the one that led to the garden. EY there commando. Rika raises her arms to wave at me as they all walked up to me. Any problems on your side? I ask as I take off my helmet and lift my mask. There are probably some stragglers left inside the dojo, Don't think they'll be going anywhere. We closed the doors for good measure. Rika shrugs as she looks behind her. You two okay? I ask as I get up, glancing at Saya and Psycho. I'm fine. Saya responds as she keeps staring at me. Psycho nodded slightly. Alright. Let's head back to the car. We need to figure out our next step. I motion with my head as I start walking towards the car, leaving my helmet on the table. A few minutes later. So the door has a panel. Hey. I nod as I look towards a small console next to the open gate. Yeah, the gate doors are on rails. Sliding type, obviously the panel does not work now though. But we can probably close them manually, as long as they are not locked in place. Though that means that anybody with half a brain cell can slide them open too. Kota nods back. Well, let's see if we can close them first. I'd like to actually clean the place from corpses first, but we need to find the snowplower, as dragging all the corpses out of the courtyard will take way too long. I turn to look at the dead corpse mass on the left side of the courtyard. I then exit the car and walk up to the gate's sliding door. Though calling it a door might have been an understatement, it looked more like a giant brick slab, part of it seemingly digging into the ground, as there was a gap into the ground that let the slab move back or forth. I walk to the back edge of it and give it a push. Much to my surprise, the giant door slab started to slide, relatively easy too. Hey? Guess the on-rails part means that this thing has wheels to slide onto too? The thing looks and feels too heavy to be able to move this easy. In the meantime, the Humvee entered the premise as Rika run to the other sliding door, closing the gate completely. And we're closed shop, Rika chimes as she wipes her hands. With like 10,000 corpse bodies still on our side. I add as I stop next to her. Wouldn't it be freaky if they all got up again the moment the sun set? She asks with a chuckle as she turns to me. I'm holding you responsible if they start going all re-dead on us. I let out a breath from my nose as I drop my shoulders. Where should I park? Shizuka then asks as she opens the driver's door, peeking at us from inside. That garage over there. I point towards the garage on the left side of the main building. Take note that there are 3 corpses in there, dead ones. I add. Shizuka nods and closes the door, then starts driving again. Think we might be able to take a bath before sleeping? Rika asks as she turns to me. The bathroom on the 2nd floor was clear of corpses and blood, but also had no running water. Best we can do is use some of our drinking water from the car. I respond as I fold my arms. We should have gathered some water from the river. Rika sighs. Yep. But we still have to clean up anyway. If we make the beds filthy we'll have to clean them too. Which will be much harder and resource consuming. I start walking towards the garage, the Humvee now parked right outside as Psycho dragged a corpse out of the garage by the arms. Pull M by the legs. Safer if they decide to stop being dead. I shout as I raise my hand. Psycho turns to me, nods, and lets go of the corpse, then runs up to the corpse's legs, grabs it, and starts dragging it again, followed by Asami and Kota, who were dragging another one. Oh Nair! The plower is in here. Kota then shouts as he and Asami drop the corpse outside. Then points toward the garage. I look at the dead horde to my left. Well, let's see if we can at least hook it up on the car. I nod. I'll check it up. Rika answers as she starts to jog towards the car. Me following behind her. If we could at least get some of these corpses out for now it'd be better than nothing. Or knowing we can plow them out. Where is the plower? Rika asks as we reach the car. There. Kota points at an orange piece of curved plastic that was up against a wall in the side of the garage, next to a tire pump and a table with some tools. I'll check if we can use it to get rid of the uglies in here. Rika nods as she walks up to the plower. Oh Rika, let me help. You are still injured. Shizuka shouts as she runs up to Rika. What about the ones inside the building? Saya asks as she also exits the car. We'll have to drag M out. I answer flatly as I turn towards the pinkette. How many? Saya asks again. 2 in the first floor's bath, like 5 in the kitchen, including the fridge. There's a corpse in the fridge. Saya tilts her head with a frown. Or right, they don't know. Yeah, this house has an actual room for a fridge. I answer as I nod. Oh, makes sense then. What else? Saya casually shrugs. Too common for your rich tastes, hey. Holding back that thought I point at the 2nd floor. 2nd floor has 1, 3, 4 dead corpses, and like another 4 non-corpse bodies. Oh, and giblets. I continue. Giblets? Asami asks as she stops next to me with Kota. Some dude went ham with an axe on, 2 people I think? Before turning into a brain muncher himself I shrug. Oh. Asami just hugs herself as she looks away. Queasy. I did find cleaning tools in the same room though, so we could probably clean all the... I then turned to see Alice staring at me. Pinata parts. I continue. And finally, third floor has 5 corpses I dealt with, 1 body of a probable dead survivor inside the radio room, 1 outside. I add as I turn to look towards the 3rd floor. We could probably clean the house before the sun sets. I add as I then look at the sky. Then there is no time to waste. Saya answers as she starts to walk toward the house. Anybody else wants to come? I ask as I also start to walk, turning to look at the group. Psycho nods and walks up towards me. And so, me, along with Psycho and Saya walk into the building. Alright, where we start from? Saya asks as we stop in the main room, glancing at my helmet. Bathroom has 2. I point to the left. Kitchen has 5 or 6. Then point to the right. Also. Before we start, I'd like to apologize to both of you. I then continue, Saya arching an eyebrow questionably, slightly tilting her head. Apologize? Psycho asks back. For leaving both of you to dry. I reply as I grab my helmet and wear it. You do not have to apologize to me neither. As long as you are fine. Psycho responds as she glances away. Now's not the time for this. We're fine. Saya turns to look towards the bathroom, folding her arms as she lowers her head slightly. Something tells me this is the time for this. Say it. I respond as I fold my arms. What are you talking about? Saya turns to look at me with a perplexed expression. I know your body language and the way you speak enough to know that you are not fine. I answer. Saya keeps staring at me, then glances at Psycho, then back at me. Before letting out a small sigh. How could I be fine? She mumbles as she looks away. I nearly got raped neither. Do you expect me to just shake it off? I keep seeing that bastard's face each time I close my eyes. She responds as she turns to stare at me, her brows turning into an angry frown. I'm not going to complain that you're ignoring me. I know what we're trying to do here is more important for our survival. She adds as her face calms down, lowering her head slightly. You just complained. She take a deep breath. No, never mind. She shakes her head and turns to face the bathroom. We should clean the house. Let's start with the bathroom. She adds as she starts to walk. So it would have been better if I let us go down with a sinking ship, as long as we went down embraced. I silently ask as I fold my arms, tilting my head slightly. I just sigh and start walking, heading towards the bathroom door that Saya was standing over. Should we drain the water? Saya asks as I stop next to her. After we drag M out, yet. Don't think there is a point in using that water to clean as it's already crimson red. Plus it might even be infectious. We don't know if this virus, or whatever it is, can survive in stagnant water. I nod. Let's get the corpses out first. Psycho then walks up to the first female corpse on the ground, grabs it by its feet and starts to drag it out of the bathroom, before throwing it over the broken part of the outer wall right outside of the bathroom, next to the garage that the Humvee was now parked at. Without saying anything else, I walk up to the male corpse in the bathtub and drag it out of the bathtub. Hey! Sir Longdong is here. What the? Why is he? Why are perverts still perverts even after they die? Saya shouts as she turns to look away. Don't ask me. I shrug. Just get that freak out of here already. Saya turns to walk towards the bathtub, covering her face to look away from the happy guy. Is something wrong? Oh. And Psycho walks in as I drag the corpse out and throw it over the broken wall as well. My arm feels all icky now. Saya mumbles as she also walks out of the bathroom. Trying to wipe her wet arm as she shuddered with a disgusted look. And with that, we headed to the kitchen. Hey, is this the fridge room? Saya asks as she points at the open metal door at the end of the hallway-like room. Yet. I nod as I walk to grab the first corpse. Hey. Figured it'd be bigger with how amazed you sounded. Saya responds as she also walks up to grab a corpse. I just chuckled in response. After making a total of 3 runs, we managed to drag all the corpses out, and it was on to the 2nd floor. We first went to the central room with the axe corpse. We could use the axe to chop trees if need be. I say as I pick the 2-handed axe. While Saya walked to the shelves with cleaning supplies. There's bleach here. Saya folds her arms before turning to look at the mess on the ground. We're going to need it. She adds as she turns to walk towards the pack of brooms set against the wall next to the shelves. How are we going to clean the body parts? She asks as she picks the broom to feel the bristles. What do you mean? Psycho asks as she casually picks a severed arm from the ground. Causing Saya to glance at Psycho, taking a deep breath and sighing from her nose. While the girls spoke, I started to drag the axe-wielding corpse, going back down the stairs before walking out the back porch and dropping the corpse. Now we need to do this for all the corpses in the 2nd floor. As I start to walk back towards the 2nd floor. Commando! Come here sec. I hear Rika shout, finding her looking at me through the broken wall next to the bathroom. I walk up to the broken wall and fold my arms. I'm gonna need your manliness to keep the plower steady. Kota is unable to hold it because he's an arm short, and us weak girls can't do it. Rika chuckles as she motions with her head. I nod and jump down through the broken wall. Where are the two corpses we dropped here? I ask as I look around. Oh, you mean the guy with the boner and the other one? We dragged M to the mass in the front part of the building. Why, needed M for anything? Rika casually asks as she arcs an eyebrow. Not really, just making sure they didn't get up and started strolling around. I shrug as we reach the front of the garage. The Humvee was still parked out of the garage, with the hood facing the gate, the orange plower barely hanging on the pull bar of the car. Alright, grab the thing and splat! And a single, severed leg landed unceremoniously on the car's hood, causing Alice, who was by the passenger seat to let out a short yelp. Oi! Who's tossing legs on my Humvee? Rika shouts. Arg! Sorry. I did not realize the garage was under here. A female voice shouts back, sounding a lot like Saya's. Just go a little more your left Alice just had the scare of her life. Rika responds as she starts laughing. They'll throw everything out of the window. I ask as I lift my head to look at the slopped roof that obstructed the second floor. If it works. Anyway. As I said, hold this thing up for me pretty please. Rika continues as she walks in front of the plower, lying on a mat that went under the car's pull bar. Don't push yourself Rika, you're still injured. Shizuka mumbled as she kept looking over her friend. Minus 20 minutes or so later. This should do it, I can do the rest myself. Rika nods as she wipes her forehead as she stood next to me, the plower now firmly attached to the car's front. I nod and turn to return to Saya and Psycho. And by the time I got back up, Psycho and Saya were already waiting for me. The second floor should be clear. Psycho speaks up as I walk up to them. We checked all the rooms and cleared them. Saya adds. Third floor then? I ask as I fold my arms, and the two girls nod back. Upon reaching the third floor, Psycho turns to look towards the smashed window. We shouldn't throw these ones from this far up, they'll end up breaking the pavement if they fall on it, and the wind up here is not exactly friendly. I speak up as I grab a corpse. Yet you still walked out there like a complete moron. Saya groans as she also grabbed a corpse. Had to unlock the door to the radio some way. I shrug. Minus 30 minutes later. The whole group was now by the garage. Give me that water bottle please. Shizuka, who was holding a cleaning bucket, pointed at one of the bottles inside the Humvee. We really need to get river water for this. Saya sighs as she looks at the bottled drinking water. We'll go get tomorrow, right now, we'll just clean the rooms we'll stay in. Too late for expeditions today. Rika nods. Oh, by the way, the snowplower is ready to go. Should we drag some corpses out before the sun has snuffed out completely? Rika continues as she turns to me. Yet, more to see if the thing actually works as we want it to. I nod. I'll go open the gate, get in the car. I add as I start to walk towards the gate. I'll come too. Saya continues as she walks up behind me. And so, the two of us head to the gate. Wait a section. I raise my hand and walk up to the door, give it a few slaps, then take off my headgear and put my ear on the door. Nothing. Should be clear. I nod as wear my headgear on my shoulder, grabbing one of the sliding doors. Saya nods and grabs the other. Alright, pull. And with that, we open the doors. Then both me and Saya head to the center of the gate's gate frame. The outsides proving to be as a live corpse empty as the insides. While still standing by the gate and looking outside, I pat Saya on the back. What? She asks with a flat tone as she turns to look at me with her arms folded. A serious, if not, uninterested expression on her face. Still mad hey? I respond. Saya blinks at me, before letting out a small sigh, turning to look towards the fading sun. I'm not mad neither. I just. She lowers her head. I need you by my side, okay? But I'm not stupid, I know that I can't demand that you drop everything for me. Not when you are trying to make sure we don't wake up dead tomorrow. She adds as she lifts her head. But, I still need you. And it pisses me off that I can't stop myself from being like this. It's like my own self does not want to listen to what I'm telling it. She whispers as she lowers her head again. Look, once this shit is done and we can finally relax. I'll give you all the time you need. I respond as I stroke her shoulder. You'd better do. Or then I'll really get mad. Saya turns to glance at me with a frown, a slight blush visible on her face. Beeb. Eep. And Saya jumped in place with a yelp as she quickly turned to stare behind us, her eyes wide open, her hands over her chest. only to find a smirking Rika behind the wheel of the Humvee, a pile of corpses getting plowed towards us. We should head back. I sigh as I shake my head. Why, yet? Saya nods before sticking her tongue out at Rika with an annoyed frown. Oh and Nair. She mumbles as she starts walking next to me. I really like you. She keeps mumbling as she keeps her head lowered. I respond by ruffling her hair, causing her to raise her blushing face with an annoyed expression. Don't pat my head, you idiot. Say it back. She whines as she narrows her eyes at me. I like you. I respond as I tilt my head. Saya keeps frowning before letting out a humph, turning to look down at her feet again with her arms folded. Idiot. She mumbles as she keeps walking, this time with a small smile on her lips. Minus 30 minutes later. The sun had given up on trying to stay up in the sky for some time now. And the whole group was on the second floor, by the stairs that led to the first floor. In front of the door of the big room that overlooked the storage and dojo. We need 2 people on guard by the staircase. I'd also say 1 person on guard inside the rooms people will sleep. But we essentially scoured the rooms to the point of insanity, and corpses are not exactly small. I say as I fold my arms. Since we have yet to scout the whole location inside the walls, I agree. So, how do we split? Each room has a double bed, and we can fit say, 3 to 4 people in each room, any more and we'll have a hard time resting. Rika then speaks up. Which means we need at least 2 rooms. Since there are 8 of us. And I think it would be better we don't split too thin yet, she continues. Yet, but out of the 8 of us 1 can't hold guard. I fold my arms as I motion toward Alice with my head. Rika nods. So we're left with an extra. Rika scratches her forehead as she looks at the rest of the group. No, I can help. Alice tries to protest, only to let out a big yawn and close her eyes. We'll handle this, Munchkin, don't worry. Saya pats Alice on the head with a smile, pushing the sleepy kid on her side. So, if we split into 3-hour shifts, that's 3 teams and a total of 6 hours of sleep. She continues. I am willing to take the middle shift. Kota then raises his hand. I know it's the worst shift you can have since you essentially sleep 3 hours twice instead of 6 straight. He adds. Asami will go with Kota, she did nothing up until now, she wants to help. Asami nods. And how will the other teams split? Rika asks as she tilts her head. At that moment, both Saya and Psycho turn to look at me. We'll have to split based on how efficient we are at keeping guard. I respond as I fold my arms. You mean? Saya asks as she arcs an eyebrow. Example, you and Shizuka team up and a corpse walks up the stairs in the middle of the night. How will you deal with it? I ask. I'll shoot it. Saya answers flatly. And if you miss? It's going to be pitch black, the only thing you'll have is a flashlight. I shake my head. Saya narrows her eyes and glances away. Rika can go with Shizuka, I will go with Saya. You and Alice can sleep. Psycho then speaks up. Saya glances at Psycho, then turns to me. Yet, you did most of the work so far, so you should rest. Saya nods. I agree with the duo. We can handle it. Rika adds. Kota, you and Asami can handle it too. I ask as I turn to the duo. Asami has been training at shooting with Kota. She will be able to protect everybody, do not worry. Asami responds, as she salutes at me. Fine by me then. I answer with a nod. What? No I'm a Munly Mun, got to do the hard stuff. Rika chuckles as she tries to impersonate a drunk truck driver. I'm a tired Mun. So no, I don't want to do the hard stuff. I sigh. Alright, what rooms should we use? Saya asks right after. The room behind us and the room on the other side of the house are clean. I also mopped them. Shizuka responds as she points at the big room next to us, then towards the opposite side. Unless corpses learn how to fly, the only spot of danger is the staircase right here. So I don't see a problem splitting like that. Rika taps her cheek as she speaks. So we'll split like that then, Shizuka nods. Who'll sleep where then? Rika asks. Asami thinks Alice should be on the further side. Asami then speaks up. The rest of the group nods. Nair, you should sleep in the room near the staircase, in case we need extra muscle. Rika then adds. I nod back. What about the rest? Saya asks as she folds her arms. Well, I and Shizuka can sleep in the same room with Alice. Or you want me to sleep with Nair? Rika asks back as she leans toward Saya with a smirk. I'll kick you. Saya flatly declares with a frown. Asami and Kota will sleep with Alice after Shizuka and Rika take their turn. Asami responds. What about when Saya and Psycho will be on guard? Rika asks with a tilted head. Oh, then, and Asami was out of ideas. Just wake me up with Saya and Psycho. I'll just go to sleep during the day if it's that much of a problem. I lift my hands to shoulder height as I shrug. Ha, planning to skip digging day huh? But fine by me. Rika laughs through her nose as she folds her arms. And after a few seconds. So, who is going to shower first? Shizuka then asks. I am. I shoved my arm in a bathtub full of corpse blood, and, whatever other crap I don't want to know about. I can feel the ickiness growing on my arm. I'm going first. Saya declares. Well, we got a 1-liter bottle of water for every person. I think the ones that are not very dirty, like Kota and Asami should go first. I don't mind using their water again to save a bottle or two. Rika shakes her head. I can't stay like this. Saya mumbles. Then strip. Rika casually shrugs. You strip. Saya shouts back with a frown. I intend to. But if you want me to take them off right now, who am I to argue? Rika responds as she starts to unzip her overalls. Kota's eyes glued towards Rika's white undershirt. Much to Asami's dismay. Fine. I'll go later. Go shower already. Saya turns to look towards the opposite side with an exaggerated groan as she starts tapping her foot. What about clothes? I know I got some for me in the car, but I add as I fold my arms. I probably have some spares we could use. Psycho responds. Don't think this is going to work. I tilt my head as I turn to look at Shizuka, who just tilts her head as well with unquestionable, unaware expression. Pervert. Saya mumbles right after. Actually, it won't work for you either. I add as I turn to Saya, who just darts her sight at me, with her eyes wide open. Shut up. Saya mumbles as she turns to face her upper body away from me. Now Nair, keep the sexy talk for when you two, sorry. 3 are alone. Rika chuckles. What sexy talk? Saya shouts back as she glares at Rika, who just backs as she keeps chuckling, lifting her hands in a surrendering motion. Saya just lets out a haunty humph as she turns to look away again. Psycho just kept glancing at her chest, or was she looking at the ground? You are all very mean. Asumi mumbles as she keeps looking away. I still like you as you are. Kota responds, causing the petite cop to turn towards Kota with a deep blush. Hell, I could almost see the sparkly pink flower background appearing behind them with how they were staring at each other now. Damn, think these two just overthrew you in the lovely-dovely level. Rika folds her arms as she keeps looking at the short cop. I was never much for sugar talking, so, sure, I guess. I shrug. Besides, we also have some loose-fitting clothes in the Humvee as well. I'm sure nobody would mind wearing a size or two bigger than normal right now. Rika continues. I have brought some clothes too. They are really good brands too. Shizuka adds excitedly. The girls just turn to look at Shizuka, then look back at each other. So who goes first? Saya asks. Mayu. Don't ignore me. Shizuka pouts as she lightly stomps her foot on the floor, bringing her hands next to her hips. Me and Kota will go first, we can take Alice too. Asami responds. Then I'll go after them with Shizuka, since we're really not that dirty either. Rika adds. Shizuka just kept looking away with an angry pout. That leaves us 3. I respond as I turn to look at Psycho and Saya. Other than my arm I'm not dirty. Saya mumbles. On my side, I'm actually covered in gear from head to toe. My clothes probably need a good wash, but me myself, shouldn't be all that dirty. Blood and guts side. I add as I shrug. So I should go last then. Psycho then adds, glancing at her hip. And yet, considering she went up close and personal with her usual attire, she looked a lot like a certain blood-soaked, zombie-slaying bikini-tooting demon samurai. A few seconds later, Asami and Kota left. We should actually block the stairs with some furniture, for good measure. I point at the staircase next to me as I speak. Let's put a desk or something then. Rika nods. There should be a relatively heavy one on my father's quarters. Psycho adds as she turns to walk towards the big room. And so, me and the girls walked into the room. Thanks to the windows, visibility was still pretty good, and the view from said windows had the garden in full view, along with the dojo and warehouse. Inside the room, on the right side, was a big double bed pushed against the upper corner. The windows over the headrest of the bed, a nightstand next to it, and a wardrobe in the gap between the bed and the wall opposite to the windows. Ahead of us was a mat with what I think was a tea kettle. Or well, considering how boiling hot that man wanted his tea, a mini volcano. And on the left side, the desk Psycho mentioned, some papers scattered on it, along with a comfy-looking office chair. This room can't be called mine till there's a gaming PC in it. Holding that though, we head to the table and drag it back out, thankfully it fitted through the door. Before we block it, keys, need to get our clothes no. I turn to Rika as I extend my arm. Oh right. Can't be walking around topless now can we? Rika chuckles as she hands me the keys. I just shake my head and start going down the stairs. Nair wait, I will come as well. Psycho speaks up as she follows behind me. The rest pushing the desk against the handrails of the stairs as we went down. And so, me and Psycho walked towards the garage in silence. The moment we reached it. Nair, wait. Psycho speaks up again, then walks past me and though only checks the whole garage by herself, then lies down flat and checks under the car. I walk up to her as she gets up. There is nothing here. It is safe. She says as she turns to look at me. Yet. I nod as I head to the trunk, and open it. I then check the bags, turning to glance at Psycho a few seconds later. To find that she was still restlessly throwing glances around the garage. She's being way too jumpy. Something bothering you? I ask as pick 2 bags with clothes. Psycho turns to look at me with a hit of surprise, before she lowers her head slightly. Sorry, I cannot seem to calm myself down. She responds as she turns to glance at me again with a slight smile. Come on, a good night's sleep and you'll be as good as new. I walk up to her as I pass both bags over my shoulder. Then pat her shoulder. Am I though? She mumbles back. I still cannot shake that feeling of dread over me, from when I saw you get bit. She adds as she turns to look at me with a worried, almost distraught expression. I move my hand to the lower side of her cheek. Psycho, I'm not going anywhere. I whisper as run my thumb on her cheek. Psycho shakes her head. Closing her eyes and lowering her head. Forgive me, I never felt this anxious before. She mumbles as she keeps her head lowered. I nearly lost you right in front of my eyes. Now just thinking that you might have to go outside alone, it scares me so much that I start to feel sick. She adds as she lifts her head to look at me in an anxious look, gripping the ribbon on her shirt. I do not know what to do Nair. I feel like I am going to go crazy the more I try to think about it. I cannot. She continues as tightens her grip on her shirt even more, fighting to keep her eyes open as tears started to form in their corners. I didn't speak back, I just slid my hand from her cheek to the back of her neck, and pushed her on me. Psycho kept gripping her ribbon with one hand, letting her sword fall on the ground, digging her fingers in the side of my vest with her other hand. Nuzzling her face against my neck. This must have been the very first time I ever heard Psycho sob. To the awesome people who joined as supporters/donors. You all have my thanks. Chapter 81, Co-op. Krieger Tech praised, 1. He's probably strolling about inside Rosewood City looking for heads to munch on too. Thanks 3. Nope ain't happening. 4. Neva his luck will forever be shit, until it isn't. Oaksner C, guest that loves it, Malgus 123, thank you. Mage Accuser 28, there ain't no evil umbrellas here, or raccoons. And yet, normally now it'd be a few chapters dealing in that matter. Raisro, Dead Island 2 is still rather far away, to the actual point that the story might be finished by then. Also, all my new chapters are 4 to 6k words, this one ain't any different in terms of length. Jar Jar Head, there are always gonna be storms, question is, how violent are they gonna be? Freddy Lebron, stories that aim to be a lemon tree don't take 51 chapters to bloom into a lemon, what did you expect that far in XD? Kubias, honestly I want to know if there are stories that are smut focused and last more than 5 to 10 chapters. And are not a constant fact fest. Skonders, I was honestly thinking of it, but I didn't want to deal with a tsunami of whining insult reviews XD. Rabker, as I had stated, I no longer work on this story as much as I used to, as it takes too much of my time. You got to thank the few people supporting this whole writing gig as it is that I had not put the whole thing on hiatus dropped given it to some other dude. Boomer 14, thank you, and welcome to the waiting club XD. Nope. I close my eyes and let out a sigh. Nuh-uh. I open my eyes again. I can't fall asleep again, no way. I sigh again as I try to move, the word being tried, since I had 2 people latched onto me right now. Now, this was not really something that new. Since I have slept with Psycho and Saya again. What was new, was how it all ended up to this. You see, after what happened in the garage, Psycho essentially refused to let go of me after we returned. To the point that, we might have ended up taking that bath together. And Saya might have got wind of it thanks to a certain sniper, and ended up bursting into the room, and joined the scene. After that. Well, nobody really cares about that crap right? Let's just say that they are at least wearing underwear now. Wonder how many death flags I triggered yesterday. Or does it count as today since it was so late at night? Glancing to my right, over a sleeping Pinkette and towards the rest of the room, I find it dimly lit. The sky, which slightly visible from the windows over my head, showed that it was still dark outside, but not entirely, as I could actually see pretty well. In other words, it's going to be sunrise soon? I am pretty sure we went to sleep at around 12, so our shift should be at around 6. So our shift should be just as the sun starts to rise. I take a deep breath before turning to look to my left, Psycho sleeping with a peaceful expression next to me. Thing is, even though I came to the conclusion that I could no longer sleep, I could also not get up. Not with how Psycho and Saya were leaning on me. Unless I woke them up, that is. So, I decided to try and just stand still on the bed. And I did so, for like 2 minutes. This is much harder than I thought. I grumble under my breath as everything was slowly starting to bother me. How is it when your shoulder feels like something is squeezing it and stretching does not help, or when your nose is itchy but you can't scratch it? Well, think that, but everywhere. So it didn't take too long. You. Until I annoyed Saya enough for her to silently moan as she rubbed her face against me, slowly opening her eyes to stare at nothing. She then blinked a couple of times before taking a deep breath, pulling herself away from me to stretch with an audible groan, before sprawling on the bed as she closed her eyes again, using her hand to tap around to the nightstand next to her. Until she found her target, that being her glasses, which she groggily placed on her face. She then opened her eyes again to stare at the ceiling, letting out another deep breath as she heaved. Until she finally turned to glance towards me, to find me staring at her. She then turned to look towards the ceiling again, before turning her whole body to lean on me again. Morning. She mumbles as she nuzzles her face between the pillow and me. Closing her eyes with a slight sigh again. Hey, I figured she'd snap and start shout. GKHH. And my thoughts got interrupted by a sudden jab to my sides, from Saya's side. Causing me to essentially bump on Psycho, who let out a small groan as she leaned away and raised her upper body off the bed as she used her arm as leverage, opening her eyes to stare at what just bumped into her, aka, me. Oi, warehouse. And another jab. Everything below my waist hurts because of you, stupid idiot. Saya mumbles right after. I just glanced around. Stupid, she added as she threw another, albeit lighter jab. You were the one that tackled me to the ground though. I respond. It was because you gave the most stupid response I've ever heard. Saya lifts her head and frowns at me as she speaks. I just asked if you wanted to join. Which you, kinda did. I tilt my head as I arch an eyebrow. Humph, and you ended up biting off more than you could chew. You nearly dropped me afterward. Saya turns to glance away with a slight blush on her face. How would I know that your legs would give in so quickly? You were the one who told me to switch gears. I mumble. Nobody told me that Psycho would decide to gang up on me. Saya frowns as she throws a quick jab to my sides again. You did not really look all that stable even before I joined though. And it looked so much fun, I could not hold myself. Psycho, who was now with her eyes wide open and her head on my chest, responds with a small smirk. Fun, smun. I nearly passed out because of you too. Saya whispers as she narrows her eyes. Actually, you did pass out. I whisper. What? Saya turns to look at me with a blank stare. You don't remember waking up next to the bathtub? You even started complaining that I cheated and stole your turn. Psycho responds with a giggle. Saya then looks at Psycho, then back at me. I demand all the extra time she got. She lifts her upper body up to glare at me. Losers cannot demand. Psycho responds as she tightens her arms around me with a smug smile. I'm not a loser. Saya barks back. I was not the one that passed out. Psycho calmly responds. You did not get tag-teamed. Saya blurts out as she narrows her eyes. Not my fault you chickened out when you had the chance. Psycho shrugs. Chickened out. Why you? I could actually see Saya's eye twitch now. Are you three awake? And a knock on the door, as a female voice spoke from the other side. Causing all three of us to turn towards the door. You were blaring like an alarm, Saya, no point turning quiet now. I chuckle. Shut up. Saya mumbles. Asami does not want to bother you, but your shift is starting soon and Asami responds from the other side of the door. Yet, we'll be up in a bit. I respond, loud enough for Asami to hear. Guess we should get up, Psycho adds as she stretches, then casually pulls the covers off her and gets up to walk on the narrow path between the bed and the wall, heading to the wardrobe that was next to the bed's footboard to get her clothes. Well, guess we should be getting up. I take a deep breath as I start to get up, only for Saya to push me down, and climb on top of me. I demand the time you owe me. She declares as she essentially sits on top of me. I really don't think this is the... I didn't even manage to finish that though when I felt the bed move, Psycho popping behind Saya, wearing a set of black, unbuttoned pants, and a white, also unbuttoned long-sleeved shirt. Only one of the arm guards loosely tried on her arm. Oh, you demand. Psycho giggles as she sticks herself behind Saya. The pinkette let out a short yelp as she tries to move away, to no avail. Ah! Let me cat. Saya starts squirming as she tries to break off from a giggling Psycho, again, to no avail. So, yet. Yesterday I kind of found out that Psycho sort of enjoys co-op. Much to Saya's surprise, and dismay. Want to join in? Psycho then asks with an almost casual smile. As much as I want to, we really don't have time. Also Saya seems about ready to start crying, so, please let her go. I ask as I keep staring at the event unfolding on top of me. Psycho just giggles slightly and finally releases the poor pinkette, who quickly slides to the top part of the bed next to my head, staring at Psycho with a frown that was as pronounced as her blush. You're an even bigger pervert than him. How could yesterday be your first time? She yelps as she tightens her arms around her chest. You seem to enjoy yourself even more than me yesterday though, considering it was your first time too. Psycho just tilts her head. Saya just keeps glaring at Psycho. Though I do apologize if I went overboard. I might have let my excitement take a hold of me. Psycho then bows slightly at Saya, causing her to blankly stare at the purple-haired samurai. Well, you two seem to be getting along, wonder when you'll decide to cut the middleman. I chuckle as I also sit on the bed. Humph, getting jealous. Saya huffs while she keeps hugging herself. You bounced back fast, considering how you were moaning a second ago. I respond as I lift an eyebrow. Shut up. Perverts, the both of you. Saya mumbles as she throws a quick, weak punch to my shoulder, then turns to look away. If you do not like it, you can always leave us perverts alone. Psycho adds as she smirks, while at the same time she starts buttoning up her shirt. No way I'm leaving him alone with you, you're dangerous. Saya responds as she starts to relax. Psycho just laughs through her nose as she gets off the bed again. I would never hurt him. She adds she picks the rest of her armor from the ground. I love him more than I love myself. She continues as she turns towards Saya, who just kept staring at Psycho in silence. Djavu. I will wait outside, do not take too long, Asami and Kota are probably very tired and we are denying their sleep time the longer we take. Psycho turns to walk towards the door as she speaks, before opening it and stopping by the door frame as she turns towards us again. Oh and good morning, and thank you. I had a wonderful time yesterday. She adds with a smile before exiting the room, closing the door behind her. Leaving me and Saya to just keep staring at the door. That's not fair. Saya mumbles as she lowers her head slightly. How the hell am I supposed to compare to that? Saya then points at the door with a frown as she turns to me. What do you mean? I ask as I tilt my head. You know very well what I mean. She's much better than me. Saya mumbles as she lowers her hand, a worried look on her face as she turned to look away. And? You were much cuter than her. I respond as I shrug. Saya turns to glance at me with a deep blush on her face. She still was B. Before Saya could start complaining again, I decided to shut her up. And a few seconds later I pull my head back. Saya stares at me with almost unfocused eyes as she tries to lean toward me. Now, don't get greedy, remember we need to get dressed before Kota and Asami fall asleep standing up. I chuckle as I stop her by putting my hand on her collarbone. More. Saya mumbled as she kept staring at me. Nope, I respond as I give her side a squeeze, Saya letting out a whiny moan as she wiggles about. Come on, let's get up. The sooner we finish with the remaining tasks at hand, the sooner we can do something more fun. I add as I also get off the bed, and head to pick up my clothes, which were neatly folded inside the open wardrobe. -10 minutes later. Maybe it would have been better if you took the first shift, we could have just let you sleep late. Kota mumbles apologetically. It's fine, I'll just skip the shovel work. I chuckle back. Now go get some sleep. I add as I pat his back, then turn to sit on the stairs' first step, glancing at the floor below us. The desk now sitting right in front of the stairs on the bottom floor. Apparently Rika figured it'd be better to see the corpses before they argue the stairs. No idea how we will bring the damn thing up again though. By the way, when should we wake everybody up? Saya, who was wearing knee-length athletic tights under the green shorts she had from the mall, and the brown HQ shirt along with her usual pink shoes asks. In like, 3 hours from now should be good enough. Kota nods back before finally trotting away with Asami. Leaving me, Psycho, and Saya alone. What are the plans for today? Psycho asks as she moves to sit next to me. Then slides closer to me, slightly leaning her shoulder on me. First and foremost, we need to check the dojo and warehouse, make sure nothing is still crawling in there. After that, get the corpse bodies outside. We will probably have to dig a place to throw them in and burn them. Normally, you'd need something to fuel the fire to cremate a person, but for some reason corpses are rather flammable, probably because they lost a lot of fluid by blood loss? Dunno. Point is, if we dig a hole away from trees to contain the chance of a wildfire and then light it up, we could probably reduce total mass of the bodies. No idea about the bones though, don't think a normal fire will be enough. I sigh as I stretch. It's not by a long shot. Saya responds as she leans on the outer railing of the stairs, bending over to look down the stairs. How deep should the hole be? Psycho then asks again. Depends how many corpses will burn at a time and how tall the remaining mass will become, but we want the flames to not flail about wildly. So we'll have to make it deep enough to keep the flames below ground level and watch for the wind too. I put my elbow on my leg and lean my chin on my hand as I speak. And once all that is done, Saya asks as she turns to look at me. Then the fun part begins. I chuckle as I close my eyes. We will need to check the secondary pumps for water, the generator, and where we can control the solar panels from. We will also need to return to town for some stuff. Books, the GPS, maybe some clothes. I know we also have a good water purifier in the Humvee, but having more won't hurt. Also, we could do with some stuff that could help with depression and boredom. Board games, a ball, or something. I sigh as I open my eyes. Hey? Depression? What do you mean? Psycho asks as she tilts her head. The moment the group will start to settle down and will have nothing to do but think, there's a good chance they'll really realize that they ain't getting their old lives back anytime soon. At the airport we were still partly on edge, even before getting sent to the camps. And the human brain has a tendency to create problems out of thin air if you let it unattended. So yet, we will need some things that are not for survival to pass the time. I answer with a small nod. Then turn to look at Saya. Now, back to the matter at hand, considering nobody knows how pumps or solar boards even work, the trip will probably have to take priority. Just hope we can find some books that can help. Because I'll be counting on you in learning how that stuff works. I continue. Saya just nods back. Do we even know where the bookstores are? Wandering aimlessly is not a very good idea. Psycho then asks. Maybe we won't have to. Saya shrugs. I figured we'll need to learn all that stuff, so I took whatever books I found in the airport. My bag is actually full of books. Saya continues. That is good. But the stuff we need is a bit too specialized. Did you find the exact stuff we need? I ask back. No, but I don't need to, I can figure it out myself once I can get the basics down. I am a genius after all. Saya turns to me with a rather confident smirk. Just don't blow us sky-high genius, et. Worst case we can ask my father, via the radio. Though we need to start the generator for that first. Psycho responds. That should not be that hard. These generators come with a manual that is still probably inside the premise if nobody threw it away like an idiot, maybe inside the storage next to the generator. Saya asks back. Yeah that could work too. So, in terms of books, what do you think we'll need? I ask as I turn to Saya. She blinks at me for a few seconds, almost looking surprised that I asked her. She then closes her eyes and lowers her head to think. Farming is a definite one. Maybe carpentry so we can patch up the lower floor. We could also use some for basic foraging and hunting or trapping. And knowing how to reinforce our clothes with extra layers without making them cumbersome to wear could be good too. We could also do with knowing how to maintain tools correctly. Psycho knows about swords and Koda about guns. But what about normal tools and electrical appliances? We'll have to be able to fix them ourselves if they break down from now on. I know some of the books I got fall in the categories I mentioned, but I need to recheck them to make sure. But honestly, anything related to outdoor survival and maintenance could be a goldmine for us right now. I mean, if the Humvee breaks down, can Rika fix it for sure? Saya then lifts her head and turns to look at me again. Looks like asking where the nearest library is something we'll have to do once we get the radio operational. Something Koda can hopefully do. I lean back and put my hands behind my back. Why Koda? Saya asks as she frowns slightly, questionably arching an eyebrow. Because it looked like something the military would use. I chuckle as I keep looking down the stairs. Oh, makes sense. Saya lets out a small sigh through her nose as she smiles, turning to also look down. But yet, we will have our hands full. So for now, one step at a time. Let's make this place easier to sleep into first. I'm pretty sure that once we have cleared and cleaned this place, it will be a good boost of morale for everybody. Having a place where you can just sit. It will also be easier to sit and think about our next step if we don't have to constantly watch over our backs. I take a deep breath as I close my eyes. I agree. Though personally, yesterday was all the morale boost I needed. Psycho giggles slightly as she wraps her arms around my arm, then places the side of her head on my shoulder. I reflexively turn to glance at Saya to find her staring at me with a "why you little shit" expression. She then leans away from the stairs railing, walks up next to me, and proceeds to sit, or more like crash on my leg, before leaning her back on me. Humph. Just so you know, he found me to be cuter than you. Saya adds with a pouty tone. Really? Psycho asks as she giggles. Well, I never really tried to act cute. But, I guess I will just have to make up for my lack of cuteness, in another way. She continues as she finishes her sentence with an almost provoking whisper. Hey! Stop trying to seduce him. Saya blurts out as she turns to face Psycho. Oi, people are sleeping here. I make a silence motion with my finger. Ah, crap. Saya's eyes go wide as she turns to look around. But she's being a pervert. Saya then, whisper shouts, as she points at the giggling purple-haired samurai. And where is the problem with that? Psycho asks back with a small smirk. Causing Saya to just stare with a blank expression, no comeback coming out of her mouth. The way I see it, an intimate relationship like that would just make the bond I have with him stronger. She continues as she tightens her arms around my arm. Saya just kept staring with a frown, and a deep blush on her face. Well, you're still a pervert. Saya folds her arms and turns to look away in a haughty humph. Psycho just giggled in response. I don't know what's weirder, that Psycho just does not seem to care about being called a pervert. Or that she so casually stated that she thinks it might be good too. Something in the back of my head is telling me I'ma end up like a rookie adventurer in a Monster Girl universe if I'm not careful. I'm hungry. Saya then mumbles as she turns to look down the stairs. Didn't we bring some rations up with us yesterday? I ask as I tilt my head. These taste like crap. I want normal food. Saya grumbles. My, are you getting soft on me, Saya? I chuckle as I poke her side, causing her to slightly bend her body away from my hand. We could get some canned food from the third floor actually. The room with the radio. Though I think it's better if we wait for everybody to wake up. I add as I turn to look behind me. In response, Saya's stomach just whines back for her. Not my fault. I always used to eat after waking up. Saya mumbles as she embarrassingly hugs her stomach. Really? You didn't seem to do so up until now. I respond as I turn towards the pinkette. In the airport I've always eaten after waking up. Saya flatly answers back. I'm actually quite hungry myself. But I agree with Nair, we should wait for everybody. Psycho adds with a calm voice. Saya just grumbled under her breath, accepting the fact that food was still hours away. By the way, you managed to take the laptop with you? I ask right after. Yeah, I took off the battery and kept it separate just in case somebody tried to see if it worked. It should be in the Humvee. Saya nods. Good, still need to see the things GPU, CPU, RAM, and PSU. I nod back. Gamer nerd. Saya snickers as she keeps looking down the stairs. I'm going to mark a settlement on your map for that. I respond with a flat tone. Saya just turns to look at me with a confused expression, then turns to look at Psycho. See, gamer nerd. She shrugs, before turning to look back down the stairs. If I was a fairy I'd tell you to listen. But I'm not. So whatever. I shrug back. A jeep? A sheep? And a ram. Psycho whispers to herself as she looks away from me and Saya. She can't be serious right now, can she? Ignoring the pondering Psycho, I turn to look down the stairs again. And so, time passed in silence. Me and the two girls essentially just talking about nothing. About an hour later. Saya was now laying down, her head on my leg, lazily staring down the stairs. Psycho was with her head on my shoulder. The food boxes from the third floor down here with us, since we had nothing better to do we carried them down here, none opened by the way. And I was actually impressed with how much self-control Saya had too. Not that that stopped her from being herself. How long until we can wake the rest up? Saya asks as she keeps staring down the stairs. About 2 hours. I respond as I check my watch. Saya just groans. I know you want that spaghetti and meatballs you saw. But you got to hold on. I chuckle. In response, Saya's stomach grumbles. Arg. Don't talk about food used to painid. Saya quickly turns to throw a quick bite at my thigh as she whines. Oi, no bidding. I throw a quick slap at her rear in retaliation as I speak, Saya letting out a short yelp as she lifts her head to glare at me, a slight blush on her face. Pervert. Saya mumbles as she rubs the spot I just slapped. Says you. I chuckle back at her. What's that supposed to mean? Saya blurts out as she frowns at me. Considering yesterday you. Shut up. Saya cuts me off as she shoves her cheek on my leg again. Also turning to stare at the stairs. Embarrassed of how, not you, you were hui. Psycho, you okay? You've been awfully. I turn to look towards our purple hair samurai, to find that she has actually fallen asleep on my shoulder. Quiet. I mumble as I turn to look down the stairs again. If a corpse pops up now, we'll be so underprepared. I sigh as I start petting Saya's head. It's not like it'll be able to go past the desk before we get ready, so what's the problem? Saya asks back. True. I answer. I keep absent-mindedly patting Saya's head. And few minutes pass like that. I'm surprised she's not whining that she ain't a dog or something. I tilt my head to look at Saya, only to find out that she, much like Psycho, decided to sleep on the job. I know I said we'll be able to relax, but this is just absurd. Nonetheless, I left the two sleeping beauties to their devices, after I took Saya's glasses off. Worst case, they will just have a rude awakening. Though now the problem was that I was keeping guard by myself, and I could not really move about, or talk, or do much of anything. Got to wonder if we'll be able to grow some food here when our total knowledge in farming as a group is sitting at an absolute zero. With that though, I put my hand behind my back and start to lean on it. More importantly though, I really want to play some video games now. Since I know we have a laptop, and there is a good chance we'll have electricity, and I have some games in my bag, along with the two controllers. Guess Saya's right, hey? Oh, I regret nothing. And time passed in boring silence. But hey, better boring than corpses showing up at my stairs. 30/40 minutes later. So you can guess that with all that silence, when a door opened in the hallway on the other side of the building, I heard it loud and clear. Not that whoever opened that door tried to be quiet, as I could also hear their footsteps pretty clear too. And sure enough, Rika lazily popped up from the end of the hallway straight ahead of me. Rubbing her eyes as she turned to look at me. Morning Nair. She lifts her arm to wave at me as she lets out a big yawn, then starts to walk towards me. The thing was. Morning. Can I ask why you are running around topless? I respond as I essentially keep staring. I mean, give me a break here. And yet. Rika was essential wearing her lower underwear and a bandage on her thigh. That's about it. Rika groggily turns to look at herself, then lets out an uninterested, oh. Have you ever spelt with Shizuka? She's way too clingy, got too hot under those boobs. She responds as she shrugs, not even trying to cover herself as she stops to lean on the railway next to me, turning to glance at the two sleeping girls. Not that you should be surprised to see a pair of boobs now by now. Something tells me you got enough of 'em yesterday. She adds as she makes a one-sided smirk at me. You should know, hey? Wonder who let Saya know. I ask as I arch an eyebrow. I'm just doing my part. Rika chuckles as she leans away from the railway, then turns her back to me as she stretches. Anyway, I should go before the sleeping beasts wake up. Something tells me they won't be too happy to see me like this next to their prey. She adds as she waves at me, then starts to walk away. Well, that was weird. I blink a couple of times as Rika disappears to the next hallway on the far end as lazily as she appeared. Something tells me Rika won't be too popular with certain girls here if that is how she will be strolling around in the mornings. Yet it didn't take more than 5 minutes until Rika popped up again, this time wearing a pair of cargo pants and a skin-tight, white crop top. Joining the lookout as by her words, it was too boring for her to sit by herself. So, the moment she got comfortable leaning on the railing next to me. Alright commando, split it, she smirks at me as she leans in towards my direction. Who lasted longer? She asks right after. This is confidential federal information. I respond flatly. Don't be a stick in the mud now. Or, could it be? It was you, wasn't it? Rika chuckles as she backs off dramatically. Not that I blame you, going for two bombshells like that. Bit off more than you can chew at its finest. She adds as she laughs through her nose. Sure, yeah, let's go with that. I shrug back. Oh come on, not even a little gloating? Kids your age would be waving a flag around for such an achievement. Rika sighs slightly as she shakes her head. These kids would also be long dead with their pants down their knees by now. I respond. Or really? Rika chuckles slightly as she tilts her head. You tell me how far a teenager that thinks with his dick would get. I add. Touché. Rika lets out a small defeated sigh as lowers her head. Still, they're out cold. She then turns to look at the sleeping girls. While you woke up before the 6-hour mark. I respond as I turn to look at her. I can't relax, we're not exactly safe if we have to keep guard on a damn staircase. Rika answers with a more serious tone as she turns to look down the stairs. Not going to deny that. Your wound is fine. I ask right after. You're worried about me. And all seriousness goes out the window. But yet, it's all but healed to my eyes honestly, but I ain't the doctor of the house so. Rika then adds as she saw that I was just staring at her. Good. Now let's hope today was the first and last day we had to keep guard on the stairs. I nod as I take a deep breath. I'd drink to that. Rika chuckles back. Something tells me you'd drink to anything right about now. I add as I smirk slightly. Oh how well you know me. But no. It's Shizuka that likes drinking her shocks off, not me. Which is funny, considering she really can't handle it. Rika answers as she casually shrugs. So, got any plans for today? She then asks as she turns to me. We'll be cleaning, burning corpses, or mopping the blood off the ground. I answer with a small nod. I see, so we'll be digging holes after all. Rika sighs. Half of us, the other half will check the inside perimeter for any live corpses, we'll also have to break into the big warehouse. If not for checking for corpses, to see what they got in there. I take a deep breath before leaning slightly forward. Long day ahead. But hopefully, by the end of it, we will be able to call this place home. So, you people might have noticed that the story is rated M. And if you probably can guess why XD. So y'all can stop complaining about that one thing now. Once again, a thanks to Ma supporters. Chapter 82, Lights In. All the peeps seeking the damn lemonade, no, I already said I ain't writing smut. Go read something else already _. About why M if no siegs, fiction M can contain adult language, themes, and suggestions. Detailed descriptions of physical interaction of sexual or violent nature is considered fiction Ma. Not my problem the site lets Ma seep into M _. Rarper 909, REI and Taka ain't going to appear, I actually had some side stories planned for some extra characters, these two included, but, scrapped like a lot of things XD. Guest that loves it, Melon Shot Oaksner thank you. Krieger Tech praised curse all ya want, bigger chance my character chokes on a rabbit bone by now XD. Malgus 123, nobody expects the Spanish INQ. No wait. Jar Jar Head, just grab a cardboard box and go ham my friend. Jub Earth, I've actually been looking at your work on Reddit, and I've responded to at least one of your posts as some random penguin, something about guessing the next character. Now from what I saw from your work, I'll probably use your cover for the story if it's half as good as the trio you made. As for Trian, make my day XD. The more people support my writing the more I can write. Radchaos 897, we'll know soon enough. The Fool's writer, it's way too early to be thinking about children XD. Having one of the girls being out of commission for 9 to 10 months, along with later having an extra person to feed that cannot really offer anything back for years to come, especially when life is as stable and safe as a rock balancing on the top of a crooked mountain. Zlakan, good to see I surpassed expectations XD. Alpha A and Omegas, well, some people just can't get by with their day if they don't find something to complain about, but what can we do? And thanks. Guest that's afraid of pussies, 32-bit Doomsgate fart music intensifies. With the risk of being called a nerd, we could hook up the TV with a console, so not a total waste. I fold my arms as I look at the big plasma TV that was stashed on one of the long shelves that run the distance of the whole warehouse. Thankfully, we found that said warehouse in the corner of the estate was untouched, no corpses or signs of break-in. Well, up until now that is, since we did break the lock to get it. You, just said it. You neared. Gah. Why is this stupid thing so heavy? Saya, who was trying to swing a sledgehammer we found inside the warehouse retorts, making an almost comical half-spin as the sledge's momentum won over Saya's ability to stay balanced. Could we not also use it to see if we get any new emergency broadcasts? Psycho then asks. Ha, you think the government will care to do that anytime soon? They are probably still too busy picking their pieces off the ground. Especially considering that it will probably be the army that calls the shots now. Since the politicians will hide behind them for safety. Like how they all run to the airport the moment it was deemed safe. That's why Papa decided to work with them. Saya groans as she uses the sledgehammer as a crutch to lean on. We could also see if we could set up some cameras and link them to it. I add as I nod. The estate already has cameras. Psycho answers back. Really? Didn't see any. I arch an eyebrow as I turn toward Psycho. What would be the point of having them if they would be easily spotted? If somebody came all this here way to break in, visible cameras would not make much of a deterrent. She responds as she shrugs. True, but where is the camera room? I ask back as I tilt my head. We did not have one, my father had the cameras on his personal computer, he usually used a cable that he hooked to the machine that he used to connect to the internet. Psycho answers as she folds her arms. Internet? A router? So you got IP cameras here? Hope they still work then. They should be rather easy to link them to our laptop if they are not fried. I also think I spotted the router in the room we slept in, next to the desk we dragged out. I turned to look around the warehouse as I spoke. Yes, that was the one. Psycho nods back at me. Well, we searched for corpses here. And the place was thankfully empty. So, the dojo left. Since we also scoured the estate's open area and found nothing. Nothing alive anyway. This should be the last stop. I take a deep breath as I motion behind me with my head, towards the open warehouse gate, then turn around to walk. Let's get this over with. I want to see if Fatso managed to figure out how the generator works or if I'll have to do everything myself. Saya groans slightly as she also starts to walk. Fatso, hey? Sometimes I forget how mean you can be, what with how cuddly you've been with me lately. I chuckle as I keep walking. What stupid nonsense are you spouting? Saya quickly retorts. So yeah, apparently, Koda's family also had a generator in their house that was like the one here. And since he was an arm short, he asked to see if he can check it instead. I sorta forgot that Koda was also from a well-off family as well. And so, we exit the warehouse and into the small back garden, using the stone pathway that circled around a few small ponds and grassy patches towards the dojo. Kinda sad how all the koi here are dead. Saya mumbled as we passed one of the ponds. The water's surface littered with the dead bodies of said fish. Not even one of them looks eaten. Corpses really do ignore animals. Or fish at least. I add as we keep walking. It's more like wild and street animals are too smart for corpses to catch if you ask me. Because aside from them, we have not seen a single live house pet. Or at least an animal that does not run away from us. No idea about the fish. Maybe it's because corpses seem to avoid diving in water? I'm just glad that animals don't seem to catch whatever this is. Saya sighs. True. And let's hope it stays that way, don't need zombie deers in my life right now. I nod as I keep walking. Only deers? So bears would be fine. Psycho asks as she tilts her head. This place has bears. I ask as I turn to look at Psycho. There have been black bear sightings occasionally. Psycho answers with a small nod. Great. I sigh as I keep walking. So much about hunting rabbits in peace. I chuckle as I shake my head. Look at the bright side, if animals don't get infected then the bears could actually benefit us by taking out the corpses that wander too close to their territory. Saya continues. Let's hope none of them decide that their territory includes this place as well. Hey, where's a bunch of chickens when you need 'em? I tap my mask as we close into the dojo. But it's not like we have the resources to keep animals here anyway. Or anybody with a base knowledge in livestock farming. I add with a slight shrug. I'm going to tell it from now. I am not going to be tending to livestock. Saya blurts out right after. Princess much? Not that I'm surprised though. And with that, we reach the front, double door of the dojo. Hey, you locked the front doors with this? I ask as I pull a loose end of a garden hose that was holding the front doors closed. We were short on lock pads. Saya scoffs sarcastically. Okay, all set? The door opens inside or outside? I ask as I twirl the hose around my wrist. Inside. Psycho calmly responds as she puts her hand on her blade's hilt. Saya readies her lugger and nods. With a deep breath, I quickly untie the garden hose, before kicking the door in, causing it to open with a loud thud. Did you have to kick it in? Saya asks with a sigh. I always wanted to do that. I answer flatly as I look at the insides. That were a fucking mess for the lack of a better term. While not very brightly lit, as light seeped in only through the small rectangular windows that run along the upper edge of the walls before they connected to the ceiling, and the door we just opened. There were signs of battle visible throughout the whole dojo. And not just from the bullet marks that the trio of girls was probably responsible for when they cleared the place. The place looked like an actual battlefield. Katanas in various states of damage were stuck, tossed, and scattered around on the surface of the dojo's floor, body parts littering the whole place, not mentioning that I could no longer make out the floor's original color from all the blood. The whole place screamed. Last stand, hey! I whisper as I keep looking around. Most likely. My father and his acquaintances had real katanas in here, along with the ones used for training. Possible that the people here made a last stand by gathering here to arm up. Psycho whispered calmly as she stopped next to me. How will we clean this mess? Saya mumbles right after. I think we have bigger problems than just cleaning. I respond as I point deeper inside the dojo. Amidst the bodies on the ground I could make out a couple that still shuffled about on the ground. I'll go first. If only because I'm actually covering my legs. I speak up as I start to walk. Well excuse me. Saya mumbles as she tries to lower her short shorts, though there was not much to lower with what she was wearing. I am wearing boots and leg guards though. Psycho just tilts her head as she starts to follow me. Yeah, but cargo pants win over stocking. I respond as I chuckle, lifting my rifle to aim at the moving bodies I could make out. 2, 3, 5, or 4. Whatever. I take a deep breath, and pull the trigger. 1, 2, 3, 4 times. I then lower my gun and look at the bodies again. Oh, there, another one started moving. I lift my gun again and aim to my left. And pull the trigger again. Before turning to look around again. Another one. I mumble as I lift my gun again. And again. And again. 5 minutes later. I'm this close to just lighting this place up on fire and calling it a day. I sigh as I pull the trigger again. I would rather we don't do that. Psycho adds as she points at another moving body on the ground. Well, noise causes them to move, so we should be fine as long as we can cause a lot of noise, right? I ask as I tilt my head. I guess so. Saya nods slightly. Good. Then. Saya, sing. I'm almost out of ammo. I reply with a flat tone as I turn to stare at her. Saya stares back at me with a blank expression. What are you saying, you dofus? You sing. Saya retorts as she frowns at me. Fine. I groan, then take a deep breath. Saya's eyes actually going wide as. To save our Mother Earth from any alien attack, I start singing. What are you doing? Stop. Saya quickly cuts me off as she starts to flail her arms. What? You told me to sing. I respond as I turn to glance at her. I didn't think you would though. Saya flatly answers as she brings her hands next to her hips. Geez. I just chuckle as I shake my head and turn to look back at the bodies in the dojo. Normally one of you is supposed to continue now. I mumble as I look through my scope. I never heard of a song that starts like this though. Psycho apologetically shrugs her shoulders. Well, neither did I. And I wouldn't even if I did. Saya adds as she folds her arms. And a few seconds later. From vicious giant insects, who have once again come back. And a new voice speaks up from behind us, with a tone as flat as a pancake. And turning towards that voice, we find Kota staring at us. What? Saya asks with a confused frown. We'll unleash all our forces, we won't cut them any slack, I continue as I take my free hand off my scar's handguard and motion my hand to the rhythm of the song. What? And Saya turns to stare at me now. The EDF deploys. Both me and Kota yell at the same time. Then I quickly turn to look behind me. Wouldn't it be stupid if a corpse had crept up behind me now? I chuckle under my breath as I turn to look at Kota again. Are you too retarded? Saya groans as she shakes her head. Yes. I respond flatly to Saya. So, my fellow EDF trooper. What's the gig? I ask as I turn to Kota again. I figured how the generator works, and I also found something you need to see. Kota responds with a smile as he points behind him, towards the second garage that was by the estate's kitchen. I turn to look behind me again. And after a few seconds of seeing nothing move. We have yet to fully check the place here. I'd rather not leave mid-sweep. I respond as I turn to Kota again. Well. We just found the solar panel's inverter and battery bank, you see. Kota responds. Close the door with the hose. We'll come again later. I respond flatly as I start to walk out. Really now? Saya asks as she arcs an eyebrow, a small smirk on her lips. Rika told me that the breakers in the main panel were switched off, and that the inverter itself was switched off as well. Kota continues as we lock the dojo's door. I could honestly feel the excitement in his voice. Not that I blame him. Wait, so somebody closed M? I ask right after. Kota nods. Rika seems to think so. He continues. There are way too many corpses here for just people that could live here. And based on what Psycho's father told me, the place got overrun. So maybe there was infighting? Or another group of survivors tried to take the place by force. You know, sneaking in and shutting the place down, as it unlocks the front gates. But in the end they all got attacked by corpses while they were busy killing each other. I shrug slightly as we start to walk. That would actually be rather poetic. Psycho adds. So, we flip the switches and see if we get lights or explosions. I ask. Kota nods. I'd rather avoid the explosions. Kota adds with a slight chuckle. What? Mr. Torque would be so disappointed in you right now. Next you're going to tell me you like laser weapons, I say as I fold my arms. Kota just laughs through his nose. So jokes aside, that should also bring water, right? From the pumps that filter the groundwater. I ask as I turn towards Psycho. I do not know. Psycho shakes her head. I didn't see anything resembling pumps anywhere in the estate. Saya adds. A breaker in the main breaker box was separated from the group and had the words water pump engraved over it. It almost seemed as if it was added in later. That should be it, I think. Koda continues. One hui, so we need to go check the riverside one at the intake spot? I ask as I tilt my head. Psycho just shrugs again with an apologetic expression. Do we though? Underground water patches and cracks refill when it rains. If that place has an underground lake, it means the geography here forces the water to congregate there. So I doubt 8 people could run it dry, as long as we are not exceedingly wasteful. Saya folds her arms and lowers her head slightly as she tries to think. I guess that could be true, we just never used this house for long periods of time to strain test it. As my father used this place when he wanted to relax or go on a short vacation from his daily life. Psycho responds. Well, what we need the riverside pump for is for stuff like watering the soon-to-have farm and bathing. So worst case scenario, we'll just get a crap ton of barrels and learn to rain dance. I nod slightly as I pick up the pace. And so, we continued straight towards the small garage by the estate's kitchen. And upon reaching the side with the generator, Koda motions me towards the big rectangular metallic box. This button here should start it. But if you check here, it shows that it has no fuel in. He then shows me a big, red button inside an open panel. Before pointing at a small empty glass vial. The thing itself firmly logged into the machine behind a transparent, protective cover. Now come on, you should see what's inside. Koda then motions with his still functioning arm as we head to enter the garage. Only to find a body. No, more like half a body. By the upper left corner of the room. On its knees with its ass up, said ass, which was wearing cargo pants, slightly swaying as the rest of the body was for some reason, clipping through the ground. This is, indeed something. I respond as I turn to look at Koda. Did you bring M? And the butt asks. Why, yes. Koda mumbles as he keeps staring at the talking butt. I found the water tank. The butt exclaims as the rest of the body finally pulls itself back out from the hole it had shoved itself into. Said body belonging to a certain purple-haired sniper. Thing is big but empty, judging from the sound it made, guess without the pumps working it can't function. Rika adds as she closes the lid of the hole she was looking into. Then sits with her back by the wall. Next to her and to her right was a big, metallic wardrobe full of car batteries. Along with a big smooth rectangle box that had thick plastic tubes sticking out of it, one going to the metal wardrobe and the other leading towards a big breaker box that was on the wall to our left, the one that run from us to Rika. Hey, so everything is here? I didn't actually check this place since it was corpse-free. I mumble as I walk into the garage, walking up to the metallic wardrobe. Yet. This place has a very big battery bank. I can only imagine how much energy the solar panels must make. Koda adds excitedly. Well, we can just start the damn thing and find out. It's sunny outside so all the better. Rika chuckles as she gets up. Looking sweaty, for the lack of a better term. Were you not supposed to be digging holes or something? I ask as I turn to Rika. But I'm tired. I want a break. Rika dramatically leans on her knees before looking up at me, almost as if she was trying to make puppy eyes by looking at me through her eyelashes. So you left the others alone outside? I ask again. Asami is on lookout. Have some faith, she's a cop. Rika adds as she returns to her normal posture. But yet, I was going to take a short break. But Chubby here needed help figuring out what is what. Rika chuckles as she raises her arms. So, what did you find? I ask as I fold my arms. Well, this thing here, that has the word inverter written on it with big black letters, I think it's the inverter for the solar panels. Also, it's turned off. Rika chuckles as she throws a light slap on the inverter next to the battery bank. You know how solar panels work? I ask. Nope. No idea. I just told you what Chubby told me. Also, the big flip switch under it is pointing at off. Rika shrugs. I just kept staring at Rika. Anyway. The main breaker over here has most, if not all of its stuff turned off. Rika then leaves her spot and walks up to the breaker box on the wall to the left. So, if we open up that bad boy, and flip the switches here, we should hypothetically be ready for Christmas. If nothing is fried, that is. Rika adds with a smirk. Well, fuck it. I'll flip the inverter on and hope we don't all blow up. I sighed as I start to walk up to the inverter. Nair, wait. And Saya quickly runs up next to me. What? Need to check something? I ask as I turn to her. Saya just glances at the inverter, then at me. Just be careful. She mumbles. Your girlfriend is worried. Rika snickers. Shut up you talking butt. Saya quickly retorts. And with that, I turn to the switch again. Here goes nothing. A loud thud, and the switch stops at the on point. No explosions. I ask as I look at the battery bank. Or any signs of Lee. Just as I was about to speak, the inverter screen comes to life. And what the hell is this? I blink as I look at the KW number. What's wrong? Saya quickly comes up to me to look at the inverter. Hey? Is it not war? Oh holy crap. Kota responds as he also looks at the numbers as well. Is something wrong? Psycho, who was quiet up until now, asks as she comes to also look at the numbers as well, tilting her head. Depends. Are we going to power the Death Star? I ask as I turn towards Psycho with a chuckle. The girl just blinks at me with a confused expression. This thing crates over 60 kW. Kota shouts. Is that a lot? Psycho asks back, still as confused as ever. A normal house could do with that. 5, 10, 15? And right now it says we are using less than 1, probably because the main circuit board has most if not all its stuff down. I respond as I fold my arms. Rika just whistles from the back in response. So I can leave the air conditioner open all night now, the purple-haired sniper chuckles. How do you know all that? Saya then asks as she tilts her head with a small frown. Free time and an internet connection. I respond flatly. But yet, this place definitely draws more energy than a normal house. I add as I fold my arms. The gate, camera system, water pumps. I continue. Speaking of pumps. Flip the pump switch. I then point at the breaker. AI captain. Hehe, I'm all jittery now, Rika giggles as she flips the switch. And the meter in the inverter goes from half kW to 2 kW. We have movement. I nod as I tap the screen. I got to check this out. Rika then quickly leaves the garage, and enters the kitchen. By climbing up the window. Or more like she ends up hanging over the window. Aw crap. The sink is next to the other window. Rika grumbles as she keeps hanging over the window. Oh look, the talking butt is back. She then jumps back down and tries to climb up the next window. While at the same time I open the lid on the floor next to me and look at the water tank. The cylindrical meter gauge that was embedded into the thick metal blue barrel was sitting firmly at 0. Yet. I can hear water running. I speak up as I place my hand on the tank. So, it works? Saya asks. It just works. I reply flatly. We got water in the taps. And Rika shouts right after. Leave the water to run for a bit. Fill a bucket or something so we don't throw it away. I add. Why would we need to let the water run? Psycho then asks as she tilts her head. Water was probably left in the pipes for who knows how long. And we could use it for mopping the place anyway. I respond as I close the lid and get up, then walk up to the breaker box. I've never been this excited to mop floors. Kota chuckles. I've never been this excited flipping switches. I respond as I flip the first breaker switch. Then look at the inverter. Something changed, I think. I mumble as I look at the breaker box again. Let's find what this thing opened. I nod slightly and step back. Let's split up, look around the house, flip lights on, see for signs of life. Just stay away from the dojo for now. I add as I turn to look at the group, who quickly nodded and split off. And somebody inform Rika. I shout as I turn to the breaker. And not a minute later. Lower bathroom. Water is running and the lights are open. A female voice shouts. Aight. So, B1 I nod and pull my knife, and carve a square shape next to the breaker box, then carve a B1 on the upper left corner. Then glance at the inverter. Barely any change. Next and I flip the next switch. Oi! Who opened the dishwasher? Rika shouts right after. Is the fridge working? I shout as I carve a K1 next to the B1. No, idea. Rika shouts back. I then turn to look at the inverter. We got an increase, from 2 to 3.5. Is there anything other than the dishwasher working? If not, close that as well. I ask again. Everything is closed. Rika shouts. And I look at the inverter again. The same drain, so the fridge must be working. Close the fridge door and leave it. But make sure no fluid is left loose inside first. I shout. Rika just shouted back an okay. And so, we kept flipping switches. The main room and hallway on the first floor were next, that was L1. Then was the second floor central room and hallways, that was H2 plus W2. Then the rooms, each one with its own breaker, from R1 with a smaller 2 next to it, all the way to R6. Then the second room bathroom, which was B2. Then the third floor, which was the whole floor, with the plane 3. That, was essentially 2 lines of breakers. After that, was the third line with 5 more breakers. The first turned out not to work, as the switch was loose, falling back down when I flipped it. The second reacted, but we could not find what it was. The third, opened the lights in the courtyard, so I carved an O+. The fourth opened the warehouse lights, and got the designation W+. And the fifth, also opened something, but we could not find what it was either. About half an hour later. So one broken, 2 mystery switches. Saya nods. Dojo, cameras, and gate. Rika asks. Most probably. The broken one must be the gate, since it still won't function via console. Cameras, we need to charge the laptop and check. Dojo, we'll find out soon enough. I nod back. I'll go plug in the laptop then. Saya adds as she turns to leave. Just don't make Rika the bark while I'm not looking. We already got one dog. I respond as chuckle, Saya turning to glare pout at me, along with a deep frown. Bark. Rika asks as she tilts her head. What does Zeke have to do with anything? Kota then asks with an equally confused expression. Zeke has to do with everything. I chuckle as I fold my arm, smirking slightly at Saya. Oh, I'll show you bark. Saya mumbles as she starts to walk away with loud footsteps. Something tells me Nair Takagi is in mortal danger now. I can barely believe it, we actually got electricity. Kota whispers as he stares at the inverter. Now sitting firmly at 10 kW. Yeah, and we'll need a new set of rules about it. I sigh as I turn to look towards the house. Rules? Rika asks back. Yeah. Do you know easy it is to see light pollution at night? Especially when the only thing having electricity other than us is the airport. I nod as I turn at Rika. Yeah, makes sense. Guess no nighttime sightseeing with the lights open. Unless we want to become a beacon. Rika nods back. Exactly. If we are to use lights at night, we need to make sure that light won't seep out, like shutters that block it completely. I continue. Let us add that to the list of things we need then. Psycho adds as she nods. Along with wooden boards, nails, plaster, and the ability to build house walls. I chuckle as I point toward the first floor of the house. We really ought to make a list. Rika scratches the back of her head as she sighs. We will, once we deal with everything here. More importantly, we need to find out if the second pump by the river has its own tank somewhere, or if it connects to this one. I respond as I fold my arms. Yeah. Good point. Rika nods slightly as she turns to leave. Well, I should go back to digging holes. The faster we're done, the faster I can moth around the lights, she adds with a chuckle as she waves goodbye with her back turned to me. I should go too. Help Asami guard. Kota adds with a nod as he also turns to leave. We should get done with the dojo as well. I add as I also turn to walk. Just the two of us? Saya went to fetch the laptop, remember? Psycho then speaks up. Not that I would mind, she adds as she slides up next to me. Right. If we leave and she returns to find nobody, she'll probably flip because we dumped her. The laptop was at the Humvee. Which doing runs back and forth with the corpse clearing. I don't see it here, so, outside. I tilt my head as I fold my arms. We lose nothing to check outside. Psycho then nods. And so, both of us started heading towards the front gate. Finding the Humvee to indeed be parked next to a relatively shallow, but quite wide hole. Rika in it with a shovel we found in the warehouse. Shizuka was in the Humvee's driver's seat. Alice talking with Kota and Asami a bit further away. Saya herself was with the laptop in her arms and was heading towards us. Oh yeah, and a mass of dead corpses next to the hole. Hey, why are you two here? She asks the moment she walked up to us. I'm overlooking the slave labor. I respond with a flat tone. Saya just blinks at me, before glancing behind her. Yeah, I'm just here to tell you that we're going to the dojo, since you'll have to go and plug that laptop in the room. I then add as I point at the laptop she was hugging. Saya glances at Psycho, then at me. You should not go in unprepared. Wait for me. Or better yet. Come with me so we can see if the cameras work. Saya narrows her eyes before shaking her head. Oh, yeah, we could do that too. I tilt my head as I fold my arms. Fine by me. Psycho nods with a small shrug. And with that, the three of us headed towards the house. Back out the Stone Age we go. And thank you to all my supporters. All 4 of MXD. Chapter 83, The Old-Fashioned Way. Boomer 14, the song may be worse, but kiting the whole map with twin spear blast dashing has never been better XD. Or you know, being able to aim where my damn airstrike will fall. Or sprint and dodge XD. All in all, now we're all sitting on our thumbs for EDF6. Rarper 909, thank you. The Commissar 13, Oaksner C, guest that loves it, Car Lost, New X King X Death X, just in case it gets cloudy and they were in the middle of a final boss XD. Otajima, damn, so I've been pissing off Alpha Chads for 3 years XD? Guest that wants more Psycho, the reason Psycho gets less screen time now is simply because the things happenings are better handled by Saya. Krieger Tech praised, last time I checked, Turge was the C.E.O of the Torg Corporation, and a gatekeeper that wants you to blow up the ocean. Alpha and Omegas, and now, let's all sit on our thumbs and wait for E.D.F6 to get a global PC release so the E.D.F can deploy once again. Websplorer, I have not really checked days in exact, but it must be weeks from all the time the character slept. And based on what I read, a koi can survive up to 2 weeks without food if kept under preferable conditions, which include changing water by about 20% each week. Now the question is, how many days has it been since the estate got overrun? Well, take it on the long side for that. Plus, other reasons. You're asking stuff that the cast is going to look into on this chapter XD. Spieler, ya ain't baiting me, ma dude. Not even if you pay me XD. There. Saya points at the laptop's screen, towards a body on the floor of the dojo. Yet. That makes 9. I nod. It has been some time since me and the girls sat in front of the computer's screen. Thankfully, I was able to link the cameras to the laptop, since I found the initial software for the cameras inside a USB stick inside the desk we used as a barricade. Now, what we found. First of all of the outer rooms had cameras, which were the 2 garages, warehouse, and dojo. The house itself had cameras around it, and there were also cameras around the outer wall. Even better, all of them were functional. Now the other thing, on the wall behind the estate, from the opposite side we arrived from, was a tank. One that was very similar to the water tank in the garage, with a long, thick pipe going downwards, towards, somewhere. Big chance that was the storage tank for the secondary river pump. Sadly we found it to be non-functional, plus it did not seem to connect to the house in any way. Meaning that we either had to pass a very long hose over the wall, or exit the wall to get water from it, if we ever managed to activate it. Though on the trip to check it I managed to restock on ammo from the Humvee, so that was something I guess. And finally, what we have been doing now was checking the dojo for surviving corpses. Well we know we got some left in there, better get going. I nod as I start to get off the bed I and the girls were sitting on. Agreed. Psycho nods. Let's get this over with then. So we can finally call this place safe. Saya adds right after as she also starts to get up. Saya, I'd like you to stay on the cameras. We got the radios. Keep an eye on us in case something crawls behind our back. I raise my hand towards the picot as I turn to her. Hey? Why do I have to stay behind again? Saya just frowns at me as she voices her displeasure. Because you've been chosen as the designated comms operative. I reply flatly as I fold my arms. Saya just lets out a loud groan as she sits on the bed again. For all the whining, she does listen to what I say. You two better not do anything weird. She mumbles as she turns to the laptop. Weird? Like? Psycho asks as she finally gets up and starts to walk towards the door. Like weird? Saya replies flatly as she narrows her eyes at Psycho. I wonder what that weird would be. Psycho smirks slightly as she opens the door to the hallway. Come on Nair, we should go. And, make sure you do nothing weird to me. She then adds as she turns to glance at me, the tone of her voice making it obvious that she was meaning the opposite of what she's saying. Hey! Saya just shouts back at her as she frowns, causing Psycho to leave the room with a small giggle. I'm going to be watching you, Buster, you better not try anything funny. And then the moody Pinkette turns to frown at me. Saya, for crying out loud. In a dojo surrounded by blood, gore and corpses. Even I have some standards. I lower my head as I shake it. Humph, so what you're saying is that if that place was in better condition you would do something. Saya just keeps frowning at me as she folds her arms under her chest. If that place was in better condition you wouldn't be here looking at a camera, Saya. Meaning, that there's a big chance that if something weird did happen, I'd probably happen to you too. I smirk slightly as I lean towards the Pinkette, who just blushes and turns to look at the screen. As if I'd let you. Saya mumbles as she starts tapping the arrows on the keyboard to switch around the cameras. So you'd rather watch? Damn Saya, you kinky. Also, you already sort of did let me, and Psycho. I chuckle as I turn to exit the room. Saya shouting a flustered idiot as I exited the room. And you told me not to tease her too much. Psycho, who was waiting outside in the hallway with her arms folded, speaks up the moment I close the door. You know the whole thing ended like that because you did tease her, right? I respond as I also fold my arms, then start to walk. I did. Psycho just smirks slightly as she turns to walk down the hallway with me. After going down to the first floor with Psycho, I find Shizuka, with a mop, scrubbing the floor as she hummed some tune under her breath. Looking past her I could see that most, if not all the corpses in the front courtyard had disappeared. Done with the driving? I ask as I walk up to Shizuka, who turns to look at me while she was still slightly bent over. Rika told me to start cleaning because I'm better at it compared to digging. Shizuka continues as she keeps scrubbing. Hey, how can somebody be better at cleaning than digging? Did you toss a dirt pile at somebody's face or something? I ask with a small chuckle as I fold my arms. It wasn't my fault. How could I know Asami was standing behind me? Shizuka puffs her cheeks as she tries to glare at me. Wait. So you did toss dirt at somebody's face? I blink a couple of times as I keep staring at Shizuka. Good luck with the cleaning. Remember, moral hangs on you. Nobody wants to live in a house full of gunk and bloodstains. I reply as I make her a thumbs up. Yes. Shizuka nods energetically as she starts to scrub even harder. Just, don't grind a hole in the floor, nobody wants to live in a house full of holes. I chuckle as I wave her goodbye and turn to walk towards the garden behind us. I won't. Shizuka shouts back as energetically. Bringing them along was a good idea. I do not think we could have managed all this so fast just by ourselves. Psycho then turns to glance behind her as she starts to speak. Yet, I just hope that nobody gets too comfy to the point that they forget that a few kilometers from us, all hell is breaking loose. I answer as I also glance behind me. We will just have to remind them if they do. Psycho just nods at me. Are you there yet? I don't see you. And my radio speaks up. We'll be there in 5. I answer as I turn to look at the dojo. Any changes inside? I ask right after. No. Just remember that there are 3 corpses squatting down behind the front door. Saya responds. No worries. I'll just kick in the door again. I answer with a slight shrug. Boys and their door-kicking habits. Saya just sighs. I could honestly almost see her shaking her head in a disapproving manner. You're just not in my boots. I respond. You mean shoes? Saya corrects me. No, I did mean boots. These things have metal plates in, they're just asking to be used to kick stuff in. I answer. Saya stayed quiet for a few seconds, probably processing what I just told her, before just calling me an idiot. Again. And with that, me and my boots reached the front of the dojo. Psycho once again readying her blade behind me. Alright, I open the door and we back off. Let them come out. I whisper as I grab the hose, Psycho calmly nods at me. And with a quick fling, I undo the hose, and, kick the doors in. The right door this time stopped midway as it found something to slam against. The left one opened completely, and at the same time one of the corpses charged out. Not fast enough to get me though, as I quickly jumped out of the way, falling to my side as the corpse charged past me, and towards Psycho, who was more than ready for it. Proven by the fact that the corpse then lost both arms, before getting a stomp on its chest, falling flat on its back. By the time I got up and drew my blade, the second of the 3 corpses was creeping outside, looking towards Psycho. At a range that let me just take a step in and stab it at the side of its head. The third one, I found was still flailing sluggishly on the ground behind the door. So after I entered the dojo, I pressed my boot against its chest, the corpse grabbing my leg with both arms as it tried to reach it with its mouth. Though the only thing it got, was a bullet to the head from my handgun. Got the other 2 as well? Saya then asks. Now, we gave them a light scolding and send them on their merry way. I answer as I laugh through my nose, kicking the now limp arms off my leg. Haha. Saya lets out an obviously fake, monotone laugh. There should be 3 more by the changing room on the far right, and 2 more inside the showers after the changing room. Along with the ones we saw in the main room through the camera. Saya then continues. I nod, and turn to walk to the right, staying a good 10 meters away from the battlefield. The remaining corpses we had to shoot were now pretty easy to spot, since we knew their location from the cameras. Want to try? I ask as I turn to Psycho, and extend my handgun to her as I held it from the barrel. Psycho glanced at the gun, then towards the deeper part of the dojo. I also think she glanced towards where the camera should be at. She then nodded with a smile as she took the gun and aimed at the nearest corpse that was trying to be a fish on the floor. Would you mind showing me what I need to do again? Psycho asks as she turns to me, gun still pointing towards the corpse. I nod and walk up to her. Where should I aim? She then asks as she tries to aim the gun. Straight and to the left, there's one in plain view. I respond as I point at the nearest corpse that was crawling toward us on the floor. Psycho nods and closes one eye, taking a few seconds to look at the gun, then the corpse, then at her legs as she fixed her posture. HMMF, you better not start acting like you do not know how to use a gun. I saw you shoot when we were with Rika. Saya then speaks up through the radio. And why would I do that? Psycho asks back as she pulls the trigger. Yet the shot missed the target for a meter or so. Psycho shakes her head and aims again. While I aimed my own rifle at a different corpse. By the way, how come we have cameras in this bathroom? I ask myself as I take a shot at the furthest corpse I could see. There are actual weapons in this building. And the showers have windows. Would you rather be caught naked, or dead? Besides, the only female that ever used the dojo was me. And the only one that used the cameras was my father. Psycho calmly responds as she keeps aiming before firing a shot, this time getting the corpse at the shoulder. I see. I nod slightly as I change target. You know, I never heard her say anything about her mother. And considering her attitude, something tells me her father was responsible for her since she was a kid. But this ain't the time for this. I shake my head slightly as focus back on shooting. And so after a few minutes, and a couple of shots later, I think that would be all of them. Saya says through the radio. So changing rooms next? I ask. Saya answered with a MHM. I nod slightly and turn to walk, only for Psycho to stop me by softly taking my hand. The moment I turn around, she extends the handgun back to me. Keep it, until we're done. I respond as I glance at the gun. Did you forget that I actually have a gun too? She asks with a giggle as she shows me her hip. Her handgun was still strapped to it. Right. I glance at the gun for a few seconds before taking the gun off her hands and holstering it. These should be the last corpses left in the estate. She then adds as we start to walk towards the door that led to changing rooms. Fucking hope so. Don't need midnight jump scares in my life. I respond with a slight sigh. Do not worry, I will make sure nothing jump scares you while you sleep. Psycho leans slightly towards me with a meaningful smile as she whispered. Not if you end up more exhausted than me. I reply flatly. Psycho just lets out an oh. And so, by staying by the wall to our right, we reach the door that led to the changing rooms. Said door wide open, and upon closing in, I could see 2 rows of lockers and small bench-like seats that run along the distance of the room. 2 of the 4 corpses visible from here, dressed as you'd expect somebody to dress inside a changing room, one on each side of the bench kneeling down next to the remains of a poor sod that was split in half on the bench between the 2 corpses. To my left, behind the lockers, I could partly see another set of benches and lockers, following the same layout as the one in front of me. The 3rd corpse was partly visible as it was chilling there by itself, or more like, it was trying to phase through the locker towards my direction with how it kept trying to walk into it. Needless to say, there was a lot of smeared blood on the floor. What made it worse, was that the insides of the changing room were made of waterproof tiles. The one over there is trying to move towards us, but these 2 just ignored the gunshots. Is that guy that tasty? The place is probably too slippery to jump about. I'll take them out with a gun from here. Lest we end up slipping on a puddle of blood and meeting the wrong end of a mouth. I whisper as I raise my hand, then lift my scar. Psycho just stood behind me in silence. So, after taking aim, I fire at the first corpse, sending it tumbling down after a clean headshot. Its friend, which still did not react, followed soon after. The 3rd one stopped banging against the locker and is moving towards you. Saya then speaks up. I nod and turn to aim at the gap between the lockers to my left and the lockers on the far end. And sure enough, the lone corpse soon walked out, equally undressed as the other 2. Check the ones in the showers. I respond to the radio, then take the shot. I see. 4 inside now. Saya mumbles. Wasn't it 2? I ask back. The camera can't see inside the showers, just the hallway between them. Maybe they were hiding inside. 2 are near the end of the hallway, the other 2 are at about the center. Saya answers. Roger. I nod and walk deeper into the changing rooms. Carefully stepping on the puddles so I don't end up upside down. The entrance to the showers was on the wall ahead of me, behind the locker set to my left. If I remember right, after the door frame towards the showers there was a small corridor that went left, then turned right, where the hallway with the showers started. So if 2 corpses were by the end of the long hallway, they will probably get the jump on me if I enter through the doorless frame now. With another small nod, I walk to the end of the bench, where the door frame became visible, then sat on the bench, aiming at the door frame. Nair. Psycho, who was still behind me, speaks up. I just raise my finger before grabbing my gun again. And sure enough, a corpse crawled out the dark corridor seconds after, only to get greeted by a bullet. Followed then by a second corpse, that got the same treatment. Where are the other 2? I then ask at my radio. 5. Saya mumbles. Really? I ask with a chuckle. And not my fault these perverts hid inside the damn showers. Saya quickly protests with a whiny tone. So, where are they? I ask. Nearest just disappeared from the camera. Saya answers. Got it. I nod, and lower my gun slightly. I'd go inside and go to them. But, let them come, I'm too lazy to get up. I sigh as I aim again. Are you getting too comfy, Nair? Psycho chuckles from behind me. Guilty as charged. I chuckle back as I felt Psycho sitting behind me and putting her hands on my shoulders. It actually took a few minutes before the first corpse appeared through the doorframe, then the second, third, fourth, and fifth. All, getting a one-way ticket to get the fuck out my shower land. And after a few minutes of seated shooting. We done? I ask as I tilt my head. I think so. I don't see anything inside. Saya responds. Well, let's check it. I nod slightly as I get up. Keeping the gun aimed at the corpses I just sent to showerless land. After walking up to them and throwing a quick kick, I step past them, into the corridor, and then the main hallway. The sound of showers running now being audible. Fuck, this is slippery. I groan under my breath as I check the floor with my foot. Careful here. With the water back on, the showers seem to have restarted. The floor is probably going to be as slippery if not more. I glance at Psycho before starting to walk again. Checking each shower individually. And a few seconds later. Clear. Now we need to close the showers. Water be wasting like it's nobody's business. I add as I leave my SCAR H, handgun, and clips next to the wall on the wall next to me, since I was at the end of the hallway. Psycho nods, and hands me her sword, handgun, and clips. I then turn to look at the shower, shrug slightly, and plainly walk into it and shut it off. Good thing it's hot outside. I chuckle as I walk back out and check how wet my clothes got. Indeed. Psycho responds with a giggle. Turning to look at her, I found her shirt was starting to become partly see-through and her hair looked a bit wet. Black has better visibility compared to purple. Focus Nair. Close dha wada hose Nair. I shake my head and head to the next open shower. I think I heard Psycho giggling from my side. It must have taken us less than a minute to close all the showers. And, call me suspicious. But why in the end Psycho's clothes looked completely drenched when I was barely wet? Is something wrong? Psycho, seeing me staring, asks with an almost innocent tone as she tilts her head. We were supposed to close the showers, not take a shower. I blink at her as I keep staring. This? Oh, I did as fast as I could. Psycho responds flatly as she pinches her shirt with both hands a little over her chest, then tugs it a couple of times as she turns to look at her shirt. I could actually hear a low-toned, angry groan coming from my radio as Psycho, bounced. Press X to doubt. But I guess you are right. It would be rather unbecoming of me to walk outside with my clothes like this. She adds as she lifts her head to look at me. I think I actually had one of my training outfits here, in the changing rooms. She adds as she folds her arms. Very well. Give me a section. I nod and walk back to the end of the hallway, picking up our stuff. Then walk back to Psycho and hand her her sword. I'll go keep guard on the door, since this place is safe. I add as I start to walk, putting my stuff back in their respective place. Yet the moment we walked out of the shower, I turn to look at the corpses. Actually. I grab one of the corpses and start to drag it out. Psycho looked at me before doing the same. You want to clear the changing rooms now? Psycho asks right after. I'd rather not risk having you change next to probably dead corpses. I answer as I leave the first corpse in the main dojo room, then turn to look at Psycho. Psycho did not respond, she just stared at me for a few seconds. Psycho. I ask as I tilt my head. It feels really nice to have somebody care about you. And that you are still acting like a gentleman towards me. Some would think that staying inside to ogle at me as I change would be fine. She lets out a small giggle before smiling at me. I just chuckle as I ruffle her hair, then walk back into the changing rooms to grab the rest of the corpses. A few minutes later. I was with my back next to the door, looking at the dead mini horde inside the dojo. No point, the car can't come in here anyway. So no point making a hole in the wall. I respond as I lower my radio. True, so we have to clear this place the slow way. Saya mumbles. Yet, but we'll all work on it, so it will be over quicker than you think. I nod as I kick away from the wall, and head towards one of the swords that was sticking out of the ground. Part of the blade jammed inside the body of a headless body. I then grab the blade, and pull it. Quality seems better compared to the one I use, but being left like this might have degraded it. I mumble as I take a weak swing with one arm. I could take 6 of them and go all Masamune date. Though I don't think that's an accurate representation of him. Unless he went around using katanas like Wolverine claws. I chuckle as I back off and drop the sword, then walk up towards one that was plainly tossed to the floor, seemingly being spared getting jammed inside a moist sack of flesh. I kneel down and pick up the blade. Nair. And a female voice speaks up from behind me. Turning around I find Psycho in a kendo outfit, white top and dark blue bottom. She was not wearing any sort of armor though, at least on over the baggy looking clothes. She also had her hair in a ponytail. She was also looking around. Was I really that hard to spot? My sneak was high, but I don't think it was at 100 points yet. Granted, though the place was not very bright and the ground looked almost black from all the smeared blood, and I was wearing black. Yet, I ask as I get up, keeping the sword in my hand. Psycho turns to me and shows me her wet clothes. We should leave this somewhere to dry, she adds as she starts to walk towards the exit. I just nod and start to follow her. Once outside, I take a deep breath. And we are done. I let my shoulders drop as I turn to look at the small ponds in the distance to my right. Did we check if there are any corpses inside the ponds? The water seems a bit too murky, even after not being taken care of for a week or two. Would explain why everything is dead too if the water quality got degraded and was left unchanged. I ask as I tilt my head. I do not know. But these ponds are connected at the bottom. So if a couple of corpses fell into one, all the other ponds would get dirty too. Psycho shakes her head before turning to look at the ponds. Any way to drain the ponds? I ask again. The old-fashioned way. Psycho answers. We need to pass a cable to hang our wet clothes, she adds as she turns to me. Or use the dryer. Think I saw one on the second floor. I shrug. Oh, right. We have electricity. Psycho blinks at me in surprise. And speaking about it, we forgot to check the dojo, if the lights work. I scratch the back of my head as I turn to look behind me. There should be a switch for the lights right next to the entrance. Psycho responds as she points behind me, at the open dojo doors. I nod, and enter the dojo again, finding said switch next to the door to my right. And, upon flipping the switch, the whole place lit up. Well, that was retarded. Would have been easier clearing this place if the lights were on. Well, it just works. I nod as I give the place a final glance before walking out, after closing the lights again. Also, if you do not mind me asking, why are you carrying this around? Psycho then asks as she points at my hand. The katana I picked off the ground still in my hand. Ah, I want you to check the swords in there. Most of them are probably ruined. But some might be usable. I respond as I look at the blade. Not a bad idea. We could always do with more weapons to stock up with. Psycho nods at me as she looks at the blade again. Let us gather them when we start to clean the dojo. I will check which are salvageable, she adds as she lifts her head to look at me. So, what is our next step? She asks. She tilts her head. Lock the dojo again, just to be sure that nothing will come back to life when we are not looking. And, I fold my arms as I look around the courtyard, then lower my head. We could check the ponds, see if any of them got any corpse bits in, and dry them out if need be. We'll also bury the koi. Don't think eating them is a smart idea, we don't know how long they have been dead. And leaving them to rot is unhealthy. I lift my head to find Psycho was gone. Turning to glance behind me, I find her tying the hose. You got any idea how we will drain it? She asks as she finishes tying the door. We'll need a long hose, think I saw one in the warehouse next to the shovel, and find a spot to connect it with the drain line of the house. I don't know how this house handles drain and sewer lines. But there's no way for a truck to come here if it has a designated septic tank. I did read something about drain fields on the internet, but I don't know, you rich people in your villas must use some sort of black magic for that stuff. I shrug slightly as I keep looking at Psycho. I would not know. Though I do know that I have never seen trucks around here. Psycho nods at me. Well, one step at a time. We're not swimming in backflow, so it must be taken care of in some way. This place was built to be self-sustainable off-grid after all. I shake my head before I start to walk. I do hope so. Psycho flatly responds. Saya, we're finished. Probably. I then bring my radio up. Probably. Saya asks back. Well, I did not poke every single corpse to see if they'll start flopping. I add as I glance behind me, at the now locked door. When we'll clear this place we'll have to take some extra precautions. Just in any case. Anyway, we will head to the front, and see if they need any help. I continue. Okay, I'll stay on the cameras for now, make sure nothing appears when we are not looking. Saya answers. Aight, just make sure you have Sims in window mode so you can look at both windows. I chuckle as I lower the radio. Don't be stupid. Saya shouts back with a flustered tone. Should we not inform my father? Now that electricity is on. Psycho then asks. Right. Almost forgot, let's go fetch Koda and head to the third floor. I nod as I pick up the pace. -15 minutes later. We were all at the third floor, all of us as the rest of the group, by their words, this was too important to be digging holes. So info for locations for a library, a pharmacy, a flower store, a nearby gas station, an electronics store, and a store that has building supplies. I looked through the paper the rest of the group noted on while Kota was fiddling with the big radio on the desk, the map on the table next to him with the coordinates he needed. Yet, if we could mark the stores on the map and know if any roads are blocked off beforehand, we could draw a path to drive through. Saya nods as she keeps looking at the map while leaning next to Kota. Well, I can tell you that around this perimeter. Rika runs her finger around the edge of the map, circling a rather big location around the airport. Have been searched and picked clean. Books, foodstuff, weapons, gas. You won't find jack squat. She continues. Also I expect a person like Suichiro to know locations about the stuff we need, and about road conditions for making patrol routes, or buildings that have materials but have yet to be searched. She adds as she backs off. Ah. Got it. And Kota speaks up as he leans back, almost hitting his head on Saya's shoulder. Hey, watch it. Saya hisses back as she leans away. Wa. When did you get this close to me? Kota turns towards Saya, only to lean away with a slight blush. Kota my boy, don't tread there. Okay, wait a sec, based on what Psycho's father told me. This should be a private line. I nod as I lean next to Kota, between him and Saya. Then look at the time on my watch. Psycho, any chance we know when he will be alone? So we don't speak up when he is in a meeting with, I don't know, Captain Grabby Fingers or something. I ask as I turn to her. He usually had his tea time at 5. Psycho responds. Tea time. More like volcano time. And it's 12? I turn to the standing mic, then to Kota. Okay, everybody stay silent for a few. Kota, press the talk button. I bring my hand next to the mic as I speak. Okay. Kota nods, and presses a button on the radio, then makes me thumbs up. I nod, and grab the mic, then drag my fingers on it, essentially trying to claw at it. I then turn to Kota, and make a slit throat motion. With a nod, he presses the button on the radio again. What exactly did you do? Shizuka asks as she keeps staring at the radio. The connection is private to a different radio I suspect. He must have it on him, since he expects us so. Careful as ever I see. I am by myself, you can speak. And a gruff voice speaks up through the ham radio. Can never be too careful. So, we have taken the premise. The house has sustained some damage but seems to be superficial. The wiring is intact, same as plumbing. Outer walls are also intact, the front gate's fuse is busted, and we have yet to find a new one. Cameras function. First floor walls are mostly busted. I answer. Did you check if you can go online? Also, there should be spare fuses in the warehouse, Psycho's father asks. No. Aren't landline bus? Wait, there were no landlines here in the first place. I stop mid-sentence as I realize that. Yes, we used a satellite connection there. Psycho's father responds. So as long as there are still parts of the web still running, like servers and mainframes for sites, we can log into them. I whisper. But what about the operations center of the provider? The satellites do not connect straight to the web, they need to first connect to the provider's operation center. If that is in Japan and it has been hit by the E.M.P. Kota mumbles. Kota, go check the laptop, we got nothing to lose. Also, this button closes the radio. I quickly turn to look at our chubby guy as I show a red button that was lit up from the inside on the radio's main body. Kota nods as quickly as he gets up and turns to exit the room. Wait. And Saya quickly followed behind. Did she forget Nair Takagi on the front screen? I chuckle under my breath as I turn to the mic. I guess there's no point asking you about certain locations we need to know of, if we will be able to get on the net. I then turn to look at the map. Locations? Care to be more specific? Psycho's father asks back. A library, a pharmacy, a flower store, a nearby gas station, an electronics store for house consumables like light bulbs and the such, and a store that has building supplies for houses, boards, nails, plaster. Also, the state of the roads, places that are known to be untraversable. I nod at myself as I speak. I should think that Suichiro could help you with that. I shall ask him to relay that information to you. In the meantime, check if you can actually get online and get that information yourself. The radio responds. And for now, keep a person on the radio constantly, for I do not know when I might respond. I am going offline. Good job so far, Nair. I am glad to see that my daughter's faith was not misplaced in you. And, the radio goes silent. Great. I back off, and turn to exit the room. We'll leave Kota on the radio since he knows how to use it. Let's go on with what we were doing. I'll go check what's going on with the computer. I motion with my head as I turn to look inside the radio room, the rest of the group still inside, staring at me. And so, we all head down to the second floor, and to the room where Saya and Kota were at. The latter sitting on a chair at the right side of the room with the laptop on his lap, taping away at the keyboard. You think we're going to be that lucky? Tell me we can look up mashed potato recipes. I speak up as I stop next to him, then lean to see at the screen. Yet all I saw was what I expected, a desert, and a dinosaur. It does not flat out kick us, it shows that we got a connection, but with no internet. Kota sighs with a dejected tone. So we connect to the satellite. I fold my arms as I keep looking at the laptop. But as I said, if the network center of our provider is probably down, there's not much we can do on that. Unless somebody restarts and maintains it. In other words, forget it. Kota closed the laptop's lid and turns to look at me. We have to do things the old-fashioned way after all. I nod slightly and take a deep breath. Go to the radio. Psycho's father said he will come back to us with the info we asked. I then take my radio and give it to him, Saya's eyes following the exchange in silence. Inform us once we got any news. I continue before I turn to leave. So, let's go back to digging holes. We still got a house to clean, people. I clap a couple of times as I exit the room. Since the rest had once again all followed me here. Ah, so no kitty cat videos. Rika pouts as she starts to follow me. Let's not get greedy now. We still have it much better than, well, 99% of Japan. Not logging into your account to post selfies ain't gonna kill ya. I chuckle as I start going down the stairs. But my poor fans. They need me. Rika responds as she dramatically puts her outer palm on her forehead. Shizuka looked, actually worried as she stared at her friend. Though, I'm not going to lie. For a minute there, I really believed it myself. You know what this corner is, don't you? The people that take an extra step to help, they get thanks. So a thank you to my supporters XD. Chapter 84, Outing PT1. Car lost, there are a few chapters left XD. Guest that loves it, Oaksner C, Jose Elias 680, BB34, thank you. Tonyarubsky the Commissar 13, yes. Saber Kai, no rest for the wicked XD. The only thing he will be jumping is fences, for now. Krieger Tech praised, understandable, but the real question is. Did he ask the Emperor for a high five before doing an air guitar solo after signing the contract? Harper 909, well, it is ending soon, and I don't intend to throw everything down the drain XD. Sinful, yes. Bond errant, see above. That Devil Slayer, see above. El Joven is okay, story updates don't just happen XD. Somebody's gotta write M. And I essentially got no time to write anymore. You can thank the handful of peeps that actually support me with more than words that I still actually post anything ATM XD. Alpha A and Omegas, yeah, I accidentally spoiled some of the game to myself months ago XD. And yet, sadly the game seems to be nowhere near a PC global release. Click. And with the push of a button, the big gate next to me starts to close. And that's that. I nod to myself as I turn to look behind me towards the garage with the solar bank and breaker switches. Kota standing in front of said breaker switches, staring at me. I make a thumbs up, and turn to run out of the building as the gates closed shut behind me. Outside, the Humvee was parked a few meters away from me, while a low-height fire blazed from the corpse-filled hole the rest of the group had dug. Walking up to the car, I find Rika in the driver's seat, Saya in the passenger, and Psycho in the back seat. The car was almost empty, excluding a medium-sized backpack between Psycho's legs, the backpack's top half open, revealing that it was filled with clips and ammo. As I start to open the door, the gate behind me begins to open again. Asami walking out of the estate, dragging a chair behind her. Good luck. She shouts as she waves at us, then keeps moving towards the pier. Should have expected the house would need repairs. Or that it would be missing stuff. So much about kicking my feet up. I sighed under my breath as I enter the car. Sitting next to Psycho, who then slid to the center of the back seats. Ah, you don't want to go on a date with us? But we were so excited, Rika mumbles as she turns to look at me with a fake sad frown. It's returning to the town that I'm not excited about. Not the company I'll have. I respond flatly. Smooth Rika chuckles as she turns to look ahead again. Will you two hobos take this a bit more seriously? Geez. Saya groans as she keeps looking at the map, a small smile on her lips despite her whining. Have you set out a path? I ask as I lean toward the two front seats to look at the map. Several locations circled out with a red marker, a line connecting the circles into what looked a lot like the overview of a racetrack with how many twists and turns it had. Several X marks around several streets marked on the map as well. Of course I have, what did you think I was doing? Wasting my time. Saya scoffs. Low-key the pinkette was trying so hard to make sure you were pleased with her, Rika chuckles right after. No I wasn't. Saya quickly blurts out. Saya doesn't give a single fig about me. I shrug as I lean back against my seat. I didn't say that. Saya as quickly yelps as she turns to glare at me. Do not worry, Nair. You are still the most important person to me. Psycho flatly adds as she leans her shoulder on me, throwing a side glance at the now fuming Pinkette. Ekam. We should get going. I clear my throat, then point towards the road ahead through the front windshield. Humph. Idiots. Saya narrows her eyes slightly as she returns to her normal posture, then turns to look at the map. And, as the car starts to move. Where are we going first? I ask as I lean towards Saya, who turns to glance at me before looking back at the map. Here. She points at a circle on the map. A circle that was actually much further away compared to if we took the reverse track. Why not this? I ask as I point at the closest circle. This is the shop with building supplies from what Koda told me. I suspect it will have a lot of big things we will need to haul. Better to go there last. So we don't have to carry around planks and barrels. Saya just shakes her head. Good point. What's the first one? I ask. I sit back in my seat. Pharmacy. Then we will go to the public library, after that there is a gas station between the library and a flower store, after that the electronics store, and finally, the building supplies. Saya runs her finger around the map as she responds, then turns to look at me. Shame we can't get to the electronics store first, we could use a GPS. I fold my arms, then nod. Yes, but sadly the store is not exactly near for us to drive back and forth just for it. Saya glances at the map before nodding as well. Hey, what's the worst that can happen? We get lost and get eaten alive, Rika chuckles. Ha ha. No thanks. Saya scoffs as she turns to Rika. But of course. It's another type of eating you'll probably prefer to get. Rika smirks slightly, as she glanced at me through the main mirror. Hey. Saya just tilts her head questionably. Rika. Focus on the damn road. I sigh as I fold my arms. Hehe, I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Rika just chuckles as she shrugs. Meanwhile, Saya was still staring at Rika with a suspicious frown. With a slight sigh, I turn to look at the now empty trunk. Why have we got only a single ammo bag? I ask as I tilt my head, glancing at the bag at the footrest next to Psycho. In response, a metallic thud came from Rika's side. We don't got the second one with ammo for my gun here. The one back there is for your scar. Though I'd recommend frugality. We probably won't be getting much more ammo for these bad boys from here on out. Rika responds. Good thing a sword does not need ammo, Psycho adds flatly. Psycho is still throwing jabs at ranged weaponry, I see. Saya then pulls a handbook from her bag and opens it. I don't know if the pharmacy is worth the trouble. She mumbles as she runs her finger over some text. We already got medicine to last us. And it's in a location surrounded by blocked off roads. So I suspect the place will be it's a high target zone. Saya keeps on mumbling. It's on the way to the library, so let's just check it anyway, Rika responds. I guess. Saya nods slightly. Besides, you can never have enough antibiotics. Or painkillers, or aspirin. Rika adds with a shrug. Well, the main dish in this whole thing is the library. Everything else will granted make life easier. But if we don't know how to plant a damn potato, we ain't gonna go very far. I fold my arms as I tilt my head. True. Rika just shrugs back. If we are aiming to hole up in that place, gas might be secondary too, since we don't really need the generator and the car won't move too much. As long as the panels don't break down, that is. Saya adds. Thus we need to know how to fix them. You know. Books. I chuckle. I'm not saying otherwise. Saya flatly responds. And with that, the inside of the Humvee turned quiet, the engine's voice being the only thing audible now. I turned to look out the window to my left, only to find something pressing up against my right shoulder shortly after. Turning to glance to my right, I find Psycho hugging my arm, eyes closed with her head on my shoulder. Without speaking, I turn to look out the window again. You think a house supply store will have barrels we could use to collect rainwater? I ask as I keep looking outside. They will probably have planks. Worst case we make some ourselves, just need some waterproof fabric, like a big plastic bag to keep the water from leaking through the gaps. Rika answers as she keeps driving. I'm sure gonna miss bacon and eggs for breakfast though. She adds with a mumble. If the only thing you'll be missing is your morning chow, then you should consider yourself lucky. I chuckle. But ma bakuhun. Rika lowers her head slightly as she shakes it. Oi, eyes on the road. Saya blurts out as she glances at the purple-haired sniper. Oi. My, somebody is copying her dear commando. Rika smirks as she lifts her head. I don't see his name on the words. Saya huffs back. Ha, Most kindergarten response if I ever heard one. Rika laughs back. Why you? Saya just kept staring at Rika, her eye slightly twitching. Try not to jump on our driver, or this will be one very short trip. I speak up as I turn my head at Saya. I'm not that stupid, Nai. Saya turns to respond. Only to trail off as her eyes turn to stare at the napping psycho, the one that was using my shoulder as a pillow. Saya then just looks back at me with an annoyed frown, before turning to look back at the map. Oh look. I'm the idiot with the map again. She mumbles with a whiny tone. You can give me the map if you want to go back there and have a threesome. Just, don't start jumping too much, it'll make the whole car bounce. Rika casually remarks as she shrugs. What? What? The only thing Saya replied with as she turned to stare at Rika, deep blush on her face as her eyes went wide open. Also try not to tease your map reader too much, lest we end up in the waste dump zone. I continue as I glance at Rika. Yes, Rika just chuckles as she waves her hand at me, before grabbing the wheel again. Have we decided who will go and collect the materials we need? Psycho then asks, her head still on my shoulder. Probably me and you. Rika needs to be ready at the wheel, and also make sure the car does not get surrounded. And since we will probably have to be quick about it, means one run will probably not be enough. Saya could organize the stuff we bring in to not waste time. I respond as I turn to look outside. A few seconds passed on, and nobody responded. Guess that's that then. Rika nods. Turn left here, Rika. And Saya speaks up, pointing at the shallow river part we saw before. Oh, shit. I then mumble as I look at the river. What's wrong? Psycho asks as she lifts her head to look at me. We forgot to ask for a fishing store. I respond. And everybody in the car stayed silent. Let's hope we find one on our way. Rika makes a slight, defeated laugh as she glances at me. Yay, I sigh as I push my forehead against the window glass. Or a book about fishing in the library. There's bound to be something we can use. Saya adds with a slight shrug. By the way, does anybody know how to sew? I ask as I keep looking outside. Why? Hole in your pants? Rika asks with a chuckle. Not yet. But we won't exactly have the ability to buy new ones. And I'd rather not dress in rags. If you catch my drift. I respond. Good point. Let's stop by a clothing store too, there's bound to be some on our way, and they are easy to spot since they have giant displays in their front. I agree, though you seem to be the last person who will need to worry about that. I saw that you still had plenty of spare clothes left in your bag, though they were all essentially the same. Saya jerks her shoulders as she lets out a snicker. Our base also had clothes we could use. If they fit us, that is. I for one know I have more than a few spares in that house I could use. Psycho adds with a calm tone. Well, I'll certainly need to get some for Shizuka then. Her clothes are bit rare, Rika adds as she smirks. In a world where 99% of the girls got giant boobs, Shizuka still had trouble finding clothes to match hers. Guess there will always be outliers. And so, the car slowly turned silent once more. Saya occasionally pointed at a turning point to Rika, who followed our map reader's instructions. It must have taken us about half an hour to exit the forest this time around. Since Rika drove a bit faster in parts we passed before and were easily identifiable, like the path next to the river. And so, as we reached the end of the forest and could start to make out buildings that replaced the trees in the distance. We're about to hit the concrete. I'm also seeing a lot more corpses wandering the woods. Guess we're back in hell. Rika sighs. Got used to the half a day of peace and silence in our new home at. I ask with a chuckle. You fucking bet I did. First time in a long time I woke up with a smile. Rika answers, her tone sounding rather serious as she glances at the central mirror. The sole reason we do this is so we won't have to get back into this hellhole again. Not soon at least. I respond as I turn to look at the corpses that were scattered among the few remaining trees. Before an abrupt end came to the woods, a short grassy upward patch, and we were finally on concrete road. I know. That's why we should not cut corners with this. Rika nods. Rika, go left, first turn to go right, then 2 intersections straight, then right again. And Saya points toward the intersection a bit off to our left. Whoa there. I lost you on, go left into that road. Rika's eyes go wide open as she glances at Saya, before looking back at the street, then turns left. Saya throws a glance at Rika, before turning to look back at the map. Are you anxious? And a soft whisper in my ear. Turning my head I find Psycho staring at me, her face close enough to smell the shampoo she used for her hair. You have been shaking your leg a lot ever since we left. She adds as she slides her hand to mine. I always do that when I sit. I shrug as I glance at my leg. Psycho nods as she puts the side of her head on my shoulder again. Though spending one day in relative safety shows even more how dangerous our lives have been so far. How far away is the pharmacy from here? I ask right after as I turn to Saya. Under non-apocalyptic events? I'd say 5 minutes. Now? Considering the number of roads that are blocked? I'd say about 30. Saya responds as she keeps looking at the map. I could cut down that to 10. Rika adds. Please don't start driving like a rubber banding NPC. I chuckle as I turn to look outside again. Rubber what? Saya asks as she turns to me with a confused look. Rubber banding. That's what people call the process when computer-controlled drivers in racing video games catch up to you no matter how well you drive. Also when online players start teleporting all over the place. I answer flatly. Saya just blinks at me a few times, then turns to look back at the map. At least she didn't call me a nerd. And so, the car kept driving towards its course, zigzagging past the scattered clusters of corpses and totaled or abandoned cars. About 25 minutes later. Turn a left here, then right on the next, the pharmacy should be on our left on that street. Saya finally looks up from the map and turns to glance at Rika, who just nodded as she kept staring at the road. How will we decide whether it is worth the risk or not? Psycho asks right after. Now sitting normally on her seat, mostly because one certain pinkette was low-key whining about being shoved with all the work. Corpses outside, if it's barricaded from the inside. If it looks ransacked. I respond with a slight shrug. Speaking of it. I start to get up and head towards the hatch on the roof as I ready my SCAR H. Once we get visual, I'll use the scope to get a better look, I add as I lift half my body over the hatch. Well, the road sure looks shit around here though, I mumble as we take the first turn. I shout. I didn't even manage to finish mine though. When I felt something squeezing my ass. Turning to look behind and under me, if find Psycho, casually sitting behind me, her hands on her thighs, staring at me with a small smirk. Somebody's being naughty. And with that, the car reached the final intersection and took a turn to the right, I then lift my SCAR to look through the scope. And instantly lower it, as the car came to a halt. Well, that solves the question if we'll go or not. I chuckle as I enter the car. Looking at the relatively big horde that was gathered around the pharmacy through the front windshield. Bail? Rika asks. Bail, I respond. Bail. Saya adds right after. Psycho just nodded. Go back from the road which we came from, I'll have to plan a new path since this road is a no-go. Saya sighs as she looks at the map again. Rika nods and hits the reverse. Library next. I ask as I lean on my seat. Yet. Saya nods. Unless we find a clothing store on the way, Rika adds. How far? I ask again. Not much, it's essentially a straight line, and the building is rather big. Hope it's not as bad there. Saya answers, ending her sentence with a mumble. Yet, considering we'll have to enter it no matter what. I nod back as I turn to look outside again. By the way, you said the building is big. Have you seen it? I ask as I tilt my head, still looking outside. No, Koda told me that they told him that the building used to be a villa that belonged to some official that got caught in an exotic car smuggling operation or something. After they jailed him, they turned his villa into a library. Saya shrugs. Villa in the middle of the town, huh? Wonder how big was his vacation home. I mumble as I turn to look outside. Maybe he had a private island. Rika chuckles. Also I think I can see a big building down the road, surrounded by a fenced-off park. Rika adds as she leans towards the front windshield. Yeah, that's the one. Saya nods. You think it has survivors inside? Since it's fenced off. I ask. I don't think so. Even from here, the fence seems to have seen better days. I can see parts missing. Plus it's in the middle of a rather populated location, not a good location to set base. Rika shakes her head as I poke at Psycho so I can move to the center of the back seats to look through the front windshield as well. And sure enough, a couple of intersections later, we came upon a big villa-like building, 3 stories high. The park surrounding the building made it stick out like a sore thumb in this rather densely built location. I could also see corpses wandering around the park, and the front gate was wide open. Alright. No way we skip this. So, how do we do it? Rika asks. The front gate, we can get in and close it behind us, use the car to block it since it seems to open towards the inside. But before that, look around the block, if the fences are busted, we can use one of the holes to bail after we are done, since the front gate will eventually gather a mob outside if we take too long. And, we will take too long. That house is fucking giant. I point towards the open front gate that was a little far off to our left as I speak. Alright. You and Psycho go inside. Rika asks again. Yet, you and Saya will snipe any corpses already in the park that will start heading our way, I respond. What about the other holes, won't it let other corpses just waltz in? Saya asks as she tilts her head. We have enough ammo to deal with a horde or three. Rika shrugs as she drives to the end of our road, then turns right, the fence to our left. I see another hole over there. Psycho then points towards the windshield, towards a gap in the far-off fence that ran horizontally towards the back side of the building. The roads on that side of the road are a mess further up ahead too. Saya then adds as she runs her finger on the map, passing through multiple X marks. We can exit from there, then just drive back to this street. The road around the building looks serviceable enough. Rika responds as she slows down the car. Before stopping completely. Yet, I don't see why not. Saya just nods. So, we go in or keep looking? Rika asks again. As she hits the reverse. Yet, let's get this show on the road. I nod as I turn to fiddle with my Scar H. And Rika starts to turn the Humvee around. What books should we focus on first? Psycho then asks as she turns to me. Here. Saya then just turns to us and hands us a slip of paper. On it. 1 farming. 1 electronics. 2 fishing. 2 trapping. 3 cooking. 3 tailoring. 4 carpentry/woodwork. 4 outdoors survival. 4 mechanical/car repairs. 5 medical. There are multiple same numbers here. And medical is a 5. I ask as I tilt my head. Giving the paper to Psycho. Because the same numbers have the same weight. And we got medical books already. At the house we stayed after the mall, remember? Where, you almost got kicked out. Saya adds as she turns to glance at me. Right. Did we manage to hold on to them, hey? Then medical is indeed not high on the list. I answer with a small nod. And of course, if you find something that sounds as if we would need it later, take it. Saya then adds with a serious expression. Alright then. I take a deep breath and put my hand on the door handle. I see corpses near the gate. Some outside, some inside. Rika speaks up as we start to close into the gate. Slow down. I tap her seat as I move to go up the hatch. Before leaning half my body on the roof and taking aim at the corpses inside the estate's premises. The ones outside will start heading towards us, so. And I open fire. And sure enough. The corpses around the gate turned to shuffle toward the car the moment I started firing. Though that didn't end very well for them. The closest one soon found out what happens if you try to walk up into a moving, armored military vehicle. So a few flying corpses later, Rika reached the gate and turned to enter it. Alright, Psycho. Gate. I slapped the roof before climbing up completely through the hatch and jumping down next to the car, heading to one of the open gate doors as Psycho exited the car, and ran to the other. The moment the gate was closed, I motioned Rika, who was in the process of turning the car around so the trunk was looking towards the open main entrance of the building to drive up against the gate. Which she did. Alright, keep an eye for any corpses that walk up to the car, and open the trunk, I say as I knock on Saya's window. Nair wait. Was Saya's response as she opened the door, and handed me a radio. I nodded back, then looked at Psycho, who I mentioned to move towards the stairs ahead of us, which led to the big, open main door of the building. Upon running up the stairs, we stopped by the doorframe and looked inside. The door itself was made of thick carved wood, yet looked like it was left open, not broken into. Now the insides. I don't know if it was the 2 curved stairs that went to the upper floors on each side of the insanely big main hall that probably run the whole distance of the building, the giant-ass chandelier in the center, which was sadly now smashed on the floor, or the several rows of bookshelves. Or the fact that the whole place was a mix of marble and wood. But this place was sickeningly luxurious. And people came in here for free. I whisper as I tilt my head. Focus Nair. We need to find what each bookcase has. Genres and specializations. Psycho nudges me with the edge of her sheath as she whispers back. Right. There's a counter straight ahead, between the 2 staircases, maybe they have a map there. I nod and enter the building. Weird how empty this place looks. I can see a few corpses, but it looks pristine, other than a couple of spots where it seems there was some fighting. I mumble as I stop at the counter, inside it, a corpse, munching on a body. My guess is the librarian must have pissed off the wrong corpse. More importantly though, a laminated, bloodied piece of paper on the counter that looked like a map with a list. I instantly take the map from the desk as the corpse kept on with its business. The corpses are still munching on her? Though it looks more like the guy is nibbling her bones than actually eating what's left. With that though, I clean the map with my sleeve and look at it. All the books are on the first floor. The second floor is labeled as digital, and the third is private. Now, if the second is digital, it means they probably had a lot of books in storage. But, I got no idea if the EMP fried the storage devices so we stick on first. I nod to myself as I raise my head to look around. Psycho is keeping guard next to me. Before I looked at the map again. Okay, so from left to right it's literature, history, fiction, novels, informational, and others. And each has subgenres. But informational is where we're at. Looking at the map, our target was the second row to our right. From here, it looked fine. I point at our target destination as I glance at Psycho, then start to move. Upon entering the corridor labeled informational. These libraries' bookshelves are tall, too tall. Thankfully I see a couple of ladders that will let us check higher shelves. Which subsection should we focus on first? Psycho asks as she casually walks up to a corpse ahead of us, and teaches it how to do the not alive correctly. Good question. I mumble as I glance behind me, then take a few steps into the hallway, turning to look at the map again. Let's see, informational subgenres. There's a shitton of them. Animals, geology, sports, weather. But I guess we should focus on the ones we need, like technology, and I guess geology if it has stuff about plants that could help with farming. Survival and evolution seem interesting too. Start with the survival sector. I'll go see the geology one, then we will empty the technology one. I turn to show the map to Psycho, pointing to where the survival sector should be. Psycho nods and turns to head deeper into the hallway as I turn to my right since the geology subgenre was right next to me. Funny how this place is relatively empty of corpses. Guess people did not bother coming here after the outbreak. Or at least they tried and failed since the fence was already busted. Keeping an eye around me, I walk up to the books and check the spine names. Volcano activity, climate, soil interaction, city and village pollution spectrum, plant life, cave ecosystems, underwater geyser impact to its local ecosystem. Some of this stuff could go to animal stuff I guess. But a few of these could be interesting, like the plant life. I nod, take off my bag, open it, and start throwing books inside, going from small, or soft cover ones, to bigger, hardcover ones, since the latter would fill the bag too fast. A few seconds later, the bag was full. And as I was about to close the bag. Thud. A loud, blunt impact to my left. Turning towards the noise, I find Psycho, on the top of the ladder, looking at a body next to the ladder that I was pretty sure was not there before. Psycho, upon seeing that I was staring at her, points at the top of the bookshelves, then at the corpse. I nod and point at myself, then outside. She nods back and extends the bag she was holding toward me. I took a few steps towards her before she let go of it, letting me catch it. And with that, I run outside. The moment I reached the stairs, I found that corpses had indeed started swarming outside the gate. Thankfully the Humvee seemed more than enough to hold the swaying gate. Saya was also outside next to the now open trunk with her gun ready, while Rika was with her upper body through the Humvee's hatch. How long you can hold out? I ask as I run down the stairs, and toss Psycho's bag into the trunk, then proceed to open my bag. As long as these idiots don't realize there is a hole in the fence a few meters down, Saya responds as she moves to open Psycho's bag and take off the books. DIY kitchen. She adds as she tilts her head, before placing the book down and picking another. We can check what has what later, I respond as I flatly flip the bag, and haphazardly empty the books next to Saya, who made a short yelp before turning to stare at me. Before she could react, I take Psycho's bag and empty it as well, then turn to run up the stairs, only to find Psycho jogging outside with several books in front of her, trying to hold them steady with her chin. Here, I'll get these to the car. I take the books from her as I hand her the bag. Psycho just nods before taking the bag and turning to run back inside the building. While I walked back to the Humvee, Saya now trying to separate the books that were scattered in the trunk. All the books. I flatly chime, as I empty the bag inside the trunk, again. Did you have to do this again? Saya blurts out as she turns to stare at the new pile of books. Yes, because they are getting impatient, I respond as I point behind her, through the front windshield. The mass of corpses steadily increasing. I then turn to run towards the library again. If the unwanted guest keeps piling up like that we will have to bail before we can get everything we need. With that thought I run back to the same hallway I was in before, Psycho now haphazardly tossing books into the bag after looking at them for a second or so. I don't mean to rush you, but the gate is starting a tilt, a bit too much commando. And my radio speaks up. Shit. I whisper as I look past Psycho, toward the other side of the building. I see windows on the other side. Okay. Psycho. Start moving towards the other side of the building, we'll go through the back windows. I shout as I point ahead of her, then turn to run towards the front door. Bringing the radio to my face. Drive, get to the back side of the building, I speak up as I reach the door, and upon throwing a last glance at the Humvee. I start to close the library's doors. Nair behind you. That was what my radio responded. Reflexively I crouch as I turn to look behind me, to find a corpse with its hands right in front of my mask. And a second later, the corpse was sent flying backward. Turning to look at the Humvee, I see Rika aiming toward me. She then makes a thumbs up and crawls back into the Humvee from the roof hatch. Be more careful. The radio crackles as I finally close the front doors. Who needs to be careful when you have a team like this covering you? I chuckle as I turn to run towards the hallway. Psycho, is it? Now that's sweet, but don't go off leaning on me all the time. The radio responds as I reach the hallway, Psycho with her sword drawn next to a few dead corpses on the other side of the hallway. Tell us when you'll be on the other side. I respond to the radio as I start to toss books into my bag. We just took the turn to the side of the building, we'll be past the building in a few. The radio answers. Nair. There are more corpses coming from the upper floors. We need to leave. Psycho then shouts. Nobody told me it'll rain corpses today. I whisper to myself as I toss the last book to my bag, then turn to run toward Psycho. Let's go. Out the back. I shout as I point past Psycho. The purple-haired samurai nods and turned to run to the window. By the time I caught up, Psycho had opened the window and was waiting on the other side, while corpses had started to freefall from the upper floors. Thankfully, none too close to cause any real problems as I also climbed out, and closed the window behind me. We could have just taken the door. Psycho casually points at the closed door a few meters away to our left. Yes, but it would not feel like we just raided the place that way. I chuckle as I look around me. There was a rather huge green park ahead of us, corpses scattered all around. Where you to, eh? And before I could finish speaking to the radio, the car popped up from the right side of the building, while driving in reverse. Come on. The exit is back that way. Hurry up. The radio shouts. I nod, and glance at Psycho, before breaking into a dead run. Saya opened the doors as we reached the car. Psycho, who had run past me, jumped on the car, then entered through the roof, because, I don't know. Finesse or some shit. I just entered through the open door like a normal person. Go. Go. I shout as I closed the door shut. Don't have to tell me twice, dear. Rika nodded and stepped on the gas, the Humvee's wheels spinning in place before the car started to move. Go left through the crashed fence and keep going straight on that road. We can set a path after we are away from that. Saya points ahead through the windshield. The far end of the path we were on was now full of corpses, meaning that they had already overrun the front yard of the library. And so, Rika did just that. Climbing over the toppled fence with the Humvee, while in the meantime I and Psycho had turned to empty the bags inside the trunk. Hey, that's a lot of books. I mumble as I look at the pile we had gathered. Hopefully they will all be useful, Psycho responds as she starts to organize the books on the sides of the trunk, placing them next to or on the books Saya had already organized. So, where to next? I ask as I turn to look behind me. Saya looks at the map, running her finger through it. There's a gas station not too far from here. Then the flower store. The electronics store is not far off from the flower shop after that. And finally, the building supplies store, which is a supposedly short drive after the flower shop. Saya keeps running her finger on the map as she speaks. Gas station it is then. I nod slightly as I pick a random book, and turn to head to my seat. Let's see what sort of crap we picked. I whisper as I look at the cover, which was apparently about hunting. Since the title read as skinning and butchering for small game. I then open into a random page and that's one wrecked rabbit. I chuckle at the image of a not a live rabbit. Why are they letting all the blood spill out? Psycho, who had scuttled up next to me, asks as she also looks at the image. Apparently blood spoils extremely fast, from what it says here, so this lets the meme last longer, I guess. I respond as I keep reading from the book. What the hell are you two reading? Saya then speaks up as she turns to look at us with a frown. This, I respond as I casually turn the book around and show her the image of the not alive rabbit. Did you have to show me that? Saya grimaces slightly as she leans back, looking back at the map, then at the image again, then back at the map again. Ask and ye shall receive. I casually shrug as I turn the book to me and continue reading. And so, time once again passed, me and Psycho looking at the book, Saya giving Rika directions. Until, after half an hour or so, I see the gas station. Rika speaks up. Well, time sure passed fast. I lift my head to look toward the front windshield. Psycho had wrapped her arms around me and was essentially half laying on me, her cheek plastered on my shoulder. Until, she was up to a second ago. I see a lot of abandoned cars around. Few corpses. Also, where are the fuel canisters? I ask. Under my seat, only 2 needed refilling, one was inside the estate, and the other we took from the airport. Saya points between her legs as she speaks. Alright. Once you close in, stop. I and Psycho will head in. I nod as turned towards the trunk, leaving the book. As I turned around, Saya was trying to pull the canisters out, which would explain why she had one leg on the dashboard. Hey, was Saya always this flexible? We doing this fast? Rika asks as she grabs her rifle. Yes. The car probably already alerted the nearby corpses. Drop M. I nod as I turn to make sure my door is clear of nasty surprises before opening it and exiting the car. The gas station was straight ahead of us, cars haphazardly left inside and around it. Psycho then exited as well, holding the 2 cans. Rika wasted no time to start popping the corpses at the gas station that had turned to shuffle towards us. Though she did ignore the ones that were too close to the actual station fuel pumps. While I and Psycho started to move. Upon closing on the first abandoned silver sedan, I climb up and look at the surroundings. We got 3 by the pumps. We drop them and fill the canisters, keep an eye out for any other we can take with us. I speak up as I turn to glance to my side. Psycho standing next to me. Very well. Would you please hold this for me? Psycho nods and extends the canisters she was holding to me. The moment I took them, she giggled and dashed off towards the pumps. The first corpse she essentially kicked so hard it got sent flying several meters back, the second one she offed using her blade with a graceful spin, and the third she decapitated by using the momentum of her spin to make a sideways slash. The third, which was still on the floor, she casually walked up to and stabbed in the head. Now I feel like a guy running after his girlfriend while she's on a shopping trip. I chuckle as I run up to Psycho with the canisters. Would you like me to reward you for carrying my bags? Psycho asks as she turns to look at me with a rather sly smile. I'm going to keep that offer in mind, I respond as I leave the canisters and walk up to a pump, pull the fuel nozzle out, and press the handle. Yet nothing came out. Empty. I ask as I tilt my head. This one is not doing anything either, Psycho adds as she tried the other pump. And then it hit me. The things were off. As in, I could not see the number on the counter. These things need electricity to function. I mumble before putting the nozzle back in its resting place. God, I'm fucking retarded. I groan as I turn to look around. My sight stopping at the cars. Wait. I narrow my eyes, and after a glance around. Hose, we need a hose. My eyes stop at the pump. Or more precisely, the hose that connected the pump to the nozzle. Psycho, get your blade ready, I speak up as I grab the nozzle again, and pull it till it's stretched out completely. Cut it here. I point where the nozzle connected with the hose. Psycho nods, and with a vertical cut, I was left with a nozzle in my hand. I then toss the nozzle and pick up the severed hose. Now cut near the pump, I add as I glance around me. Spotting Rika waving at me as I suddenly feel the tension from the hose disappear. Turning to look at it, I see it was now severed. Okay. Let's check the cars as we head back. I nod and turn to run toward the nearest abandoned car. A pickup truck. Heading to its fuel intake spot, I flip the cover, open the valve and put the hose in, then lift my mask and balaclava and suck the other end. And sure enough, shortly after. Bleh. How does something that smells so good taste so bad? I spit some gasoline before spitting a couple more times as I turn to look away, then lower my headgear. In the meantime, Psycho took one of the canisters and moved my hand to put the hose inside the canister since gas has started to spill. I see corpses coming from behind our car. We need to hurry. Psycho then speaks up. Saya, tell Rika to look behind her. I nod slightly and speak to my radio. In response, I see Rika turning to look down the roof hatch, nodding, and turning to look behind the Humvee, aiming at the incoming corpses. I can't hear the liquid with the gunshots echoing. Psycho whispers as she leans towards the canister. Or we can just do this, I respond as I lift the hose so we can see the liquid flowing through it. As long as you can keep it steady. Psycho nods as she looks behind us. Corpses inside the gas station building, they seem to be trying to walk through the front glass panes. She adds as she keeps staring behind us. This one is empty. On to the next. I tap Psycho's shoulder as I take the hose and run to the next car on our way, the silver sedan I had climbed on. By the time the hose was ready to spurt out gas, Psycho was next to me with the canister. I don't think we'll have time to do another one. Psycho mumbles. Yet. I'm starting to see too much movement. I add as I nod. Hey, it is already running dry. Psycho then points at the hose. Ah shit. Yeah, fuck it. Let's go. I groan as I pull the hose and glance around, then pick up the almost full canister and start to head toward the car. Rika. Get ready. I shout as I reach the door. Done already? Rika asks as she turns to glance at me. sorta, I mumble as I enter the car, then slide to the center, Psycho entering behind me and closing the door. Sorta. Rika asks back as she climbs down. Did you know gas pumps need electricity? I ask as I look at them. The whole Humvee turned quiet after a small. Oh. Well, we got almost a full canister from 2 cars, so that's something, I add as I turn to leave the canister. We got anything to wipe the thing? It's a bit moist. I add as I look at the canister. While Rika started to drive away. Don't think so. Just leave it by the leg space in front of you. Leave the dry one in the trunk. Saya responds. By the way. Can somebody refill my mags? I'm running low. Rika then speaks up. I'll do it, Saya adds as she leans towards Rika to reach the bullet case. The one by Rika's legs. And, from where I was, all I could see was Saya's lower half, as the rest disappeared behind Rika's seat. Oh my Saya, watch where you're touching, Rika chuckles. Shut. And quit manspreading. Saya quickly retorts. I like driving like that. Not my fault you shoved your face between my legs. Rika casually answers. Saya finally gets up with a flustered face and an angry frown. The clips and a couple of bullets were in her hands. By the way, where to next? I ask. Flower store. I already told Miss Pervert which road to take, Saya answers as she turns to look at me, her angry frown disappearing. Yeah, don't speak dirty to me, Pinky, you'll make me lose control, Rika chuckles back. As in, I'll crash the car. She continues. Yeah, don't do that please, I respond as I turn to look out the window. So 3 stops left now, I mumble to myself. Yes. And hopefully we will have more time to get what we need from there. Psycho adds. I would not count on it. The next set of locations are close to each other, I suspect that means it's a market district. Which means it probably saw a lot of traffic, both before and after the outbreak. Saya shakes her head as she turns to focus on the map. We should honestly pray that the info we got is not outdated by now and that the roads are still clear, she adds as she lets a small sigh. Don't jinx it now. Rika glances at Saya for a split second before focusing back on the road. So, flower store. Guess that means we are looking for farming related stuff there. Rika then speaks up again. Yeah, a few more shovels would help, fertilizers, seeds, and hopefully a few more in-depth books or, tutorials for people are that not made of green thumbs, I respond with a small nod. If that location is a market district, it should mean it might have other stores near, right? Psycho then asks. Yeah, like that clothing store we mentioned. I nod again. By the way, where are the ropes for the stuff we might tie to the roof? I ask as I turn to look toward Saya. Under Rika's seat. You think I'd forget? Saya responds by glancing at me with an arched eyebrow. Didn't see them, had to make sure, I answer. Considering I laid out the path, I had a constant reminder that we're going to need a way to tie materials on the top of the car, what with our last destination. Saya shrugs slightly and turns to look back at the map. Hey, I'm seeing a lot of wrecks up ahead. And Rika speaks up. Yeah, turn left on the next intersection. They go straight, then right 2 intersections after that. Saya nods as she looks at the mess ahead, then looks back at the map. While I turn to look back outside the window, A&D. I saw it. Rika? Stop the car for a bit. I speak up flatly as I keep looking out the window. What's up? Rika asks as she slows down the car to a halt. You girls want your clothes, right? I ask. You found a clothes store, Rika asks as she turns to me for a smile. Yes, and no. I found my clothes store. I respond as I open the Humvee door and get out. I see no clothing stores here. Psycho, who had popped her head out my door, responded. I do, I respond flatly as I point at the store a few meters behind us. That is a clothing store? It looks weird. Psycho tilts her head as she also exits. Because it's not a clothing store. It's a video game store. Saya, who was leaning between the 2 front seats, groans. Hey, you want your lace panties, I want my video games, I respond with a shrug as I start to walk. Psycho following behind me. Would you want me to get some lace panties? Psycho then whispers as she leans closer to me. It's a figure of speech. And, don't you already have lace panties? I ask as I turn to look at the purple-haired samurai. You might want me to get something more exciting. Psycho just giggles in response. Sneaky sneak. With that, we move to the front of the store. The front face of the store was a smashed glass window pane, the insides looked, I would not say looted, more like messed up. I could see game cases open on the floor, controllers, even console parts, yes parts. As in some infidel had gone ahead and smashed them to bits. And who that infidel was? I'd guess the zombified dudes inside the store, half of them actually looking like your average otaku. I'd rather have an actual PC. But since they tend to have digital copies more than actual discs, a console is my best bet right now. I tap at Psycho's shoulder to get her attention, then point inside, and make a slit throat motion. She nods, draws her blade, and enters the store. Me following behind her shortly after. Let's see if they have tags for each console section. 2 of them, Xbox and PS, look almost totaled, so, we're going with Nintendo? I mean, it does have the most party games if you think about it, could be good if we want to make a group event or something. But most importantly, I don't see the console. Oh, they are at the far end of the store, where Psycho is, playing. I shake my head and draw my blade, then close into the furthest corpse compared to Psycho. Just as I was about to raise my blade and bring it down on its head, I notice in its bag, a console carton was sticking out, along with several games. Oh, you picked a PS4 and a bunch of games for me? My thanks, ma dude. Ha, I guess even here, a PS5 is hard to find. So, instead of bringing my blade down vertically, I take a step back and switch posture, to follow through with a horizontal slash, sending the corpse's head flying. Before the body could fall, I grab the bag and take it off as the body slumps down. I then turn to look at Psycho, who was looking around for any more targets. Okay, now. I run up to Psycho. Psycho, see that carton that says Switch? Grab that, then on that aisle over there that has cases labeled Nintendo on the top, pick as many as you can. I point towards a switch over the counter behind her, then at the still standing aisle at the corner. Very well, what you will do? Psycho asks back. Check for any peripherals, and get some stuff for this, I respond as I raise my bag. Hurry up, corpses are starting to surround us. And the radio speaks up. Roger, I respond as I head to the counter, look behind it, then lean to grab a few controllers, both for the Switch and the PS4, then throw them in my bag. I then run to the ruined PS aisle and start to scavenge any case that still looks serviceable. All the while keeping an eye out for the corpses that passed by the store, and towards our ride. Nair, hurry up. And the radio speaks up again. Fayok, so much stuff I want here. Can't these corpses take a break? Okay, focus, don't get greedy, we got stuff, let's go. Psycho. Did you get anything? I ask as I close my bag after filling it up. Yes. I think. I am not exactly versed in video games to know what is good. I just picked everything I found as long as it was not a duplicate. Psycho responds. Alright, bail. I shout as I turn to run, yet my sight falls on yet another game I wanted. The moment I grabbed it, I saw another and another. Fuck. Just. Go, god damn it. I throw a quick slap on my head with the case, shake my head and start to run. The moment I got out, I saw a mass of corpses between me and the Humvee. Shit, Psycho dear, hold this a bit. I groan as I hand Psycho my sword, and grab my handgun with my free hand. I run to the other side of the street, aim at the nearest corpse, and pull the trigger. The noise causing the corpses to now turn to head towards me. Okay, I see a path from here, I should be able to make it. I nod, glance at Psycho, and motion her to move. She looked at me for a few seconds, nodded, and started to run. With that, I holstered my handgun and started to run, console bag under my arm, corpses closing in from the left, wall to the right. Is this rugby? Arg, what the fuck am I thinking? I know you're hyper because 6do gams, but focus, you hyperactive idiot. I shake my head and keep running past the corpses. And just as I was about to reach the end of the path, a single corpse decided to break off from the group and walk directly on my running path. Of course, that would happen. Yet, I was already sprinting, too fast. So instead of trying to avoid it, I essentially run into it, slamming it with my shoulder and sending it tumbling to the side as I reached the car. The door opens with Psycho already inside. I did end up playing rugby after all. That was the last thing I thought as I got in, and almost fell on the seats. Well, I did fall, with a controlled motion. Yes, planting my face between Psycho's legs was my exact plan. We are in. Go. I heard Psycho shout as she placed her hand on the back of my head. I can't believe we just did that for a bunch of video games. I hear a moody Pinkette groan. I'll fucking do it again, I respond as I turn my head towards Saya, still on Psycho's legs mind you, who had started, patting my head. So flower store? I ask as I try to get comfortable. Unless you want to stop over at another stupid shop. Saya turns to look at me with narrowed eyes as she responded. Maybe. I respond nonchalantly. By the way, Nair, you should put that back into its rightful place. Psycho then brings my blade to my field of view as she speaks up. Right. I blink a couple of times, before taking the blade and trying to sheath it, without moving from my lying spot. For God's sake! Are you trying to stab somebody? Get up and sheath that thing normally. Saya hisses as she backs off. Too comfy, I ain't moving a dime now. I'm a slug now. I retort as I finally seat the blade. Saya just groans as she focuses back on the map. Actually. I start to get up as I speak, Psycho lifting both her hands as she tilts her head. I'll see if we got any farming books back here. Just so I can have a basic understanding of what we might need. Other than shovels and more books. I add as I turn to slide into the trunk. Not a bad idea. Psycho nods as she turns to slide between the two back seats so she had a clear view of me in the trunk. I think I saw some books whose cover noted farming and greenery. Where did I see it though? I mumble as I start to look around the trunk. And sure enough, a few minutes later, I found several books that could fit the bill. Well, once we reach our target, tell me. I add as I glance behind me, then turn to focus on the book in my hands. A special thanks to my supporters, since there's a good chance this would have taken much longer without MXD. Chapter 85, Outing PT2. The chance of errors and stuff is real. Since I could not proofread it as much as I wanted. Kasi care I get off seeing people like you losing their effing marbles XD. Dark Zero Slayer well, here's another. Teathos yes, he has no propane torch. Oaksner C, guest that loves it, thank you. Election Blithworth yes. Alpha and Omegas, you and me both XD. By Azar Kaiser, true enough. Stone Theloner the virus was worldwide, based on how they showed the White House getting overrun. And he could go on an island. But you would rather go and live on an island, alone, with your only company being seagulls? And if you mean a populated island and not the OVA one, then it wouldn't be a hot fanfic would it, which side point was not even safe in the end XD, but yet, if this was pure, survive the zombie outbreak story, going to a self-sustainable island would skyrocket his survival chances. Demon Edge okay. Argonaut, yes, he procrastinator ultimator. Nazgul Belsirian okay. Burn Castle I can't believe it either. Jack Fox Gaming 24 here you go, ZE update. Guest with a good memory, CH75, crap, you're right XD. Somebody had sticky fingers indeed, and I got zero relocation of my own story XD. Oh well, plot holes be like. And here I thought the saying, girls and their clothes was only a meme. I mumble as I look at the Humvee's trunk. A whole corner of it, filled with clothes, right next to the gardening tools. We are aiming to stay up there long term right? We will need clothes. Saya responds flatly. Like a nightclub dress. I ask as I tilt my head, grabbing a rather revealing looking club dress. This thing seems too tight to even do anything in it. I add as I raise it to look at it, the shiny silk fabric it was made of reflecting off my flashlight. Oh, I can think at least one thing it could be good for. Rika chuckles. Pervert. Saya mumbles. Says the one who picked it. Rika retorts. I didn't pick it thinking of that. Saya glares back at Rika with a deep blush as she responds. Oh, I see the electronics store. Rika's voice then quickly changes to a more serious tone as she points ahead. Then turns off the car engine. Essentially cutting that conversation short. I don't see a lot of corpses. But the front seems wrecked, looters. Rika adds as she tilts her head. Let's hope not. There aren't any other stores we can search nearby, not with how the roads are at least. Saya sighs. Well, one way to find out. As we said, engine off as we close in. I add as I let go of the clothes and turn to check my gun. I know. The engine's already off. Rika nods as I slide into my seat. And the car, after a few seconds, slides past the targeted shop, letting us check the insides as the Humvee kept going down the street. Damn, the insides look as wrecked. I mumble as keep looking through the window. I don't see a lot of corpses inside though. Psycho adds while leaning next to me. Didn't seem to be heavily looted though, saw a good amount of stuff scattered about too. I add as the car finally stops, and I slowly open the door. One way to find out if it has what we need then. Psycho adds as she readies herself. Remember, GPS. Don't trail off. We will go around the block and come back, be out by then. Saya adds as I start to exit the car. Right. I mumble as I look around. Then turn to look at Psycho as she also exited the car. Ignore the corpse outside if you can. I add as she closes the door behind her. I know. No need to waste time out here. She responds with a nod. And so, we quickly moved towards the electronics store, passing by a few corpses as the Humvee started up again. Upon closing in, I put my back to the wall next to the wrecked display window. Then peek inside. I see a few of M corpses moving towards the exit. Probably because the Humvee's engine just restarted. I glance behind me toward Psycho and motion her to wait. She just nods back. And soon after, a couple of the corpses walked out of the store and into the main street. I then glance inside again. Okay, I still see a few. But fighting them will bring the corpses outside in the store again. We got to do this silently. I turn to Psycho, flip the safety on my gun, and let it fall on my side, then shake my head and make a silent motion, before turning to enter the store. After pulling my combat knife, and flicking the gun's safety back to semi-auto, that is. Better safe than sorry after all. Sadly the insides, as mentioned, were a mess. Whole shelves toppled down on half-visible remains, laptops, phones, cables, and electronic parts littering the floors. GPS, GPS. A phone can have a GPS. Maybe one that was closed did not fry. If I can't find a normal GPS, I'll take a few. Though I don't know if they will actually work without the internet. I mean, they don't have the maps preloaded in there, do they? And they don't function as phones either, what with the lines being down. With that in mind, I glance around me. I was right next to the laptop section right now. I could see phones on the other side of the room, a few of them still neatly set up on their stands. Though all of them showed a glorious, black screen. Oh, and a few corpses in the middle. Deeper inside I could see more gadgets, headphones, USB cables, phone cases, that sort of thing. If there are any GPS devices, this will be our best bet. I start to quietly move towards the deeper side of the store. Making sure I don't step over any wrecked electronics. Earbuds. I tilt my head and grab a few wireless earbud cases. And put them in my pants' bigger pockets. Upon getting closer to the back end, I see 3 corpses, all knelt down, chewing on what seemed to be a person that was wearing a hoodie, a bloody bat next to him. And 2 more corpses chewing down another hot individual that they had tossed on the register counter. Guess we just found the looters. I take a slow deep breath and look around. And, on the other side of the feast, several tablet-sized screens on display, with their closed box counterparts right under them. A label reading: Sound-controlled car GPS. Perfect. If I didn't have these munchers in front of me, that is. I glance at Psycho, who just keeps looking back at me, then behind her, toward the still clear exit. We should get these and just bail, better we find Rika on the road rather than in here. I take a deep breath, then show Psycho the GPS on the other side. Then show her the 3 corpses, and make a slit throat motion. She nods and puts her hand on her blade's hilt. They are preoccupied with eating. We take these 3 down, grab a GPS and hightail it outta here. With that thought, I ready my knife, silently walk up behind one of the 3 corpses as it was on its fours. And with a quick motion, I push down the corpse by the collar, and jam my knife down its head, while in the meantime Psycho stabbed the 2nd corpse in the head. The 3rd corpse started to slowly raise its head from the guts it was munching on. I quickly pull the knife out, get up, and throw a kick in the thing's face as I start to run to the GPS stand, then quickly grab 2 GPS that were still in their packaging, put one under my armpit, and the other in my free hand. Then run back towards Psycho as the other 2 corpses by the counter started to turn around. I motion with my head as I run past the fallen corpse and toward the still open path. Psycho quickly followed behind me. I know I should not, but as I passed the laptop corner, I glanced at the most expensive one, sheath my knife, and grab a carton box that was right under the display laptop. And start to run, like a thief with loot on both arms. The moment I got out I looked to my right. No Humvee in sight. Corpses moving toward us. Then to my left. Corpses moving away from us. I nod and turn to Psycho. Let's keep moving towards the corpses moving away from us, the Humvee should come behind us. I whisper as I start to move. Psycho just nods. You want me to hold on to something? She asks right after. Nah, just keep corpses at a safe distance. I respond. Psycho nods back again. I then start to move casually as I glance around. These things better work. I whisper as I get a better grip on the GPS under my armpit. Just as I finish that, the sound of an engine in the distance behind us. Turning to look behind me, I still see nothing. And the moment I turn around to keep walking, I saw the corpses had stopped, and started to also turn around. Right, engine. I motion at Psycho to do a full turn, and start walking back the way I came. They better hurry up. Feel like I'm a rat in a maze right now. Nonetheless, I keep walking. Until finally, I saw the car popping up from a corner. With a power slide. Hey, didn't know Humvees can drift. No wait, a power slide is different than a drift. So it can't drift. I blink a couple of times as I see the car almost rear-end into a corpse before it started to beeline toward us. Come on. I turn to Psycho and motion for her to move as I start to run toward the car. And, with the tires grinding on the asphalt, and a flying corpse. The Humvee stopped next to me, Saya quickly opening the back door. "Get in!" she shouts as she slides away from the door. Not wasting any time, I enter the car and make room for Psycho to enter as well, which she does shortly after. "They're in. Go!" Saya quickly shouts, and the car starts to move once again. "Well, that went rather smoothly," I respond as I leave the 2 GPS in the middle of the 2 front seats, along with the laptop box. "Really?" Saya sighs as she looks at the laptop. "Indeed," I add as I pull the wireless earbuds and place them on the laptop box. "Really now?" Saya groans. "And these are not even sealed. How did you know it was not in some corpse's ears before?" she adds as she picks one case and flips it open. "You've seen a lot of corpses taking earbuds off and placing them in cases? The smartest thing I've seen them do is roll down inclines," I respond with a shrug. "Touché." Saya sighs as she closes the cases. "We should clean them anyway though. There probably some disinfectant back in the base," I add. "Agreed." Saya nods slightly. I don't mean to cut the reunion, but I got no idea where I'm going here." Rika then speaks up. "Right, let me get up front." Saya nods and moves to crawl to the front. "Did I mention I was sitting in the middle?" "Yes, probably why I then got an ass full of Saya." "Okay, now you're asking for it." Slap. Eeb. Saya quickly tenses up as she turns to stare at me with a blushing face. I just shrugged. "Pervert," she mumbles as she crawls to the front seat. "That echoed quite a bit. How much strength did you even put?" Psycho asks as she tilts her head. No idea." I shrug again. Judging how Saya was fidgeting though, enough to make the pink-et wiggle about. "Now, we should see if these bad boys work," I add as I pick one of the GPS and start to unpack it. Upon opening the case, I find the cord ending with a plug that went inside the power outlet that usually had the cigarette lighter in. "This car does have a power outlet, right?" I ask as I look toward the central part of the dashboard. Seeing 3 power outlets side by side. 3 hey. "Well, let's check it," I add as I lean forward and pull one of the plugs. "Hold this, carefully though you don't burn yourself," I add as I hand the lighter to Saya, who silently picks it up, a blush still on her cheeks. I then plug the GPS in, and "Ah, it's alive," I chime as the screen turns on, and shortly after. "And it actually works too," I add as the map shows up, with us moving on it. "Where we going?" I ask as I press the destination button, the GPS making an audible blip sound. 185-1345 Taragawa, Saya flatly responds. The GPS then make another blip, and a path appears in front of the arrow. Well, big chance most of the streets are busted, and we don't really need to follow lane direction. But, moving map with player location is always easier to use than a normal map. I add as I lean forward and stick the GPS to the window. Rika looks at it, nods, and then presses the zoom out button that was on the top right a couple of times. "Thank you, love," she adds as she winks at me. I just nod and lean back up. "So, what do we need from the last stop?" I ask right after. "Plaster, wood planks, plastic barrels, nails, screws, fuses." Saya adds as she lowers her head to look at her notebook. "Might seem like we don't need a lot of stuff, but we need quantities of them. Plastic barrels will take up a lot of space, and we need as many as we can fit on the roof with the ropes. Same with wood planks and to a lesser extent plaster nails and screws." She continues. Planks can go the length of the Humvee, it's long enough to not have them stick out if we place them under the barrels. We can also leave the trunk open and fill it, we just gonna need to have the 2 in the back to keep watch that nothing flies out." I add. "Yet. Would not want to lose a dress now, would we?" Rika chuckles. "If me and Nair sit in the trunk we can move lighter stuff that might fall off to the front seats." Psycho adds. "Yet, good idea." I nod. Then turn to open the ammo box in the trunk. "Guess now we will have to sit and actually fill the car. So we might have to hold back the corpses." I continue. "Yet, and I doubt we will have a fence gracefully placed around for us." Rika responds. "And there are no stores that fit the bill for miles after this either." Saya adds. "Hey, feels like we're about to fight a final boss here." I chuckle as I check my gun. "Do you have to say it like that?" Saya sighs back. "Well, we are going to be chilling for God knows how long after this. So you could say this could be the very last stop we got to do. If all goes well." Rika responds. "How far?" Psycho then asks. A couple of minutes." Rika responds. "How should we go about this?" Psycho then asks again as she turns to look at me. "Small things first, we'll probably be quieter to haul about. If we can't barricade and take our time, I respond. Psycho just nods. And, a few minutes passed. Me checking my gun, Psycho looking out the window, Rika driving, and Saya writing in the notebook. I can see the building on the GPS. Seems to have a big open space behind it. Until Rika speaks up. A garage to let trucks park and unload maybe. I respond as I tilt my head. Would make sense, it's supposed to be a big store after all. Saya nods. If we could fortify that spot it would give us time to go in and scavenge. I narrow my eyes as I fold my arms. If it's fenced off. Psycho adds. I just nod back. With that, I turn to the trunk and pick up the rope, then pass it around my arm. By the way, what if we find dry walls? Saya then asks. Too big to carry along with everything else. That's why I aim for plaster. I respond. Well, we should be glad the walls that got wrecked were not actual walls with wiring and plumbing inside. Don't think any of us would know how to fix that. Saya adds as she turns to look at the notebook on her lap. True enough. Now for plaster or dry walls. To be honest, it depends on what we find and what is easier to carry on spot. For all we know, there could be a working truck full of dry walls parked right outside with the keys in the ignition. I chuckle. Yeah, as if. Saya chuckles back. I see the store. And Rika speaks up. The front is a mess. She adds as I turn to look through the front windshield. And truth was, the front was inaccessible. Mostly because there was a rig half through the front of the store, with everything you could expect from such a crash around it, like the spilled contents of its wrecked trailer and the masses that would follow after that much noise. I see the turn to the back area before the crash site. Let's hope it's better. Saya then points at a not so small uphill path next to the building that disappeared behind an erected concrete wall. Let's go. I nod as I back off from the middle of the seats. And so, the Humvee takes the turn shortly after. And comes face to, underside with a side-flipped van, though there was still enough space for the Humvee to squeeze through. I just kept looking at the van as we entered the back loading area behind the store. Oh boy. Rika then whistles as she stops the car. There was already a semi-truck parked there in the middle, its trailer doors open. 2 forklifts with pallets with closed wooden crates behind it. A few semi-trucks without trailers parked to the far end, and overall, a not very fun amount of corpses. Also, the whole location was surrounded by concrete walls. Rika, get us next to that van ahead of us, the one with the open door, then go check if the other side is clear to drive through. And tell me via radio. I point ahead through the windshield at a parked van that looked toward us. Rika nods and drives up to the van. Psycho, let's go. We will use that van to block the path we came from, probably need to push the thing. And, start dropping corpses, we need to clean this place. I add as I exit the car, making sure I had the radio on me, then aim at the nearest zombified construction worker, and open fire. The moment I reached the van, I made sure the inside was empty, before I entered, pulled the handbrake, then exited and started to push, Psycho running past me and going behind the van. Which then slowly started to move. Looking through the door window, I used one hand to steer the van towards the downhill path that led outside, corpses already heading toward us from the outside. Well, Nair, good thing I have put some good suspensions on this baby. The other side is blocked off, but there is a ramp we could use to, jump off. The radio speaks up. Good, cause if the other side was blocked off it would have to be careful with this side. And the moment the van reached the downhill part. I got it from here. Go help the others. I shout as I enter the van and grab the steering wheel. So we can block this road off then. I whisper as I let the van roll toward the gap between the flipped van to my right and the wall to my left. And the moment it got close, I make a sharp turn to the left, jamming the car between the wall and the totaled van. I then pull the handbrake and exit, closing the door behind me. We cushy. I nod as I glance at the van, then ran back up the road to the unloading area, Rika and Saya already shooting corpses from the furthest side, Psycho, doing psycho things to the corpses near me. Stop shooting, come over to this side, let the gunshots gather corpses on this side, since we want to use the other side to leave. I pick up my radio as I speak. Roger. The radio responds as the gunshots stop. Psycho. Switch places, the Humvee will come here, go the other side. I shout as I motion with my arm, then start to run. Psycho nods, and starts to also run, but not before essentially using the nearest corpse as a step to have a flying start. And soon after, the Humvee drove between me and Psycho, tires screeching to a halt behind us. Alright. Let's get this done. I shout as I lift my gun, and aim at the nearest corpse. If you can, go check the rig's trailer too, might have some things already packed up for us. The radio adds. Right. I nod as I pull the trigger, and ascend a corpse flying. Then turn to head toward the half truck in the middle. The moment I reach the nearest forklift next to the trailer, I read the info in the wooden crate. Bricks. Then run to the second forklift. Small pallets. I shake my head and turn to look inside the trailer, which was still full of crates. Welp, here goes nothing. I run up to the back of the trailer and climb in, then open my rifle's flashlight. Looking around the trailer, I find 2 corpses on the far end of the trailer. Failed hiding spot. Hey. I mumble as I open fire. Damn, that was loud, even with all the headgear. I groan as I shake my head, then start glancing around at the crate labels. Plastic tubes, glass, tiles, more bricks, cement, concrete. Oh. Plaster and lath? Noise. Reinforced metal bars. We could use that too in some way. Actually, we could use everything here. Yeah, stay with plaster, and maybe get some metal rods and tiles inside the car by opening the crate. Gonna need a crowbar for that though. And I don't see tools here. Okay, the rig here has 2 of the things we need, plaster and lath, aka wood. Need to find barrels, and maybe some tools to open some other crates and get some stuff like reinforced bars and floor tiles. I speak up at my radio as I turn around. Roger, should we come and start loading up the car? The radio asks. Once we clear the corpses here yet, I and Psycho will go inside to find tools and barrels. I respond. With that, I ran out of the trailer, and jumped down. Then look around, the Humvee already heading toward me. Didn't I just tell M to kill the corpses around here first? Oh well, at least there are few of M left. Psycho is on the far side doing psycho things again. Or I can go myself while they deal with the corpses here. I whisper as I look towards the building's rear gate doors, all of them wide open. Yet. Better not, trying to spread too thin is a good way to get our asses handed to us. I shake my head and start heading towards Psycho. We are going inside. Come on. I shout at Psycho as I stop a safe distance away from her, partly because I had a gut feeling there was a chance I'd get a sword to my face if I got too near with how focused she seemed. Psycho turns to me with a visibly flushed face, and nods. A small side grin on her face. With that, we both started to head towards the building, taking down the few remaining corpses between us and the building itself. Upon reaching one of the open gates. Let's check here if they have anything we need. I speak up as I look around. Barrels, and tools. Hammers, crowbars, sledgehammers, saws. That sorta stuff. I add as I turn to Psycho. Very well. Psycho nods and casually walks deeper inside the building. Be careful of corpses. I add as I tilt my head. I already cleaned this place out. Psycho casually responds as she waves her hand. Already? But there were still corpses outside. I add as I start to follow her. The idea that they were trapped in here with me exited me more, so I came here first. She added as she turned to glance at me with a small smirk. Right. I just blankly stared at Psycho before turning to look around. Well, keep your guard up, just in case. I add as I break off and start heading in another direction. Of course, Psycho responds as she tilts her head. The insides now were indeed corpse-free, at least, of the walking and bitty one variety, cause there were a few plenty of the dead variety. Well now, if I was tools and barrels, where would I be? With that, I start looking around. Quickly finding that at my left side, towards the bigger part of the storage area, were stacked with boxes on metal shelves. So once again, I was looking at closed crates for the info on what they had inside. This time looking at the rows of shelves that were filled with such crates. Light bulbs, we could use those. And the crate is open too. Also, the fact that I was looking for barrels did not stop me from some opportunity shopping. I still had a bag I could fill after all. Rolls of NOF insulation? Yes fucking please. Sealants? Don't mind if I do. I got diddly squat idea of how to use them, but better to have them than not. Paint. Aesthetically it would be good, but all I get now is stuff that has a survival aspect in it as well, bulbs for light, insulation so we don't freeze, and sealants for any holes we might get. We'll focus on getting more important stuff first. Like these here OL nails. And then. This crate says plastic barrels, 400 liters, and is open. I whisper as I peek inside. To find only one drum. Blat. I sigh as I pull the drum out. Smaller than I thought in weight and height, we can stuff like 6 of them in the trunk, maybe keep some on us as well, could get 10 of them if I find them. I add as I turn to look up. And see that the crates on the metal shelves next to me were also labeled water drums. Oh. I tilt my head, and climb up the shelf. Crate, closed. Blat. I turn to look up and look at the top crate, then at the floor under me. Then start to climb up. Upon reaching the top shelf, I grab the crate. Looks steady enough. But, unluckily for you, I crack my neck. My cat genes demand you fall. I add as I slide next to the crate, then behind it, and putting my back on the wall to use as leverage, I put my boots against the crate, and push. And, a few seconds later, crash. The crate was Humpty Dumptied. And Psycho, who was holding a crowbar, was staring at me from below. Meow. I respond flatly as I look at Psycho. She just chuckles and shakes her head. Then turns to look at a lone corpse that had entered the building, probably due to the crashing noise. By the time I had climbed down, the corpse had already been taught how to do the not alive correctly. Strong crate, still closed. I whistle as I look at the still intact crate. Here. And Psycho, who had walked up next to me, handed me the crowbar. I found more stuff over there, probably things the workers used, as they were not packaged. She adds as she points at what seemed to be workstations with half-constructed items. Good, take M and get M to the car, we're nearly done. I nod and jam the crowbar into the crate's side. Psycho nods back and turns to leave. Mao, she whispers as she glances at me with a smirk before leaving. Okay, let's get. And with a sudden burst, I put force on the crowbar. The crate budged, but just barely. How many nails did they put in this fucking thing? I groan as the wood slowly starts to creak. Until, with a snap, part of the crate breaks off. Looking inside, I see more barrels. Judging from the size, there must have been like 6 of them inside. 7 total, not bad I guess. I nod and start breaking.